I reincarnated into my absolute favorite fantasy game, but of course, my luck is garbage. Instead of a heroic protagonist, I woke up in the body of a pathetic third-rate villain with rock-bottom stats. According to the original plot, I am destined to be expelled and die as a miserable beggar on the streets. But I refuse to let this world decide my fate. I will exploit every hidden piece of knowledge I possess about this timeline. I will train my weak body to the bone, survive this brutal academy, and rewrite my entire destiny. I am going to claw my way to graduation, no matter who I have to step on to get there. The game is about Taylor, the failed swordmaster who eventually saves the world. After clearing the game countless times, I was suddenly sucked right into it. But my life did not become easier. I wasn't the protagonist or even an important side character. I became a character who gets removed from the story by the protagonist early on. But it is way too soon to give up. I know the future after all. I might be a third-rate villain destined for ruin. But as a complete nobody, I must do everything I can to survive. They seriously disowned me just for insulting the princess and tampering with some entrance exams.
Look at that dirty noble. He finally got kicked out of the dorms.
Honestly, the arrogant jerk you guys are talking about isn't even me. Usually, the main character becomes an overpowered genius or an SSS rank hunter. This is vastly unfair. I don't deserve this punishment.
Listen to him whining. What absolute trash.
Forget them. I need to focus on my own survival now. My intelligence is ridiculously low for a magic student, and my strength is worse than a farmer NPC. Wait, I remember seeing his name in the end credits. He died as a beggar on the streets. Why did I have to inherit this specific body? Escaping those judgmental looks took half the day, but I finally found a quiet spot. At least I haven't been officially expelled from the academy yet. That gives me a chance. The tuition fee is massive, but this semester is already paid for. If I can earn a scholarship for the next one, I might just make it. Flashy clothes and decorative goblets are completely useless for wilderness survival. Getting a part-time job with my terrible reputation is impossible. I have to live in this forest. Windslash. Let's get some wood for a shelter. How am I totally exhausted after just cutting a few branches? I had no idea casting basic magic drained your energy and made you so hungry. Ignite. I don't care what it is, as long as it's edible. Oh, wow. Boiled tree bark kinda tastes like chicken if you imagine hard enough. My stomach fully disagrees with that assessment. After starving and throwing up for 2 days, I've come to a firm conclusion. Wood should strictly be used as building material, not dinner. This is way harder than it looks. I only have 2 hands. I finally managed to erect the base frame. Still a long way to go. It's finally done. Wait, what is this notification panel floating in front of me? A makeshift wooden shelter? My crafting skill actually increased. The system works exactly like the game. The original Ed just never bothered to use it. Turns out I have much more talent for manual labor than actual magic. 2 days on an empty stomach? I just want to eat some real fish. Ignite. Yes, finally some real meat. If I can just survive the next week like this, I can start attending classes without starving to death.
You! What are you doing out here?
Princess Penia? Why is a main character wandering around my campsite?
You haven't shown the slightest bit of remorse for your crimes. Please get out of this academy immediately. Your presence is an insult.
In the original story, Ed was a pathetic villain who harassed the protagonist's childhood friend. He even tampered with the entrance exam out of petty revenge. But he was caught red-handed by Princess Penia, whose insightful eyes can see through any lie. No matter how much he swore he was innocent, her ability laid his deceit bare.
Have you not been formally expelled by the academy yet?
Well, Your Highness, I was kicked out of the dorms, but technically I am still a student.
I will keep this short. Get out. I will speak to the headmaster and have you removed.
Great. Now the fish I spent 3 days trying to catch is burning to a crisp. My dinner is ruined, and my future is hanging by a very thin thread right now. If Princess Penia truly complains to the headmaster, I will be expelled for sure. But why would a member of the imperial family venture into this desolate forest completely alone?
If you mean to harass me because my guard is absent, you will sorely regret it.
Harass you? Actually, I am incredibly grateful to run into you today, Your Highness.
Grateful? My insightful eyes detect zero deceit in your words. How is that possible?
She seems shocked. No wonder, considering I'm telling the complete truth right now. I might be starving, but sweet-talking her now is much better than ending up dead or expelled. All I need to do is persuade Penia without triggering her lie detection ability. Otherwise, it's game over. If you are here by yourself in such simple attire, you must be taking the class assignment examination. Professor Glast's exam is notoriously difficult, but you must be aiming for Class A.
Are you trying to flatter me to save your skin? I am still going to have you expelled.
But without my help, you will fail the test. You will never be able to join Class A if you discover my words to be untrue. You should have me expelled immediately. In the middle of the lake to the southeast, there is a small island with a giant tree. That is the guardian tree of Merilda. There you will find my gift to you.
Just 3 days ago, he was a lying, disgraceful cheater. But the Ed Rothstaler I just met spoke with absolute sincerity.
The class assignment examination is now over. Show me the marbles you have found. All of you failed to grasp the intention extension of the exam. You are all assigned to Class F. Only those who found the special marbles with low amounts of mana will be in Class A, Ziggs, Lortel, and the only one who found the final marble hidden by the Guardian Tree. You are the top of the class.
Ugh, my fish is completely burnt to a crisp. I don't even have the energy to hunt anymore. Princess Penia grew up surrounded by endless flattery and deception in the Imperial Court. That's why I gave her 100% accurate information about the hidden marble's location. In the original game, her crushing defeat and assignment to Class F deeply humbled her. But if she discovers the golden marble and gets assigned to Class A because of my tip, that part of the original plot is entirely ruined. Fortunately, the true top of the class is still Lucy Mayriel. The future won't change too much.
My ability always discerns the truth. There really is a marble here by the tree. Ed Rothstaler wasn't lying to me at all. But this is no gift. I hid my identity to achieve things on my own merits. I can never take this marble for myself because I didn't find it on my own.
Wow, you're amazing, Lucy.
My title won't be based on stats, but on the righteous decisions I make.
I intentionally baited the princess. I knew her pride wouldn't let her take the easy way out. Even if I told the truth, she would trust her own convictions and intentionally fail the exam to prove a point. And just like that, she threw the marble into the lake and failed to get into Class A.
I'll be keeping a very close eye on you, Ed Rothstaler.
Gotcha. Finally some real food. I have to run the whole way from my forest shelter just to get to school on time. I made it. I've officially returned to Sylvania Academy.
We will now begin the opening ceremony. We are glad to see our students return ready for a new semester.
Ah, look at him. How dare he show his face here after what he did?
These are the spoils of war reserved for the victor. I'll take my time and enjoy this real meat. My goal is to graduate. I'll ignore the gossip and enjoy my lunch.
Isn't that Ed Rothstaler, the second year who behaved so shamefully? He gives off a totally different impression. He is just eating a lot.
I have no ambitions whatsoever. I just want to graduate quietly and comfortably.
How strange. I expected him to be scheming, but he's just devouring steak.
Well, I survived the first day, even though I was nearly expelled by the dean. I didn't expect Penia to tell the dean about me, but judging by his smile, she didn't say anything bad. I need to be extremely careful not to stray from the main game plot. I have life skills for survival, and basic magic training for the magic department. The best weapon to make both of those work together is a bow. If I raise my crafting skills, I can imbue well-made arrows with elemental magic. Yennecar Palarova, the top of the second-year class and a genius elementalist.
You must be the interesting boy Marilda mentioned to me. I'm Yennecar Palarover. Just call me Yennecar. Did I surprise you? I already know all about you, Ed. This forest is under the protection of the high-ranking spirit Marilda, and she told me everything. There's no way she wouldn't notice an unwelcome guest camping in her forest.
I guess I have killed a lot of animals, and cut down quite a few trees recently.
Hey, don't worry about it. Creatures hunting is just part of the circle of life.
I guess you really can't judge a giant, scary-looking wolf spirit by its cover.
Right? We're gonna be great friends. Oh, there's something I want to show you. Isn't she sweet and adorable? I just made a contract with her yesterday. Would you like to hold her?
If I wanted to get closer to her, I'd play along, but I really shouldn't. I don't see spirits. Or rather, I literally can't.
Wait, you cannot see spirits at all?
Right. Anyway, I have to go forage for my dinner, so I'll be on my way. The original game plot absolutely needs to be preserved for my knowledge to stay useful. Which means Yennecar Palarova is someone I desperately need to avoid.
It's just as you said, Marilda. He's such an interesting person. I really don't think he even saw you standing right there. Who is he, really? I was being so nice, and all he had to say was yeah, and walk away. Oh well, it is not like we won't ever see each other again.
The distance between my forest shelter and the actual classrooms is pretty significant. I need to study intensely to earn a scholarship using stone slabs and borrowed books. On my way back, I have to stop by the stream to furiously wash my sweat-stained uniform. Then I check my firewood, drinking water, and jerky rations for tomorrow's lunch. Once all that's done, I manage to get around 4 pathetic hours of sleep. But more importantly, hey, how long are you going to keep following me around?
What? You knew I was there.
Don't you know who I am? I'm the horrible, good-for-nothing Ed Rothstaler. Why hover around me?
But that's just what other people are saying about you.
Just as I thought. On the outside, she seems naive, but she has incredibly strong beliefs. Since I know she becomes the final boss of Act 1, I can't just smile and nod at her. She's the only character who smiles at me. I didn't want to go this far, but I have to push her away.
Hey, Ed, can I ask you for a favor then, since we're becoming friends and all?
Actually, as you can see, getting disowned left me totally broke. Would you lend me some money?
Money?
I'll pay you back, of course. That's what friends are for, right? How much do you have on you? Yennecar is a top student who relies entirely on a full scholarship to attend this school. She is the daughter of a poor farmer, and her absolute biggest weakness is money.
I do not have any money to lend you.
Perfect. Yennecar Palarova is officially out of my hair. I feel a bit bad, but this way I won't get involved with the main cast. I need to be careful not to stray from the game plot. Now, let's get back to work on the camp. Well, what the heck? Why is the strongest character in the entire game sleeping in my shelter?
Yeah, that was a good nap. You're being way too noisy for me to sleep peacefully. Keep it down.
I wasn't even talking to you. Why would you come to this faraway spot to nap?
I didn't mean you were being noisy. I meant that huge wolf spirit spirit standing right behind you.
Wait, what wolf spirit?
It keeps talking to you, but you keep ignoring it.
The spirit of the forest has been watching me this entire time? What is it asking?
It's asking you to save Yennecar in the future. Anyway, I'm going back to sleep.
I thought I finally managed to get Yennecar off my back, but this is getting worse.
I've relayed the message. Now let me sleep.
Don't just go back to sleep. Explain what that means. Thanks to her small stature and ability to walk on air, Lucy goes wherever she wants. Whether it's a clock tower or a rooftop, if it's a nice place to nap, she'll claim it.
The breeze is cool and nobody comes this far, making it the perfect place to skip class and nap.
I really only have myself to blame for making this shelter so comfortable. I seriously need to do something about this freeloader. If this terrifying beast stays here, the main plot will completely twist out of shape. Let's see if a makeshift snare trap will teach her a lesson about trespassing. Don't even think about touching my dried jerky.
Ooh, what an interesting taste. Thanks for the snack.
Every game guide explicitly stated there is no way to defeat Lucy Mayriel. I need to think.
By the way, on my way here, I came across some maids from Mophelis Hall looking for you.
What? Why didn't you say that earlier?
I just remembered something very urgent I have to do elsewhere. See you later. Don't tell them I was here.
She blasted off like a rocket. There is no way to beat her in combat. But I remembered her one weakness from the character guide. She vehemently hates being chased by the maids. Lucy Mayriel is officially out. Let's get back to work. I was so sure nothing would affect the storyline, but I didn't realize how complacent I was being. The joint combat training, a major event where everyone engages in one-on-one mock battles. The joint combat training is exactly that, using practice weapons to minimize injuries. And magic department students are only allowed to use basic elemental magic. It's a random bracket, meaning all the main characters who play big roles will be fighting. But the most important character is the protagonist, Tayley, the failed swordmaster. I just need to focus on Tayley's matches. I know exactly what will happen to the rest. Just like the original story, the first-year students are pulling off incredible upsets against the upperclassmen.
Ta-da, hi Ed, here's the bracket.
I can't believe Yennecar is still trying to be friends after I blatantly asked her for money. She's like a puppy.
Why aren't you looking? Don't you want to know who you're up against today?
Oh crap, I completely forgot I have to fight too. In the game, Ed was already expelled by now.
Look, your opponent is right here.
No way. You have got to be kidding me. I have to fight Princess Penia.
The following students, please step up to the stage. Lucy Mayriel and Tayley McClure.
I will give this match my absolute best. I won't back down.
I played through his story countless times. His path was never easy or effortless. Technically, I already resolved to look out for my own future, but I can't help rooting for him.
I repeat. Lucy Mayriel, are you present? Please step up to the stage immediately.
Where the hell has she gone? If this duel doesn't happen, the timeline is screwed. Wake up, you lazy cat. It's your turn. Get out there. This specific battle is the incident that officially inspires Tayley to pick up a sword. Stop asking me for jerky and go do your extremely important duel first.
Fine, I'll go do it.
Here I go. Don't hold back. I may have never held a sword before, but I can still cut through your magic. You left yourself wide open. I am closing the distance right now.
Get away from me. Lightning strike.
Since she used an intermediate spell, Lucy is disqualified. Tayley is the winner.
It's such a beautifully tragic scene. He won, but lost his confidence. Now then.
Let the next match begin.
I'm not done yet. Here I come.
What the hell was that?
Yawn. Oops, I think I used a bit too much power there.
Wait, it's over already? She didn't use lightning. She just blew him away with wind magic. Tayley McClure's life has always been a series of hardships and failures. But in this moment, when everyone pities him and thinks he's lost, Tayley is supposed to stand up and never lose hope. That's right, you can do it, stand up. This is the exact moment that captures the hearts of all the students in the academy. When he closes the distance and forces Lucy to make a mistake. And this is where she panics and casts that lightning spell. Do it.
She really cast it.
I can't hold this back.
That wasn't lightning. She just used a massive wind tornado.
Oops, I definitely used way too much magic.
The winner is Lucy Mayriel.
He lost? He actually lost the match?
An overwhelming difference in power. I have utterly extinguished all hope.
Yikes, this could be incredibly bad. If I leave him alone right now, the timeline is destroyed. Wait, Lucy didn't use her own magic. She used the Storm's blessing from Marilda. She made a contract with the wolf spirit while staying at my camp. She got a massive power boost because of me.
Next up are Ed Rothstaler and the Honorable Princess Penia Elias Kroll.
Ed Rothstaler, did you honestly think I wouldn't notice your scheme?
Tayley should have won that match. He was supposed to take up the sword and gain confidence. But in the end, he lost entirely because of my actions. Because I'm still at this academy. Hey, Tayley, halt. I don't know if this will do anything, but I have to try. Your efforts will definitely come to fruition. Don't beat yourself up over this loss. There is zero reason to be ashamed. Be proud of yourself. You did your best against a monster. You just had incredibly bad luck with the bracket. Don't despair over something so trivial. There are way too many ridiculous trials to get through at this academy. You need to be the one to suffer through them, not me. It was Emperor Kroll who first realized Penia had a terrifying ability to effortlessly discern lies. Life at the palace was a continuous cycle of veiled enmity. Her insightful eyes exposed it all. And so, she put complete faith in her own ability to see the dark truth in everyone's hearts.
I am honored to face you in battle, Ed Rothstaler. Let's see what you really are.
Because of her ability, she couldn't help but look me deeply in the eye.
Me too. I've been waiting for this.
Did you hear him yelling at Taylor earlier? He was totally mocking him after he lost.
They're right. Ed Rothstaler is a shameful person who constantly humiliated younger students. And when that didn't work, he cowardly tampered with their exams. At least that was what he used to be like. But the man I met in the forest, is that really all there is to him? What is he hiding? When he desperately yelled at Taylor not to give up earlier, that desperation, it was completely sincere. I felt it.
Now then, please begin the duel.
Princess Penia, you are a dangerous distraction. I just need to get this over with.
I would like to put an end to your mysterious act with this duel. Here I go. He uses wind and fire magic. How will he block my water attack?
I'll just exchange a few blows with her. Pretend to get overwhelmed and safely lose the match. Oh crap, I totally tripped. Her water spell hit me square in the chest. Well, that hurts like hell. But I guess I've safely lost the duel.
What? Why didn't he dodge that? He could easily see where my water attack was headed, yet he intentionally didn't block it.
Wahahaha! He acted all tough and went down in a single blow. What a loser.
Thank you, Princess. I learned a lot from this incredibly short duel.
What on earth do you think you are doing? Come to think of it, this entire time, ever since he stepped onto the stage, he hasn't met my eyes once. So he wasn't interested in fighting me at all. He threw the match.
I don't have time for this. Whenever I run into Penia, the key is to act in a way that won't ruin the main story. Princess Penia is an incredibly important character, but Taylor's growth is what literally saves the world. But where has he gone? I need to make sure he hasn't completely given up.
Princess Penia, you really shouldn't run out into the halls without your guard.
What's wrong with you? If you're referring to our duel, I seriously learned a lot.
Yeah, right. You never intended to fight me properly in the first place. My workload for all my classes is huge. The merchant girl keeps scheming and the professors are constantly pressuring me. I have so much to think about already, so who are you to keep confusing me like this?
Princess, calm down and take a deep breath. There's no need to get so agitated over a simple match. Please just forget what just happened. Let it go.
Oh, sure, I can leave now, right?
You're right. This is a bad habit of mine. I keep jumping to wild conclusions.
I should just ask you outright. I keep trying to figure out your true motives because I grew up in the Paranoid Palace.
Would you just let me go? I have to look for Taylor before he drops out.
So I won't beat around the bush anymore. You were trying to get disowned on purpose because you know something about the dark, horrific side of House Rothstaler, weren't you? And you bullied Taylor because you desperately needed a good reason to get kicked out to save yourself.
No, I don't know anything about that. That's something you need to investigate yourself in the distant future.
No way, then your behavior makes zero sense. Why did you try to passionately cheer up Taylor earlier?
Well, obviously because I wanted to make fun of him. Her lie detection activated again, but I just kept lying straight to her face.
Ah, seriously, stop lying to me.
I swear it's the truth. My game knowledge is my greatest advantage. I can't let her know.
Huh, fine. I have zero proof right now, so I cannot refute your claims.
Then you may leave.
You've been anxiously staring at the door this entire conversation. You must be in a huge hurry.
Thank you for understanding. I have honestly never seen the composed Princess Penia act so frantically, considering how much heavy influence she holds over the early plot. Between the scheming merchants and strict professors, she is under constant pressure. And with all the major incidents she gets dragged into, I guess me acting out of character was the straw that broke her. There isn't much I can do, but this might be presumptuous, but you seem exhausted. You don't have to be on your toes here like in the palace. This is Sylvania Academy. Please, just try to take it easy. She spent her life seeing through everyone's lies, but this was the first time someone saw through her facade. Wait a minute. I have been talking for way too long. Oh no, I wasted precious time. If Taylor gives up on his sword now, my comfortable future is doomed. Taylor, wait. You have to listen to me. If you give up now, everything we know is going to be completely destroyed. Damn it, what am I supposed to say to him? He just suffered a crushing defeat.
Get out of my way. Don't you dare come any closer to him. Taylor has already gone through enough pain today without you interfering and making things worse. You have bullied him enough. Just leave us alone.
Whoa, calm down. I wasn't going to hurt him. I just wanted to talk. Wait, he actually recovered? That fighting spirit that refuses to give in no matter how terrifying the opponent is? That unbending willpower in his eyes? He hasn't lost it at all. While I was busy dueling Princess Penia, his childhood friend and biggest supporter, Ayla Triss, she must have chased after him without hesitation.
You can get past this, Taylor. You have always managed to come through in the end. Please don't give up.
What brings you here? Do you have any business with me, Ed Rothstaler?
He really is incredible. As long as he has Ayla by his side, Taylor will get back on his feet as many times as necessary. Your sword fighting out there was quite impressive. You should be proud of yourself.
What kind of sick game are you playing at right now? Are you mocking me?
Nothing like that at all. I am just speaking my mind. I should really be more honest with myself. I genuinely thought I could just leave the burden of saving the world up to Taylor and focus entirely on my own survival. I took him for granted, knowing he would have to go through all that hellish misery. But seeing him stand back up just now, I felt a massive wave of relief. Not because the game's timeline is secure, but because Taylor, the person I spent so much time with, is doing well. That is more than enough for me. I will leave you two alone now.
What is wrong with him? Why is he acting all cool and mysterious after everything he did?
I guess I really cannot blame them for reacting like that. My reputation is still absolute garbage. Wait, what was that noise just now? What the hell? A massive magical explosion just went off in the training hall. Is it that time already? This is the scene we should have been witnessing from the audience seats with everyone else. The high-ranking fire spirit, Takan.
You think a simple burst of fire is enough to catch me? Think again.
The climactic duel between Lortel, the Golden Daughter, and the genius elementalist, Yennecar Palarover. She is going all out. It might be a little different from the way things were supposed to happen in the game, but I am sure Taylor and Ayla are watching this display of power as well. Take a very good look at this, Taylor. That level of overwhelming power is just one of the many hardships you will have to overcome in the future.
Ice shield. I will freeze your flames before they even reach me.
The final boss of the first act is showing her true terrifying strength.
You really are a monster, Yennecar. I concede this match to you.
Aw, thank you so much, everyone. I really appreciate the support.
Oh, patient coming through. Please make way. My burns are stinging like crazy.
The medics are already rushing Lortel to the infirmary. She took quite a hit.
Everyone is telling me how proud they are of me, but why do I feel so horrible about this?
Yenneca had many friends to begin with, but it looks like she will be surrounded by even more people as a result of winning that duel. Who knows? Maybe that is for the best. With all that attention, I definitely won't be seeing her at my camp anytime soon. Getting involved in the storylines of the main characters complicates absolutely everything. It has already been 2 full weeks since the joint combat training ended. Without the interference of the main cast, I have been able to focus solely on my studies and my wilderness survival. I am finally getting enough food with this fishing net. I feel like I have gained some decent muscles from raising my physical strength stat too. But the standard for high stats in this world is raising them to level 10. I cannot afford to get complacent now. I have to keep pushing myself.
Ed, what exactly are you doing?
What the? You are the one who popped up out of nowhere. I was just taking a swim in the river. Why would you even come out here into the deep woods? This place is supposed to be my secret hideout.
That is exactly why I like it. It feels like I am on a grand adventure when I come out here. I wanted to talk to you some more too, and I wanted to get some advice.
Advice? Why would you ask me out of all the brilliant people at the academy? I am literally a disgraced noble living in a tent.
Well, you left early that day, so you might not have seen it, but during the joint combat training last month, I ended up injuring someone very badly. She had to be carried away on a stretcher.
Wasn't that because her opponent used intermediate level magic first? That was strictly against the tournament rules, but I guess that wouldn't matter to someone as kind-hearted as Yennecar.
No matter how hard I try to get over it, I keep wondering whether I went too far. Did I overreact? Those terrible doubts keep me awake at night. Should I go to the infirmary and apologize to her? But whenever I try to go, my friends stop me, saying that she did something wrong first and deserves it.
If you feel guilty about it, then you should just go apologize. Do it if you think that is the right thing to do. The lovely and cheerful Yennecar is treasured by every single second-year student. They all want to protect her. So, if ever she starts feeling guilty or blames herself for a mistake, everyone eagerly chimes in to console her and blindly take her side. But Yennecar is smart enough to know that while it is nice of her friends to comfort her, it doesn't absolve her of the blame that she ought to take responsibility for. That is probably why she came to talk to me instead of them.
I knew you were different from the others, Ed. You never just blindly take my side without questioning the situation first. If my constant visiting bothers you, well, that is just too bad. I am going to keep coming around. You know, he wasn't like this last year. He has completely changed.
Even when he bluntly asked her for money, he didn't seem as desperate as someone truly at the end of their rope. He had clearly been trying to put some harsh distance between them. But watching Ed act like that, working so hard to survive, it is actually a massive relief to me.
I really wish everyone in the world was more like you, Ed. Being around you just gives me a strange, comforting sense of peace.
The next morning, I headed straight to the main campus to hit the books again. I have to keep my head down and focus on my own progress. I cannot afford any distractions today, but I am in serious trouble. Sylvania's failed Swordmaster may have been praised as a gaming masterpiece, but very few players ever got to the true ending. Newbies in particular were faced with various brutal bad endings right at the very start of the game. For example, if you try to act like a hero and save a girl getting attacked by goblins during the class assignment exam, you accidentally find out the Golden Daughter's secret. Because you know too much, She immediately sends an assassin to kidnap Taylor in the middle of the night, which then leads directly to bad ending number 3. Taylor is assassinated, and the world is doomed. And if instead of choosing Ayla during the monster extermination episode, you get paired up with the Golden Daughter, you reach bad ending number 7, because Taylor isn't there to save Ayla from falling off the cliff. And worst of all, if you bravely protect the Golden Daughter from Taken, the fire spirit, Taylor is burned to death in bad ending 13. This specific girl is a walking death trap. Did you seriously not hear me telling you to go away?
My, how long are you planning on running away from me, Ed? I didn't expect you to be so intent on ignoring my presence.
Of course I am intent on ignoring you. You are one of the 4 female leads, the only child of the vicious business mogul, Elte Keheland. You are Lortel, the Golden Daughter.
I would like to purchase exactly 2 hours of your time, Ed Rothstaler. Name your price.
Unlike the other main female characters, Lortel Kehelen's route is completely hidden from the player. And unlike Princess Pania, she is treated as a ruthless villain from the very beginning of the story. Her true, tragic nature is only revealed in the latter half of the game. As soon as you understand her pain as a realist, the player is forced to make a brutal choice between her and Penia. But I cannot let that silver tongue win me over right now. If I follow along with her intentions, I will end up being manipulated as a pawn in her schemes.
Oh, come now. It wouldn't hurt to just listen to what I have to say, right? I would like to help you out of your miserable living situation.
Don't say things you don't mean. You don't care about my living situation at all.
I am genuinely moved by your strong will, Ed. It is so incredibly impressive that you wish to keep studying when you are faced with such a harsh, impoverished environment. Of course, it is not like I didn't hear the nasty rumors about you being a little cocky and self-centered, but that doesn't matter. Please just listen to what I have to offer. Let us start the negotiation with 3 gold coins. That should be enough to catch your attention. I hear you are quite close to Yennefer Palarova these days. Would you be willing to help me befriend her?
3 gold coins, huh? That is the kind of money some hardworking people make in a whole month. But someone as loaded as the Golden Daughter uses money to forcefully buy her connections. She is trying to buy my loyalty to get to Yennefer. I need to handle this perfectly. Please hold on to these for now. I am well aware of the fact that having powerful friends is important. But the more people I have on my side, the better. But I must decline your offer. So this girl already has a sharp hunch about what might happen in the future. She knows she will be getting into a brutal political battle against Princess Pania over control of the academy. And she realizes that she needs to start making powerful alliances right now to secure her victory. But I am not going to be a pawn in that war.
All right then, let's shake on it. I look forward to working with you. Those arrogant nobles who grew up in absolute abundance and luxury can grow incredibly weak-willed after experiencing just a single moment of poverty and misfortune. And what is most effective against these pathetic people pushed to the edge of survival is something as simple as a single gold coin. They will eagerly sell their own families for the sake of 1 gold piece and sell off their pride and their bodies for that money. Taking over someone who is that desperate is delightfully simple. Unfortunately for me, that tactic didn't work on him at all. He just gave the money back. How very interesting. Ed Rothstaler, you are full of surprises. I will definitely be keeping an eye on you.
I need to get as far away from her as possible before she ropes me into another scheme. Damn it, if I had accepted that money, I would be so much better off right now. I could have bought real food. It is a massive shame to walk away from cash, but if I were to put the newbie shredder together with Yennefer, there is no telling what fresh new horrors might await me. I need to avoid anything that could change the main story. That night, outside Ophelis Hall, Lord Telkehelm was not insulted in the least by my rejection.
Oh, hello there, Yennefer. What a pleasant surprise.
In fact, to the business-minded girl who always considered gains and losses, my rejection just motivated her to try harder.
Fancy running into you here in the dorms. Remember how, during our joint combat training, I used intermediate magic, which was against the rules and caused a massive fuss? I know it has been a while, but I wanted to formally apologize for that. I simply wanted to see just how strong the top student of the second year class truly was, you see. So your terrible burn wounds haven't healed up yet? I suppose I did have to pay a high price for my curiosity. They will heal up soon enough, I think. Please don't worry about me. I know you are a lot like a protagonist in a fairy tale. So maybe I can influence you if I play on your guilt.
I guess your secret conversation with Ed earlier today didn't work out the way you wanted. I was going to try and respect your privacy, but many of the wind spirits are very chatty. They see everything that happens on this campus. They tell me about pretty much anything that goes on near the forest in the north, so I know you tried to bribe him.
Does that mean you heard everything we said?
I am touched by your willingness to invest heavy gold coins into befriending me, Lortel, but sincerity cannot be bought with money, as they say. I genuinely thought what Ed did was much more touching than your gold. He rejected you because he respects me. Oh gosh, I'm sorry. Did I sound too arrogant there? I might have gotten too conceited. I have never been someone's upperclassman before, you see? How embarrassing. I should get going. I have a lot to prepare to make a contract with a high-ranking spirit tomorrow. More people have been cheering me on, so I need to do my absolute best.
Yennefer Palerova? A naive fairy tale protagonist? No, I was completely wrong about her. She is not ignorant of how the world works at all.
Oh, by the way, Lortel, I really am sorry about that day. You were injured pretty badly because of me, right? I truly hope you get better soon. Have a good night.
She is someone who still keeps up a cheery attitude, even though she knows of all the darkness the world holds. Grown. She is going to be incredibly difficult to manipulate. Just now, though, she seemed a little off. Her aura was flickering strangely.
The fact that everyone expects great things from me is a good thing, right? I cannot fail them now.
The next morning, I was finally getting ahead on my chores. The sun was shining, and my laundry was drying perfectly.
Sniff, sniff, I smell something delicious.
Boom. A massive gust of wind just blasted through my camp. Ah, my clothes! I just hung everything up to dry. What the hell was that? Who goes there? Show yourself. Wait, a senior maid of Ophelis Hall, Sylvania Academy's grandest dormitory? What is she doing here? It's Belle Maya, the exact same maid who mercilessly kicked me out into the streets.
I knew that you were living out here in the northern forest. Lady Yennefer speaks often of you, Master Ed. But I honestly didn't expect you to be living out here like this. You have built an entire lumberyard.
Oh, sure. I guess I've been busy. What brings you all the way out here? It is incredibly hard to listen to what Belle is saying when my eyes keep being drawn to that massive basket. The maids of Ophelis Hall are an elite group who perform every household task to absolute perfection for the students. That includes gourmet cooking. The contents of that basket have to be the finest ingredients an elite maid like her gathered personally from this forest. High-level foraging information that you can't find in any textbook. Gulp. I need those ingredients. I am starving.
You may treat me as poorly as you did when you stayed at Ophelis Hall, Master Ed. I expect nothing less.
I don't want to treat you poorly. I can't treat you poorly when you always work so incredibly hard for everyone. There is no scene in the original game that directly involves Belle Maya at this stage, which means that us side characters can get acquainted without any issue. So, about that basket, could you teach me a few things? Belle Maya was surprisingly helpful. She told me all about the various edible fruit, mushrooms, and herbs growing nearby. She even left me a massive basket full of premium forage. This is a total game changer. With my new energy, I successfully installed a fishnet in the river. My crafting skill increased again. Now that I have a steady supply of meat and fish, I'm pretty much set for the foreseeable future. Let's boil some fresh water. Ignite. The fire magic sparked perfectly under the ornate goblet. I still only know 2 basic spells, but using them over and over again to survive has allowed me to finally get them to level 10. I even managed to brew a high-quality herbal tea using the plants Belle Maya showed me. I used those spells strictly for cutting wood and cooking, so my survival skill efficiency has skyrocketed, as evidenced by the fact that even though I am entirely done with all my daily chores, the sun hasn't even set yet, I actually have free time to just sit and relax. To be completely honest with myself, I am starting to really enjoy this peaceful life. Wait, what is that bright glint up in the sky? What the hell? A massive pillar of light just struck the ground. Kaboom! The entire forest is shaking. Kurg, the shockwave just sent me flying through the air. Cough, cough, what on earth was that? The dust is clearing. What did that blast do to my precious shelter? It's completely ruined.
My head is spinning. I almost died.
Wait, is that Lucy sitting in the middle of the smoking crater? What? You almost died? You are the world's strongest mage who could possibly push you to the brink of death.
It was Belle Maya, but she's usually such a good person. All I did was skip class to take a nap like I usually do, but she got really prissy and started walking toward me with her fist clenched tighter than usual. Her eyes were glowing red. I don't know who, but Belle seems to be worried about someone. But that is not my fault, right? It was so sudden that I escaped with teleportation magic before I even knew it. I crashed right here. It looked like it would hurt, so I used a barrier.
You crashed right into my camp. Hey, so, did you destroy the jerky Miss Belle Maya gave me? You blew it all away, you little menace. What kind of terrible ordeals have you had to endure to justify destroying my house?
Ouch! Hey, that actually hurt. Huh? Why didn't my passive magic barrier activate to block your chop? Oh no, I've completely run out of mana from that emergency teleportation.
Ha, is that right? So you are completely defenseless right now? First off, this strike is for the beautiful wooden shelter you carelessly demolished.
Wow, stop hitting me!
And that one is for ruining the premium jerky from the benevolent Belle Maya. I need to build a sturdier house out of proper lumber now. As someone who has to use every single moment of their day wisely, it is best for me to get all the construction information I need from the student library in one go. I've found the architectural design, and next I need to find how to prepare the lumber and how to finish up a waterproof roof.
Excuse me? You're studying really hard over here. Oh, has it gotten that late already? I'm sorry to interrupt. That's all right, don't mind me. Seeing someone as focused on studying as you really inspires me to study harder too. My name is Elka Island. I'm a first-year magic department student.
She is looking at me with such bright, sparkling eyes. She really wants me to introduce myself too. This might get awkward. My name is Ed.
Gasp, you mean you are the disgraced Ed Rothstaler?
I am totally used to this horrified reaction. I see my bad reputation shows no sign of fading anytime soon. I guess I was too busy chopping wood to do anything about it anyway.
You are very different from the terrible rumors. You read through those advanced elemental magic books I find hard to understand in a matter of days. I heard you were a lazy braggart who doesn't actually know anything, but you managed to read through 6 dense books just today. I guess the rumors really are completely unreliable. I know someone else who works just as hard as you see. I'll be rooting for your studies, Ed. Good luck. Get back to your dorm safe. I'll wrap things up here and head back to my room soon.
What the hell? The entire building is shaking violently. What is going on? An earthquake? The library shelves are collapsing.
Ah, the wood is snapping. It's falling right toward me.
A massive pillar of dark energy just pierced the night sky above the academy, and so the nightmare begins. It is currently 11:30 p.m. The demon beasts are swarming the campus. Thanks to Taylor's quick thinking, quite a few students were able to make it to this temporary safe post in the square.
2 terrifying hours have passed since this unforeseeable disaster occurred. I read about that phenomenon in a forbidden book about spirit summoning. That massive ring in the sky is a magic circle meant to summon.
Glasscan, the absolute highest-ranking spirit of darkness. That is catastrophic news. There is only one person on this campus with high enough spirit sense to have the ability to summon such a powerful ancient spirit. It is very likely that our enemy is the second-year top student whose power went completely out of control due to the dark spirit's influence, Yennecar Palerova.
While that is incredibly unfortunate, we have no time to waste mourning her. If my reading is right, this spatial barrier around the academic wing is just a way to buy the summoner time.
Once Glasscan is fully summoned into this realm, there will be massive casualties. We need to break inside the student halls right now and stop the ritual.
If a high-ranking spirit of darkness made it, that barrier is impenetrable from the outside. We need to take care of things from the inside. Headmaster Obel is absent too.
If everyone trapped here works together, or don't you think we can breach the hall and take on a high-ranking spirit?
I'm absolutely against it. Are you totally insane? You want us to fight our way past those deadly mid-ranking spirits and giant spirit wolves. And that is before infiltrating the building and taking down Yennecar. We will all be slaughtered. And that's not all. There are actual high-ranking spirits guarding her in there too. 2 of them, Takan, the high-ranking fire dragon, and Velasper, the high-ranking dark demon, both of whom have gone completely berserk. That is literal suicide. I refuse to throw my life away. I'm not going in there.
Are we absolutely sure she did this by herself? She might be the top student in her year, but summoning all this isn't humanly possible. Isn't this way too much magical output?
She is manifesting this huge number of spirits and summoning Glasscan at the exact same time. Most of it is probably Velasper's demonic power. Yennecar must be nothing more than a helpless medium right now. Dark spirits are the natural enemy of elementalists. They are incredibly strong, which is why elementalists can never control them. They are like vile demons that seek to puppet the caster. That is why all elementalists must keep their hearts completely pure, because they will be consumed otherwise. The terrifying question is that it's hard to tell how Velasper took over Yennecar.
That is completely irrelevant right now. The important thing is to decide what we are going to do to survive. Will we cower here and wait until the professors arrive in the morning, or will we draw our weapons and act ourselves? And the only one with the authority to make that grim decision is you, Princess Penia. Please, give us your orders.
The entire courtyard went dead silent. Everyone awaited her decision. The weight of dozens of lives hung on her shoulders. In that agonizing moment, she suddenly remembered what I had told her in the hallway. Whatever burdens I carry cannot be any heavier than the enormous weight you must be carrying, Princess Penia. Perhaps you should try to take it easy.
Take it easy? It would be wonderful if I could, but I am royalty. My people need me to lead them through this nightmare. Listen closely. We will enter the building in exactly 1 hour. However, only I, my knight Claire, the top combat students from each year and those from Class A will go. It will be only those who have proven their capability in battle. Now then, everyone get your gear ready to move out. I will take full and absolute responsibility for what happens to us in there.
Princess, we have determined the number of students left trapped in the teaching halls. Both Audrey Hall and the Magic Potion Depository are under heavy demon siege. We cannot count on them to join us, so we really are the only ones able to act right now to stop the ritual.
Damn it, we do not know of any other students who might be trapped.
Yes, we do. I just barely escaped from the library. I know that my apprentice librarian friend and a second-year student are still trapped in the student library. Her name is Elka Iceland. We have to save her.
Elka? Did you just say Elka is trapped in there? Damn it! I have to go and rescue her at once. Elka has no combat magic. She has no way of defending herself against those monsters.
Calm down immediately, Ziggs. I know about your close relationship with Elka, but you cannot break formation. You are the strongest combatant out of all of us here. We cannot let you go running off anywhere. It's vital for the sake of our infiltration plan.
But, I can't just leave her to die.
You said there was someone else with her, right? A second-year student? Who is it?
What are you hiding from us? Spit it out right now. Who is with her?
It's Ed Rothstaler. I'm so sorry. That arrogant douchebag refused to leave the library even after it got completely dark. I was so incredibly irritated by his smug attitude that I left Elka alone to deal with him. I didn't know the demons would attack. You all know what a terrible, creepy person he is. But Elka, she doesn't care about rumors like that, so she stayed to help him.
Ed Rothstaler! You mean that innocent librarian girl is trapped in there with that disgraced leech? Just the two of them in the dark! Oh no! She is doomed!
Ziggs, wait, don't do anything rash.
Get out of my way! I'm going to rip his head off!
This is a total disaster. He's going to get himself killed. How about we just trust Ed Rothstaler to protect her? Anyway, am I crazy for thinking he might actually do the right thing?
Meanwhile, at the library, the blue wolf demons had completely breached the perimeter.
If you disgusting beasts dared to even touch a single hair on Elka's head, I will turn you all into minced meat.
The proverb, "a dragon rises from a small stream," isn't enough to describe Ziggs, the spear from nature, and his miraculous bloody backstory.
Judging by the massive size of the footprint, it's male. And judging by the freshly torn bark on this tree, it just passed by here recently. I am close. I will hunt it down, just like the old days. Got him! This deer will feed me for a week.
He was born in the northern grasslands of the Empire, a barbaric, lawless land where the Emperor's rule hardly has any effect on the vicious tribes. A brutal world in which you must always watch your back from predators, lest you meet a swift and bloody death. Ziggs was descended from the fierce nomads who wandered through those frozen lands. By the time he was old enough to fend for himself, he was already completely alone. He had no way of knowing when or why his parents had abandoned him, or whether he could ever go back to living in a community. Before he learned to read, he learned how to cleanly kill a deer. Before he grasped how to buy things from a shop, he had figured out how to scavenge what he needed from animal corpses left on the wayside.
Look at that savage. Is he that feral descendant of those barbaric nomads? He's from the northern grasslands, isn't he? I hear he eats raw human flesh too. Stay away from him.
Hello there, you look lost. What's your name? Ziggs? Hey, Ziggs, that is a cool name. You look exactly like a big fluffy wolf walking around on two legs.
That was when he truly realized that he had wandered the endless grasslands of the north as long as he could remember. He had survived solely on the bloody corpses of animals.
Are you crying? Are you all right, Ziggs? Did I say something wrong?
My life has been so unbelievably lonely until now. I didn't even realize it until you smiled at me.
The day he met the person he wanted to spend the rest of his life with, Ziggs finally understood what true loneliness felt like. Elka and her father welcomed the wild boy into their warm family. As he began to adjust to this fast-paced, civilized life, his brutal time in the wilderness quickly faded into the distant past.
Hold still, Ziggs. I am going to trim this messy mane of yours. You look so handsome underneath all that fur.
And just like that, I turned from a feral young wolf into a real human. But right now, in order to protect her...
The spirit wolves lunged forward.
Die! All of you, just die! I won't hesitate to become a vicious beast again to keep her safe. Where are you, Ed Rothstaler? I heard the vile rumors about that bastard named Rothstaler. He tried to illegally tamper with a student's entrance exam and blatantly insulted the princess. And he even violently harassed a younger student. If he laid a finger on Elka in that dark library, I will tear his throat out. Elka, hang on, I am coming. Huff, huff. I finally made it. Ed Rothstaler, you bastard. Wait a minute, why are you covered in blood? Elka, where the hell is Elka? Why are you sitting here bleeding right now? Tell me exactly where Elka is first or I will kill you.
Urk, let go of me, you maniac. She is completely safe. She's asleep in reading room 3.
Elka, hold hold on! Are you alright, Elka?
The girl was sleeping peacefully on the library desk, completely oblivious to the demonic invasion outside.
Thank goodness, she isn't hurt at all. Huff, huff. Thank goodness. I was so terrified. Wait, now that I'm looking closely at this room, these massive oak bookshelves seem too heavy for even an adult man to move easily, but they have been painstakingly placed around Elka in a circle, as if to form a protective barricade. The blackout curtains are securely shut to avoid drawing any notice from the berserking spirits flying outside. And these glowing magical runes etched on the floor. It's a message spell! It says to stay absolutely calm and not leave this room once she awakes. That everything will be over before dawn, and that she should keep the exit blocked. That she should think of her own safety first and not do anything rash.
Ziggs surveyed the heavily fortified room. He realized exactly what had happened while he was running here.
Someone worked tirelessly to make sure Elka was safe from the monsters, and there is a pool of blood right here. But this isn't Elka's blood at all. She doesn't have a scratch on her. This trail of blood leading out the door, this is the blood of someone who was brutally injured by falling debris, but still wrecked his own body further to protect Elka, instead of looking after his own safety and running away. Ed Rothstaler, you did all this for her? But why? You don't even know us.
Oh man, what a total waste of my night. My body feels like it got run over by a carriage 3 hours ago. The massive earthquake hit the library and the heavy bookshelves began to topple over. Elka was right underneath them. I had to dive in and catch the entire shelf on my back. Oof, that is incredibly heavy. I'm just glad I have been manually chopping wood and training my physical strength, or that would have crushed my spine. Things are happening way faster than I anticipated. Judging by that massive summoning circle glowing in the sky outside, the glass can subjugation arc must have officially started tonight instead of next month. I am sure Taylor and his team will take care of that demon. I have to avoid paying any attention to where all the important characters are gathered up right now. I cannot get involved in the main plot, because I have to avoid changing the game's future. But still, time is precious, so I can't just sit here and bleed. Soon, numerous berserking low-ranking spirits will cover the entire campus. I need to physically barricade this door so they can't come in here, and take this quiet opportunity to work on my magic. I will just snack on the jerky I brought with me and spend the entire night researching new spells while Elka sleeps it off. Wait, hold on a second. The reason Yennekar's elemental ability is so incredibly special is because she has naturally high proficiency in both spiritual understanding and spiritual resonance. These two hidden stats are raised by constantly communing with lesser spirits. But being able to actually see spirits is a rare ability that needs to be unlocked first. So for someone like me, who can't even see them, raising my spiritual stats is basically impossible. However, because her power went berserk, Yennekar just forcefully summoned countless spirits into physical, visible form. They are swarming the halls right now. In other words, this chaotic invasion is a massive once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for me to safely farm experience points on visible spirits. Thank you, Yennekar. I spent the next 3 hours blasting every low-level spirit that tried to enter the library. My magic skills increased at an unbelievable rate. I have already raised my Ignite spell to level 12, and my Spirit-type magic resonance to level 7. I am getting so much stronger. Just one more level. I was so close to a breakthrough. If my spiritual resonance and understanding skills reach over 15 levels combined, I can finally make a contract with the spirit too. Oh well. I did my absolute best tonight. If I had pushed my exhausted body any further, things would have gotten really risky.
What were you actually doing here, Ed? Why did you save her?
What was I doing? Maybe he couldn't just leave me bleeding on the floor without asking. There is no need for me to lie to him, I guess. I was just training my magic on the demons. Training? Ha 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 ha. Yeah, right. He won't believe that. He might be a simple guy, but even he won't believe I stayed behind just to farm experience points while bleeding out.
Right. You stayed behind to fight the demon so Elka could sleep safely. I feel like I finally understand what kind of noble person you truly are deep down. You were like this from the start, weren't you? You play the villain to push people away, but you risk your life for strangers. I really owe you a massive debt of gratitude. Ed Rothstaler, you saved my entire world today. I swear on my life I will repay this debt to you as soon as I get the chance.
Oh, right. I completely forgot Elka and Ziggs are a couple. She is so important to his character arc that she is a named side character in the official game guide. But Ziggs' role in the story is to be Taylor's powerful rival-turned-best friend who sticks to his side until the very end. He is a very important main combat character. That means, judging by what is going on right now, you must have abandoned the main attack group at the student halls to come rescue her. Now that you have definitively ascertained Elka's safety, go back and do your damn job. Hurry back to the student halls and join the vanguard. You shouldn't be slacking off here right now. Go back and help Taylor fight the boss. If you follow his lead and do exactly as he says, everything will work out for the best.
Taylor? You mean Taylor McClure? That pathetic guy who is barely passing his combat classes? I don't know why you think so highly of him. I have never even talked to him before.
It's not about his grades. It's about how vital he will be in this specific fight, especially because he is the absolute only one who can cut through the diamond hard hide of the high-ranking fire spirit, Takan, using his signature elemental slash.
Elemental slash? Understood. Thank you for your tactical advice. There's no time to waste, so I will hurry back to the front lines. You should rest here for a while and heal up.
Phew. Giving him this much advice should get the wheels of the plot rolling along according to the original story again. Now I can just relax. Wait, hold on a second. Did he just say he has never even spoken to Taylor before? Why isn't Ziggs friends with Taylor yet? They are supposed to be best friends by now. In the game, Taylor loses his end of semester evaluation duel to Ziggs, but he manages to miraculously learn the elemental slash attack during the fight to cut through Ziggs' magic. Ziggs is so impressed by Taylor's tenacity that the two become blood brothers. But the final chapter of Act 1 has violently begun a whole month before it was supposed to. The end of semester evaluation hasn't even happened yet, which means Ziggs isn't friends with Taylor yet, and far more importantly, Taylor hasn't learned the elemental slash attack. In other words, there isn't a single person among the main attack unit who can do any physical damage at all. To Takan, they are walking into a total massacre. I just hadn't realized it until now, but the safety of the original story as I knew it was already shattering into a million pieces. My peaceful future is ruined. I immediately rushed to the student square, where the attack unit had established their temporary post.
I sincerely apologize for breaking formation and being late, Princess. I swear to make up for it in the next assault.
It's fine, Ziggs. I am sure we would have been brutally defeated even with your aid. Our first infiltration attempt was a complete failure. If you plan on trying again, you should recruit more volunteers. We need all the help we can get.
Once the agonizing pain in my leg wears off, I will join the vanguard as well. I won't let you fight alone.
That is all right, Claire. You should rest here. You can hardly walk with that gash on your thigh. I have a heart too, you know. I won't send an injured knight back into the meat grinder. Thankfully, we managed to retreat in time before anyone was killed, but Claire is down for the count. And Clevius, the top first-year student of the combat department, has also been badly injured. What do we do now? We don't have enough time for all of us to focus entirely on taking down the fire dragon, Takan.
I stepped into the center of the battered, exhausted group. The main characters all looked at me in shock.
Judging by the rapid progression of that summoning circle in the sky, it won't take long for the dark god to fully manifest. Wait, what are you doing here?
This is the absolute last thing I wanted to do tonight, but I have no choice if I want to survive this semester. We will divide our remaining forces into two specialized groups. I will personally lead one of them. Everyone looked at me like I had grown a second head, but I knew the game's mechanics better than anyone alive. Listen closely. We will divide our forces into two groups to bypass the bottleneck.
Ed Rothstaler, have you lost your mind?
Oi, do you think this deadly situation is a joke? You're a disgraced magic student with rock-bottom stats. Who put you in charge?
Let him speak, Clevius. He knows what he is talking about.
Thank you. We desperately need to get past Takan, the massive fire spirit guarding the entrance, before going up against Yennecar herself, who has been taken over by the dark demon Velosper. But as you all know already from your failed infiltration attempt, Takan's magical hide is far too strong for any of us to pierce. In other words, we shouldn't waste our precious time trying to defeat Takan in a head-on fight. One small, highly agile group will distract Takan and lure him away, while the main assault group sneaks past the beast to take down Yennecar in the training hall.
Absolutely no way. That is a terrible plan. This Takan is vastly different from the restrained one Yennecar summoned during the training duel. We were only able to retreat safely by sheer dumb luck. If the small group distracting Takan fails or is incinerated, the fire spirit will immediately go after the main attacking group, which means they will be trapped between Velosper and Takan. It is way too risky.
You can only call a plan risky when you actually have a better option, Lortel. And right now we have nothing. The most important objective is to assassinate the summoner Yennecar. If she falls, Takan's mana supply is cut, and he will be incapacitated as well.
The brutal question is, who will be the bait to lure the dragon?
So whoever volunteers for the bait group basically has a massive death wish. Fantastic.
I will do it.
No, put down your hand, Taylor. You need to be part of the main attack unit going into the training hall. You are the only one with the raw combat potential to stop Yennecar.
I'm fast, you know. I can dodge his fire. If someone has to put their life on the line to buy time, it should be me.
You've got it all wrong, hero. We are not picking out sacrificial lambs here. I intend for everyone to survive this. Clevius, Lortel, and I will be enough for the distraction team. The three of us will easily lure Takan away.
Hold on, why me? I don't want to die. You want me to go up against a legendary fire dragon with Ed Rothstaler? I'd rather just die right here in the square.
Trust me, I have a brilliant plan. There is a specific way to keep Takkan busy. Ugh, we don't have time to argue about this. Princess.
Everything you said is logically correct, Ed. I still don't understand your true motives for helping us, but I, Princess Penia Elias Kroll, the third princess of the Kroll Empire, officially order you all in the name of the crown. You are to divide into 2 tactical groups. Taylor, Ziggs, Elvira, Ayla, and I will go up against Yennecar. Clevius, Lortel, and Ed Rothstaler will act as the vanguard and lure Taken away. I will keep this short as we don't have much time before the Dark God arrives. Do not get yourselves killed out there. No matter what happens, you must survive. Now, charge.
We sprinted towards the nail hole corridor, our boots slamming against the stone floor. There it was, the massive fire dragon, Takkan, blocking the only entrance to the training hall.
So how exactly do you intend to buy everyone time against that giant fire lizard?
Just do exactly as I say. As long as we stick to my plan, we will win for sure. Don't worry, Clevius. I know you are cowardly and lack confidence in your abilities, but you are still the absolute top student of the first-year combat department. Your agility is unmatched.
Why is he so damn confident? Does he have some sort of surefire magical weapon?
You will do just fine as the runner. Just don't look back. The dragon took a massive, thundering step forward. The ground violently shook. Yennecar is in the training hall right behind those thick doors. So we just need to distract Takkan and pull him into the courtyard.
I ended up coming on this suicide mission because the princess's steadfast attitude won me over. I guess I'm a fool for royalty.
But at least I'm not doing this alone. With Lortel's ice magic and Ed's secret weapon, maybe I can actually be brave this time. Hey, you ugly lizard, come and get me.
Takkan immediately reared back and unleashed a massive torrent of roaring flames.
This is it. The boss battle has begun. Okay, Ed, how do we successfully lure Takkan away now? Let's hit him together. Huh? Where did you guys go?
Lortel and I immediately activated our stealth magic and vanished into the shadows, leaving Clevius completely exposed. Takkan glared down at the lone, trembling swordsman with glowing, hateful eyes.
They tricked me. I've been completely had. Why would you do this to me? You absolute backstabbing bastards. Where are you? Get back here.
I hate this. I absolutely hate everyone in this school. Phew! That was incredibly close. He took the bait perfectly.
Let's get out of here, Lortel. We got Clevius to charge down the corridor and pull the dragon's aggro, so we are completely set for Phase 2.
So you were actively planning on sacrificing Clevius all along? It might work tactically, but you won't be able to avoid the teachers questioning the dark morality of this decision.
First of all, he is not going to be sacrificed. That guy is a top-tier combat student, and his evasion is incredibly high. He will easily dodge the fire. Also, you will be playing the most important role in this fight, Lortel. You are in charge of forging a frozen path for the main group to safely get to Yennecar, and you will be the only one dealing massive damage to Takkan.
I guess you really shouldn't judge people by the nasty rumors surrounding them. You are quite the ruthless tactician, Ed Rothstaler.
Anyone else would hesitate to mercilessly use their classmate as bait, but you are extremely good at this kind of shady thing, right? Just blow the wall wide open.
With pleasure. Intermediate ice magic. A massive glacier erupted from her hands and violently smashed into the stone architecture.
The reinforced wall completely crumbled under the freezing pressure. A huge gaping hole opened up, leading directly into the corrupted training hall. The main strike team just stood there, stunned by the sheer destructive power. What are you all waiting for? Go.
It's your time to shine now, heroes. Don't disappoint me. Come to think of it, I have done this exact kind of destructive thing before. I blew up the nail hall roof by using intermediate level magic during the joint combat training. So that is exactly why he left this specific task to me, huh? Ed Rothstaler, you are quite the amusing partner.
In any case, the main group is now able to safely get through to the boss.
But the rest of the plan...
Wow, Lortel, Ed, you two are so incredibly dead. I won't let you get away with using me as dragon bait.
Even if we successfully breach the hall, Clevius and I will still have to actually go up against Takkan now that he is lured out into the open square.
Are you seriously telling us to fight the fire spirit in the student square, where we have absolutely no way of escaping? Never mind, please just help me. I'm sorry I said such mean things to you. Please, save me.
We can't escape. The courtyard is walled off by the spatial barrier. We actually have to defeat Takkan right here and now.
But no magic attacks work against it because of its impenetrable hide. You saw me during the joint combat training, right? I lost against Takkan once already. Besides, none of our combined attacks were able to harm it at all when we tried earlier.
I can deal with that tough hide with this secret weapon somehow. You just charge up your strongest ice magic magic attacks and be completely ready to strike when I give the signal. I pulled a small, greasy pouch from my pocket and sprinted toward the balcony overlooking the dragon.
What is that? Lortel is right. Without Taylor's unique elemental/attack, none of these side characters are able to pierce through Takon's diamond hard hide. The dragon just shrugged off the ice barrage.
I landed heavily on the balcony, perfectly positioning myself directly above the raging fire spirit. What we desperately need right now is overwhelming, apocalyptic firepower. Thankfully, the little archmage, Lucy Mayriel, was fast asleep right next to my boots. The final chapter of the game is notoriously difficult to begin with, so very few casual players have ever tried to clear all of the hidden extra conditions. But as a hardcore completionist, I have triggered this exact hidden event countless times.
Why is the hard ground wobbling? Please, just let me sleep a few more hours. I'm so tired.
How is she still napping through all of these massive explosions? After I accidentally destroyed my shelter and she lost her favorite place to nap, Lucy retreated to this high roof, her previous napping spot. But really, the game developers made her aggressively nap through all of these apocalyptic events because she had to be kept away from the main storyline. Yennecar is unwell, which caused the elite maid Belmaya to be constantly on edge. So, Lucy routinely uses up all her massive magic power while running away from Belle and falls into a deep coma. This had to have been a developer trick to make sure this overpowered, game-breaking character stays out of the final boss fight.
But, ooh, I smell premium smoked jerky. Her eyes snapped wide open at the scent of meat.
Right now, I need her to wake up and cast a spell. I aggressively shoved the entire handful of greasy jerky right into her mouth. Eat this. Eat all of it. Have your fill. There is absolutely no time for you to be a picky eater right now. Then I grabbed the tiny archmage by the collar and hoisted her over the railing. We are aiming directly for the giant burning lizard. Can I even throw her that far? No. I need to firmly trust in my own physical strength. I did this kind of heavy lifting a lot during my mandatory military service. Everyone, get down right now! I hurled the sleepy chewing mage straight at the roaring dragon. Hakan looked up and immediately charged a massive fireball in its throat to incinerate the incoming projectile.
Euphonym. Gulp, you're so incredibly mean to wake me up like this.
The air instantly ionized. The sky turned a blinding, terrifying purple.
High-level lightning magic, divine judgment.
An apocalyptic pillar of pure lightning smashed down from the heavens, completely engulfing the giant fire dragon. The sheer concussive force of the blast sent me flying backward into the stone wall.
My ears are bleeding. What the hell was that?
Urk! I barely managed to grab the railing to stop myself from falling into the crater. This is the crucial moment. The plan actually worked perfectly. Takan is a high-ranking fire spirit whose thick, magical hide made it completely impossible for any normal student to defeat it. But after getting directly struck by Lucy's game-breaking high-level magic, its hard hide is finally crumbling into pieces. In other words, our basic elemental attacks will actually work on it now. Of course, dealing the final blow to Takan will result in an enormous, unprecedented number of experience points. I have come this far and risked my life, so I'd better take full advantage of this massive loot drop.
I'm so proud of you, my sweet daughter. I love you very much, Yennecar. You are our brilliant, shining star. I'm so incredibly proud to be your best friend, Yennecar. You're the absolute hope of the second-year class. You were the only one who gave a proper demonstration during the joint combat training. Yes, I can totally trust Yennecar with this heavy responsibility. Without your guidance and power, the second years would have been the worst class this entire year. We are all counting on you. All these heavy expectations, all this intense pressure. I am so glad we have you to carry the burden, Yennecar.
Boom! The strike team violently smashed through the training hall doors.
They're all here. The pathetic fools actually managed to make it past my glorious vanguard.
I should greet my dear classmates with my usual cheerful smile. Welcome to my absolute nightmare, everyone.
A terrifying, pitch-black demon slowly materialized behind the corrupted elementalist. The high-ranking dark spirit philosopher spread its massive wings. The final boss fight has officially begun. It looks like the climactic fight against Yennecar just started inside Nail Hall. This brutal chapter is supposed to miraculously end before dawn. I have to finish off this dragon and survive the night. Thankfully, I made it right on time.
I had hoped Lucy would land the finishing blow on the dragon, but she just went back to sleep in the corner. Never mind her, we will just have to take care of it ourselves. But Takan is still holding on, even after I blasted it with 2 massive ice spears. That monster is incredibly sturdy.
You need to slash its neck directly. Your ice magic isn't suited for cutting things, so I will take care of this.
Help me. I'm so sorry. Please don't make me fight that thing anymore.
I am putting my life in your hands, Ed. You would better pay close attention.
I wouldn't call it a gamble. Putting your life on the line isn't like betting money at a casino. This is a calculated investment.
An investment? Investing is my specialty, you know. I suppose I actually prefer you over that naive princess. Since you decided to leave your life in my hands, I will gladly leave mine to you.
I don't care what your plan is. I'm getting the hell out of here.
We are both at the very end of our ropes right now. I actually understand how Clevius feels. Not yet. I need to get much closer before I strike the killing blow. What the hell is going on up there?
What is that massive thing in the sky?
That is Glasscan's right arm. That must mean Taylor and the others are executing their final attacks in the boss room. This proves that the story is advancing properly. But the timing is absolutely terrible. Anyone would be distracted by that apocalyptic sight.
I am freezing the monster right now. Don't miss your chance, Ed.
And I definitely won't miss my chance either, because I have successfully executed this specific magic attack thousands of times by now. Wind slash! Die, you giant lizard! The massive dragon's head finally hit the floor. Yes, I actually took down the high-ranking fire spirit. My spiritual resonance and understanding stats are shooting through the roof. I finally unlocked the ability to form spirit contracts. You really did it, Taylor McClure. You really are the true protagonist of this world. It is finally over. The nightmare has ended.
I have met a lot of people who talk about putting their lives on the line. Most of them turn out to be pathetic cowards. That's it. We just went through a brutal, life-threatening event together, and that is all you have to say? Let me introduce myself again, properly this time. I am Lortelke Helland.
Right, nice to formally meet you. Wait, what is this? Did you just slip 3 gold coins into my hand?
You had your guard down. Now you owe me a massive favor. Whatever will you do about it?
Is she implying that she will keep acting like we are close friends? I really don't want to get involved with someone that politically dangerous. Taylor's hair turned totally white. He must have awakened his swordmaster skill. He looks just like he did in the late stages of the game.
I am deeply in your debt, Ed Rothstaler. Thank you for everything you did tonight.
Taylor, don't bow down to this terrible person. He will just stab you in the back again someday. I nearly died because he used me as bait.
Would you just shut up and be quiet for 1 second, Clevius?
You did a lot to save us, Ed Rothstaler. If I tell the student council of your heroic deeds, they might restore your honor.
Number. In the end, it was Lucy who did the heavy damage to Takan, and Taylor was the one who defeated both Velospa and Glasscan. So please, give them the praise they deserve.
Oh, are you seriously denying your tactical contribution? Everyone knows Lucy and Taylor played a huge role, but we are talking about your leadership. What, are you suddenly embarrassed?
I have done my absolute best to keep my distance from the main cast to protect the storyline. But honestly, seeing them all bicker and survive together up close, I can't help but feel proud of them. Taylor, who grows stronger with every brutal ordeal, and Ayla, who stays unconditionally strong just for his sake. Princess Pena, who matures with each incident to become the noble ruler she is fated to be. Ziggs, who fiercely forges his own path within the strict bounds of civilization. Clevius, who slowly finds his confidence. And Elvira, who learns that life has deadly, serious stakes. And Lortel, who begins to reflect on a lonely life dedicated solely to making cold gold. They are all the true main characters of this world. As long as they play their given roles, victory awaits them at the end. Knowing this, I turned my back and walked away. I could never come back to this destroyed section of Ophelis Hall during my time playing the game. I couldn't help but come check this spot. I felt like something vital was missing from the ending sequence. In order to put the brilliant spotlight on the triumphant heroes, someone had to be sacrificed to the darkness.
Sniff. By the way, what exactly made the perfect Yennecar lose control to a demon? I have a strong theory about that. Her entire room was completely filled with gifts and letters. Every single item was a heavy sign of everyone's sincere expectations. All she had to do was throw those gifts away, but she is like a naive fairy tale protagonist who could never do something so callous, so she tried obsessively to repay everyone's expectations by being perfect. That pressure created a massive darkness inside her heart. It was the perfect breeding ground for a demon like Velospa to take hold and entirely consume her.
The real question is why this happened a whole month early. Taylor was supposed to be the champion of the tournament, but because Lucy obliterated him, all the school's expectations shifted onto Yennecar instead. And the only reason Lucy beat him was because she made a contract with the high spirit Marilda, a spirit she met while constantly visiting the northern forest. And she only visited the forest because she found the perfect, comfortable wooden shelter to nap in. And the person who built that damn shelter was me, a third-rate villain who was supposed to be kicked out of the school on day 1. It is completely my fault.
I totally understand why Lucy liked napping in here. It's nice and cozy. I didn't think anyone would find me so quickly though. Everyone else just forgot about me. It hurts a little bit. Hey. I ran completely amok and destroyed the building, but now that the fight is over, nobody even cares. I thought they might come looking for me. I wanted to stay hidden in this dark box for a long time. time, because I just wanted to be alone and bawl my eyes out.
The spirit wolf Marilda asked me to save Yennecar weeks ago. She must have sensed the darkness growing inside her. Marilda probably figured that since I was the only person who didn't blindly fawn over Yennecar, I was the only one she could actually lean on. In the end, she failed. She was consumed by the dark demon and nearly destroyed the entire school. She studied day and night. She always met everyone's crushing expectations with a bright, cheerful smile. She tried so incredibly hard when no one was looking. Every step of her journey was beautiful. So paradoxically, even her tragic failure tonight is beautiful. Hey, Yennecar, I don't know if this will comfort you at all, but you did a really great job.
Sob, it hurts so much.
Whoa, the spirits. I can actually see them now. They're all gathering around her to comfort her. This feels like the true, proper ending to her tragic story. Wait, even the high-ranking wind spirit Marilda is showing interest in me? It's been 10 days since the hearing. Yennecar pleaded guilty and accepted her punishment. But all of her friends and professors passionately defended her in court. Even Princess Pinia testified that Yennecar was mind-controlled by the demon and shouldn't be charged with treason. And Lortel's trading company stepped in to cover the massive reconstruction costs of the destroyed buildings free of charge. In exchange for a massive tax cut, of course. She never misses a chance for profit. As a result, Yennecar lost her scholarships and her VIP dorm room, but she completely avoided expulsion.
I am so glad Yennecar is staying, but she still seems really down. That just means it is our turn to step in and cheer her up. Remember the plan. Don't bring up the demon incident, and definitely don't pity her. We just need to distract her with fun, trivial gossip. We've got this. Let's go cheer her up.
Hey guys, why do you think there is such a massive difference between just liking someone and truly loving someone?
Whoa, where is this heavy romance talk coming from all of a sudden?
Oh, this is just about a friend of mine. The other day she had a really wonderful dream. My friend dreamed she was sitting in a beautiful field and a handsome prince rode up on a white horse just to say hello to her. And then she made a beautiful flower crown and put it on his head.
Yennecar, you have been locked in solitary probation for the past 10 days. You haven't seen any friends. Right, sure. So, what else did this completely real friend tell you?
She said that whenever she stares at the wall, his handsome face just keeps popping into her mind.
Yennecar Palarover is actually in love. If the rest of the school finds out, the gossip train will be completely unstoppable. I need to protect her. Listen, Yennecar, feelings of love are just incredibly hard to explain, right? Don't overthink it. Being true to your heart is the best path forward for your friend. But you really shouldn't bring up such delicate matters in public. It might cause a huge scandal if the wrong people overhear you. Keep it a secret.
Thank you so much for the advice, guys. I need to go write my suspension report now. See you later.
Phew, I successfully protected her secret.
In the past, I would have hoarded every single coin I could find, but since Princess Pinia got my tuition waived, I bought some sturdy tools to finally build myself a proper log cabin. Hey, Yennecar, is your probation finally over?
Yeah. Hi, Ed. I have things to do back at the dorm. See you later. Bye.
Did I really just drive away the kind-hearted Yennecar again? I guess that is pretty amazing in a way. It is finally time to start building my house. I picked out a wide-open space with good shade and started flattening the ground. Gathering lumber is incredibly easy now that my wind-slash attack is leveled up. My written exams went great, and my practicals improved a lot, but why is Yennecar still avoiding me?
Oh, Ed is looking this way. Run!
Her friends keep glaring at me as if to tell me to stay away. I guess I don't intend to bother her anyway. Our semester break finally began. I almost gathered enough wood for the cabin's frame. Look what we have here. Lucy got caught in my snare trap and fell asleep. I need to stop using jerky as bait. Belmaya even brought me some fresh medicinal herbs. I told her I must have done something to upset Yennecar, but Belle just looked completely confused. Building a cabin is harder than it looks. My exterior wall totally collapsed. I ran into Yennecar in town and she bolted away as soon as our eyes met.
Taylor really is a good guy, just like you said, Ed. He helped us a lot.
I am glad things are moving along according to the story again. Leave that space open for the chimney, Ziggs. My hands are covered in blisters from all this manual labor. I can barely walk straight anymore. I am totally exhausted. I don't have flooring yet, but the roof keeps the bugs and rain out. I finally have a real house of my own. Someone is peeking through the doorway. It must be a spirit or an animal. I should build a small shed for my tools next.
Oh, did you make this just for me?
This is a chimney. It is not a cat tower, Lucy. Who goes there? Oh, it's you.
Oh, hi, Ed. Nice to see you.
What brings you all the way out here to the woods?
When I stopped by the forest the other day, I saw something quite astounding at your campsite.
Oh, you mean the cabin I built? How did you know?
I didn't expect you to be so handy. I was really impressed by how well made it was. I really wanted to go inside and take a closer look. Of course, I am only human. Anyone would love to take a closer look at a cabin in the woods. It is an extremely normal and natural response, right? Anyone would wonder who built something like this. It is only normal and natural natural.
I just finished it. Didn't the spirits tell you about it?
They did, but they only mentioned it in passing. They definitely didn't talk about how defined your arm muscles are getting, or how prominent your back is when you take your shirt off.
I see. Well, I don't really talk to the spirits that much anyway.
Phew, he didn't catch my slip up. Would you like to take a look inside? Wait, can I take a look inside?
It is just a crude log cabin, but sure. Come on in.
Really? I can come inside? Yes, I would love to. Wow, you made all this by yourself? This is amazing.
Let's sit by the fire and warm up.
I owe everyone such a massive debt for saving me. How do I repay everyone? I didn't expect the princess or Lortel to step in and help so much. Some of my friends even offered to lend me money for my tuition.
Listen to me, Yennecar. If you can't repay them, just don't. The idea that you have to return every single favor is exhausting. Yennecar's entire problem was being weighed down by people's heavy expectations. Most people wouldn't realize that. This is exactly why she moved out of the luxurious VIP dorms and into the crowded Dex Hall. She didn't want to owe people anymore. The vicious cycle hasn't been broken at all. If you ever want to be alone without any pressure, you can visit my camp anytime. I will just leave you be.
Oh, really? That makes me really happy to hear. Hey Ed, if you ever find yourself in a bind or need help, when you do, I hope you turn to me. I promise to help you.
A bind, huh? I will keep that in mind, Yennecar. The long break is over. The second semester is finally starting. A torrential rainstorm is sweeping over the island. We are getting close to the start of the second act of the game now.
This Sage's sealed tome looks incredibly expensive. Thank you for saying that, but that won't be necessary. It won't matter, at least for me.
You will have to go through a lot soon, Taylor. It doesn't have anything to do with me, but it will definitely suck. Good luck, protagonist. The students of Ophelis Hall are guaranteed a life of utter luxury. They are given privileges in a league of their own. This is exactly where the trouble breaks out. Because of the rain, the Academy provided carriages for the returning students, but this was strictly limited to Ophelis Hall. The regular students of Dex Hall had to ford through the muddy rain and receive demerits for arriving late. This massive difference in treatment finally caused them to snap, and the proposition that suggested the elite students be given a grace period was the spark that lit the powder keg. But the truth is,
the rain is even worse than I expected. This is perfect.
All of this was carefully planned by a certain merchant. She made contact with Willen, the representative of the underachieving students, ahead of time. As long as the regular students are given enough reason to become enraged, Willen will easily instigate a mob, and the head maid who governs Ophelis Hall is already on Lortel's side. She will support the unfair proposition without hesitation to fan the flames. At this point, it doesn't matter if the Academy agrees. The fact that the proposition exists is enough to enrage the students. Lortel's true goal is to have the mob destroy the priceless works of art in Ophelis Hall. The more property damage the mob causes, the better. The best outcome for her is if the building is completely destroyed. If the Academy is forced to pay for the massive damages, they will become financially desperate, which gives Lortel the absolute advantage she needs to purchase the Sage's sealed tome at a massive discount.
There is no sign of light among these dark clouds. It is exactly like the sky I looked up at between the tattered roofs of the slums. There are far too many sources of light in this campus. It is brimming with naive hope and idealism. All it did was shine a harsh light on just how much darkness had seeped into my soul. The countless cruel schemes strewn across my desk are the undeniable proof. I changed in an effort to adapt and survive, but that didn't wash away the darkness rooted inside of me. And so, I subconsciously seek out others like me. Even at a brilliant place like Sylvania, it is possible that someone would approve of the efforts made by a nasty sewer rat like myself. As long as I lean against this futile hope, my nature will never change. In order to survive this dismal reality, I always use the exact same strategy. I am the one covering up the grim truth behind the stage. There is a name for such a person, the mastermind.
We won't tolerate this treatment any longer. We demand justice.
In the original game, the occupation of Ophelis Hall has to be stopped by the protagonist. Several mid-bosses aid the rioting students and get in Taylor's way throughout all 5 floors. Decoy Tote is supposed to be the mid-boss of the first floor. His role is to subdue the newbie maid guarding the entrance and open the heavy doors for the mob. And once he kicks the door open, the rioting students rush inside and secure the building.
Huh? The doors are already open. Let's get inside. Let's make our voices heard.
Standing in the way of the protagonist is the role of Decoy Tota. So the person Lortel recruited. Technically, this role was absolutely supposed to go to Tota. But right now, I have become the mid-boss of Act 2. To explain how I ended up here, we need to go back to what happened 2 days ago. It was a clear, sunny day. I was checking my combat skill details, and once again I missed the target completely. I am painfully reminded that Ed Rothstaler has absolutely zero talent when it comes to combat skills. I have been forcing myself to use a bow whenever I go hunting, but my archery hasn't improved at all. But more importantly these days, various guests have been stopping by my camp much more regularly.
Good morning, Ed. 1, 2, 1, 2.
It feels like more and more people are finding out that I live in the northern forests. Among my regular visitors, there are 3 noteworthy individuals. Guest number 1 is a lazy genius mage who visits at complete random.
Ooh, you have a door now. Let's make a back door too, and a chimney.
Get out of here, Lucy. Go sleep somewhere else.
Can you make the window panes out of glass? You should make a window in the ceiling too.
Guest number 1 is impossible to control. I actually welcome guest number 2.
Ta-da! I brought some fresh eggs. Maya said you'd be happy if I brought you some. If you add boiled salt water and stomp on your laundry like this, it gets nice and white. My parents taught me this.
She started coming by every single day. She chats with the spirits and helps me with my chores. You really are the best, Yennecar. You know so much about surviving.
Huh? By the way, how often does Lucy visit your camp? I really don't understand her sometimes.
And the main reason I brought all this up is because of guest number 3.
I've been waiting for you, Ed. I need your help.
Lortel is the mastermind behind the terrible incidents in Act 2. She is definitely recruiting pawns for her Ophelis Hall plot. I really didn't want to get involved with her. I have to reject her offer no matter what. Wait, what? Why would Tata faint? Things are not going according to the story. Tell me everything.
Ha! A failing student like you defeated Glasscan. Yeah, right. Everyone saw you get taken out by one blow from Lucy. You are nothing but an insect who is even worse than Ed Rothstaler.
Shut your mouth right now.
Tata got completely knocked out by Taylor in a single punch. Elvira said she had never seen Ziggs so angry either. I can't put my trust in someone so temperamental to handle the doors.
Anyway, the favor I would ask of you is incredibly simple. Elris will give you the key to Ophelis Hall. Just open the door for the students. I can't just trust anyone with this. If it comes out that a first-year student is behind the riot, there is no guarantee they won't squeal to the professors.
So she came to me because my reputation is already garbage. Even if I squeal, no one will believe me.
You were kicked out of Ophelis Hall, right? Don't you want to take your revenge against the Academy?
I am not interested in petty revenge, but still, I am willing to listen to your offer. I just have to play it loose.
I will pay you 20 gold coins to do it.
Before the story completely derails, I have to set it straight myself. It's a deal, Lortel. This is Lortel's scheme to drive the Academy's finances into a corner. It leads directly into the next chapter.
Whoa, I should get back to my dorm. I thought the rain would have stopped by now.
It must be hard for you, Ed, but you need to stay out here even when it rains. Come to think of it, I need to get Yennecar's things out of Ophelis Hall soon. The ward spells are going to lock her in.
Let me know if you need anything, Ed. You could use a lot of things, right? I have some extra blankets, pillows, a clock, and a lantern I could give you.
The furniture belongs to Ophelis Hall, so I can't take any of that. But throwing your daily necessities away would be a massive waste.
Okay, then I will bring it over once the semester starts and I leave Ophelis Hall.
By the way, is Lucy always sleeping like that? The ridiculous amount of magic power she possesses certainly comes with a heavy price. It's been years since she turned her back on her destined fate. But on a rainy day like this, even someone as carefree as her is forced to reflect on her decisions.
I see, so you're really indifferent when it comes to Lucy?
By the way, Yennecar, since you are still staying at Ophelis Hall for now, once the occupation begins, the ward spells are going to trap all the students in their rooms. I have a massive favor to ask you. Tomorrow around 9 at night, can you come to the Rose Garden in front of Ophelis Hall?
The Rose Garden? Is he going to confess his feelings for me?
I can't really think of any normal way to explain the incoming riot, so let's just get her out of the building to be safe. Explain why when I see you there.
I promise I am going now, bye.
Phew, at least she will be out of the danger zone. The rain won't stop until the first day of the semester. I will be able to see clear blue skies again then. The long break is officially about to end. I need way more magic training.
I need to stop getting so swept up by my feral anger. I didn't think Elka would get so incredibly upset about me fighting. Did someone just sneak inside the hall?
I am slipping in through the back doors. Time to get to work. Hey, where are the rest of the maids?
There are only a minimum still working. The rest have gathered in the meeting room. The head maid summoned them to lock them inside.
I've also prepared the item you requested. Everything is perfectly in place. The mob is gathering outside.
We won't take this anymore. Open the gates.
The occupation of Ophelis Hall has begun.
This is a place of learning. We should be treated equally, especially when it comes to our grades. Answer our demands. We demand to speak to the headmaster. Charge the doors. Let's break them down. The doors are completely unlocked. The doors have opened. Let's take over Ophelis Hall. The thank you. So the person Lortel recruited to open the gates.
Was you, Ed Rothstaler?
I totally misjudged you.
I have always agreed with the things you've been advocating for, Willen. I finally realized just how privileged my life had been.
I'm such a fool. I judged you unfairly, based on nothing but nasty rumors. I had no idea you were such a noble person.
Go on upstairs. Stop dawdling and get up there. I will secure the lobby. Willen has to be the one to take on all the blame for this riot. I am sorry, Willen. Keep fighting for your beliefs. There is absolutely no need to chase after that maid. The higher-ups are already locked in the meeting room anyway. Elris, the head maid who wields the highest authority here, has been bought out by Lortel. The magical ward spells are activating. The spells that are supposed to protect the students during emergencies are actually locking them inside their rooms. Everything is going exactly according to the story. I just need to hold my ground. And now the mastermind behind all this.
Click, clack, just as I thought. I knew I could trust you, Ed. Even my socks got completely drenched. This is why I hate the rain so much.
So you were watching the riot from outside the whole time, huh? You really are a piece of work, Lortel.
We will have to be extremely quick and get things going before the Academy staff intervene. It will be over then.
This might sound like a strange question, but have you ever killed anyone, Lortel?
Number one, I haven't. Have you? Me neither. Haha, why would you ask such a dark thing? But I've done a lot of things that are almost as bad. I needed to survive the slums, you see. In order to survive, I ruined the lives of others. And in order to avoid getting stabbed in the back, I stabbed them first. I told myself that it was all entirely inevitable, that my cruel actions were completely justified. But really, that was just a pathetic excuse to hoard more gold. That is how I came to be called the Golden Daughter. I know better than anyone else that I have absolutely no right to be pitied by anyone. And so I keep searching for someone who understands, someone who won't judge me. Would you pity someone like that, Ed? For others like me who are drowning in their own sins?
Loneliness is a feeling that can completely crush anyone, regardless of whether they are good or bad. In order to escape it, one must find others rolling around in the exact same mud pit. Only when they find someone at their side, even in the deepest pit, can they find salvation. But no, I won't pity you. You need to take absolute responsibility for your own actions, Lortel. Of course, I am not the one who will make you do that. Taylor will.
I am sorry for saying something so out of character. Please forget I said anything. I will get going and do my part upstairs now. There isn't much time before the teachers break the barrier.
Go on then. I will hold the lobby. This is going to be incredibly annoying. Lortel is about to discuss the next stage of her vile plan with Elris. They will intentionally aggravate the situation by fully overloading the ward spells in Ophelis Hall. And after handing over the trigger to Willen, he will receive all of that massive magical power. He will literally become the 4th floor boss. The key to this fight is taking down Willen before he is completely overtaken by the overloaded spells. All I need to do now is wait for Taylor to barge in. Once I hold him off for a bit, I will intentionally let him win so he can proceed upstairs and fight Willen. I doubt I can get through this scuffle without a few bruises, but that is a necessary sacrifice to keep the timeline perfectly intact.
Flip-clop, a carriage? This late at night in the pouring rain? Someone really important must be here. Do I need to leave the garden? Ed doesn't know about this, does he? He just left a sweet note behind telling me to wait for him. Could he really be preparing something romantic for me? My heart is beating so fast. The golden carriage didn't matter to her at all. She was not going to leave the rose garden no matter what. She had continuously heard about how incredibly hard Ed was working from the spirit Marilda. She felt so guilty about avoiding him. But Lucy wasn't his only visitor. Princess Panaya, Belmaya, Ziggs, even Lortel was sighted leaving Ed's camp. The fact that most of his regular visitors were pretty girls made her intense jealousy so much worse. And so, she decided to wait in the freezing rain no matter how long it took for him to arrive. Maybe I shouldn't have worn this persimmon flower clip. A cosmos flower would have looked much nicer. Maybe I will just run upstairs to my room really quick to change it. He won't mind if I'm just a minute late.
And just like that, Yennecar sprinted toward the main entrance of Ophelis Hall.
Is charging into Ophelis Hall really the right decision? Do you have any idea how insanely expensive all the medicinal herbs I hung to dry in my room are? If I don't put a preservation spell on those herbs in time, their properties will change. The tiniest difference can completely ruin my experiment. Ayla, would you stop her please? She's about to storm in there completely alone. Elvira is the top student of the alchemy department. If she starts throwing volatile reagents left and right, she will blow up the entire building. Stop, Elvira, please. Just wait for the teachers. She completely ignored me and kicked the massive doors open. If anyone stands in our way, we will charge right through them. Wait, who is that sitting in the dark? You're Ed Rothstaler, the disgraced villain? Why are you waiting in the lobby of Ophelis Hall? It's clear the rioting students have already passed through here. There are muddy footprints everywhere. The furniture has been violently upturned, and he's just sitting there with his back to the stairs, blocking the only path up. How interesting. I didn't expect to see you here, Ed. You're planning to stop us from going up, aren't you?
I am sorry, guys. I know you are in a rush, but you absolutely cannot get past this point.
Ha! How incredibly funny. Do you actually have any realistic way of stopping us? I heard from Ziggs that your survival magic skills are quite good now, but in the end, you are just a second-year dropout who can cast nothing but basic wind spells. We've got a highly talented sword fighter, an average mage, and the absolute top alchemist of the first-year class. We are at a massive advantage here. Why are you doing this, Ed Rothstaler? Tell us what is going on upstairs right now.
If you really want to know.
Then I will have to violently force you to talk. I'm coming for you.
Wind magic activate. Let's see how much you've grown, protagonist.
I will cut right through your pathetic windshield. Take this.
He sliced right through the wooden table I threw at him. He is so much faster than before. Judging by that unstable flow of mana, he is using a beginner sword aura. As a mage who is weak in melee combat, he thinks he can quickly overwhelm me.
He blocked their path right on time. Ed Rothstaler is executing his role in my plan without a single flaw.
I am not going to let any of you get past this point. You will have to go through me first. Windslash, let's see how the protagonist handles an upfront magical assault.
What the hell is this insane magic? He's going to cut us all into tiny pieces of meat. I refuse to die in a miserable place like this. I'm getting out of here right now. Ah, my back. He hit me with a massive blast of wind. I think my spine is broken. The entire building is shaking. What in the world is happening out there in the hallways?
Don't worry about me, Taylor. I can handle a disgraced noble with my eyes closed. Watch out! He is launching another wave of wind magic straight toward our formation. He is incredibly fast. I need to put up a defensive barrier before he strikes again. The wind blade cut right through my leather strap. My precious alchemy bag is falling. All of my volatile potions are rolling around on the floor. This is a total disaster. So you are serious about this fight, huh? That means something terrible is definitely happening upstairs. The first floor is already a wrecked mess. Lortel's riot must have breached the upper levels by now. I cannot afford to lose my best explosive concoctions here. I need to grab them fast. My tier 3 fire resistance potion is right there. If I can just reach it in time. Got it! Now I can counter his wind magic with a localized chemical explosion. Whoa! He cast a wall of fire to separate us. He is trying to isolate me from Taylor.
You are too slow, Elvira. I will burn your precious potions to cinders if you take another step.
This guy is quick and precise. He knows exactly how to neutralize an alchemist in close quarters combat.
You should have warned us that Ed Rothstaler was capable of doing this kind of massive area denial.
Ziggs never saw me use fire magic during the demon invasion. I have a few surprises left for you all. I will control the battlefield and force you into a corner. You cannot break through this inferno.
As the top alchemy student of the first-year class, I am supposed to be the strongest one on our side. The critical weakness of the alchemy department is that we have 0 combat skills without our reagents. Most alchemists carry magic rings for defense, but I never bothered because I am a genius. What a huge mistake. He actually calculated all of this. He knew I would be helpless if he destroyed my supply bag. He dropped the chandelier and put up a wall of fire just to target my inventory. If he wanted to kill me, he would have aimed for my chest. He is toying with us. I refuse to be humiliated by a disgraced senior. I will show him the true power of alchemy.
You talk a big game, Elvira, but you are trapped. What are you going to do now?
I still have one trick hidden in my coat pocket. Let's see how you handle a mutated beast. Go, my sweet little rabbit spirit. I will imbue you with fire resistance and berserk mode. Expand and consume. I will supercharge its muscle mass with a localized growth potion. Break through the burning door and crush him. Show Ed Rothstaler what happens when he underestimates a genius.
I can use my intermediate water spells to put out the fire. Just give me a few seconds to cast. Aqua Torrent! Wash away this blinding inferno and clear a path for Taylor.
Isla's water magic is strong, but my wind magic will just fan the flames and evaporate her attack.
Ick! The fire is spreading even faster. My water spell didn't work at all.
A massive pillar of fire erupted from the clash of elements. This lobby is turning into a furnace.
Get it together, Ayla. I will slash through the flames and protect you. Stay behind me.
Huff, huff. I am confident in my magic theory, but I am still a beginner in real combat. That bastard keeps going after me to disrupt my casting. We cannot even get close to the stairs.
Elvira, can you take him down if you close the distance? I will draw his attention.
Just leave the heavy hitting to my giant rabbit. Go get him, my beautiful monster. Scream! Tear him to shreds! Show him the terrifying might of augmented biology.
A giant berserk rabbit? I really didn't expect her to pull out something this dangerous on the first floor.
This isn't about whether or not I can defeat him. I have to break through for the sake of the other students.
I genuinely like your spirit, Haley, but you will need more than raw determination to beat me today.
I am using the smoke screen to retrieve my fallen potions. This is my only chance.
Elvira, watch out. He is casting another wind blade directly at your position.
My coat caught on fire. I need to roll on the ground and smother these flames before I burn. Did you miss me, my beautiful babies? I will never let you roll around on the dirty floor ever again.
The rabbit is incredibly fast. I have to channel wind magic into my legs just to evade its heavy strikes. But animals are predictable. I just need to wait for it to overextend its jump. Now, take this, wind slash. I will split this overgrown furball right down the middle.
You think you have won because you cut down my pet? I have retrieved my strongest chemical weapon. Eat this, Ed Rothstaler. Release magic implementation. Let's see you dodge a volatile mana bomb. You are far too late to block it. The chemical reaction has already started inside the glass. Boom! This special reagent restricts the flow of mana in any active spellcaster caught in the blast radius.
Her potion is releasing a massive shockwave of neutralizing energy. The fire is dying down.
My wall of fire is being completely suppressed. Her alchemy skills are genuinely terrifying.
The potion temporarily neutralizes anything created by magic. It is the ultimate counter to elementalists.
Do you know what that means for you, Ed? Your elemental shields are gone. You are totally defenseless.
The rabbit finally dropped dead. Now I have to deal with the protagonist charging right at me.
Stop acting so nonchalant. You are just a mage who can't use magic anymore. We have a swordsman on our side. Now, Taylor, strike him down while his magic is sealed. Finish this fight.
He is running away. You coward, face me like a man and take your punishment.
Running away? No, I am just changing the terrain to suit my needs. Let's see how you handle this. I will flip this heavy oak table and spill the remaining lamp oil all over the stone floor. The oil is catching on the remaining embers. The entire hallway is about to ignite. Crackle! A massive wall of explosive fire just erupted between us.
I will shield the girls from the blast. Get behind my broadsword, both of you. This is ridiculous. We are inside the luxurious Ophelis Hall. If the fire spreads to the dorms, innocent people will die. I can slash through any fire with my elemental slash attack, whether it is magical or fueled by oil. I will put an end to this dangerous game before anyone gets seriously hurt. Here I come, Ed.
Wait, Taylor, don't charge him blind. He is planning a trap behind that wall of flames.
The windows are open enough for the smoke to escape, so they won't suffocate. I controlled the environment perfectly, and I cleared away the rugs and anything flammable in this specific corner. The fire won't spread to the upper floors.
I am breaking through your barrier. Prepare yourself, Ed Rothstaler. You are going down.
Everything is proceeding according to my carefully calculated plan. Time to test your reflexes, protagonist.
No, Taylor, watch out. He has a ranged weapon drawn and ready to fire.
I drew the bowstring back as far as it would go. Let's see if you can dodge a projectile in midair.
He's aiming right at my chest, but I have enough momentum to close the gap before the arrow hits. He can use a bow? That wasn't in his known skill set. Still, I can block it with my blade.
Wait a minute. The angle of his bow. He is not aiming for Taylor at all.
The true target is the weakest link in your party. Let's see you protect her now.
He fired the arrow right past my shoulder. He is aiming straight for Ayla standing in the back.
The arrow is coming right at my face. I don't have time to dodge.
Ayla cannot even use a basic defense spell right now. She is going to be killed. Ayla, put your hands up and brace yourself for the impact.
I managed to project a weak shield of mana, but it won't be enough to stop a lethal arrow.
That was way too close. I managed to activate my defense orb just in time to deflect the projectile. Huff, huff! I saved her! But looking at the arrow that bounced off my shield, something is very wrong here. I used my claw fingers tool to pull the arrow to the ground. Wait a minute. The tip of this arrow, it doesn't have a sharp iron arrowhead at all. It has a ball of soft fabric wrapped around the tip. He was going easy on us this entire time. Wait, Taylor, stop your attack. He definitely has something else hidden up his sleeve.
It is too late. Our blades have already clashed. I will push him back with raw physical strength.
You have grown strong, Taylor. Strong enough to handle the next floor. My job here is officially done. What the hell? A massive explosion just rocked the ceiling above us.
Out of my way. Creepy Clevius is escaping. I'm not fighting whatever nightmare is up there.
Phew, finally. I can drop the villain act. That explosion means the second floor boss has been engaged. I'll just use a minor wind blast to throw myself backward into the wall and pretend to be defeated. The impact sent dust and debris flying everywhere. That should look convincing enough for the protagonist.
Huh? What just happened? He flew backward on his own before Taylor even swung his sword.
I slumped against the cracked stone wall, coughing up a little bit of fake blood to sell the injury.
This is ludicrous. Why would he put up such a desperate fight just to throw the match at the very end? There has to be a reason you would go this far to stall us. Tell me what you are hiding, Ed Rothstaler.
I hate this. I feel like we were all just playing along exactly the way he wanted us to for the entire fight. If he really intended to stop us, he would have ambushed us by dropping the chandelier without showing himself. But he was sitting here, waiting for us to arrive. And during the fight, he showed no hesitation or lack of experience.
Are you done playing your sick games? Give me a straight answer right now, or I will hit you again.
Oof. If you are done yapping, then stop wasting time and get upstairs already. The real fight is waiting for you.
What? You were just fighting so hard to stop us, and now you are telling us to go upstairs?
The heavy rain continued to batter the ruined exterior of Ophelis Hall. Time is running out for Lortel's plan. I shot a cold glare at the confused alchemist. Let them figure out the puzzle themselves.
What do you mean, Elvira? Are you saying he went easy on us? He nearly burned us alive.
I won't let this go. Answer me right now. Why did you hold back your lethal spells against us?
I stared deeply into her eyes, letting the chilling silence serve as my only answer.
You arrogant jerk! You think you are better than us because you manipulated the battlefield?
The heavy wooden doors to the lobby slowly creaked open behind the group. I stepped into the ruined hall, wondering what all those massive explosions were about. I decided to wear the persimmon flower clip. I hope Ed thinks it looks pretty on me.
No one could possibly mock her innocent devotion. Even if it was all a misunderstanding, she was free to imagine whatever she wanted. But the gap between those happy dreams and harsh reality is sometimes very cruel. Yennecar stepped into a war zone. Yennecar? What are you doing here inside the dorms? I told you to wait in the rose garden.
The boy I imagined meeting in the beautiful garden is covered in blood, pinned against the wall by armed students. From our daily life in the forest to the horrific glass can incident, no matter how big or small the task, Ed Rothstaler had a way of making you feel like he could get through absolutely anything unscathed. It was only when this belief I had taken for granted was violently challenged that I began to see the error of my ways. I promised to help you, but you never asked for my help. You just left me a note to wait outside. He led me outside of Ophelis Hall to keep me safe from the fray, because I had already suffered so much disciplinary action from the academy. I don't know exactly what is happening here, but he made sure I wouldn't have to get involved in any of this violence. All while I was standing outside worrying about which hair clip to wear. What have you people done to him?
I am so glad you weren't swept up by the riot, Yennecar. Ophelis Hall has been taken over by angry students.
Get a grip, Taylor. Look at her eyes. She is not on our side right now. She is furious.
I wasn't actually asking you to explain yourselves. I am just going to punish you for hurting my friend. A massive wave of pink magical energy erupted from her body, shattering the remaining glass and knocking Taylor to the ground.
Yennecar, stop this right now. You are going to get expelled for real this time if you attack them.
It's all right, Ed. I will protect you from these violent bullies. Just leave it to me.
Oh, this aura, the air is literally vibrating with raw mana. We are in serious trouble, guys.
Thousands of glowing spirit feathers materialized in the air, swirling around the lobby like a localized hurricane. The sheer pressure of the spiritual energy blew out the massive mahogany doors. Come to me, spirits of fire, earth, wind, and water. Annihilate the enemies who dare harm my precious friend. Ed, just give me 1 minute. I will turn them all to ash and we can go back to the forest.
Mid-ranking spirits of all 4 elements, and together with the fluid spirits, she just summoned an entire army in seconds. We need to run for it, Taylor. We need to recognize that we cannot get past this point. We barely survived the fallen noble.
The protagonist's party is about to be wiped out on the first floor. I have to intervene before the timeline is destroyed.
Our opponent right now is the absolute top student of the second-year magic department. She is a monster.
Snap out of it, Elvira. Face the enemy. We need to break through those shattered windows and escape to the courtyard. But because of Ed, I already realized there is something far more sinister going on upstairs in Ophelis Hall. Elvira, we cannot let your precious medicinal herbs go to waste. I will cut a path through these spirits.
Taylor never backs down from an obstacle. The truth is that he is destined to live the brutal life of a main character. This is why I have to take extreme measures. I grabbed the hero by his collar and yanked him backward. You idiot. You should have gone upstairs when I told you to. Get moving before she incinerates you. I hurled Taylor out of the path of a massive stone golem's fist just as it shattered the floor.
What are you doing, Ed? Why did you save me from that attack?
I will stay behind and calm Yennecar down. So you 3 need to get your asses to the 2nd floor right now.
What is wrong with your brain? You were just blocking our way and now you are begging us to go upstairs? Yeah, right. You're going to put a stop to an army of angry spirits when you can hardly stand up?
I slapped her on the back of the head. Just take your damn reagents and go, Elvira. I am sorry about slicing up your alchemy bag. Send me the bill later. Now move.
What the hell? Why Why are you ordering me around like a commanding officer? Fine, I will do as you say for now.
Thank you, Ed. We owe you one. Let's go, guys. Run for the stairs before the spirits block the path.
Why are you letting them escape, Ed? They hurt you. I won't let them leave this hall alive. The glowing red anger in her eyes faded into shock as I stepped directly into the path of her magical barrage. Ed, what are you doing? If you step any closer, my spirits will accidentally hurt you.
You need to step aside, Yennecar. I will take care of the rest of this mess. You can explain everything later. Acting like this might be a little rude, but I need to snap her out of this protective rage.
I swear I am fine, Ed. You're bleeding everywhere. Let me heal you.
I squeezed her shoulders gently. You don't have to fight for me, Yennecar. I appreciate the thought, but it is over.
Her glowing red eyes immediately reverted to their normal bright pink color. The demonic aura vanished. His hands are touching my shoulders? He is so close. Ed, your hands. They're on my shoulders. Yennecar, please dismiss these spirits. The wind is so strong, it's hard to stay standing. Oh, right. You're barely on your feet. I am so sorry. This is so embarrassing.
The massive wind spirits billowed out of the lobby, returning to their elemental planes. The shattered glass and broken stone finally fell to the ground, leaving behind a ruined, silent hallway.
I don't believe it. He actually managed to stop the elementalist's rampage with just a few words.
I lightly pushed her toward the exit. Get out of here, Yennecar. And you three, hurry upstairs before the teachers arrive. I stumbled backward, the adrenaline finally leaving my system. My fake wounds were starting to ache. You probably won't have much time left to save the dorms. I collapsed onto the cold stone floor.
Ed, oh my god, stay with me. Don't close your eyes. I will get you to a healer right now. I told you to turn to me for help at times like this. Why do you keep throwing yourself into danger alone? Those guys were too much. They didn't need to go this far and hurt you so badly. I am going to be furious with them next time.
Anyway, Ed, promise me you will stop getting hurt like this, okay? Alright, thank you for worrying about me, Yennecar. Things went a little differently than I planned, but since I've completed my role as the first floor boss, I can finally get back to my camp. By the way, Ed, I saw this huge carriage with a golden crown on it while I was waiting in the rose garden.
It went by so fast that I nearly missed it in the rain, but it was definitely headed for the back entrance.
A golden crown. That is the official symbol of the leader of the Elta Trading Company. Lortel's adoptive father, and the man who murdered her actual father. He is supposed to be the fake boss of the final episode, Golden King Elta, if he arrived at the academy much sooner than he did in the game. That means something has gone terribly wrong somewhere outside of my field of vision. The timeline is twisting again. I need to find out what caused the Golden King to arrive early. On the 5th floor of Ophelis Hall, Lortel was standing by the window, watching the chaos unfold below.
You know, Miss Elris, I was soundly rejected by a boy of all things. You know him too, the guy who looks obviously evil and wicked. He rejected my offer of friendship.
You mean Master Ed, the disgraced student we met in the forest? I didn't think a rugged survivalist was your type.
He's not bad looking, but that's not really what I meant. I thought I detected something in him that I felt in you, Miss Elris. I asked him if he would pity someone like us, someone drowning in their own sins to survive. But in response, he told me to take absolute responsibility for my actions. He completely rejected my philosophy.
I suppose people like you and me have to face such harsh rejection all our lives, Miss Lortel. The world does not understand our burdens.
Elris, the head maid at Ophelis Hall, was a senior maid who had worked here for over 20 years, climbing the ranks with sheer skill. This was exactly why Lortel had spent the most money here. She invested an exorbitant amount of gold to sway Elris's upright nature.
It was enough money to put a huge dent into her finances, but Lortel believed that every single gold coin was well spent, because she had found another person just like her, someone who threw away their lifelong beliefs and values in the face of shiny gold. It was only when she found other corrupted souls like this that Lortel could free herself from the crushing loneliness of her life. It was most likely because she had grown up in the brutal slums, where you either stabbed people in the back or were stabbed yourself.
But whatever her tragic past might be and whatever circumstances led her here,
Willen will take over the 4th floor control room, and if we hand over the trigger to the ward spells, he will destroy Ophelis Hall. This girl was clearly a cruel villain, and moreover, she was the true mastermind behind this entire riot. Everything seems to be going according to plan, so I will go and hide in the storage room. I'll play the part of the scared student.
what a pitiful, misguided person. She truly believes that everyone can be bought with enough money. Unlike other normal girls her age, she wouldn't get to love anyone or open her heart to someone she considers family.
My lady, I would like to make one thing crystal clear before you leave this room.
You and I are not the same. We never were.
Back downstairs, the riot was escalating. If we keep up this pace, it won't take long at all for the entire building to fall. Once Taylor's group got to the 2nd floor, they They captured Clevius, who was trying to run away, and forced him to join the party.
I'm sorry, Miss Elris. I failed to do the job you entrusted me with. I couldn't stop them.
Without the help of her twin sister, Shani was no match for Taylor. The group easily made it to the 4th floor.
Ah! The heat from these flames is unbearable! The 4th floor is completely melting!
Run away. Fall back to the hallway before that massive fire blast incinerates us.
I can't control it. The magical pressure is tearing my mind apart. Somebody save me.
This was Elris and Lortel's plan all along. They left the crystal ball that activates the ward spells out in the control room. The self-defense spells were designed to protect students, but right now, they are basically a loaded cannon in the hands of a terrified child.
We have to break through his wild magic swings. Keep pushing forward and aim for the crystal ball.
Meanwhile, outside, the violent magical explosions were tearing chunks of masonry from the ancient walls of Ophelis Hall.
What the hell is going on out there? The whole building is shaking like an earthquake hit it.
The building might literally come crashing down on our heads at this rate. Wow, we are all going to be crushed. What are the senior maids even doing? Why aren't they stopping this madman from destroying the dorms?
Even the students of Ophelis Hall, who had been keeping calm locked inside their rooms, realized the danger. They broke through the reinforced glass windows and used their magic to evacuate the building. Things were getting progressively worse. The magical reactor in the basement was becoming unstable. A massive fiery explosion blew out the entire eastern wing of the 4th floor.
Elvira, do you have any of those night butterfly flower reagents left? We need to neutralize his casting.
Those only disrupt the flow of mana in an active spellcaster. They don't work on automated ward spells. I'll use the anglerfish grass reagent. This one is best for narrow spaces. This will block all beginner magic in this hallway, giving us a clear path. Don't worry about us, Taylor. All of his assisting magic is just flashy lights. It shouldn't be too powerful.
You two go and knock out Willen. Clevius, charge in with me and draw his heavy fire.
Stay away from me. I will burn you all to ashes if you take one more step.
I am cutting right through your barrier. I will end this madness and free you from the spell's control.
The crushing weight of the magical energy. It's finally fading, thank goodness. Oh, finally, the pain is gone. I can sleep now.
With the host knocked unconscious, the remaining ward energy violently dispersed into the surrounding walls. Huge jets of flame burst from the rooftop, lighting up the dark, stormy sky.
What are you doing out here in the rain, Ed? Your fake wounds might get infected if you don't keep them dry.
It's fine, Yenika. Most of this isn't even my blood anyway. I used animal blood for the theatrical effect. Stop worrying about me, will you? Wow, I really did not expect the riot to cause this much structural damage. Ophelis Hall is ruined. Suddenly, the extravagant golden carriage I was warned about rolled to a stop right in front of the main courtyard. How remarkably plain. That might not be the first word that comes to mind to describe this fancy carriage, but considering the man inside, this is nothing. Golden King Elta. On any other day, he would be accompanied by a parade of over a dozen carriages. The fact that he's alone means he's moving in secret. He's not someone who should be at the academy yet. He belongs in the endgame arc. What is he up to? The carriage has been standing still for a while. Why is he only getting out now? Was he waiting for the building to be destroyed? Wait, the maid holding the umbrella for him. That is the 3rd floor boss, the maid in charge of dishes, Shani. Elris was supposed to be bought off by Lortel, and Shani was supposed to be loyal to Elris. The fact that Shani is standing with Elte is incredibly suspicious. Shani would never betray Elris. So, what if Elris betrayed Lortel and sided with Elte instead? The only future I can imagine as a result of that betrayal is Lortel's immediate downfall. Lortel plays a huge role in the political fights of Act 3 and Act 4. If she gets arrested or killed here, the timeline is doomed. Taking over for Tata as a measly mid-boss was hard enough. I can't take over Lortel's main character role too. No thank you. Yenika, I need you to listen to me very carefully. I have a massive favor to ask you. It's urgent, but I don't know if I can handle it myself. How do I explain this to her without revealing the future?
Sure, Ed. I'll help you with whatever you need. You don't have to explain. What do you need me to do? Just point the way and I'll take care of it.
Honorable Master Elta, your adoptive daughter, Miss Lortel, is setting up a plot to betray you and take over the company. She knows you killed her parents. She has been coaxing the wealthy merchants to usurp your position. The negotiations over the Sage's sealed tome are just a trap to lure you away from the main branch. For undisclosed reasons, I was able to find out all this information, and I have stolen a secret document from Miss Lortel that proves everything.
However, nothing in this world comes without a heavy price. I was promised an exorbitant significant amount of gold from Miss Lortel. I am starting to lose my eyesight and have already lost most of my hearing. This will be my last year as head maid. I need funds for my retirement. I am at my wit's end, and I am the only person who knows the full story behind this riot. My actions may make things very complicated for you. The amount of gold coins deposited to my secret orphanages will decide what I do. I pray you make a generous decision, Master Elter. Don't move a muscle, Lortel. Master Elter will be arriving shortly to collect you. I did not expect you to be so shocked by a simple betrayal. I thought you were far more calculating than this. You spoke of glorious revenge against Golden King Elter, my lady, but unfortunately for you, the two of you do not seem very different in my old eyes. You both use money to destroy lives. I suppose the same goes for me. We are all sinners.
A massive magical blast from the floor below shattered the room, knocking the sword away from my throat.
There is no way Willen could have taken control of those ward spells on his own. The real culprit behind this incident was Elris.
Taylor and his friends violently kicked open the doors to the 5th floor, ready for the final battle.
Stay back! I am armed and I will strike her down if you take another step.
Lortel, are you alright? We heard the explosion and rushed up here.
I am fine, Taylor. Look, there is the mastermind behind all of this destruction. We need to stop her right now.
What happened to you, Lortel? You are covered in burns and bruises. Did the head maid do this to you?
That is all I need to say to pin all the blame on Elris. They will fight her, and I can escape in the confusion. How pathetic I must look, running away while the heroes do my dirty work. But I have to survive. Golden King Elt is on his way. He came here himself because he doesn't trust his own right-hand man. My plan to ruin him is almost complete. The years of tax evasion and the financial responsibility for all this destruction will fall on him. I just need to send off the carrier pigeons hidden in my room. I will contact the executives at the main branch and they will freeze his assets. I just need to avoid getting captured by his guards.
Don't be disappointed, Lortel. There's no one in the world who understands me either. We just have to keep moving forward alone.
Betrayal. That is something I was always prepared for. I have experienced it countless times in the slums. So, why does it hurt so much this time? I thought I was numb to the pain of a knife in the back. Breaking down and crying like this now. It doesn't suit me at all. I am the Golden Daughter. I don't cry over spilled blood. I need to wipe my tears and do what I can to salvage this disaster. Right now I have to run. If I don't get to my room and send that message, everything is lost. I need to get to my room before Elter's guards secure the perimeter. My life depends on reaching that pigeon. As long as I send off that message, everything will be fine. The company will be mine.
Meanwhile, in the ruined 1st floor main hall, the heavy oak doors swung open. Golden King Elter strode into the destroyed lobby, flanked by his elite personal guard.
What is this? Students? You should all evacuate the premises immediately. This is no place for children to play. There is a high chance that the building might collapse entirely. We are here to stop anyone from going further for safety reasons.
I stood my ground, blocking the staircase. Until the academy staff arrives to officially secure the area, I cannot let anyone pass.
Were you ordered to do this by the academy teachers, or are you just playing hero in the rubble?
Number 1, I am acting based on my own judgment. Sylvania is very clear when it comes to student safety protocols, you see.
There are 3 individuals trying to gain control of the storyline right now. Me, planning to avenge my parents by destroying Elter's wealth.
Elter, who intends to put a stop to my plot and violently succeed in purchasing the sage's sealed tome to solidify his power.
And Elris, the greedy headmaid who betrayed me for a larger payout, twisting the entire narrative into chaos.
I don't know the exact reason for her betrayal, but Elris is on the 5th floor. Should I run up there and stop her myself? Number, even without my interference, she will run into Taylor and his friends, just as the story predicts. I have to put my faith in them to handle her. Taylor is the protagonist. He will find a way to win. I've already confirmed their strength. They broke through my firewall and defeated the mutated rabbit. That means I need to take care of the variable down here. Whatever Elta plans on doing in Ophelis Hall, I have to stop him. If I just stall him from going upstairs, everything will fall back into place for Lortel's victory. Hold on. Could you be Master Elta Kehaland, the esteemed head of the Elta Company? It is an honor to meet you.
If someone as noble as you is here, you must have due reason, but perhaps it would be best to contact the academy staff, so they can treat you according to your high station. I see. So you are trying to flatter me while explicitly denying my entry. Very clever, boy.
I kept my head bowed, hiding my tense expression. I just need to waste a few more minutes of his time.
You must be on Lortel's side. Did she pay you to stand here and die for her?
10 minutes ago, right after the explosion rocked the second floor.
The dust cleared, and Zig stood beside Yennecar. They had followed the sounds of combat into the ruined hall.
Hey Ziggs, what are you still doing roaming around the dorms when everything is complete chaos out here?
I didn't want to act rashly and get caught in a magical crossfire. It's not like a collapsing building would kill me anyway. My feral instincts are too sharp. But why did you have to go and destroy my dormitory wall, huh? It's going to get freezing cold at night now.
Who on earth would ever expect this muscular guy to be a magic student? You're here too, Yennecar.
Don't be so down on yourself, Yennecar. You've already gone through all your punishments. We don't hate you. You are our friend.
Are you two dating, perhaps? You spend so much time together in the forest. No, we're not. It's not like that at all. We just share an interest in wilderness survival.
Did I make you feel bad with my question, Ed? No. I'm fine, Yennecar. Ziggs was rude for asking something so personal.
Sorry about that. I guess my northern nomad manners are still a bit rough around the edges. But seriously, Ed, why did you have to break a wall to come see me? You could have knocked.
I have a massive favor to ask you both. I'll pay you back later, I swear it.
Back in the present, Elta stepped forward. If you won't step aside for my noble title, then I will force my way through. Very well, boy, since you insist on playing the loyal guard dog.
I braced myself for the impact. He is signaling his assassins to move in.
Could it be that you fell for the girl's pretty looks? Is that why you are throwing your life away for Lortel? Instead of hedging your bets on some gold you may never receive, go for the guaranteed profit right before you. That girl has the nature of a wicked fox. She will stab you in the back as soon as your back is turned. I know that better than anyone, as the father who raised her. I will give you twice as much gold as she offered, right here and now. Just stand aside and let me pass.
Thank you for the generous offer, Master Elta. But I wasn't promised any gold to begin with, so twice as much as nothing is still nothing.
I see. So you are a fool who fights for idealistic loyalty instead of rational profit. So words aren't enough for you. Guards, subdue this arrogant child, break his legs and toss him aside.
Here they come, the elite mercenaries of the Golden King. I just need to hold out a few more seconds.
Get rid of him, quietly and efficiently. We don't have time to waste on a single student.
Do you think you can get away from my wind magic in this narrow corridor? Think again, you corporate lapdogs. I unleashed a violent blast of compressed air, sending the two lead assassins crashing into the marble pillars.
Are you all right, Ed? We got here as fast as we could. Leave the rest of these thugs to us.
Ziggs, Yennecar, I need to check out the situation upstairs, so please buy me some time here. I'll pay you back later.
Okay, you go do what you need to do. I'm the one who owes you a massive debt to begin with, remember?
They are just academy students, but do not underestimate them. They wield high-level elemental magic. Do your worst.
Burn them to ash, my beautiful fire spirits. Show these arrogant mercenaries the wrath of a true elementalist.
With Ziggs and Yennecar holding the line, I sprinted up the crumbling staircase toward the upper floors. I need to find Lortel and tell her that Elte is already inside the building. If she walks into his trap, it's over. Lortel, I found her huddled in the shadows near the third-floor landing, trembling in the dark.
Ed, were you stuck in here fighting the guards? I couldn't get past the blockade to my room.
Let's take the back door for now. Elta is downstairs. Can you still run with those injuries? Follow me, and don't fall behind. Kindness and trust are only ever given for good reason. The receptionist is only friendly to Lortel because he hopes she drops profitable information. The trade workers are happy to see her because she frequently gives them lucrative financial tips. Every smile is bought. Even the resident parrot at Sylvania is fond of her, only because she feeds him the absolute highest quality bird feed. Every kindness and act of goodwill is tied directly to a financial reason. At least, that is the miserable reality Lortel has accepted. We sprinted down the dark, rain-slicked hallway. There is no time to explain the details. Elris betrayed you, didn't she?
Yes, it was my fault. What a foolish and naive mistake I made. I am different from Yennecar Palarova. She grew up surrounded by genuine love and kindness, and she treats the entire world with that same pure warmth. The day I went to the forest to see you about this plan, I happened to see the tender way Yennecar looked at you. I watched a girl who had no selfish motives, wishing for nothing in return, and I fooled myself into thinking I could have a confidant like that too, so I told Elris my entire plan. Failing to realize that the way I had lived all my life, never trusting anyone, was the absolute only reason I had survived this far. I stopped running, my legs felt like lead. Instead of fooling myself, I should have remembered the truth. I should have remembered just how dirty I had become in the slums. That I could never be someone so pure and full of idealistic hope. I bought off 5 people for this occupation plan. Elris, the twin maids, Willin, and you. Ed, Elris and the twins have gone over to Elta's side for a higher payout. Willin will not stay on my side either. He's more likely to assist Elta now. And you? I'm sorry, Ed. Why am I telling you all this pathetic whining? Why would I tell a hired ally my weaknesses? I can't guarantee whether I will be able to pay you the 20 gold coins I promised. As you can see, my financial situation is a bit unstable. You have no reason to stay.
I didn't ask about the money, Lortel. I asked if you could still run. Now let's move. I grabbed her wrist tightly. We are running out of time. Why are you standing around giving a monologue? If Elta captures you, your life is over. We will talk about your tragic backstory later. For now, we have to run. Stop giving up on yourself.
He didn't abandon me. Even when the goal was off the table, he didn't let go of my hand. Kindness and trust are only ever given for good reason. If you cannot see what that reason is, you mustn't trust that kindness. That is what my brutal life has proven time and again. But maybe just this once, I can let myself believe in him. Ed, listen to me. There is a massive market manipulation scheme ready to go at the company's main branch. My father is behind it. He plans to buy up all the cheap monster armor from the eastern mountains, establish a monopoly, and artificially inflate the prices through insider trading. He needs enormous funds for this scheme. He found a buyer for the sage's sealed tome, so he sent me here to steal it.
Okay, that is all the lore I need to know to fix this. Insider trading with 3 merchants to artificially raise the price. Got it. Merchant A, B, and C trade the armor among themselves, simulating high demand while restricting the actual supply to the public. As the price artificially spikes, the public panics and decides they have to buy it now before it gets more expensive. Then the merchants sell their whole hoarded stock at the inflated price and walk away with a ridiculous amount of profit. However, this strategy requires absolute trust between the conspirators. If Merchant B and C sell their stock early without telling A, the price crashes, leaving Merchant A, Elta, with massive financial losses, putting him in severe danger of losing his corporate position. And Lortel has already secretly bought off all the minor merchants who make up B and C. She is holding the knife to his throat. You escalated the Ophelis Hall riot to force the Academy into distress, so they would sell the tome to Elte. Then you lure Elte here so your merchants can crash the market while he is away.
Yes! But how could you possibly understand the intricacies of advanced corporate economic warfare so quickly?
I've played this game enough times to memorize the lore. That means there is only one thing left for you to do, Lortel. You need to get a message to the main branch and tell them to sell all the armor immediately. Where is your communication device?
There is a magically warded carrier pigeon hidden in my room. It is my direct link to the executives on my side. But my father must have expected this. His plan is to capture me tonight and violently force me to expose all my conspirators before I can send the signal.
I stopped at the end of the hallway, analyzing the patrol routes outside the shattered windows. Listen closely, Lortel. You need to get to a hiding place without getting seen by any of his elite assassins. If I were Elta, I would have stationed heavily armed guards at both bridges leading into Akan Island. You will be captured if you try to flee that way. Go talk to the stable hands at the commercial district and have them drive an empty carriage off the island as a decoy. What about me? There's a wood cabin I've been building in the northern forest. Stay in hiding out there for just 3 days until the market crashes. I will go to your room and send off the carrier pigeon myself. I just write, sell now, right? And the rest will be handled by your executives?
Yes, but you are going into the most heavily guarded room in the building just for me?
I shoved her into the hidden servant stairwell. Just go. Someone is stationed outside the back door. I will take care of the guard, and then run over to your room. You keep watch and run toward the commercial district once the coast is clear.
It was as though we were fellow merchants who had worked together for decades. There was no time wasted on anything superfluous.
Are you listening to me, Lortel? Why are you so distracted? This isn't like you. Focus on survival.
Right, yes, I got it. But this time, I might actually have to owe someone a genuine debt of gratitude. Why on earth are you going so incredibly far to help a wretched villain like me, Ed?
Honestly, I'm just trying to keep the game's timeline from breaking, but I can't say that to her. You can't ask deep philosophical questions like that all of a sudden while we are running for our lives. I don't have a poetic answer for you. I just feel like I should help you. No profound reason. Now get moving before the guards find us.
The heavy wooden door slammed shut, leaving me alone in the dark, damp stairwell. The torrential rain beat against the stained glass windows. My heart was pounding furiously in my chest. I slumped down against the cold stone floor, utterly exhausted from the emotional whiplash of the night. Huff, huff. What is wrong with me? I have never felt this strange, agonizing flutter in my chest before. A loud noise echoed through the floorboards. Is this the sound of Elris's fight against Taylor's group on the 5th floor? No, it sounds different. Is it from the fight on the 1st floor, where Ed is clashing with Elte's assassins? I pressed my trembling hand against my chest. No, the sound is much closer than that. I can't believe it, but it's the sound of my own heart beating out of control. Am I actually falling in love with that idiot?
I rushed down the hallway, keeping to the shadows. I need to secure the pigeon and get out of this crumbling building.
I didn't expect you to come out of that specific door, Master Ed. You are quite slippery for a magic student. How very strange that you are fighting so desperately for a girl who would sell your soul for a silver coin.
I wiped the fake blood from my chin. Shani, the maid in charge of dishes. I guess she is my final hurdle for tonight. It feels a bit anticlimactic for a final boss fight, but I'm too exhausted to complain. I will end this quickly.
On the 5th floor, the massive warding spells guarding Ophelis Hall are finally returning to their original wielder. She possesses sword fighting skills able to rival those of the combat department's top students, and enough magic capacity to dual cast intermediate spells without breaking a sweat. Headmaid Elris is a true monster of the battlefield. She will not fall easily.
And yet, despite her overwhelming magical and physical superiority, she is slowly being pushed back. I will cut through your magical wards with my elemental slash. You cannot hide behind your barriers forever, Elris. She is unable to defeat Taylor McClure because he is the undisputed protagonist of this world, and his growth rate is absolute. The final battle of Act 2 has begun.
Down in the hallway, Shani lunged forward with terrifying speed. Her blade glinted in the moonlight as she aimed a lethal thrust at my torso. Die quietly, Master Ed. You have interfered with Master LT's plans for the last time.
I held my ground, watching her footwork. My mana is nearly completely depleted from the earlier fights. All I can do now is cast 2 or 3 beginner magic attacks before I pass out. I have to make them count.
She pushed off the stone floor, closing the distance in a single fluid motion. Her rapier darted forward like a viper, aiming straight for my vital organs.
However, I have played this boss fight 100 times. I know exactly how her AI is programmed to attack. I easily sidestep the initial thrust, letting the sharp steel glide harmlessly past my shoulder. What? How did you read my movement so easily? Because your first attack is always a stab aimed low. It's predictable. I slammed my boot down on her blade, pinning it to the floor. I am far too familiar with this attack pattern.
She gritted her teeth and immediately reached for the throwing knives strapped to her thigh.
It is all within my field of prediction. I grabbed her wrist before she could even pull the knives from their sheaths. I used her own momentum against her, twisting her arm and violently throwing her onto the hard stone floor.
Urk! You bastard! You broke my wrist! How is a magic student this strong in hand-to-hand combat?
As twins, the sisters are given one special innate skill they can share. I know exactly what is coming next. Once a day, each twin is able to use the other's unique magical ability, and Kelly's ability is telekinesis.
I will skewer you from behind. Low-level telekinesis. The throwing knives flew from her belt and hurled themselves at my back.
I twisted my body, dodging 3 of the blades as they whistled past my neck. Ah! One of the blades managed to pierce the side of my abdomen. The pain is blinding.
Ha! I got you. The poison on that blade will paralyze your muscles in seconds. Wait, what are you doing? Are you insane? You will bleed to death if you pull it out.
I gripped the hilt of the knife lodged in my side. The borrowed telekinesis skill isn't very strong, so the blade didn't go very deep. I ripped the bloody knife out of my flesh with a sickening squelch and threw it to the floor. I immediately spun around and delivered a brutal sweeping kick to her chest, knocking the air out of her lungs.
Urk! She crashed onto her back, her rapier sliding out of reach across the wet floor.
I stepped heavily onto her arm, pinning her firmly to the ground so she couldn't summon any more hidden weapons. That's right, stay down. I am not in the mood to play games with a traitorous maid.
Let me go, you arrogant brat. All of this took less than 1 minute. How did you defeat me so easily? I cannot disappoint Miss Elris. She promised me a better life. Get off of me. Get off.
Elris will lose. You chose the wrong side, Shani. Lortel's plan has already been set into motion, and Elte is going to fall tonight.
You know absolutely nothing about Miss Elris. You don't know the sacrifices she has made for us orphans.
Upstairs, Elris was desperately channeling the ward cube. You have no idea how much pain I've gone through, the struggle I've endured to protect those children. I will obliterate you all. Massive beams of concentrated mana fired from the floating magical circles. Do you have any idea how many starving orphans I have saved with that gold? I am doing the right thing.
To be honest, I have no idea. The original game never explored Elris's motivations. She was just a greedy mid-boss. Sylvinia's failed swordmaster didn't go deep into the backstory of a corrupt maid. If it weren't for her own selfish decisions, she wouldn't be fighting the protagonist right now.
A massive blast engulfed the 5th floor. The sheer heat could be felt all the way down in the lobby. I will not let you destroy this academy to fund your own personal projects, Elris. I will cut down your flawed ideals this with my own 2 hands. Take this, elemental sword art. Final strike. Your reign of terror ends tonight.
I wouldn't have had any way to survive. I gave it everything I had. He read my attack pattern like a book. How was he this strong?
Boom! A massive explosion rocked the ceiling above us. You know nothing about my circumstances or my true motives. I pinned her to the ground. I have zero interest in your tragic backstory or your noble cause.
I will never forgive you for taking her side. Miss Elris needed that gold. Damn you, Ed Rothstaler. You ruined everything.
There are countless stories in this world that never get the spotlight. People who suffer in the dark. But I cannot afford to care. I just want to survive. My motivation has never wavered. That took way too long to learn. The pain endurance skill will keep me moving tonight. I smashed the reinforced glass with my dagger and vaulted into the darkroom. I need to secure her communication device before the guards sweep the perimeter. This place is untouched. Her plan to keep the riot contained worked. The hardwood furniture and expensive decor. This luxurious setup suits her merchant tastes. Found the carrier pigeon in the hidden compartment. I need to write the message fast. Elte is trapped on the island for 3 days. His assets are unprotected. Sell all acquired stocks of armor right now. Crash the market and strip him of his power. Fly away into the storm, little bird. Return with Golden King Elte's severed head. Huff, huff. The adrenaline is fading. My knife wound is stinging worse than I thought. If everything went according to plan, she should be hiding in the forest by now. You came out in the cold to greet me. How thoughtful of you, Lortel. Whoa! Put the dagger down. It is just me.
I had to be cautious. The only people who knew my plot were the 5 pawns I paid. You are the only variable I could not control with cold gold. I needed to make sure you were not planning to betray me out here in the dark to claim the bounty on my head.
I need to use my brain if I want to live, but my body, my legs are giving out. I lost too much blood fighting that maid.
Shing! Lortel stepped forward and slashed her blade downward.
Are you going to stab me now? I just saved your life.
Hold still, you idiot. I am cutting my skirt. I am wrapping your wounds to stop the bleeding. Keep your arm elevated.
Did you really have to get so injured for my sake? You look terrible. The rain stopped, so I started a fire. We can warm up here.
Let us sit by the fire and rest for a moment. Who do you think I am? I am Lortel Kehelland. Everything proceeded according to my grand design.
How did you get the stable hand to risk his life for your decoy carriage? Do not tell me you held his family hostage to force his compliance.
Are you impressed by my tactics? It is a massive deal for you to have me in your debt.
I have no grand aspirations for this world. I am just trying to graduate without dying.
What a boring response, Ed. You always deflect my praise. But thank you. I will never forget what you did tonight. Just pay me that 20 gold you promised.
Of course, that is a given. I uphold my contracts. Is there something left to take care of? Is this about Elris betraying you?
Number 1, I will handle her on my own. This is about Yenneco Palarova. You two are quite close, right? She is a good person who cares for everyone.
Yes, she is a kind upperclassman. I respect her survival skills and her generous nature.
It is just that. I am not that nice. I am a greedy merchant who wants everything for myself.
Meanwhile, back at the dorms, Elta received a frantic report and rushed away into the night.
These elite mercenaries are tough to hold back. I cannot keep defending forever. Stop! Yennecar, calm down. You are going to bring the whole courtyard down. Did something happen to make you this furious? You are losing control of the elemental flow.
Are you angry about something, my sweet spirits? Did someone hurt your feelings? Whisper, whisper, what did you see? Number 1, I am not angry, not at all. I am just dispensing justice.
My uniform was ruined during the chaotic fight. I need to borrow a spare from Ziggs. Willin took the blame for the destruction, and Elris surrendered to the authorities without speaking a single word. I managed to keep Lortel safe and prevent the main story from breaking apart. Now we just wait for the carrier pigeon to bring news of Elte losing his corporate throne. My body still aches from the stab wound, but I need to get back to my daily grind. Yes, I finally unlocked the advanced production skill slots. All my hard labor paid off. I will acquire spiritual infusion and magic engineering. These unique skills will boost my survival odds.
Hi, Ed. The weather feels much cooler now that the rain has stopped.
Hey, Yennecar, should you not be in class right now?
My head hurts and I feel weak, so I thought I would enjoy the forest breeze today. By the way, is Lortel doing all right? Yes, she is resting inside your cabin. I do not like that she is invading your personal space.
The occupation came to a close, but I still have a mountain of tasks left to do. I must appease Elris to keep her silent and secure the sage's sealed tome for myself. But for now, I am stuck waiting in this tiny wooden box for 3 whole days. Whenever I look at him chopping wood, my pulse starts racing out of control. The unconditional kindness he showed me makes my chest ache. It feels like being wrapped in a warm blanket. For someone who grew up freezing on the streets, this fleeting warmth is more valuable than any treasure. Yennecar Palarova already has so many friends who love her. She should not be greedy and try to claim him too. If she refuses to back down from this silent war, I will drag this into an underhanded fight, and playing dirty is my absolute specialty. 3 days of living together under the same roof gives me the ultimate high ground. If I do things my way, I could shower this cabin with a mountain of shiny gold coins. No, that might come off as pity. I will casually offer to pay his tuition instead. I am not doing this because I like you, Ed. Do not take this the wrong way. That sounds so embarrassing. I have zero experience with dating. Why am I acting like a child? What is that noise? Did someone break in?
Jan, move aside. You are blocking my favorite spot.
Lucy? What are you doing sleeping on the floor of Ed's cabin?
Let go of me. I need my 10 hours of beauty sleep.
Sorry to wake you, Lortel. Lucy snuck into the camp to avoid her classes again.
Does she come here to sleep often, Ed?
Do not get me started. She is like a hurricane. You just have to let her pass through.
So I have another bizarre rival to deal with. This competition is fierce. But I still have plenty of time. I will claim my victory before the weekend. Good morning, Ed. Did you sleep well outside?
Hi, Lortel. Nice weather we are having today.
Oh, hi, Yennecar. You are here early to ruin my morning.
Zush, beef jerky.
Phew, the new construction is finally done. I crafted a proper brick fireplace for the cabin. It will keep the freezing drafts out.
What a distinct scent. Did you add fresh basil to the river fish? Since nobody has kicked down the door yet, I think our plan is moving forward just as intended. I am a professional merchant, so I will pay you the 20 gold coins we agreed upon.
Actually, could you give me magically engineered items instead of gold? They would be far more useful to me.
Magic items. I have plenty of dead stock I can give you if you want to experiment. Stop by my shop next week. We can have a nice cup of tea and discuss the exchange.
By the way, Yennecar, I need a massive favor. Can you teach me how to contract a low-ranking spirit?
A favor? You want me to be your personal magic teacher? Ahem, I can help you make contracts with mid-ranking spirits in no time. Leave it to me. Let us check your resonance level first. Karis, try talking to Ed.
Whoa, I can hear its tiny voice echoing in my mind.
Lady Yennecar, he spends all his time chopping wood. He does not have time for magic practice.
Stop talking right now, you noisy bird. You are ruining the mood.
Did you hear that bird? It said something about a weekly surveillance report?
Nope, nothing at all. You are just hearing the wind rustle the leaves.
Are you done playing with pets? Back to the magic items, Ed. I will provide you with as much stock as you need. Just tell me what catches your eye. Do not be so cold about pricing. If you stop by the shop, we can spend some quality time together.
You should give him those items for free. He saved your life during the riot.
I am a professional merchant. I cannot just give inventory away. That violates my business ethics.
There you are, Lady Lortel. I have been searching the grounds for you. I apologize for my sudden visit. I am Belle Maya, the newly appointed head maid of Ophelis Hall.
You tracked me all the way to the northern forest. What is this matter you wish to discuss?
Miss Belle, I think Yennecar has a massive crush on Ed Rothstaler. You must not let this secret out to the rest of the student body.
Should I act surprised just to be polite? Everyone with eyes knows she likes him. I do not know how she ended up falling for that disgraced noble, but his reputation is slowly improving.
That is not the issue. Yennecar is focused on someone else, a dangerous rival, Lortel Kehaland. She was missing along with Ed during the entire opening ceremony. They are spending nights together. I do not understand Ed. Why does he ignore Yennecar's obvious hints when she is so sweet to him?
He is simply not in a position to be thinking about romance. He is fighting starvation every single day.
He is probably grinning from ear to ear with these top-tier girls fighting over him. It makes me shudder.
It is like watching a mischievous cat ready to pounce on its prey, an innocent kitten trembling before a fierce tiger, and a regular cat sleeping on the wooden roof. I apologize for venting. I am getting a terrible headache just thinking about this teenage drama.
What was it you wanted to say to me, Miss Belle? Do not waste my time.
I have a written message from the former headmaid, Elris. She requested I deliver it to you personally.
The flickering campfire drove away the creeping darkness of the night. Yennecar returned to her dorm room, and Belle Maya carried a snoring Lucy away. It is unfortunate someone from Ophelis Hall found her hiding out here. The secret is compromised. A carrier pigeon already sent word of Lortel's flawless victory over her father.
My father must be putting up one last futile fight at the headquarters to retain his stolen position.
Are there any chances he has a hidden ace up his extravagant sleeve?
My biggest concern was Elris confessing my involvement, but that seems to have taken care of itself. She sent me this list of orphanages. She expects me to pay their exorbitant maintenance fees. She is paying me in advance for her silence. She knows I have the gold to save her precious children.
The letter included a detailed breakdown of a year's worth of food, clothing, and housing costs. While Elris's workload increased, her health kept deteriorating. She knew her time was running short. When she realized she could no longer fund the orphans, she gambled the remaining years of her life on a heist.
Please, you do not understand the sacrifices she made to keep us fed. She is a saint.
She seeks to side with me now that my victory is assured. She is desperate.
Are you going to pay the fees to keep them running?
There is no such thing as pity in the brutal world of merchants. We deal in profit. A mistake like that makes a fool out of you. I should burn this paper and walk away. But I suppose I will play along. Allies are never forever after all. It pays to have a loyal fanatic in my pocket.
I should get going to check my snares. You will stop by the shop next week to formalize our contract, right? Take this torch. It will light your way through the dense woods back to the dorms.
What are you waiting for? I can walk myself to the edge of the campus.
It just occurred to me that you are taller than I remembered. Your posture has improved.
I feel like I should go all out to catch his heart. If I hesitate, Yennecar will win. Did you know? When it comes to relationships, it is all about pushing and pulling. Just like this crooked tie. We are students of Sylvania Academy. We must look presentable.
What are you doing? Do not pull me down like that.
She stepped forward, closing the remaining distance between our boots. The sweet raspberries we had at dinner really were delicious. How nice to taste them again.
There are boundaries you should not cross, Lortel. Do not play games with me.
You will lose your precious popularity points if you play too hard to get. I will practice my pushing next time.
Good night, Lortel. Get back to your room safely.
I am leaving. See you at the shop.
I meant to avoid getting deeply involved with the main cast to preserve the game's timeline. But nothing ever goes the way you plan it to. This world is too chaotic. The stars and moon in the sky were as bright as always above the northern forest. I had a strange feeling I was getting sucked right into the core plot of Act 3. My resolve to put my own survival above everything else had not wavered for a second. I had no grand ambition. I just needed to secure my diploma and level up my stats. But that simple goal proved to be an impossible challenge when powerful people keep dragging me into their wars. And so, the blazing heat passed, and fall arrived at the academy.
What did you say? That red-haired vixen locked lips with Master Ed?
You cannot just stand back and watch Lady Yennecar. She is making her move. I saw it with my own eyes. It was a very passionate kiss in the moonlight.
How did Ed react? Tell me his exact facial expression right now.
His expression did not change in the slightest. I was quite impressed by his stoic discipline. This means he either dislikes women or he simply does not view her as a viable mate.
Well, that is a massive relief. I thought I had lost my chance.
From my ancient experience, girls like that vixen only grow more obsessive and aggressive the more they are rejected.
This is not a good development. I cannot let her steal him away while I am practicing spells.
You must kiss him when you are alone too, Lady Yennecar. Ambush him in the dark.
Stop giving me terrible advice, Tucken. Emphasizing my pure and innocent side is a much better strategy.
Is there not something heart-fluttering and sweet you want to do with Master Ed?
Maybe sharing a meal together by the fire. Something intimate, like feeding each other from the same bowl.
Okay, Seiya, open wide.
Nom, let me taste this primitive forest stew. Her eyes snapped open in absolute disgust. Blur, it is disgusting. Needs a massive amount of spices.
Stop using me as a guinea pig for your cooking. Get off my back and go to class. I finally raised my dexterity and unlocked the advanced production skills. The primary problem is that I am swamped with advanced magical theory classes now. I barely have 5 hours a day to dedicate to my wilderness survival tasks. I am pushing myself to the limit to make sure the game's storyline progresses flawlessly without my direct interference. I kept an eye on Taylor and the 4 female leads from a distance. Taylor is growing much stronger in the combat department. Ayla is supporting him with her vast magical knowledge. Princess Pania is gathering political influence. It is almost time for her to start her feud with Lortel over the Toma. With Golden King Elte out of the picture, Lortel's plan to purchase the relic is advancing at a rapid pace. I also need to keep a very close eye on the Education District. The final boss of Act 2 resides there. Senior Professor Glast. If he gets suspicious of my growth, he might accelerate his horrible experiments.
So there was a hidden mastermind behind the violent occupation of Ophelis Hall. Your intuition is incredibly sharp, Assistant Professor Cleo. You have proven your worth to my department.
Thank you, Professor Glast. I aim to please.
But take care not to neglect your actual academic duties. Where is the thesis on celestial magic I asked you to procure?
I will have it on your desk by tomorrow morning. I swear it. I managed to escape his wrath. Now to consult with my colleague. I gathered more concrete information on the riot incident in Nice. I am so exhausted. I might just keel over and die right here on this chair. I cannot stop thinking about the discrepancies in the investigation report. Ed Rothstaler, his involvement at the blockade is far too suspicious. I must uncover the dark truth behind this fallen noble.
I'm so sorry, Lortel. I forgot to draft the specific terms for our supply contract.
That is fine, Ed. I prepared some premium tea for us in the meantime. We can discuss it next week. I have not forgotten the magically engineered items you requested. You can take them back to the forest when you leave. I have a very important matter to tend to to later. What do you think of my outfit?
An important matter? Are you meeting with the Academy Board?
You really do not notice a single thing, do you? Haha, yes. Just a lot of boring corporate negotiations to handle.
I need a durable chair for my cabin, but the furniture you sell here is far too expensive for my budget.
Giving pristine merchandise away for free would ruin my reputation as a ruthless merchant. Oh no! Look at this. The chair's leg just violently snapped. I suppose it has no sale value anymore. You can take it.
I told you your items are too high quality. Why did you blast it with magic? Thank you for the tea, Lortel. I appreciate the hospitality.
You are very welcome, my dear upperclassman. How can you look so indifferent when I am sitting right in front of you? She tapped her delicate finger against my chest. I was shooting my best shot, you know. You do not even perceive me as an attractive woman, do you?
I see you as a woman, Lortel, and that means exactly what you think it means. Do not push your luck.
I understand what answer you want from me, but I am only helping you out of my own selfish desires.
I do not expect a dramatic confession from you. I tend not to pick emotional fights I cannot win.
For now, you are still indifferent to my charms, but one day, I will make sure I am the only thing on your mind. I will slowly break down your walls until you belong to me.
She is a terrifying merchant. She never reveals her true hand until the trap is already sprung. The next morning, I met Yennecar at the central fountain to begin my spirit training.
Now then, shall we begin our intensive lesson, Ed? I am so excited to teach you. Try focusing your latent magic and sensing the ambient energy in this flame. Close your eyes and let your mana sync with the heat.
Okay, I am concentrating on the core of the fire.
Spree! The flame condensed into a small floating creature. Nice to meet you, Master Ed. I am Mug, a low-ranking fire spirit. It is an absolute honor to form an eternal contract with you. I pledge my flames to your cause.
You went through an entire interview and qualification process just to be selected for me.
I scored the highest in magic efficiency during the Northern Forest trials. My communication skills are top tier. I shall assist you with a burning passion until I am nothing but cold ash. Please utilize me.
When I played the game, having a spirit felt like having a cute pet who would tell jokes. But this guy is way too intense. Why does he act like a hardcore military soldier?
You asked me to recommend a highly efficient spirit. I narrowed it down to the best performers I am contracted with. Spirits put in a massive amount of effort to decide who would get the honor of serving you.
Takon acted as the brutal drill instructor during our selection tournament. He roasted the weaklings.
Just hold him in your hands to establish the physical link. He will not burn you.
Whoa, he is incredibly warm. It feels like holding a living furnace.
If you concentrate too hard, his firepower will burn your palms, so ease up on your mana flow.
His firepower? He really is built like a mechanical device.
I am your ultimate portable heater. Command me to incinerate your foes.
This is ridiculously useful for the upcoming winter, and it does not consume my precious firewood stash.
I will teach you more about spiritual resonance before class. We can reserve the combat hall to practice your elemental strikes. Wait, no, I need to push and pull. Do not be too eager.
Did you say something, Yennecar?
Ahem, I am actually very busy. Lots of lower classmen want me to tutor them. My schedule is packed. Making time for you is quite difficult. Do not expect me to always be available.
You are right. I took your extreme kindness for granted. I should offer you compensation for these lessons. I do not have much, but I can scrounge up some silver coins.
What? Money? I do not want your money. You need to save your coins for winter rations.
But I thought you just said you wanted something in return for your valuable time. I do not want to be a burden on your academic schedule.
My friends told me I had to learn to say no because I am too generous. I am failing at being cool. I am just making a fool of myself. Please forget I said anything. But I want you to know, I am not this accommodating to just anyone, Ed. You are special to me. Let us meet up in the combat training hall next week. I will secure the reservation and let you know. I will get you some nice resonance equipment too. Have a great day.
Yeah, see you later, Yennecar. She is impossible to predict. The broken magic item I received from Lortel was easy to reverse engineer. My understanding is skyrocketing. Ignite! The brick fireplace roared to life, filling the cabin with a comforting warmth. When I run out of wood, I use Mug. When my mana runs low, I rely on the fireplace. I have built a perfect survival loop. My shelter is finally stable. It feels incredible to have a fortified base in this dangerous world. A massive weight has been lifted from my exhausted shoulders. I can finally breathe. It is getting late. I should check my perimeter snares before I turn in for the night. The forest is far too dark tonight. I should have waited until the sun came up to check the traps.
I am certain Ed Rothstaler is the mastermind behind the Ophelis Hall bombing. I must find the evidence. Taylor and his friends have zero zero connection to the dorms. That leaves only the disgraced noble as the prime suspect. But unless he literally sleeps in the dirt like a wild animal, I doubt I will find his secret hideout out here. Wait, what is that heavy dragging noise coming through the brush?
I hauled the massive deer carcass across the dirt path. The meat will last me through the month if I smoke it right.
What on earth is he dragging? Is that a corpse? Oh my god, he actually lives out here in the brutal wilderness. He is a savage beast. Even Principal Obel has to use his full power to deal with that particular girl. It is Lucy Mayriel, the undisputed strongest mage in the entire academy, is lying in his camp. My intuition was spot on. He kidnapped the archmage to prevent her from stopping his riot.
This deer is heavy. I need to wash the blood off my hands in the stream before it dries.
Ed, he is a cold-blooded villain hiding in plain sight, and that is definitively Lucy slung over his shoulder. He knocked her out. I am a genius detective. I must report this massive conspiracy to Professor Glass immediately.
I dumped the deer by the fire. I will skin it first thing in the morning. I tossed Lucy a bag of premium beef jerky to keep her from raiding my meat cellar. I have a mountain of magical theory to study tomorrow. Time to hit the bed.
I need to rescue Lucy while he is asleep. Slowly, as quietly as possible so I do not wake the beast. I am almost there. A violent pulse of raw mana erupted from the sleeping girl, knocking me backward.
What was that? An automatic defense ward?
Lucy, wake up. It is me. We need to escape. I am the assistant professor for your combat class. Do not attack me. Her eyes are glowing with lethal intent. She thinks I am an enemy. She went back inside the wooden shack. I need to run before she unleashes a meteor. A massive pillar of destructive energy shot into the sky. I barely dodged it. I managed to escape with my life. This proves that Ed Rothstaler is holding a weapon of mass destruction. I knew it. I am the only one who sees the truth. Professor Glast, I have solved the mystery of the Ophelis Hall bombing. It was Ed Rothstaler, the disgraced noble who lives in the woods. He planned the entire riot.
I do not bother memorizing the names of talentless trash, Cleo. Do not interrupt my reading with fairy tales.
But Professor, this common student managed to overwhelm Lucy Mayriel. I saw her unconscious body at his camp.
Your story makes zero logical sense. The idea of him defeating her is laughable.
I brought my thoughtography recording magic sphere to prove it. Just look at the visual evidence. Look at the sinister way he is sitting in the dark. He totally looks like an evil mastermind plotting his next move.
Is that all you have? He is just sitting by a fire, looking tired. This proves absolutely nothing. Are you sure he was not just carrying Lucy? Because she fell asleep in the dirt, she naps everywhere.
Well, I did not check if she was actually injured.
Bring me your written apology for wasting my time and get out of my office. Wait a second. This combat report from the dorm incident. It says Ed Rothstaler stood in the way of Taylor and his party on the first floor. The talented swordsman Taylor and the genius alchemist Elvira. Both are top-tier combatants. There is no realistic way a talentless dropout could hold his ground against those two, even for a moment, unless he has been intentionally suppressing his mana signature to hide his true magical capacity from the faculty. Oh ho, this boy might actually be quite an interesting specimen for my advanced research.
I used my newly inscribed dagger to blow a massive tree stump into splinters. The activation speed is incredible. I slammed the blade into the wood, testing the structural durability of the spiritual infusion. I've been relying on this basic dagger since my first day in the wild. It feels amazing to finally upgrade its lethality. The more the caster uses the base item, the stronger the spiritual link becomes. My survival odds are increasing.
You have climbed the ranks once again, Master Ed. I am overjoyed to witness your growth. I shall sing a traditional shepherd song from the Pulan region to express my gah.
I snatched the annoying bat out of the air. You are way too loud. Keep it down.
I am so sorry. I beg you to let me atone for my severe misdeeds. Please punish me. Yes, Master? What is your command?
Drop the military formalities. It is weirding me out. Low-ranking spirits usually raise their reputation by absorbing mana from famous elementalists. If you contracted with someone as skilled as Yennecar, your power would triple overnight. It makes no logical sense for you to be this desperate to serve a weak, disgraced noble like me. Spit out the truth. We are going to be working together for a long time. Do not lie to me.
Wow! I cannot hide my shame any longer. My loyalty stems from pure greed. I knew that if I stayed near you, I would absorb the massive waves of refined magic Lady Yennecar leaves behind when she visits.
I figured as much. Anything else you need to confess before I drop you in the river?
The older spirits are so mean to us younger ones. I just wanted to grow strong enough to fight back.
Just relax, Mug. We are all just trying to survive the hierarchy of this brutal world. Act however is most comfortable for you. I do not care about proper etiquette. My raw combat skills were still lacking compared to the main heroes, but my physical strength and stamina were far above average now. I could swing this axe all day. My storage cellar was full of smoked meat and dried vegetables. I had completely put my days of starving behind me. As long as I sacrificed sleep to study, the magic theory classes were manageable. Though I could not call these days peaceful, my life had stabilized. Sorry, I spaced out again. The fire is mesmerizing.
Ed, look at me. Are you sick? Your face is pale.
I am fine, Yennecar. I just received some news that requires heavy deliberation. I need to concentrate on my next move, or everything I built will collapse. I received 3 letters today. The first from the Academy, the second from Lortel. But the third letter was the dangerous one. It was proof the storyline had derailed. The current chapter of the game focuses on the high-stakes auction of the Sage's Sealed Tome. It was supposed to be a bitter tug-of-war between Princess Penia and Lortel's trading company. But Crepin Rothstaler, the cruel patriarch of my former family, just brute-forced his way into the negotiations. He intends to use the tome for his horrific immortality research. He is a final boss who does not appear until Act 4. I need to use whatever underhanded methods I can find to exclude him from this episode. If a boss that strong gains the ultimate magic relic in Act 2, it will be impossible for Taylor to beat him later. The world will end. The letter contained an invitation for me to meet him. I have to walk right into the lion's den.
Meanwhile, Princess Penia sat by the central fountain, deep in thought about the impending crisis.
I have returned from the northern forest, Your Highness. I delivered the summons to Ed Rothstaler.
Thank you, Claire. Principal Obel informed me the Academy's finances are in great peril due to the dorm destruction. At this rate, the Elter Company will purchase the Sage's sealed tome for pennies, humiliating the Academy. But the most confusing part is Creepy Rothstaler. How did he find out about these highly classified negotiations?
That disgraced boy. Ed must have leaked the rumor to him to earn his way back into the noble family. He is a traitor.
No, I doubt that. Ed has moved on. He is too busy fighting for his own survival to play politics.
May I have the distinct honor of joining your highness for tea, despite my lowly merchant status?
This is unexpected, Lortel. I thought you despised me for interfering with your business.
Oh my, that is quite the accusation, Princess Penia. I am here to offer a mutually beneficial truth. The reason Crepin Rothstaler bullied his way into the auction is because of my father, not Ed.
What? My intelligence network never picked up on that connection.
Crepin was the one who originally contracted my father to acquire the tome. He is using our corporate funds to secure his prize.
Then why are the Elt Company and House Rothstaler suddenly competing against each other in the open?
Because my father lost his corporate throne, and I have absolutely no intention of selling the tome to a monster like Crepin.
Why would you reveal such a massive corporate secret to your political rival?
Because the enemy of my enemy is my friend. We both want to stop House Rothstaler from gaining ultimate power. Let us work together. I also wanted to step in because I feared poor Ed would be dragged into his father's wicked schemes. He is my dear upperclassman after all.
He has left his abusive family and is busy living his own difficult life. Dragging him back is cruel. Lortel is actually worried about Ed. What is she playing at? Her merchant mask is slipping. I will ask for Ed's aid as a favor. If he refuses, I will use my royal authority to compel him. He knows too much.
Then I suppose I must use him as well to counter your influence.
Her eyes burned with a fierce possessive intensity. She views Ed as her property. I set my teacup down. You are going to try and use him? Do not treat human lives like disposable chess pieces, Lortel. Do you really think you have that power over him?
Heh. I suppose we will see whose influence is stronger, Princess. He owes me a debt.
How dare you speak to the princess with such mocking arrogance? I will have you arrested.
Stand down, Claire. We are allies for this specific occasion. She means no harm.
That is why I wanted to give you some heartfelt advice, Your Highness. Do not try to use him. You will burn yourself.
I said it is fine, Claire. Let her spew her warnings. This is all so confusing. I cannot read Ed Rothstaler's true motives, and now Crepin is marching toward the Academy. But perhaps my most formidable opponent is this strong-headed girl who refuses to bow to royalty. I wonder if I will ever get to see her composure shatter.
Later that day at the trading company. What on earth is she doing here?
Hey Lortel, it has been a while. How is the shop doing today?
I am sorry, I did not expect Yennecar to drag herself here too. I only have enough premium tea for 2 people. You get tap water.
I saw a massive barrel of tea in the break room, but I guess you cannot share inventory with non-customers, so stingy.
I will just have water. You can drink the tea, Yennecar. Please stop fighting.
Oh, Oh, right. You are here for the magically engineered items. Let me show you my wares.
Wait a minute, these are obviously brand new items, not a speck of dust on them. I thought you said it was unethical for a merchant to give away pristine merchandise for free. You liar!
If you take a closer look, there is a tiny scratch on the bottom. These are damaged goods. Worthless.
You scratched them on purpose just now, you sly fox.
It does not matter. As long as he keeps visiting me to renew his contract, the items are his.
I sat down heavily in the chair, letting their bickering wash over me. I'm feeling dizzy again. The exhaustion is catching up to me. That familiar, heavy sensation. It feels like I am sinking deep underwater, unable to breathe. I need to prepare for Crepin Rothstaler. I have to build traps, reinforce the cabin, secure the tome. I need to make a mattress to stop my back from aching. I need to harvest feathers. I need to skin the deer before the meat rots. I have to clean the floorboards. I need to buy more premium jerky for Lucy. So much to do. My vision is fading to black. I cannot keep my eyes open anymore.
Ed, wake up, what is wrong? Lortel, get a healer.
Back at the royal courtyard, Panaya drank her tea in silence. Maybe I need to face the truth about him. The way he effortlessly handled the glass can's subjugation, he is pulling the strings of this entire academy from the shadows. He is a true mastermind. I thought my insightful eyes could see through anyone's true nature, but maybe I was mistaken. Claire, has tomorrow's schedule been confirmed? When is Ed Rothstaler expected to arrive at the Royal Dormitory?
Your Highness, it seems he will not be able to visit us for quite a while.
Wait, why not? It was a royal decree. I heard he collapsed from extreme exhaustion.
My chest feels so heavy, and it is a massive struggle to draw a breath. My entire body aches. Wait, is there a massive weight resting on top of my stomach?
No, that stew is way too salty. Needs less salt.
Are you serious about complaining about my premium beef jerky even while you are fast asleep? She is so light, yet I lack the physical strength to push her off my blanket. This heavy blanket is new. It must be a gift from the Elte Trading Company.
Yawn. My stomach is growling. I am so hungry. I could eat an entire boar.
Your internal mana pathways were twisted into a knotted mess from constant training without rest. Wait, were you circulating my mana while I was unconscious this whole time? That is dangerous.
It was quite boring, so I fell asleep a few times, but it had to be done. Do not get sick like this again, Ed. It is bothersome for both of us. Being sick is hard. I watched my grandfather pass away in his sickbed and I hated it.
I understand, Lucy. Thank you for staying by my side and taking care of my mana flow.
Oh, you are awake at last, Ed. I started a campfire outside because I lacked the skills to use your fireplace.
Ziggs, what are you doing here at my camp? I thought you had combat classes today.
Ed, I have a serious question. Just how many girls are you involved with right now? I suppose a strong, capable male is bound to attract numerous capable females. Is this how modern civilization works? Perhaps my understanding of human society is just too limited compared to my life on the northern plains.
Stop muttering nonsense and tell me why you are here. Did something happen while I was out?
Yennecar had to attend her elemental classes, and Lortel had urgent corporate business she could not ignore. I am sure Elka or Clara could have made something tastier, but Lortel banned any other girls from visiting.
I appreciate the stew, Ziggs, but I need to check in on how the main storyline is progressing without me. By the way, I heard some alchemy students got into massive trouble while mass-producing dangerous mandragoras, and I also heard a rumor that Taylor eliminated monsters from the underground waterways. That means the devil of the waterways is defeated. Only the battle for the sage's sealed tome remains.
Everyone will be thrilled to see you awake, but Yennecar is at the academy, and Lortel is preparing for a massive negotiation.
Wait a minute. I expected to be out for a couple of days at most. How long was I asleep? Ziggs, tell me the truth right now. What day is it? How long have I been unconscious in this bed?
Today is the 10th day, Ed. You have been out cold for over a week.
The battle for the sage's sealed tome began 10 days ago. I was present as a royal witness.
I attended the auction acting as the substitute head of the Elte Trading Company, ready to secure the relic.
However, the man who never should have been there according to the original timeline arrived. Crepin Rothstaler.
I am glad to see you in good health, Duke Crepin. It is rare to see you leave your estate. Quite some time has passed since our last encounter, but I never had the chance to offer a formal apology. I heard a foolish member of your house caused you immense trouble. I ordered him disowned, but I still offer my apologies. It is fine, Princess. Please do not let the actions of that disgraced boy trouble your royal conscience.
Crepin Rothstaler, my father, a powerful duke known for his benevolent demeanor and wise leadership. Even the Academy staff respects him, but my knowledge of the game tells me a different truth. That man is a terrifying villain. He is plotting something sinister under that gentle facade.
And you must be the representative of the Elte Company. I have heard much about your business acumen.
My name is Lortel Kehaland. I am honored to partake in this occasion, Your Grace. We merchants tend to go wherever there is a good profit to be made. The scent of gold draws us in.
Is that so? I suppose a merchant's instincts never fade when faced with such a valuable artifact.
The negotiations for the purchase of the Sage's sealed tome will dictate the future of our guild. The contract is written in ancient magical script to ensure absolutely no foul play occurs during the massive transaction.
Everyone writes down their maximum offer on the provided parchment, and once they are collected, the results are binding. The Sage's sealed tome is a treasured item. Due to severe financial difficulties, the Academy is selling it to the highest bidder. Headmaster Obel devised a clever plan. I will act as a witness while Deputy Headmaster Rachel concludes the secret auction. Among the two bidders, whoever bids the highest amount will take ownership of the Sage's sealed tome.
I researched past negotiations over sacred tomes. The value is based on both academic worth and luxury status. Other magical artifacts sell for roughly 7,000 to 8,000 gold coins. I must use that data to calculate my bid. That girl must be aware of countless other price ranges. She knows how to maximize her profit margins. However, my father will be the one to obtain the sealed tome. I will make sure of it.
This relic holds the key to my ultimate research. I will not let a mere merchant outbid me.
We have received your sealed bids. Thank you both for your generous offers. I will now reveal the results.
This is an auction with no set upper limit. It is critical to predict your opponent's financial boundaries. Lortel revealed her objective is to make a profit, therefore she would never bid higher than 8,000 gold. As long as Creepin writes down a sum slightly above that threshold, the Sage's sealed tome will fall into his hands.
The bid from Duke Crepin Rothstaler is 8,500 gold coins, a staggering amount.
A man like Creepin would never travel to the Academy in person just to purchase an item for minor profit.
And the bid from Lortel Kehelland is 9,400 gold coins.
What? She bid 9,400? That is a massive financial loss. She was not after a profit at all.
It seems I have underestimated the Elty Company's persistence. I will take my leave for now.
To conclude this sale and issue the official certificate, we will move to a separate secure room with a representative.
Could it be that Lortel's plan all along was to stop the relic from falling into Crapin's wicked hands? No, she is not the type to act out of sheer justice. Someone else must be controlling her from the shadows. Someone who knows about Creepin Rothstaler's dark motives and wishes to thwart his ambitions at any cost.
I just wanted to let you know, Your Highness, that the rumours of Ed working for House Rothstaler are unfounded. Even as he was disowned and left to fend for himself in the brutal wild, he has been fighting against his family's evils.
What on earth have I done? I drove a noble man like that into a miserable pit of despair. I misjudged him. My ignorance has caused an innocent student profound suffering. The heavy weight of my terrible misunderstanding crushed my spirit. How could I have been so blind?
I hold the official certificate of sale right here in my hands. The powerful artifact is officially mine. It has the headmaster's wax seal of approval. Crepin cannot legally dispute this transaction without causing a war. So the amount of money I can make after selling the sealed tome to Duke Crepin is at least 8,000 gold. I spent an absurd amount of money, but I knew I would eventually recoup my losses through alternative methods. Since I purchased it for 9,000, the difference is a massive loss, but I gained something far more valuable. A favour from Ed Rothstaler, and I plan to use that favour to secure my ultimate victory. I wonder what I should ask of him. The possibilities are endless, and my heart is racing. If the princess had seen my face then, she would have coughed up blood in sheer shock.
The Extras Academy survival guide warned me about her ruthless merchant tactics, but I never expected this specific outcome.
You should have seen the princess's face when I delivered your letter to her. I am glad Elka is so innocent.
She must have bet on the fact that I gave her information as a former member of House Rothstaler.
Ed, you are awake. I ran all the way here as soon as my morning classes ended.
It is not even lunchtime yet, Yennecar. How did you cross the entire education district so fast?
Ziggs told me everything. It sounded like I caused a massive amount of trouble for you while you were sick.
You were in tears the entire time, Yennecar. There are wild rumors spreading that you were brutally rejected by someone.
Shut up, Ziggs. It is getting cold today. You should take care not to catch a freeze.
Please punish me, Master Ed. I deserve to be banished. I had no idea you were working yourself to the bone. I wanted to appear and apologize, but I feared my raw manifestation would disrupt your tangled mana pathways.
Considering you were unconscious for 10 whole days, it is natural your spirit familiar is upset.
Hold on. 10 days? I have been asleep for over a week? This is a massive disaster. The deer carcass I hunted before I collapsed has started decomposing. A swarm of flies is gathering, and the fishing net ripped open because I never patched it. All my captured fish escaped back into the river. I have lost all my stored food. I guess I have to start my survival preparations all over again from scratch. I placed my hands on my hips and surveyed the damage. This is going to take weeks to fix.
You are thinking about overworking yourself again, aren't you? Your eyes are screaming with reckless determination. It is fine, Ed. I have plenty of free time until the next exam. I will help you with hunting and woodwork.
I appreciate the offer, Yenaka. Things will work out fine as long as we tackle one problem at a time. Looking at this collapsed twig shelter, I am reminded of the brutal days when I was first disowned. The miserable nights I spent shivering under a flimsy roof made of broken branches and leaves. The way I would fall asleep freezing on the hard dirt, getting bitten by countless bugs with no one to rely on. The brutal way I would fall asleep while being bitten by all kinds of bugs, with absolutely no one to rely on.
Some tasks required immense patience, but you have achieved a staggering amount by surviving each difficult day.
You are right, Ziggs. I have built a stable life here. I just need to gather my strength and push forward.
He still seems exhausted. I need to make sure he rests before he collapses again.
This is an exceptional opportunity for you, Yennecar. That merchant vixen is drowning in corporate negotiations. You need to use this window while she is trapped at the trading company. Act more like a cunning vixen.
Act like a vixen? But my outfit is so plain. I look like a simple country bumpkin right now. How am I supposed to catch his attention when I lack any sort of glamorous charm or sophisticated grace?
Men are weak against women who appear cute and cheerful, but possess elite domestic survival skills. Roll up your sleeves, tie up your hair, and play the role of the ultimate supportive wife while he is vulnerable.
Get further with him? Wait, what are you implying I should do while we are alone at his camp?
What were you intending to do today? Just chop some wood and call it a day. Show some aggressive ambition.
Oh, woo! Why are you so passive? Seize your destiny and claim your man before the merchant steals him.
Are you kidding me? Do you think that absolute statue of a man will ever be this exhausted again? Think of how fast he grows. This might be my last chance to act as his caring savior. I get that. I formulated a brilliant strategy on my way here. Just calm down and listen.
Oh, that is quite a clever plan. I suppose you are not as innocent as you look, Yennecar.
It was late at night. The rich stew Yennecar prepared for me was on a different level than Ziggs's cooking. I should ask her to teach me some advanced culinary techniques to raise my cooking proficiency. But first, I needed to focus on recovering my stamina. I could not keep acting like a helpless patient. It is still too early to say I feel fine. A pounding migraine and a mild fever are starting to return. Huh? My heavy eyelids finally fluttered open, adjusting to the dim light of the cabin. Yennecar, you did not return to your dormitory? It is freezing outside and you look exhausted.
I decided to stay and watch over you. What are you planning to do right now, Ed? Are you going to study or perhaps work on your magic engineering blueprints? Let me help you out. Hey. I have prepared everything you need. Just give me the word and I will assist you with anything.
Nothing at all. I'm going to lie here and rest my aching bones. You should go home. You do not need to pretend that you feel fine, Yennecar. When the body is tired, the soul gets bogged down too. I know better than anyone how hard you have worked today. Your intense routine is catching up to you. When I was having a brutal time, what encouraged me the most was not empty consolations or grand gestures. It was having someone stay by my side without saying a single word. That silent support meant everything.
It has been hard, hasn't it? You have done well, Ed. Just rest now. I am right here.
You do not need to push yourself this far for my sake. I am used to handling things alone.
Shush! Just admit that you're having a hard time so you can rest easy. Let me carry the burden tonight.
All right, I yield. I am too exhausted to argue with you anyway. Thank you, Yennecar.
It has been a difficult week without you, Ed. I am glad you are safe.
It was really difficult surviving that brutal fever. I felt like my soul was being ripped out of my body. The sun is up. Thanks to their dedicated care, my fever broke and my strength has returned. Yennecar fell asleep leaning against my bed. She must have stayed awake all night monitoring my fever. I let out a soft chuckle as I watched her peaceful face. She really is a dependable friend. I am fully recovered. Now it is time to get back to the brutal grind of surviving this academy. My advanced production skill slots are unlocked. Spiritual infusion and magic engineering are crucial for my future. I was unable to progress as much as I planned during those lost 10 days. I need to catch up, especially when it comes to magic engineering. The versatility of these crafted items is incomparable to general combat skills. Advanced production skills have a significant impact on core stats, and their overwhelming versatility is incomparable to general combat magic. The problem is that teaching myself by taking apart and rebuilding broken items has clear limitations. I need better resources. High-tier formulas are given as rewards for completing main quests, so it is hard for a bystander to acquire them. But it seems Taylor is uninterested in learning engineering. He is focused on mastering his sword arts, because to produce these legendary items, you need rare materials that are not available until the latter half of the game. But that is not the case for me. I have a direct line to the most powerful merchant on this campus.
I am relieved to see you are feeling better, Ed. I was terrified when you collapsed collapsed in my shop.
Does it look like I am doing well? I am suffering from chronic fatigue, but I am glad you found time to visit.
I have a terrible time looking after my dry hair and skin issues with all this chaotic corporate restructuring.
And yet you have time to hike all the way into the northern forest? What brings the busy merchant here today?
Now that Elta has been ousted, I thought I would change the name to the Merchant Company and seize total control. But I need someone trustworthy to help me manage the massive flow of assets and staff. In other words, a joint leader. Imagine it, Ed. We would be spending our time separated by just one thin wall, working together every single day. Not only will you be the joint leader of the most powerful company, but you will receive part of my private assets as well. Oops, look at me rambling on and on. I guess I am just excited about the future.
Lortel, offering me half of your entire corporate empire is going way too far, don't you think?
You have no idea what it is like for me. You must think I am acting on the fickle emotions of a young girl. You probably believe I have no intention of treating you as anything more than a useful business partner. But you never know, in a brutal world where a mere breath decides the flow of thousands of gold coins.
She is right. A merchant's life is a constant battlefield of betrayal and deceit. She needs a solid anchor.
In a world where you must betray others to avoid getting stabbed in the back, what do you need most? It is someone who would never betray you. Someone who will remain loyal even if you lose all your wealth. Someone who will stay by your side even when the entire world turns its back on you.
For some, that person could be a family member, or a lover, or a loyal friend they have trusted for decades. But for Lortel, who has watched numerous big shots fall from power, the fear of betrayal must dominate her heart.
I will not ask for much, Ed. Just a simple promise between the two of us. Would you stay at my side? Let me rely on you when the corporate wars become too heavy to bear.
Lortel, I can tell that you are about to burst out laughing. Your acting needs a little more work.
Ha! It didn't work! What a massive shame. Your voice went too high-pitched in the middle there, you fool. Acting all vulnerable like this is supposed to make the other person waver. Did I manage to stoke your protective instinct at all? What a shame. Still, it wasn't all a lie. I do need someone I can trust with my life.
I appreciate the offer, Lortel, but I have my own goals right now. I cannot abandon my studies to run a company. I intend to graduate from Sylvania Academy with top marks. I have no intention of leaving before I secure my diploma.
I see. Your determination is unshakable. That makes you even more attractive to a greedy merchant like me. I suppose I could wait until your graduation, but you do know you never had a choice to begin with, right? I will be cashing in that favor you promised me very soon. Prepare yourself for a massive request. I suppose I could wait until your graduation, but you do know you never had a choice to begin with, right? I might be cashing in that favor you promised me very soon. Prepare yourself for a massive request. It was wonderful to see you again after such a long time, my dear upperclassman.
Considering what is going to happen soon, I feel like I just did something terrible. I owe her an emotional debt now.
Phew! That was way too close. My heart is pounding out of my chest right now. I planned to claim him as mine and leave it at that, but seeing him so vulnerable caused a massive setback in my strategy. I brought the exact change for his magic items minus 1 gold coin, but it would be too awkward to go back and face him now. I guess I would just sneak over to his cabin and leave the money pouch on his doorstep.
Yawn. Ed went down to the river to wash up, right? I should make him something warm to eat before he gets back. What the hell? Lortel? What are you doing sneaking around Ed's cabin with that suspicious look on your face?
Me? Why were you sleeping inside his bed, Yennecar? And why are you holding his pillow like that?
The air crackled with intense magical energy. While I was away at the river, another brutal catastrophe was just beginning.
You have not consumed enough meat or vegetables today, Master Ed. You must supplement your diet and hydrate your body right now.
All right, calm down. I am chopping wood as fast as I can. Stop hovering around my head, Mug. Takan chided you for letting me collapse, did he? I suppose irrational higher-ups exist in the spirit world too. I apologize for that. In any case, thanks to Ziggs and Yennecar, I secured enough food, and Lortel provided the furniture. The only remaining issue is these 3 letters I received before I collapsed. Lortel warned me about Elta's unpredictable moves, and Princess Penia warned me about my father.
The last letter was an unexpected summons from Professor Glast. He demanded a private meeting with me once the negotiations concluded.
Unfortunately, because I was trapped in a miserable fever dream for 10 days, I missed that crucial meeting.
There is no way to discover what he wanted from me now. Professor Glast is the final boss of Act 2, and his plot is already in motion.
The great sage Sylvania. Professor Glast believed that only rare, talented individuals like her possessed the power to change the world.
And so, he planned to use forbidden celestial magic, which bends the natural laws of the world to resurrect the great sage.
However, the Academy sold the sage's sealed tome to Lortel. Out of desperation, Glast stole the relic and kidnapped Ayla to act as his celestial vessel.
It was the desperate machination of a fanatic, but he made a massive mistake in choosing to kidnap Ayla Triss.
To rescue his childhood friend, Taylor entered the fray, slicing his way through the underground waterways and the Soul Library.
Glast's grand plans were blocked at every turn by the protagonist. He met his tragic end at the top of the summoned Mage Tower. The man who dedicated his life to academic progress and discovering talented individuals fell from the sky in absolute defeat.
I miss you, Mayuri. I dedicate the last sentence of my research to you, the girl who became my final purpose.
The final battle of Act 2 begins with Glast kidnapping Ayla. So, why are you awake and staring at me, Ayla?
I suppose the terrifying devil of the underground waterways behind us is keeping you awake. It is quite intimidating.
Why on earth are you here? I hate this. Get away from me, you creep.
You are being rather harsh, Ayla. I got kidnapped by the crazed professor too, you know. We are in the same boat. I slump against the cold iron bars. This was definitely not what I had planned for today. I was supposed to remain a bystander while Taylor defeated the final boss, but now I am locked in a dungeon cell. 3 days prior, I managed to finish all my basic survival tasks, but it is a massive shame I wasted 10 days of magic training. The subjugation of Glast is already beginning, but I still have not raised my magic engineering stats to a decent level. Wait a minute, I need high-tier blueprints to craft better items, and I know exactly where to find them. I remember a secret method to raise my engineering stats dramatically in a very short period of time. The final chapter takes place across 4 different areas: Trix Hall, the underground waterways, the Soul Library, and the Mage Tower. The most difficult stage is the secret laboratory. The boss is Reyna, the corrupted librarian. Without the Swordmaster's specific skill, she is impossible to beat. But I can leave that terrifying ghost to Taylor. What I am interested in are the contents hidden inside the library's restricted section. Those shelves contain numerous valuable engineering formulas. From what I remember, there are 2 blueprints for legendary artifacts. Stealing them from an active war zone is dangerous, of course. One wrong step and I become monster food. But as long as I do not go alone, I figured it would be fine. I already have powerful allies ready to help me.
Adele from Class B and Ayla from Class C will be transferring to Class A next semester. We have quite a few talented students this year. Your lessons will not be affected by the new arrivals, so do not be concerned about a drop in academic quality.
Only 5 students in Class A next semester? I heard there were years where Glast refused to admit a single student into his advanced class.
Ayla's combat skills are pathetic, but I suppose I heard a rumor about her being a rare vessel susceptible to celestial magic.
Professor Glast, I hesitate to bring this up, but is it fair to decide who joins Class A based on innate talent alone?
Do you believe that I look down on hard work, Ziggs? That I am ruining the futures of average students out of sheer malice?
I believe your methods disregard the effort students put into overcoming their natural limits.
I disagree. The absolute best way to ruin a child's future is to give them false hope and push them toward an impossible goal.
I looked into his past. His self-righteous obsession with undeniable talent stems from the tragic death of his daughter, Mayuri. She was an ordinary mage, but Glast believed in her potential. Mayuri took his trust as a sign she was a genius.
She participated in a brutal monster raid while she was far too weak. She paid the ultimate price for her father's blind faith. The crushing grief of holding her lifeless body shattered his mind. He became a fanatic, obsessed with genuine, unshakable talent.
He spent years researching celestial magic, but it is obvious he doesn't care about the magic itself.
He wants to resurrect the individual who invented it, the great sage Sylvinia, lauded as the absolute peak of magical talent.
He is bringing Ayla into his class just to use her body as a vessel for the great sage.
Never mind your misguided complaints, Ziggs. I shall call for you tomorrow. Class dismissed.
Is he rushing us out because the auction for the sage's sealed tome is happening right now? He needs that book to finish his spell.
It does not matter what he plans. Soon, the ownership of the tome will be legally transferred to me through the resonance ritual.
The ritual begins tomorrow. I barely managed to come up with a comprehensive plan in time. The key to my plan is tailing Taily. As the protagonist slaughters his way through the dungeon phases to rescue Ayla, I will follow close behind and loot whatever valuable items he leaves in his wake. I even made a checklist of legendary blueprints. Glocht's Eyes, which boosts mana output, and Delheim's Hourglass, which reverts status conditions. These items are insanely overpowered. The materials needed to craft them are found in the late game, so Taily has zero use for them right now. I will claim them. Then I will safely observe Taily's final victory before returning to my camp. It is an absolute masterpiece of a strategy. I already convinced Yennecar to join me in the underground waterways under the guise of searching for a lost tool. I thought she would hesitate to enter a dark, damp sewer, but she seemed way too enthusiastic. I feel incredibly guilty for using her. But with someone as strong as Yennecar guarding my back, I have zero doubts my looting operation will go flawlessly.
Ed Rothstaler, Professor Glass demands your immediate presence in his office. Follow me.
Why would the final boss want to speak with me right before his massive ritual? Fine. Lead the way, Professor Cleo. I ignored his previous letter because I was dying in bed. If he is summoning me again in person, it must be dire.
What the hell are you doing in here, Ed Rothstaler? I haven't done anything to you. Leave me alone.
She is still traumatized from the time I shot a blunted arrow at her head during the riot. But why is Ayla already here? The kidnapping sequence wasn't supposed to trigger yet. And why did Glast invite me to witness his crime? I rushed forward, flipping through the scattered documents on his massive mahogany desk. I need answers.
Eek, get away from me. What are you searching for? Those are private research notes.
His magical tomes are useless to me. I cannot find any factors that explain this massive shift in the timeline. Wait, I slammed my hand down on a specific piece of parchment. A surveillance report with my face on it. Cleo must have written this. Glast realized I was involved in the Ophelis Hall bombing, but why drag me into his kidnapping plot? I hear footsteps. Someone is approaching the door. I unsheathed my dagger, bracing for an ambush. Ayla, get behind me right now. We are in extreme danger.
The heavy oak doors swung open. Well now, it seems my two precious specimens are already getting acquainted.
Professor Glast, please help. That savage beast drew a deadly weapon on the poor girl.
Silence, Cleo. I am conducting a crucial experiment. A massive wave of dark purple mana erupted from the professor's body, suffocating the entire room. Celestial magic, time prison. You shall both serve a grander purpose for the future of magical evolution.
My body is frozen. I cannot move a single muscle. Help me.
Do not struggle, Ayla Triss. Your unique soul resonance is required to awaken the ultimate genius.
My spiritually infused dagger. The resonance is protecting me from the time-freezing spell.
Sleep now, child. When you awaken, you will bear witness to a new era of academic supremacy.
Boom! I channeled Mug's explosive fire magic through my dagger, shattering the temporal chains holding my body. I managed to break free, but the sheer force of the blast sent me crashing into the bookshelf.
You are unnaturally quick to react, Ed Rothstaler. Did you actually manage to decipher my research notes in mere seconds? Skimming a few loose pages should not have allowed you to deduce my grand intentions, or perhaps you walked in here with a plan already formed.
You need Ayla's sensitivity to celestial magic, right? You have already captured her. You do not need to fight me. I will keep my mouth shut. He expects me to just surrender and accept whatever twisted experiment he has planned for me? Not a chance.
Your exceptional combat instincts will prove incredibly useful. I am taking you to my secret laboratory as a secondary test subject.
Wait, he is taking me directly to phase 3 of the final chapter? That is where the legendary blueprints are kept. If I just let him kidnap me, I skip the entire dangerous infiltration process. I can just loot the library from the inside. You think I am afraid of a disgraced professor? Do your worst. I am ready to face you head on.
That arrogant defiance, I shall break it down and analyze every piece of your unyielding willpower. Surrender to the temporal void. This will not hurt for long.
I purposely dropped my magical guard, letting the purple chains of celestial magic bind my limbs and drag me into darkness. The scattered documents fluttered to the ground as Glast teleported us away from the academy grounds.
Sleep, my precious subjects. Your minds will serve a far greater cause than mere survival.
Professor Glast, I cannot fathom how hard that boy has worked. His grades are rising rapidly while living in a literal dirt shack.
Ed Rothstaler possesses an unusually sharp instinct, but his underhanded, desperate methods are those of a weak man trying to survive. His tactics are based on a brutal analysis of his opponents, using any dirty trick available. It is the antithesis of natural talent. His completely unyielding, confident expression. It brutally reminds me of what I lost in the past. My precious daughter, Mayuri. She swore she would make me proud with her mediocre talent, and I foolishly encouraged her. That agonizing memory haunts me once again. I will never let hard work masquerade as true genius ever again.
Master Ed, where did you go? That sinister man took him away while I was hiding. I must follow the residual trace of his spiritual resonance. I pledged to rescue him. I ignited my fiery body, rocketing into the sky to track the spatial distortion left by the professor's magic.
I arrived at the cabin with a fresh pot of stew. Ed, are you inside? The pot dropped from my trembling hands. The cabin is completely empty. Where did he go?
Sylvania, my brilliant teacher who passed away at such a tragic age. She remains in my memory as a flawless young woman. The grief that consumed my heart faded into a dull ache over the decades. But if you live a long life, that agonizing longing occasionally rears its ugly head. The sense of profound loss paralyzes my reason. There are dark moments when the overwhelming desire to break the laws of nature and see her again consumes me. But that which is lost is gone forever. Those left behind must grow stronger to bear the weight of the future. So please, my dear child, get stronger. Do not let the past anchor your brilliant potential. I dedicate the final sentence of my magical research to you, Lucy. You became the last purpose of my weary life.
Grandfather, please don't close your eyes. Don't leave me alone. I really miss him. He accepted his impending death gracefully, and I had no choice but to let him slip away. I wonder if this gaping hole in my chest will ever heal. The grief feels like a heavy chain dragging me down. The only thing that allowed me to forget the pain for a fleeting moment was that warm sack of premium jerky the blonde boy gave me. I shook the leather pouch upside down. It is completely empty. I ate it all already. My stomach demands more tribute. I will go visit his camp and demand another serving of meat. Wait, what is happening down there? Why is Yennecar standing by the cold fire pit looking so utterly devastated?
Lady Yennecar, it is a massive disaster. That sinister professor with the glowing glasses took Master Ed away.
A professor took my primary food supplier away? This is an unforgivable offense. I must retrieve my chef immediately.
The secret resonance ritual to finalize the transfer of the sealed tome commenced in Trix Hall, with the highest ranked officials acting as witnesses. Headmaster Obel. He is roughly the same age as my father, but his unwavering gaze gives off a completely different aura. Speaking of my wicked father, after the auction concluded, Duke Reppin paid me a private visit.
Hand over the sealed tome to me, Lortel. Name your price and I will match it without hesitation.
I always intended to sell it to him for a massive profit, but I had to demand enough gold to cover up my treacherous lie to Princess Penia. 12,000 gold coins. Pay up your grace and the ultimate magical relic is yours to command.
Very well. Sold. By the way, are you aware that Elta has hired a band of ruthless mercenaries to march on Sylvania as we speak? This might simply be the unnecessary worry of an old man, but please ensure your corporate takeover goes exactly to plan. I despise delays.
That sinister Duke rubs me the wrong way. His eyes lack any shred of humanity, but a profitable deal is a profitable deal. Everything is ready to proceed. I just need to place my hand on the tome and finalize the magical resonance.
Headmaster Obel has officially relinquished his ownership. Ms. Caheland, please step forward and claim the artifact.
I reached out my hand toward the glowing blue book. I am finally going to secure the ultimate asset for my trading company. And more importantly, I have secured a favor from my precious Ed. I am going to make him stay by my side forever.
A violent surge of dark purple mana suddenly erupted from the floor, shattering the ceremonial wards.
What the hell? Professor Glast is casting an aggressive spell directly into the center of the ritual array.
Rise, my loyal guardians. Secure the perimeter and eliminate anyone who dares to interfere with my grand design.
The sealed tome. He is trying to steal it right in front of the headmaster. Stop him!
I have it. The key to resurrecting the greatest mind in history is finally in my grasp. The era of relying on mediocre hard work is over. I will bring forth a new age of absolute magical perfection.
You crazy old fanatic. Give me back my 12,000 gold investment. I will freeze your assets.
A blinding pillar of light engulfed the professor as he initiated a massive spatial teleportation spell.
He disappeared. That absolute bastard just vanished into thin air with my precious merchandise. My favor from Ed is ruined.
Despite my unexpected absence from the main group, the brutal gears of the storyline continued turning without issue. The final phase has begun.
Why did he lock us in this terrifying underground dungeon? Glast must have stolen the sealed tome by now. We are going to die down here.
Silence, Ayla. Stop your endless screaming. You are giving me a terrible migraine. If you continue to shriek like a banshee, that massive dormant devil in the cell next to us will wake up and tear us apart.
Be grateful, children. Professor Glast explicitly ordered me not to experiment on your flesh, as your souls are required for the celestial resonance.
Is that so? Coom, the lead researcher of Twisted Magic. You are acting much calmer than I expected for a condemned man. If he is just going to sit there reviewing his notes, there is nothing for me to do but relax on this cold stone floor. All I have to do is wait. Taylor will slice his way down here, defeat the researcher, and turn this entire laboratory upside down. By the time they rescue us, the restricted soul library above us will be cleared of all hostile guardians. It will be completely empty. With absolutely no one left to disturb me, I can calmly walk upstairs and stuff my pockets full of legendary engineering blueprints. The only minor issue is the lingering guilt. I get to reap all the massive late-game rewards while Taylor does all the bloody, bone-breaking labor.
Eek! If you take even one step closer to me, I will bite my own tongue. Do you think I am bluffing, you wicked noble?
I honestly bear no ill will against you, Ayla. If I wanted to torment you, I would have done it 10 minutes ago while you were crying. I have watched your loyal dedication to Taylor countless times through my gaming screen. I actually respect your character quite a bit.
Liar, you are Ed Rothstaler, the cruelest bully in the Academy. You do not even deserve to speak Taylor's noble name. Wait, what did you say? Did you just apologize to me for the entrance exam incident?
Yes, I was out of line back then. But I helped you survive the glass can demon invasion, didn't I? Just sit tight and have faith in your childhood friend.
The arrogant Ed Rothstaler actually swallowed his immense pride and apologized to a commoner. What alternate reality have I fallen into?
Trying to reason with an aggressive NPC is exhausting. I will just close my eyes and meditate until the rescue party arrives.
Master Ed, I finally found you. Are you hurt anywhere? Are your extremities functioning? Has your skin turned yellow from magical radiation poisoning? Because your spiritual resonance is so pathetically below average, it took me a massive amount of time to locate your exact coordinates. I apologize for my delayed rescue. Please do not terminate our contract. I swear I am highly useful.
Good job finding me in this twisted labyrinth, Mug. You really came through for me when it mattered most.
Is that a fire spirit? You managed to contract a spirit when your beginner magic scores were the absolute worst in the class. This is perfect. With a spirit on our side, we can send an emergency SOS signal to the professors outside the dungeon.
Don't you worry, Mog. I have a flawless plan to escape this cell without ruining the main storyline.
It took me half a day to dodge the horrific mutant golems patrolling the upper floors. I am ready to execute your brilliant escape strategy. Speaking of the upper floors, Lady Yennekar's wrath was truly terrifying. She summoned a massive army of spirits and began flattening the library. On top of that, the Vixen merchant and the tiny archmage kid in the giant hat are marching down here as well. We have a literal army coming to save you. So there is absolutely no need to fear. The cavalry is ripping this dungeon apart. Ah ha 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 ha. We are saved.
You brought the 3 most overpowered timeline-breaking characters in the game directly to my secret hiding spot. You absolute idiot. If they run into Taylor's party, the experience point distribution will be ruined. I need to escape right now. I hurled the screaming bat through the iron bars. Go grab the warden's keys before my entire plan goes up in flames.
What is all this racket? I told you to sit quietly. The great experiments requires absolute silence.
I rattled the iron bars aggressively. Hey, Researcher Coom, I changed my mind. Get me out of here at once. I am not kidding around.
I knew your arrogant facade would crack eventually. You are just a pathetic student begging for his life. When faced with true darkness, settle down, child. The horrific devil in the next cell will awaken if you continue to bash those iron bars. Accept your fate.
Why are you acting like a lunatic all of a sudden? You just said we should sit and wait for Taylor to rescue us.
I secured the brass keys from the guard's desk. I am returning to your coordinates at maximum velocity. It was just as you predicted, Master Ed. You are a brilliant tactical commander. I pledge my flames to your flawless escape route.
I snatched the keys from the glowing bat. I never ordered you to call an army of overpowered heroines to break down the front door. The heavy iron lock clicked open. Come on, Ayla. We are leaving this miserable dungeon before the timeline shatters into a million pieces.
What? You just casually opened a high-security magical prison cell with a stolen key. Who exactly are you?
Shut up and listen to me. There are twisted mutant experiments roaming these halls. One wrong step and you are dead. Do exactly as I say. When Glast returns, tell him I used a hidden dagger to break the lock and escaped on my own. Do not mention the spirit.
But what about you? You are walking into a maze of lethal monsters. You are going to be slaughtered.
Please, just stop arguing and nod your head. Do you understand my instructions? Yes or no?
Yes, I understand. I will stay here and wait for Taylor like you said. Please be careful, Ed.
Good. Lock the door behind me and hide in the corner. I have a massive loot run to complete before the heroes arrive. I sprinted down the damp stone hallway, my boots echoing loudly in the darkness. I need to reach the Soul Library before Yennecar destroys it. I pulled up the game's strategy forum in my mind. The walkthrough for Chapter 2 details every single enemy encounter in these halls. Phase 1 involves fighting 50 low-rank golems and dodging the student president. I can easily bypass all of that by taking the maintenance routes. But there is one specific bad ending I must avoid at all costs. The ultimate game over scenario. I can handle minor deviations in the plot. I raised my physical stats and magical resistance to survive unexpected ambushes. With my vast knowledge of the game's secret paths, I can outmaneuver any standard boss in this facility. But there are terrifying factors in this world that absolutely cannot be overcome with just hard work and clever tricks. Yennecar and Lortel joining the assault. I can manage that chaos. I will just loot the blueprints and slip out the back door. But that sleepy mage kid in the witch hat, Mug brought the walking nuclear bomb directly into an active combat zone. She is the unbeatable enemy. The developers programmed her to be an absolute force of nature that annihilates players who make the wrong choices. Bad ending 27. Lazy Lucy. It only triggers if you force her into a confrontation with Professor Glast. I never expected it to happen in reality. The guide specifically warns players, once requirements are met, Lucy appears as an enemy. This leads to a guaranteed bad ending. Avoid at all costs. The precondition is simple. Glast and Lucy must cross paths while the ritual is active, and she is currently marching straight toward his laboratory. If she kills Glast before Taylor does, the protagonist loses his crucial growth moment, and the entire future of this world collapses. I need to stop her. I have to intercept Lucy and feed her premium jerky before she incinerates the final boss.
Meanwhile, back at the academy grounds, Ziggs, I need your help immediately.
I lowered my heavy iron dumbbell. You look like you just crawled out of a war zone, Taylor. What happened?
Huff, huff. Professor Glast attacked the resonance ritual. He stole the relic and vanished into the underground. And he took Ayla with him. We need to break into his secret laboratory and save her before he completes his twisted experiment.
Act 2. Final chapter. The subjugation of Glast. Phase 1 has officially commenced exactly as the script dictated. Having lost track of the villain, the protagonist recruits his powerful allies to storm the underground waterways. The grand play is finally starting. I am deeply familiar with the sequential route of this dungeon. Trix Hall, the waterways, the library, and finally the heart of the laboratory. But since I started in the final cell and am running the dungeon backwards, all the horrifying experimental monsters are still locked safely behind iron bars. What a massive relief. I can just bypass the dangerous encounters entirely and head straight for the legendary blueprints. Since Lucy running into Professor Glast guarantees a tragic outcome, I must escape this place before that happens. The only obstacle in my path right now is the Spectral Guardian, Reyna. She is the banshee that protects the archives of the Soul Library. I have memorized her patrol routes and weaknesses. Dodging her is a simple task. However, defeating Reyna is a massive milestone for Taylor's growth as a swordsman. If Taylor does not defeat her here to unlock his latent ancient swordmaster's skills, he will be slaughtered by the later enemies. The revived devil of the waterways and Reina are his primary sources of experience points for this chapter. I will just secure the Thunder Roar generator and sneak right past her. Now I need to find the unidirectional light flow device before anyone spots me. But with the situation escalating so fast, I have no choice but to abandon the rest of the treasure. It physically hurts to leave so many legendary artifacts sitting right there on the shelves.
The Banshee is blind to the main exit right now, Master Ed. You can make your move.
What the hell was that explosion? The violent quaking is tearing the structural supports of the library apart. The entire underground facility is shaking. This massive tremor was never scripted in the original story. Look out, the bookshelf is collapsing right on top of us. The mahogany shelves are snapping like fragile twigs under the immense pressure. The spectral banshee stopped floating and turned her hollow, glowing eyes toward my hiding spot. Damn it, the noise alerted her. We are totally exposed.
Half an hour before this chaotic subterranean collapse, the surface of Sylvania Academy was tranquil.
Gah! My entire body is freezing! What kind of monstrous magic is this?
The brutal ice magic encapsulated the screaming mercenary, freezing his pathetic threats. Did you truly think you could invade my academy and escape unscathed, freeze into a statue of ice?
I cannot believe that madman snatched the artifact right from under the noses of the highest-ranking faculty members. If news of this disastrous theft leaks out, the Academy's prestigious reputation will crumble into dust.
I will retrieve the stolen tome myself, but you must understand the gravity of the situation. Do you know of the 3 forbidden magical acts? The pursuit of immortality, the resurrection of the dead, and the reversal of time. These acts defy the natural boundaries of fate.
You cannot be serious. Are you telling me that insane professor intends to resurrect a corpse using celestial magic, and you just let him conduct this research right under your nose? Have you lost your mind, headmaster?
I was curious to see how far his genius could stretch. He practically worshipped the great sage Sylvania, but his obsession darkened after he pushed his average daughter, Muri, to a horrific death in battle. If he has mastered the art of resurrection, whose soul will he choose to rip from the afterlife?
My heart skipped a heavy beat. If he brings back a legendary figure, the resulting chaos will destroy the entire continent.
Headmaster Obel, we have a critical situation. Professor Glast was spotted fleeing into the underground waterways. The combat student Taylor has already descended into the tunnels to pursue him. Furthermore, witnesses report that the professor kidnapped 2 students, a first-year named Ayla Triss and the second-year noble, Ed Rothstaler.
Ed was kidnapped by that maniac? That explains the intense tremors shaking the academy grounds. Obel is the greatest living mage of our era. If he intervenes, rescuing Ed will be a trivial task. I snatched the heavy brass binoculars from the shivering guard's hands. I need to verify the epicenter of this massive disturbance. As a merchant, the logical choice is to stay out of danger, but those massive tremors are originating from the waterways.
Taka, and burn down the entire entrance if you have to. We must find a way inside.
Is that a high-ranking fire dragon? Yenneker is launching a full-scale assault on the dungeon. I am leaving to join the pursuit. Have a handful of employees guard the auction room, and order the rest to follow me into the depths. The headmaster is taking his sweet time analysing the broader political implications of this theft. But I am a merchant who acts on instinct. I will secure my stolen merchandise with my own 2 hands. Hang on, my dear upperclassmen. I am coming to save you.
A lone figure stood defiantly at the entrance to the underground waterways, radiating a dangerous, volatile, alchemical aura. Back at the entrance of the waterways, Dorothy, the supreme combat alchemist of the 3rd year, stood her ground. When I was a pathetic first year, Professor Glast was the only one who recognized my hidden talents.
He plucked me from the sea of mediocre students and nurtured my explosive potential into something brilliant.
Even when the entire faculty turned against him for stealing the ultimate magical relic, I refused to betray his unconditional faith in me. Even if he went insane and stole a relic, I swore I would guard this damp entrance for him. I must repay my debt. But Professor, you never mentioned I would have to fight an entire army of furious elemental spirits.
The massive fire dragon bared its molten fangs, turning the stone corridor into a blistering oven. The fierce elementalist floated down from the roaring glowing inferno, her eyes completely devoid of their usual cheerful warmth. Answer me, where is Ed?
Eek, I don't know any Ed. Please don't roast me alive.
You assured me this was the right path, Takan. This maze is way too confusing. Was it left at the second fork, then 3 rights? Ugh, my head is spinning. I just want to smash through the walls. Oh my goodness. The senior alchemy student fainted from sheer terror. Is this my fault? I should probably drag her unconscious body to a safe corner before she gets roasted by the residual flames.
Well, well, you certainly made quick work of the perimeter guards, Yennecar. She is undoubtedly one of Sylvania's most lethal combatants. When she loses her temper, she becomes an absolute force of nature. She would tear this entire underground fortress apart brick by brick to ensure his safety.
I came to rescue you, Ed. Are you hurt anywhere? Let us go back to the camp and have a warm meal together.
Yennecar, you are my absolute savior. I was terrified down here without you.
Stop! I refuse to let my imagination drift any further. I will never let her steal my destined victory. You can relax, Yennecar. I just received word that Ed was successfully extracted. He is resting at your camp. I will handle the dangerous business down here. You should rush back to the forest and nurse him back to health.
Stop lying to my face, Lortel. Why would you try to deceive me at a time like this? I was the first person to breach this entrance. Nobody else has gone inside. Ed is still trapped in the darkness. Are you seriously dragging your civilian employees into a lethal combat zone just to claim the glory of rescuing him? That is underhanded.
I know it is a reckless gamble, but my heart aches just thinking about him trapped in a cold cell. I begged that tiny Archmage Lucy for assistance first, but she completely ignored my pleas.
Yawn. Dealing with crazy professors is way too bothersome. I am going to find a sunny roof to sleep on.
Since the faculty is tied up and the Supreme Archmage refused my lucrative bribe, so I have no choice but to rely on my own resources to bring him back. It appears we have no other rivals for his affection down here. Let us form a temporary truce, Yennecar. I will take my men and scour the eastern sector of the waterways. You search the western passages. The objective is singular and clear. I must find him before she does. I am going to sprint through these damp corridors and claim my rightful prize before that pink-haired girl even finds the right path.
I am going to find him and wrap him in a warm blanket. You stay away from him, you greedy merchant.
I swear on my massive fortune, I will be the one to rescue Ed Rothstaler.
The violent tremors from the surface battles were sending massive shockwaves through the fragile subterranean infrastructure. Damn it, the entire library is caving in on us. The quakes are getting stronger. I have to escape the Banshee's pursuit and reach the surface. The enchanted stone floor beneath the spectral librarian began to crack and splinter under the immense pressure. The heavy stone ceiling shattered, dropping a massive boulder directly onto the spectral librarian. A boulder? That means someone is destroying the architecture above us. I would honestly prefer a natural disaster at this point.
The dense cloud of pulverized rock dissipated, revealing a small silhouette surrounded by a terrifying magical aura. She stretched her tiny arms, oblivious to the absolute chaos and destruction she had just caused. The dust cleared, revealing a tiny girl in an oversized hat gently floating down through the massive crater. That ceiling was too tough to chew through. Anyway, I was bored, so I decided to come and rescue you.
I shall remain here and observe the chaos unfold. The current generation of students is entering an unprecedented golden age of magic. They must face these harrowing ordeals on their own to bloom into formidable mages. We must not coddle them. The brutal struggles they endure today will forge the impenetrable steel required for tomorrow's wars. The raw potential blooming within Taylor and the disgraced Rothstaler boy exceeds my greatest expectations. The academy is brimming with brilliant stars, ready to ignite the dark sky. The headmaster crushed a dry leaf in his palm, his sharp eyes burning with a heavy, unspoken burden. It almost feels as though destiny is accelerating their growth to prepare them for a catastrophic threat lurking on the horizon.
While the old men debated the philosophical future of the academy, the northern forest was being reduced to ashes. A massive explosion ripped through the serene canopy, sending terrified birds scattering into the bleeding twilight sky. The sheer magnitude of Yennecar's blazing assault punched a colossal crater directly through the center of the dense woodland.
Deep within the crumbling archives, I stared in sheer disbelief at the gaping hole in the stone ceiling. The residual heat radiating from the shattered perimeter wards told me exactly who had caused this ridiculous amount of collateral damage. The violent tremors shook the dust from the crumbling rafters as Lucy stared at me blankly.
Hey, the scary ghost lady is totally flattened. Can we go now?
Hey. You ruined the structural integrity of the final dungeon layer.
Stop complaining. Do you have any of that premium seasoned beef jerky left in your pockets?
Look at me. Do I look like I had time to pack a snack while being kidnapped by a lunatic?
You are useless to me without meat. I am leaving to find a sunny spot to nap.
I snatched her cape before she could float away. You are forbidden from wandering these halls alone. If this walking nuclear weapon bumps into Professor Glast before Taylor arrives, the entire storyline ends in an irreversible disaster. My heart pounded against my ribs. I cannot let her incinerate the final boss before Taylor gets his crucial character development. Taylor is managing his combat encounters well right now. I must ensure this tiny variable does not interfere with his fated battle. Just stay right here next to me, Lucy. Do not move a single muscle until I say so.
Why should I listen to you? You do not even have any snacks to bribe me with.
Think fast. How do I stall her without revealing the plot? Because having someone as strong as you by my side makes me feel secure. Your presence is a massive comfort to me.
That sounds like a bunch of sweet-talking nonsense. Are you certain you are hiding 0 pieces of jerky in your coat?
Forget about the meat. Just do me this one favor and guard my back until we reach the exit.
If you are so desperate to leave, I can just blast a hole straight up to the surface with spatial magic.
No, we cannot do that. I have some highly sensitive business to take care of down here before I leave. But since we are partners now, I have a massive physical favor to ask of you. Hold on tight, you lazy archmage. I am going to sprint through this dungeon backward. I will loot the remaining high-tier blueprints, intercept Yennecar and Lortel, and evacuate before Taylor triggers the final boss sequence.
You are running really fast, but my stomach is empty. Are you seriously out of provisions?
Keep your head down. A massive swarm of mutant vampire bats is blocking the corridor ahead. The grotesque creatures bared their razor-sharp fangs, forming an impenetrable wall of screeching flesh in front of the heavy iron doors. I do not have time to engage in a drawn-out physical skirmish. I need to blast through this massive swarm in a single devastating strike. Elemental magic resonance, ignite. The roaring flames incinerated the screeching monsters in an instant. Nice. My elemental proficiency and magic power resonance stats just shot up. Wiping out dense clusters of low-level mobs yields a staggering amount of experience points. I feel slightly guilty stealing your early game experience points, Taylor, but I will leave the heavy hitters for your blade. I must clear a path through this chaotic maze. There are too many variables shifting at once. The blazing inferno cleared the path, and I resumed my backward sprint toward the upper levels of the damp labyrinth.
I detect the faint traces of a concealing ward just beyond this damp stone wall. My sensory perception is far sharper than that simple-minded elementalist. I will locate his prison cell first. I do not have time to engage in pointless banter with my subordinates. The life of my precious upperclassman hangs in the balance. Why is my chest so tight? I have never risked my own life without the promise of a massive financial return before. Am I rushing into a lethal dungeon just to save a boy out of the pure goodness of my hardened heart? This fluttering sensation in my stomach. It is a terrifying new emotion divorced from cold gold coins. The frantic rhythm of my own pulse is deafening. It feels like the adrenaline of securing a massive, life-changing financial contract. No, this is far more intense than any golden treasure. The mere thought of losing him makes my entire body tremble with sheer panic.
A violent explosion shattered the brick wall, sending heavy debris flying into the flooded channel.
Ed, you broke through the wall by yourself.
Phew. The structural integrity of that hidden wall was much tougher than I calculated. My knuckles are stinging. Yes, the crazy professor took me hostage, but I managed to turn the situation around. Your timing is flawless, Lortel. Grab some of these legendary engineering scrolls. My pockets are full.
Wait a minute, hold on. I thought you were trapped in a torture chamber fighting for your life.
It was slightly dangerous at first, but everything worked out fine. Now help me carry the loot.
Is that Lucy Mayriel snoring on your shoulder? How did she end up down here? This is a massive disaster. I gathered all my courage to act like a romantic heroine, and he is giving piggyback rides to another girl. While that cowardly pink-haired girl hesitated and destroyed the architecture, I took the definitive leap to save him. The memory of my trembling hands dropping the burning torch in the forest flashed through my mind. I refuse to lose my composure. I must flip this absurd situation back to my advantage.
If the Elta Company can procure the rare late-game materials required to craft these items, I will gladly pay you for them.
You want my corporate assistance? Then I must decline your heavy burden, my dear upperclassman.
I leaned in close, locking my eyes with hers. Please, Lortel, you are the only person in this entire academy I trust with these legendary secrets.
Does he expect me to act as his personal pack mule for these priceless artifacts? This is a massive insult to my merchant dignity, but the intense trust in his deep blue eyes short-circuited my logical business brain. I cannot refuse him. Oh my goodness, my hardened merchant heart just melted. I am such a pathetic pushover for you.
Miss Cahaland, we finally caught up to you. The western tunnel is secured. Huff, huff, forgive my desperate intrusion, but the massive mercenary force has overwhelmed the outer perimeter defenses. We have a catastrophic emergency on the surface. The situation has drastically deteriorated.
Stay sharp, everyone. The ambient mana density in this sector is spiking. The boss room is close.
Do we seriously have to keep marching into this pitch black hellhole? I am terrified of the dark. Let's just go home.
Stop whining like a pathetic coward, Clevius. I could not care less about saving that arrogant noble jerk, but we are rescuing Ayla.
We are not turning back now. Ayla's life is hanging by a frayed thread, and I will drag her out of this nightmare if it kills me.
Pull yourself together, Clevius. We have already breached the inner sanctum. There is no turning back now. Our path is clear, but we must remain vigilant for any surprise attacks.
The romantic bard strummed her lute. The whispers of the future tell me a formidable guardian waits just beyond these iron gates. The oppressive mana density radiating from the eastern wing confirms my suspicions. A massive obstacle is waiting to test our resolve. Look closely at the shadows stretching across the damp cobblestones. We are no longer alone in this forsaken corridor.
The heavy iron gates exploded outward, showering the combat party with burning shrapnel. Taken, calm down. Stop thrashing around. You are breaking the historic architecture. I must have taken 3 lefts instead of 2 rights. Navigating this damp labyrinth is a nightmare. Oh, did I stumble into the path of the rescue squad? This layout is confusing. Oh, hi, Taylor. It is a pleasant surprise running into your combat squad down here in the mud.
Yenneker Palarover? What is the legendary glass can summoner doing guarding the final layer of the dungeon?
The raw, suffocating dread she radiated during her chaotic rampage in the past flooded their traumatized memories.
Her eyes are glowing with lethal intent. Professor Glast must have brainwashed her to act as his enforcer. Her skirt fluttered in the heavy, oppressive breeze as the massive fire dragon curled protectively around her delicate frame.
Draw your weapons. I have no idea how we can bypass a monster of her caliber, but we have to break through her to save Ayla.
Why are they gripping their swords so tense? Did I burn someone's boots with my dragon?
I am not backing down. I will unleash everything I have to shatter her elemental defenses.
Stand down, Taylor. She's not your enemy today.
The heavy thud of boots echoing from the western passage forced the tense combatants to snap their attention toward the shadows. Ed Rothstaler, you broke out of your prison cell on your own?
Ed, you are safe. I was terrified that twisted professor was dissecting you in a dark laboratory.
The disgraced noble has joined forces with the corrupted elementalist. This is the worst-case scenario. I fought him during the Ophelis Hall blockade. He fights like a rabid animal trapped in a corner. Do not underestimate him.
The tense standoff between the frantic hero and the corrupted elementalist was reaching a boiling point.
He held his ground against 3 elite students by himself. His tactical ingenuity is terrifying. Facing Yennekar's raw, destructive magic was already a suicidal gamble. My desperate sword techniques might have been enough to slice through Yennekar's massive spiritual familiars if I pushed past my limits. But with the cunning Ed Rothstaler commanding her strikes, our chances of breaching this corridor have plummeted to 0.
The chilling silence stretching between our factions was broken by my calm, measured voice. Put away your pathetic rusted broadsword, Taylor. We are not here to block your path to justice. Ayla is locked in the eastern containment cell. She is crying out for her childhood hero. Do not make her wait any longer.
You are stepping aside? You actually want me to rescue her and defeat Professor Glast?
Yes, you slice through the twisted celestial guardian at the end of the hall, and I will deal with the massive, unscripted variable marching toward the academy gates as we speak. I must leave to intercept the chaos unfolding on the surface. May the stars bless your blade, Taylor.
Miss Lortel, the veteran mercenaries hired by your ousted father, Golden King Elta, have landed on Akan Island. They are slaughtering the guards.
In the original game lore, Elta was meant to be ruined and discarded. He never had the resources for a desperate comeback. But my interference altered the timeline. Now he is launching a brutal invasion to reclaim his stolen corporate throne.
I have returned from the ashes of my financial ruin to reclaim everything that belongs to the Golden King.
He waited for me to drag my loyal forces into the underground labyrinth before launching his surface assault. The cunning bastard.
Thanks to the massive distraction he caused, I obtained the legendary engineering formulas from the restricted archives without an issue. But the ultimate weapon for survival in this brutal academy is my absolute knowledge of the narrative's future flow. The final act of the glassed subjugation sequence is approaching its catastrophic climax. The timeline is fragile right now. The second act of this saga must conclude. And for that to happen, the Golden King must be eradicated from the board. Hey Ziggs, I have a crucial instruction for you. The path to the holding cells is empty. I have cleared the area. Just ask Ayla for the specific coordinates of the boss room.
What? You are entrusting the final battle to me while you run off to fight a massive mercenary army on the surface?
Look at him. He is the fated hero who must bear the crushing weight of saving this world from absolute destruction. He must shatter his limits, awaken his dormant swordmaster skills, and endure an ocean of blood and sweat. Because when the genuine horrors of the late game arrive, he is our only hope for salvation. He is about to face the terrifying might of celestial magic. Glast will erect massive towers that blast lethal energy across the entire campus. He will suffer agonizing burns, broken bones, and shattered pride. The trials ahead will be a literal nightmare. The protagonist gripped his heavy broadsword, his eyes burning with an unshakable, heroic resolve. Good luck in there, Taylor. Show that delusional professor the unyielding strength of true hard work.
I don't need your condescending encouragement, Rothstaler. I will shatter his twisted ambitions with my own 2 hands. Let's go, team. I will carve a path straight through the darkness and rescue her. You just make sure you survive your own suicidal battle, Rothstaler.
Elta is desperate to find the ledger proving Lady Lortel masterminded his devastating financial collapse. We must secure the main office before his mercenaries breach it.
Stop right there, Ed. You are not taking another step toward that brutal battlefield. I refuse to let you throw your fragile life away again. I am putting a stop to this reckless behavior right now. Are you out of your mind? You literally just escaped a kidnapping and nearly died of exhaustion 3 days ago. And now you want to charge headfirst into an army of veteran mercenaries led by the Golden King himself? I cannot watch you bleed anymore. You are going to get yourself killed for a corporate war that has nothing to do with you.
Her logic is completely sound. A disgraced noble has zero business meddling in a high-stakes merchant guild feud. But I need the experience points from defeating that boss to stabilize my survival. I just need Lortel to formulate a solid excuse to recruit my blade. The frantic elementalist locked her tearful eyes with mine, begging me to prioritize my own physical safety for once.
You are right, Yennecar. Dragging my precious upperclassman into a bloody war just to save my wealth would be selfish. He should retreat to a warm bed and recuperate in peace. I will handle the armed assassins on my own.
Wait, what? You are telling me to stay behind and rest? This ruins my entire strategy. I appreciate your tender concern for my health, ladies, but I am intertwined in this volatile situation.
What do you mean by that? How are you legally bound to the internal politics of the Elte Trading Company?
We do not have time to stand around debating corporate law. The mercenaries are swarming the courtyard. Let's move. Damn it. I cannot think of a single logical reason to justify my violent intervention in this mess.
Oh, I get it now. You signed a binding supply contract with her. If she gets ousted, you lose access to all your crucial survival gear and raw materials.
The pink-haired girl nodded, convinced that my fierce dedication to the Elte Company was driven by a desire for cheap crafting supplies. See? Yennecar is an absolute genius. She understands the harsh economic realities of my wilderness survival. With the flimsy excuse established, we rushed back into the damp corridors, stepping over the shattered debris. Speaking of brutal realities, I didn't realize Taylor's party had flattened the upper floors with such extreme prejudice. The unconscious senior students were tossed aside like broken dolls. Taylor's desperate rampage left zero room for mercy.
I might have commanded my massive fire dragon to incinerate this entire hallway during my frantic search for your cell.
Oh my, how savage. You really do let your violent emotions control your actions, don't you, sweet Yennecar?
I am not a savage monster. I was just terrified of losing him. It was an unintentional inferno, I swear.
The hidden exit is just ahead. My luxury carriage and the remaining loyal guards should be stationed right outside the grate.
The luxurious escape carriage was smashed into splinters, and the elite guards Lortel stationed outside were floating face down in the freezing water.
So you dispatched my guards and shattered my escape route. I must admit, your tactical ambush was swift.
It is a genuine pleasure to see you again, my treacherous daughter. I trained you in the art of corporate sabotage. I know your ledgers are clean. A paper trail does not exist. But your pathetic employees lack your iron will. A mere flash of a blade was all it took for this coward to spill your exact subterranean coordinates.
You also taught me to maintain a confident smile, even when cornered by a pack of rabid dogs. It is my finest asset.
Such arrogant defiance! Extracting a verbal confession from your screaming throat will be deeply satisfying.
The bruised and bloody bodies of her loyal employees drifted aimlessly in the water, serving as a grim testament to Elta's brutality. The enemy is making his move. Watch out, Lortel. The assassin hiding in the shadows is making his move. I raised my spiritually infused dagger, deflecting the lethal sword strike aimed directly at her throat.
How dare you launch a cowardly ambush while I am speaking to my father? Smuggling a private army onto a sacred academic island is a massive violation of Imperial law. Have you gone completely mad?
The Academy is currently paralyzed by Professor Glast's little rebellion. again. The faculty is distracted. You survived the Ophelis Hall blockade by manipulating weak, amateur pawns. But my current forces are a completely different breed. I hired the most ruthless, blood-soaked veterans on the continent. Capture my treacherous daughter alive, so I can extract her confession. Slaughter the rest of the brats. Leave no witnesses to this corporate cleansing.
Knock your arrows, unleash a volley, and pin them to the dirt. Do not let the mages cast.
A massive hail of razor-sharp steel arrows rained down from the ridge. The whistling barrage of steel threatened to pin us all to the damp cobblestones in a single devastating volley. I tracked the trajectory of the lead arrow, my enhanced reflexes allowing me to perceive the lethal threat in slow motion. The sheer kinetic force of the volley shattered the stone tiles around our boots.
Intermediate wind spirit Sylphid, erect a swirling tempest barrier to deflect the projectiles.
The roaring gale shredded the incoming arrows, scattering broken shafts into the water.
Keep your guard up, Ed. These are not mindless monsters. They are staggering their attacks to exploit our blind spots.
Good call. We need to break their formation before they overwhelm our defensive perimeter.
Dealing with a genius elementalist is tedious. Her spirits will infinitely absorb my vanguard's physical strikes. Fortunately, I brought the ultimate equalizer to shut down your little magic tricks. The legendary artifact, Valaris Prejudice. When its seal is broken, it creates a vacuum that suppresses all magical energy.
What the hell? He holds the Valaris Prejudice scroll. That is a legendary engineering artifact that suffocates ambient mana. If he activates that scroll, all spells and spiritual contracts within the radius will be neutralized for 10 whole minutes. It acts on the exact same principle as Elvira's Night Butterfly reagent, but the scale and density of its suppression field are incomparable. If that golden artifact materializes, it will sever our connection to the ambient mana grid, leaving us defenseless. The only flaw in that overpowered scroll is the slow casting time, but with his veteran mercenaries blocking our path, we cannot interrupt him. Lucy, Yennecar, and Lortel all rely on magic to fight. If that oppressive field deploys, our combat strength drops to 0. My entire party consists of fragile backline magic casters. Without our spells, we are just target practice for his armored veterans.
That calculating snake anticipated my exact party composition. If that seal expands, we will be defenseless against his armed thugs.
Ha 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 ha! Suffer in despair, you arrogant children! Your fancy academy magic is useless in the brutal reality of a merchant's war. Burning a fortune on a single scroll stings. But it is a necessary investment to reclaim my stolen golden throne.
My unexpected interference allowed this third-rate villain to survive his fated downfall and launch this massive counterattack. If Golden King Elte wins here, the economic balance of the endgame storyline will shatter into unrecognizable pieces. He is the ruthless architect of Lortel's tragic childhood, a greedy tyrant who crushed countless innocent lives to build his empire of gold. His legacy is written in blood and betrayal. He is an undeniable, irredeemable villain who deserves his scripted downfall. And yet, watching him fight with such fierce, pathetic desperation, I cannot bring myself to despise him. His desperate, underhanded tactics stem from the exact same primal instinct driving my own actions, the burning desire to survive at any cost. We are both pathetic rats clawing our way out of the gutter, but I refuse to let his ambition extinguish my own. You can call my methods selfish and hypocritical. I do not care about justice. It is time to shatter the illusion of being a passive bystander. I am taking direct control of this narrative right now. I stepped forward, the icy water splashing against my boots, a fierce, undeniable resolve burning in my chest. I slid the sleepy archmage off my aching back. Hey, it is time to earn your keep, Lucy.
The loud shouting is ruining my peaceful nap. Why do humans always insist on making such a horrific racket? Her sleepy purple eyes snapped open, glowing with a terrifying, absolute magical density. A terrifying vortex of raw, uncompressed magical energy began to swirl around her delicate frame, warping the very air itself. A massive wave of raw mana erupted from her tiny frame, pushing the charging mercenaries backward.
The memories of the legendary Archmage Glocked flickered through her mind, his final teachings echoing like a gentle, tragic melody. My dear, brilliant child, you are blessed with a talent that eclipses the stars themselves. Your potential is limitless, but you must promise this weary old man that you will remain humble. Do not let your overwhelming power breed arrogance in your heart. Such unparalleled strength inevitably invites a bitter, freezing solitude. You must protect yourself from the isolation of being at the peak. In exchange for everything I have taught you, you must swear to uphold 3 unshakable vows.
Her wide, glowing purple eyes stared blankly at the ceiling as the heavy weight of her grandfather's dying vows anchored her volatile emotions.
First, you must never extinguish another human life. Keep your small hands free of blood. Second, while you reside within the walls of Sylvania Academy, you must live as a proper student and embrace your fleeting youth.
The massive crackling aura of pink lightning illuminated her solemn face. She had no intention of breaking those sacred promises today.
The veteran captain felt a cold bead of sweat roll down his scarred neck. Decades of surviving brutal, blood-soaked battlefields had honed his survival instincts to a razor's edge. The sheer suffocating density of her magical pressure forced the hardened veterans to reconsider their advance, and every single alarm bell in his hardened mind was screaming at him to drop his weapon and run for his miserable life. Fall back. Do not swing your blades at that girl. She is a walking catastrophe.
Have you pathetic thugs lost your nerve? I am paying you a literal fortune! Carve her into pieces right now! The younger, inexperienced mercenaries lacked the honed survival instincts of their captain, charging forward into the meat grinder.
Die, you little witch! The arrogant rookie ignored the warning and brought his heavy broadsword crashing down.
How bothersome. I really despise dealing with sweaty, noisy adults. She raised her delicate hand and snapped her fingers.
Gah! My chest, my ribs are shattered.
The condensed sphere of sheer magical violence warped the very fabric of space before detonating against the charging vanguard. A concentrated bullet of pure kinetic energy blasted the armored warrior into the distant tree line.
What horrifying power! Hurry up and finalize the sealing scroll! My entire vanguard is getting vaporized!
So you are the loud, annoying man issuing the commands from the backline. She raised her tiny palm, targeting the cowering Golden King with a devastating blast of concentrated plasma. If I squash you into paste, the rest of these bugs will scurry away.
The Golden King was paralyzed by her suffocating magical aura. He could not force his trembling legs to retreat.
My fingers gripped her shoulder, the sudden physical contact interrupting her lethal casting sequence. I stepped forward, placing my hand on the tiny Archmage's trembling shoulder. That is enough, Lucy. Do not crush his skull. Remember your promise to your grandfather. Before I could finish my sentence, a deafening crack of thunder split the night sky apart. The suffocating darkness was obliterated by a colossal pillar of pink celestial lightning crashing into the grand architecture of the Academy. The 7 massive stars of the constellation have aligned in perfect formation. Professor Glast has completed the celestial ritual. He is attempting to rewrite the fundamental laws of reality. The massive phenomenon known as Devildom's arrival has officially commenced, casting a haunting neon glow over the entire island. The sheer scale of the celestial manifestation proved that the corrupted professor had unlocked the forbidden arts. The colossal summoning spires are piercing the heavens. This marks the absolute climax of Act 2. Taylor must have breached the inner laboratory. The timing of this grand spectacle is flawless. The protagonist has slain the revived devil and unlocked his legendary swordmaster arts. He is backed by the strongest heroines in the Academy. They possess enough raw firepower to shatter Glast's twisted ambitions. The fact that these colossal magical spires manifested on schedule proves my interventions haven't broken the core narrative.
What on earth is that sinister pink energy radiating from the spires? It defies every known principle of elemental resonance.
The sheer magnitude of this forbidden spell is beyond their comprehension. Those 10 spires are draining ambient celestial mana.
The tiny Archmage stared up at the impossible magical density, her brilliant mind decoding the complex celestial equations. So the rumors of his obsessive research were true. This density is staggering. If he completes the sequence, bringing a soul back from the realm of the dead might become a reality.
In the original game's epilogue, Lucy just wakes from a nap on the roof, oblivious to the chaotic war raging below. If I kept her distracted on the surface, she would bypass her fated confrontation with Glast, erasing the bad ending. But if a foolish player recruits her into the active combat party and forces her to confront the desperate professor in the final chamber...
But if you recruit her during the dungeon dive, the desperate professor offers her a demonic bargain. Join me, child. Defeat these intruders, and I will use the celestial artifact to bring your beloved grandfather, Glocked, back to life.
The horrifying screen of Bad Ending 27 flashes before my eyes. The annihilation of Taylor's party at the hands of the grieving Archmage. That psychological trap is impossible for a grieving child to resist. She turns on the protagonist, resulting in an unescapable bad ending. Not a single experienced player ever found a viable strategy to survive her wrath, At this early stage of the game's progression, I exhausted myself trying to isolate every chaotic variable to keep the story on its predetermined rails. I tightened my grip on the damp fabric of my coat. The crushing pressure of maintaining the timeline is driving me insane. But occasionally, injecting a foreign element into the narrative is the only way to shatter an inevitable tragedy.
I curse your bloodline, Lortel! Witness the ultimate suppression of the Valaris prejudice! The legendary golden artifact erupted with a blinding light, expanding a suffocating dome of anti-magic across the courtyard. The seal is complete. The ambient mana grid is suffocated. Slaughter them while they are powerless.
Without her spells, that terrifying witch is just a fragile little girl. Cut her head off!
The veteran mercenary lunged forward, swinging his heavy steel blade directly at my neck. Wineblade. I channeled the compressed elemental energy stored in my bracer. A violent crescent of pressurized air erupted from my wrist, slicing the mercenary's chest plate and hurling him backward. You seem to have forgotten that I rely on advanced engineering tools, not internal mana casting.
That is impossible! My legendary artifact disabled the atmospheric magical resonance. That engineering toy should have been neutralized. How are you still standing against my elite vanguard?
A single golden scroll is severely limited in its capacity to drain the environment. The golden urn cracked under the sheer incomprehensible pressure of her expanding celestial aura. Trying to suppress my innate mana reserves with that pathetic toy is like trying to drain the ocean with a wooden bucket. The dark purple aura shattered the oppressive golden seal, restoring the magical current. Step aside, you miserable insects. I have a highly important appointment to attend to. Even with the suppression field active, her raw combat experience and infinite mana reserves made her an unstoppable force of nature.
The Golden King collapsed to his knees, his arrogant bravado shattered by her overwhelming pressure. The Golden King's eyes widened in sheer terror as the lethal pink energy condensed directly in front of his face. His veteran instinct screamed that if he made an aggressive movement, his head would be separated from his neck.
A condensed sphere of lethal plasma materialized in her palm, aimed directly at the merchant's terrified face.
I seized her trembling wrist, halting the lethal execution. A massive bead of cold sweat rolled down the frozen merchant's cheek. He was staring directly into the abyss of his own demise.
The tiny girl was fully aware that unleashing this spell would vaporize the cowering man in an instant.
If you unleash that spell, his body will be vaporized. You are aware of that consequence, right? I am not defending this corrupt villain out of pity. I am doing this to protect your fragile soul from the burden of taking a human life.
Even if you make a terrible mistake in anger, you must avoid getting innocent blood on your little hands. Promise me, Lucy.
The memory of your grandfather's dying wish is the only thing holding you back from becoming a true monster.
The lethal pink sphere of plasma dissipated, the dark purple aura fading away as she lowered her trembling hand. Fine, I will lower my hand. The annoying shouting has stopped anyway.
Wait, where are you floating off to? The battlefield is secure. Are you seriously considering accepting Professor Glast's twisted proposition to bring Glocked back?
Her tiny silhouette ascended into the neon-lit clouds, leaving the chaotic battlefield far behind her.
I watched her vanish into the night, the heavy silence of her departure weighing on my exhausted shoulders.
The tiny girl paused in the cold air, her face obscured by the brim of her massive hat.
The final chapter of Glockt's legendary exploration record held the ultimate truth that the young archmage desperately needed to hear.
That which has been lost to the void of death can never be returned to us. The agonizing pain of separation is permanent.
The young girl hugged the heavy leather-bound tome to her chest, the golden sunlight warming her tear-stained cheeks.
So please, my precious child, wipe your tears and grow stronger. You must carry the heavy weight of the future on your shoulders. I dedicate the final sentence of my life's research to you, Lucy. You are my ultimate legacy.
The profound realization of his teachings finally shattered the icy walls she had built around her grieving heart. A single warm tear traced a path down her pale cheek. Number 1. I am not going to ask him to violate the sacred laws of magic just to satisfy my selfish grief. A brilliant flash of spatial magic engulfed her, and the overpowered archmage vanished into the night sky.
We are outmatched. Load the surviving troops onto the transport skiffs and retreat from the island.
Shoo. The invasion force is retreating. Yennekar's dragon managed to herd the rest of them back to the docks. Lortel's vast corporate network will safely imprison him until we decide how to extract the maximum political leverage from his capture.
Have my loyal guards securely bind this treacherous old man. We will have a long, painful conversation regarding his corporate assets in the morning.
I will leave the interrogation to the Golden Daughter. She knows exactly how to extract the maximum profit from her defeated enemies. My vision is starting to blur. Sprinting through a chaotic battlefield after recovering from a severe fever was a terrible tactical choice. I dragged my exhausted body up the grand marble stairs of Trix Hall. The imposing structure of Trix Hall stood silently against the chaotic sky, marking the official starting point of this disastrous chapter. This is the exact location where Professor Glast shattered the resonance ritual and stole the legendary artifact. The bewildered faculty members are frantically treating the wounded officials and attempting to restore order. My bizarre backward sprint through the narrative has come full circle. I pushed open the heavy wooden doors leading to the grand rooftop observatory, the rusty hinges groaning in the quiet night. While the true protagonist fights a grueling battle in the clouds, my desperate struggle for survival has safely concluded.
The tiny silhouette sat perfectly still on the stone ledge, her legs dangling over the massive drop swallowed by the darkness.
The massive crater in the center of the campus used to be Glocked Hall. The Archmage donated his entire vast fortune to support struggling students like me. The profound legacy of his immense generosity and wisdom was etched into the very foundations of this prestigious institution. Because of that deep sentimental connection, I knew where the grieving girl would seek refuge after fleeing the battlefield. I climbed the highest spire overlooking the entire academic district, guided by the radiant pink light of the celestial towers.
To this tiny grieving child, the sprawling campus of Sylvania Academy was essentially a massive graveyard of his lingering memories.
Hey Lucy, you picked a terrifyingly high spot to take a nap.
You ruined my heroic exit. Did you find a fresh strip of premium beef jerky on your way up here?
I told you 20 minutes ago, my pockets are strictly reserved for legendary blueprints. Are you just sitting here reminiscing about the past?
When my grandfather died, the crushing grief felt like a gaping wound in my chest. I thought I would never stop crying. Why did I hesitate when the power to rewrite reality was presented to me? I truly thought I would do anything to see him again. I assumed I would break the laws of nature to get him back if I ever had the chance. But when that twisted professor offered to resurrect him, the overwhelming urge just wasn't there anymore. Tearing open a healed scar is a foolish endeavor. Even if I dragged his soul back from the void, I would have to watch him die of old age again. He accepted his fate with perfect dignity. He secured my future and passed away exactly as he intended. If I forcefully yanked him out of his peaceful eternal slumber, he would probably smack my head with his wooden cane for disturbing him.
You are a highly perceptive kid. Defiling the natural order to appease your temporary loneliness is an insult to a man who respected the boundaries of magic.
So, I am going to let him sleep. It is the only respectful choice left for a selfish granddaughter to make.
Are you genuinely at peace with your decision, Lucy? Letting go of the only family you had cannot be an easy burden to bear. I had to be certain her emotional state was stable. A single moment of lingering regret could trigger a catastrophic relapse. If she were to change her mind and dive into the subterranean laboratory, the entire world would end in a fiery cataclysm.
Hey, blonde boy.
Let me guess. You are going to demand that I hunt a massive wild boar for you tomorrow morning, right?
Shut up and hold still. Lend me your broad shoulder. The cold wind up here is making me drowsy.
The invincible Archmage rested her heavy head against me, exhausted from resisting her own heartbreaking temptations. I suppose this quiet, fleeting warmth is what her grandfather meant when he warned her against the freezing solitude of absolute power. High above us in the glowing spires, the desperate professor is pouring his agonizing grief into a spell that is doomed to fail.
The crushing weight of loss is a burden everyone must bear. I just have to find a way to patch my bleeding heart and keep moving forward.
The tiny Archmage buried her face in my shoulder, shedding the heavy tears she had held back for so long. We sat there in silence upon the cold roof, letting the tranquil night breeze wash away the bitter residue of our desperate struggles. The colossal magical spires continued to pierce the heavens, painting the dark clouds with an eerie neon glow. Despite the chaotic war raging in the depths below us, the starry sky above the academy looked stunning tonight.
Meanwhile, in the deepest chamber of the underground labyrinth, the final boss unleashed his ultimate defensive mechanism. Stand your ground. The professor infused celestial magic into the ancient stonework to create this massive guardian golem. Ayla is trapped inside the beast's arcane core, and if we destroy the outer shell, we can pull her out before the ritual completes. Look out. The colossal stone hand is sweeping across the platform. Brace for a devastating physical impact. I channeled every ounce of my aura into my broadsword, parrying the crushing weight of the monstrous limb.
Your pathetic sword skills cannot reach the heavens. Submit to the crushing gravity of absolute magical supremacy, you talentless fool.
I am not going to let you sacrifice my childhood friend for your delusional fantasy. I will shatter your twisted ambitions. I vaulted off the falling debris and drove my glowing blade into the glowing pink core of the colossal construct.
I have the structural arm pinned down with my elemental binding. The defensive perimeter is shattered. Now is your chance. Do not hesitate. Pierce his magical barrier and end this nightmare. Go, Taylor! Strike him down!
I pushed my screaming muscles to the absolute limit, launching myself across the chasm toward the hovering professor. Hand her over. You have no right to steal her future just to ease the burden of your own miserable past.
The furious roar of the young swordsman shattered my concentration. How could mere effort overcome the boundaries of undeniable talent?
Swordmaster Art, sever the chains of fate and return her to me.
A blinding flash of steel shattered my enchanted lenses, plunging my vision into a chaotic blur of blood and sparks. As the kinetic force hurled me backward, the stagnant memories of my pathetic life flashed before my bleeding eyes. I spent decades sitting at this wooden desk, transcribing the sage's sealed tome in a blind search for a miracle. I drafted vast academic curricula and analyzed ancient celestial theorems, hoping my rigorous studies would grant me the power to rewrite my tragedy. But no matter how many brilliant students passed through my doors, the agonizing emptiness in my chest never faded. The scenery outside my window shifted from burning autumn to freezing snow, marking the relentless march of time.
My precious daughter kept visiting my office, begging me to teach her advanced elemental magic far beyond her average capabilities.
I blindly indulged her dangerous ambitions, mistaking her desperate desire to make me proud for a spark of genuine genius. Even the clumsy apologies of my newest assistant professor only served to remind me of the pathetic fragility of untalented mages. The gentle spring breeze carried the scent of blooming cherry blossoms, mocking the frozen winter trapped inside my soul. Even as my old colleague ascended to the rank of headmaster, he continued to visit my dusty office for his morning tea. I buried myself in endless mountains of paperwork, praying that the sheer volume of academic responsibility would numb my crushing guilt. I believed that if I ignored the bleeding wound in my chest, the agonizing pain of her death would subside. But the truth is undeniable. The devastating void left by her absence refuses to be filled by mere academic accolades. The recoil of the shattered spell ruptured my internal organs. My blind pursuit of a miracle is tearing my body apart. I refuse to accept this pathetic reality. I will rewrite the laws of the universe and erase my horrific mistake. Celestial magic, miniature time reversal. Mend the shattered architecture and restore my defensive perimeter. No matter how much damage you inflict, I will wind back the clock. I will never stop fighting to correct my past. The agonizing memories of holding her lifeless body will never fade. I will sacrifice this entire world to see her smile one last time.
What the hell is happening to the summoning circle? The pink mana is expanding beyond its physical containment bounds. The entire magical array is going critical. We need to pull Ayla out of the core before it detonates. A devastating pillar of raw celestial energy erupted from the shattered golem, tearing a massive hole through the bedrock and shooting into the starry sky.
I will rewrite this miserable fate. Multiplied time prison. Freeze into absolute eternity.
Get out of the way. I will not let you sacrifice my friends for your dark delusion. Swordmaster's Art, I will sever the chains of destiny and bring your twisted ambitions crashing down. Pierce through his celestial barrier. This ends right here and now, Professor Glast.
The immense recoil is tearing my internal organs apart. My body is reaching its absolute limit.
Father, please do not push yourself too hard. I just wanted to make you proud of me.
My vision grows dark and blurred, but past this long darkness, I can finally see the precious child I lost.
Huff, Huff, give it up, Professor. Do not stand in my way any longer.
I will do whatever it takes to reverse reality. I will turn back the clock and fix my monumental mistake. I will sacrifice everything I have left. The immense pain means nothing if I can just see her smile one last time. My defenses are crumbling into dust. The overwhelming power of his raw talent is destroying my masterpiece. I must channel the remaining celestial mana into a massive time reversal spell. I refuse to accept defeat. My glasses are shattered and my stamina is drained. This relentless boy continues to push me into a hopeless corner.
I will burn through your temporal manipulations. Feel the unyielding heat of my blazing blade.
Celestial magic, time reversal, rewind the shattered architecture and restore my defensive perimeter. It is no use. The intricate flow of time refuses to bend to my desperate will. Even if I must burn the remaining years of my pathetic life, I will protect those frozen in time. Intermediate ice magic, ice spear. I must stall their advance and recalculate my magical coordinates.
Now is our chance, team. Strike the central core before he can initiate another catastrophic spell.
We are pouring all our concentrated magic into a unified strike. Bring him down right now.
So this is it. My grand ambitions crumble under the weight of true, undeniable genius. The agonizing decades I spent studying ancient tomes amount to nothing. I failed her once again.
The central core is shattered. The massive golem is falling apart. Grab Ayla and retreat. I have you, Ayla. Hold on to me tight. We are getting out of this collapsing nightmare.
The structural supports gave way. I am plunging into the dark abyss, just like my broken dreams. The sheer gravity pulls me down. I close my eyes and embrace the bitter end of my journey. The cold wind rushes past my bleeding face. I am so tired of fighting this hopeless war against fate. I miss you so much. The agonizing emptiness in my chest never faded for a single day. My sweet Mayuri, please forgive your foolish father. I will join you in the eternal sleep very soon. Wait, my subconscious instincts are triggering a spatial leap, a magic circle I prepared long ago. The emergency teleportation matrix activates, ripping me away from the crushing impact of the hard stone courtyard. I materialized in the northern forest, far away from the chaotic battlefield, but my shattered body is beyond repair. Huff. My escape was far too late. Even with my reserves, I cannot stem this massive internal bleeding. My trembling legs give out, and I slump against the rough bark of an old oak tree.
In the original game lore, he vanishes after falling from the tower, but my knowledge led me straight to his final resting place. Professor Glast, how are you wandering the northern forest past the official dormitory curfew?
I will ensure all the mercenaries are driven off the island. We locked LT away so the massive risk factors are handled. Once I confirm Ed is safe in Trix Hall, we agreed to meet up by the entrance of the underground waterways.
Oh, hey there, Lortel. It seems the violent mercenary uprising on the surface has been suppressed.
What is that tiny archmage doing clutching his hands so tight? I must maintain my composed merchant facade.
Why is Yennecar staring at us with such intense, blazing jealousy? Did I trigger a hidden rivalry event? The top third-year alchemy student Dorothy and assistant Professor Cleo are both battered and exhausted.
The horrific situation in the waterways is handled, but my heart breaks witnessing this massive academic disaster.
Why is she crying so much? Did she lose a massive stack of essential research papers during the earthquake?
Ed, I brought my massive fire dragon to ensure your safety. Let us return to the camp and eat a warm meal. You mentioned those glowing towers are constructed with forbidden celestial magic, right? I need to confirm a critical suspicion. I hold regular meetings with the elemental spirits to protect the northern forest from dark corruption. A few days ago, Tekken reported sensing the exact same sinister magical density near your campsite. Only one person wields that magic.
What exactly did Professor Glast hide in my forest? If he alters the storyline any further, the consequences will be dire. The timeline is already fracturing. Elte nearly wiped out the faculty. And now this unknown variable threatens my survival strategy. If that delusional professor decides to stay alive and meddle in the future chapters, my encyclopedic knowledge of the game becomes useless. That terrifying uncertainty is the exact reason I hiked all the way up this free freezing mountain in the middle of the night. I intended to secure the perimeter and check on his corpse, but finding him alive complicates things.
How are you roaming the academy grounds past the strict dormitory curfew, Ed Rothstaler?
Professor Glast, you are bleeding so much. What on earth are you doing hiding out here in the freezing cold?
Cough. I was simply gazing up at the beautiful moonlight. Why? Does my pathetic state seem ridiculous to you children? No, not at all. How incredibly strange. I find my own miserable failure quite hilarious.
You must have calculated the immense risks. You knew resurrecting the dead was a suicidal endeavor destined to fail.
You are correct, boy. In the end, my grand design was always meant to crumble. Even if I succeeded, Headmaster Obel would have stopped me. You are a far superior student than I ever anticipated. How pathetic of me to discover your raw potential so late in the game. I kidnapped you because your tactical brilliance caught my eye. I intended to recruit you as an essential pawn for my ultimate ritual.
But because I was bedridden from severe mana exhaustion, your intricate kidnapping plot broke down. By the time you grabbed me, I had already escaped.
If dying alone in this freezing forest is my final punishment, it seems quite an easy price to pay for my monumental sins. Still, I never felt lonely during the 17 years I spent nurturing my precious daughter. It was a brief, beautiful dream.
You also mentored Professor Cleo for 4 years, and then worked alongside her for another 5. Your legacy is built on the students you nurtured.
Cleo? Yes. On my chaotic march toward the subterranean laboratory, we crossed paths with her. She was weeping uncontrollably. She begged me to abandon my dark ambitions and return to the classroom.
Ha ha ha. Well, Professor Glast is someone you cannot help but dislike, you know? He is an absolute nightmare to work with. He forced me to handle all his tedious paperwork, acted incredibly self-righteous, and delivered harsh lectures over the smallest mistakes. He was the most unlikable, stubborn old man on this campus, but he was also the most brilliant, dedicated scholar I ever met.
I have absolutely no clue what dark ritual he is planning, but I will forever be grateful to him for recognizing my hidden alchemical talent.
Of course, he committed an unforgivable crime by taking innocent students hostage. He walked down a twisted, unredeemable path of despair.
As I sit here bleeding in the snow, looking back at my wretched life, I assumed I was dying alone and despised by all.
But in reality, he constantly discovered and cultivated the dormant talents of students that the rest of the faculty had deemed worthless.
Both Assistant Professor Cleo and I were once mocked for our lack of innate talent, but he molded us into elite scholars.
I spent my life aggressively lecturing about how talentless fools hold no value in the academic world, but my actions proved otherwise. It was as if I was desperately determined to prove to the universe that my average daughter was a person of profound value. I spent decades mentoring countless ambitious students. I suppose it is impossible for a man like me to truly die alone. My vision is terribly nearsighted. At some point, the crushing guilt blinded me so severely I could not see anything without these enchanted lenses. I could not even perceive my own monumental hypocrisy. I was a blind fool chasing a broken ghost. Before the final battle commenced, I noticed you raided my restricted library. You meticulously cleaned out the most valuable engineering formulas.
Are you implying there was an even greater treasure hidden down there? I swept the shelves thoroughly.
It serves you right for acting so greedy. You will have to clean up the rest of this monumental mess yourself. Take this brass key, Ed. Use it to unlock the final secret of my lifelong research.
What is this? You are legally transferring ownership of your personal magical archive directly to me.
Cough. Are you seriously complaining about receiving a massive inheritance from a dying old man? Beneath the heavy mahogany table that Raina guarded, you will locate a concealed floor safe. Ensure the faculty investigators never find it. Huff, huff. And lastly, tell Lucy to stop isolating herself. She needs to look around and embrace her youth.
We stood in absolute silence as the notorious final boss delivered his dying will, entrusting his legacy to a disgraced noble.
Yes, a wise decision. I think I will finally get some rest now.
I wonder what kind of tragic expression Lucy made when she chose to abandon her grandfather's resurrection. Unfortunately, I was too busy fighting for my miserable life to witness her monumental character growth. His breathing halted, the blood stopped dripping from his lips. The fanatical professor had finally found peace. With his broken body leaning comfortably against the old oak tree under the pale moonlight, he looked like a weary traveler sleeping soundly. We stayed in that freezing forest for a long time, watching over his silent corpse to ensure no wild beasts disturbed his rest.
You were heavily involved in the Glass Can Demon invasion, the chaotic occupation of Ophelis Hall, and the theft of the Sage's sealed tome. And you were mysteriously present at the epicenter of every single catastrophic event. You possess a terrifying brand of bad luck, Ed Rothstaler. I read your extensive report detailing your kidnapping, your daring escape, and your accidental encounter with Taylor's rescue squad.
The comprehensive document I submitted contains the absolute truth, Headmaster Obel. Yennecar and Lortel stormed the dungeon to extract me. I left Ayla in the cell because she was paralyzed with terror and firmly refused to trust a disgraced noble like me. I calculated that dragging her through a labyrinth swarming with mutant monsters would result in her inevitable death. I made the pragmatic choice.
Your logical excuses are sound. However, the sheer volume of coincidences surrounding you forces the faculty to remain highly suspicious of your motives. You consistently project the innocent facade of a clueless outsider, yet your actions dictate the flow of massive historical events on this campus. But during both the Ophelis riot and this recent disaster, you were officially registered as an innocent victim of the Academy's negligence.
My heart pounded against my ribs. I thought he was reading my interrogation file, but that parchment bears the seal of the academic registrar. Wait a minute, is he holding my semester report card? My grades are exposed to the supreme mage of the Empire.
You have displayed phenomenal dedication to your studies while surviving in a brutal environment, Ed. The Academy wishes to formally reward your unyielding efforts.
I closed the heavy oak doors of the administration office, letting out a massive sigh of sheer relief. I survived the interrogation.
Ed, you are finally done. I was so worried about you. You looked battered after that intense clash with the mercenaries. Huh? The little wind spirit perched on my shoulder is whispering something urgent into my ear. Wait a minute, you lied to me? You actually suffered a serious injury during that brutal skirmish? Show me where you are hurt right now.
I think I pulled a muscle in my lower back from sprinting through the dungeon. It is nothing serious, I promise.
Editor, this terrifying incident has forced me to realize a very crucial truth about our relationship. I always expected you to stand strong like an unshakable pillar, but you are fragile, and you bled to protect us today.
What are you talking about? It is late to harbor useless regrets over Professor Glast's chaotic final stand.
No, that is not what I mean. I feel guilty because I am constantly dragging you into lethal situations and causing you intense physical pain. I think it would be best for your survival if you cut ties with a walking disaster like me. I am sorry for lying about my feelings. Wait, no, that came out wrong. Ed, you applied to move into the warm comfort of Dex Hall for the winter, right? Because if you secure a room in Dex Hall, I might be able to visit you every single day without freezing in the snow. We could share meals in the cafeteria and study magical theory together by the fireplace. It would be an absolute dream come true.
A staggering amount of chaotic violence unfolded over the past 48 hours, but the grand narrative of Act 2 concluded exactly as intended. I successfully diverted the catastrophic variables and secured my survival. Now, I must prepare for the grueling winter season ahead.
The Academy is granting you a massive merit scholarship, Ed. You should abandon your miserable dirt shack and return to the dignified life of a regular student.
The headmaster offered me a warm bed in the luxurious dormitories. It is a sound proposition that guarantees my physical safety. I spent weeks chopping this massive stack of firewood by hand. I had grand plans to expand the perimeter fence and cultivate a vegetable garden. Every single wooden beam of this sturdy shelter is steeped in my blood, sweat, and desperate determination. Walking away from it feels wrong. I guess this is the unceremonious end of my rugged wilderness survival phase. I reached for the heavy iron latch and pushed the door open. What the hell? Why is there a tiny silver-haired girl snoring loudly in the middle of my living room?
Zzz. No, don't take away my premium beef jerky. I will blast you with a fireball. The heavy gray clouds gathered above the towering academic spires. It smells like a bitter, freezing rain is about to drench the forest. This is not Akan Island. These are the towering peaks of the Lamelin mountain range in the frozen north. Why am I suddenly dreaming about my miserable childhood? The heavy scent of pine needles brings back agonizing memories. But since my subconscious dragged my soul all the way back here, I might as well step inside and see the stubborn old man.
The legendary archmage sat quietly in his rocking chair, his frail body bathed in the golden afternoon sunlight.
Oh, he looks so incredibly peaceful. The overwhelming urge to run forward and hug his frail neck is tearing my heart apart. The grand tapestry of his magical legacy is woven into the very fabric of this dusty cabin. I miss his gentle lectures so much.
Why did you refuse my generous offer? I could have restored his rotting flesh and dragged his soul back from the eternal abyss, you foolish child.
My heavy eyelids flutter open. The horrifying nightmare dissipates, leaving a cold sweat clinging to my forehead.
Good morning, Lady Lucy. The sun is shining brightly. Let us wash your face and get your uniform ready for the morning lectures.
I stared blankly at the cheerful maid. The suffocating walls of the luxurious dormitory felt like a massive iron cage crushing my spirit.
Wait, Lady Lucy, please do not channel advanced spatial magic inside the royal suite. The structural wards will shatter.
I don't know why my instincts are screaming at me, but I need to escape to the northern forest right now. My bare feet touch the freezing wooden shingles of the familiar dirt cabin. The residual heat of the campfire warmed my chilled toes.
I trudged back to the campsite, my shoulders aching from the heavy administrative meeting with the headmaster.
The moment I saw his exhausted, irritated face trudging through the snow, an inexplicable wave of profound relief washed away my lingering nightmares. The heavy gray clouds are gathering rapidly. It looks like a brutal winter storm is about to strike the island. If that blonde boy moves into the luxurious dormitory, he will abandon this cozy little forest sanctuary forever.
I swung the heavy iron axe, splitting the thick pine logs with precise, calculated strikes. I need to stockpile enough fuel to survive the blizzard.
Cats are inherently difficult creatures to read. They never conform to your logical expectations or follow your strict schedules. When you actively try to pamper them, they act aloof and arrogant, but the moment you ignore them to focus on your work, they beg for your attention.
Are you seriously sitting there analyzing feline psychology while I perform exhausting manual labor to keep us from freezing to death? The absolute best strategy for dealing with an erratic archmage is to completely ignore her existence and focus on my chores.
If you desire to form a spiritual contract with a feline familiar, you must employ reverse psychology. Act as though their presence bores you to tears.
Professor Flubin is so charming. Navigating the unpredictable moods of a magical familiar sounds far more complicated than actual human dating.
His monster studies class is incredibly popular among the female students. I scribbled down every detail of his lecture to compensate for my terrible early grades. I closed the heavy leather tome. My academic standing has stabilized nicely. I am finally absorbing the complex theoretical material. Wait, what? You want me to visit your private research laboratory after hours? Are you trying to recruit me for a dangerous experiment?
Have you heard of the Academy's elite scholarship program? You perform menial administrative tasks in exchange for a massive reduction in your tuition fees. Since Professor Glass' sudden demise, his department is drowning in chaotic paperwork. They need a sharp, disciplined assistant to restore order.
This is a massive disaster. The end of semester evaluations are due tomorrow, and I haven't even sorted the preliminary grading rubrics.
We must finalize the class assignment exams before the winter break concludes. Professor Cleo, please stop screaming and sign these authorization forms.
I understand. I will assist with the grading and the logistical preparations for the incoming freshmen. It guarantees my financial security for the next semester. The incoming freshman class? That includes the most dangerous, politically manipulative villain in the entire academy, the little sister who orchestrated my exile. The advanced magical theory tome floats in the air, radiating a dense blue aura. My raw magic power resonance is steadily increasing through rigorous meditation.
The corporate restructuring is consuming all my time, but there is a massive lingering variable that threatens to disrupt my ultimate financial victory, the Sage's sealed tome. My father negotiated a staggering price to purchase the legendary relic from my company. Ed specifically requested that I halt that transaction. He knew Duke Crepin's sinister intentions, and he used his precious favor to block the sale. But the sheer amount of gold resting on that contract is astronomical. If I cancel the sale, the Elt company will suffer a devastating economic blow. I am a ruthless merchant who worships gold above all else. Why is the simple desire of a disgraced blonde noble making me hesitate? He promised to do anything for me in exchange for securing the certificate of sale. The possibilities of that blank check are intoxicating. My heart flutters at the thought of claiming him as my exclusive property. I am acting like a foolish, lovesick teenager. Just one more major corporate acquisition, and I will have enough leverage to bind him to my side forever. The special magical combat classes during the winter break require a substitute instructor. I must allocate corporate funds to sponsor the event and maximize my influence. With the brutal winter rapidly approaching, I assumed everyone would be too overwhelmed with survival and exams to bother visiting his campsite. I calculated that Yenneker would return to her hometown, and Lucy would hibernate in the royal dormitories until the spring thaw. Wait. My merchant instincts are screaming at me. A sudden, terrifying premonition of absolute romantic disaster just pierced my skull. What is this sudden, ominous chill? Is someone attempting to steal my precious investment while I am trapped behind this mahogany desk?
Hey, blonde boy, you are rapidly depleting your stockpile of seasoned firewood. The winter freeze is going to turn you into a human popsicle.
What? I spent all morning chopping logs. I have plenty of fuel to keep the hearth burning for weeks.
But you specifically told that pink-haired girl you wouldn't have enough provisions to survive the brutal winter season. Were you lying to her? And why haven't you been hunting wild boars lately? My stomach is aggressively demanding a massive tribute of roasted meat.
I suppose my survival routine has grown slightly lax since I considered accepting the headmaster's offer to relocate into the luxurious warmth of Dex Hall. If I move into the dorms, Lucy and I won't cross paths very often, but perhaps distancing myself will stabilize the fragile narrative timeline.
Hi, Ed. My afternoon advanced elemental theories class was unexpectedly canceled. I sprinted all the way here to relax by your campfire. Since you are abandoning this freezing dirt shack for the dormitories soon, I wanted to visit and build some warm memories before the semester ends.
I really like this quiet little sanctuary. The thought of you abandoning it makes me annoyed. Do not pack your bags.
Don't listen to her. Your physical safety and comfort are far more important. We can share meals in the grand dining hall and study in the heated library.
Before I make a final decision about my living arrangements, I need to unlock the hidden safe Professor Glast entrusted to me before his death. Oh, right. Yenneker handed me the official administrative application forms required to secure a room in the prestigious Dex Hall dormitory. Thank you for braving the cold to bring me this paperwork, Yenneker. It saves me a grueling hike to the student registry office.
Eek, wait a minute. What are you doing? Put me down right now. This is highly inappropriate behavior for a public forest.
The tiny archmage effortlessly grabbed my collar and hauled me into the sky, ignoring the frantic elementalist's screaming protests. Stop. Do not sign that official housing contract. If you move into the stone building, I won't have a quiet place to nap anymore. I absolutely refuse to accept your departure. I will burn that miserable application form into a pile of gray ash if you try to submit it.
Dealing with an overpowered, emotionally attached archmage is going to be the absolute death of me. I guess my rugged wilderness survival continues. And so, my grueling routine resumed. I decided to reject the comfortable dormitory life and double down on fortifying my northern forest sanctuary. My intense training regimens are finally yielding tangible results. My raw spiritual resonance and elemental casting speed have drastically surpassed the beginner milestones.
Your magical aura is incredibly dense, Ed. You're growing so fast it terrifies me. Soon you won't even need my protection anymore.
Why is Lucy glaring at Yenneker from behind that oak tree like a territorial predator? Did they have a massive argument over my jerky rations again? The elite maids of Ophelis Hall usually ensure she looks immaculate, but she clearly escaped through a window in her wrinkled pajamas to guard my campsite. With my core mana capacity expanding, I must dedicate my evenings to mastering the complex theoretical frameworks of intermediate combat spells. Advanced elemental manipulation requires a flawless understanding of atmospheric resonance. I cannot afford to slack off while the endgame villains gather their strength. The sheer mental exhaustion of deciphering the ancient runic texts shattered my concentration. I collapsed backward, my brain practically frying from the academic overload. What has gotten into her lately? She refuses to leave my side, clinging to my cloak like a lost child desperate for any shred of warmth.
Back off, pink hair. This is my designated napping territory. Go find your own spot to loiter before I blast you with a plasma sphere.
Her territorial aggression toward Yenneker is escalating rapidly, but underneath her fierce magical posturing, her trembling purple eyes reveal a profound, lingering fear of abandonment. Mastering intermediate magic is proving to be a monumental hurdle. I spent the entire afternoon memorizing incantations, but I still cannot successfully manifest a stable, intermediate flame. Hey Lucy, before you doze off again, I have a crucial logistical favor to ask of you regarding Professor Glast's abandoned underground laboratory.
You want me to carry you down into that dark, damp dungeon again? Why? You already looted all the valuable engineering blueprints from the shelves.
I need to stockpile specialized crafting materials to survive the escalating combat encounters. Plus, the temperature is dropping rapidly. I must fortify the cabin's heating system. I tightened the thick leather straps of my winter coat. Since I foolishly rejected the comfortable dormitory life, I must face the brutal consequences of my stubbornness. Hey, are you actually listening to me, or are you just giving me a blank stare? I need a spatial teleportation portal, Lucy.
I will open the portal to the subterranean archives, but do not expect me to carry your heavy bags of looted metal scraps. I am not your personal pack mule.
We materialize deep within the shattered ruins of the Soul Library. The massive crater you blasted through the ceiling provides the perfect anchor point for my climbing rope. I secured the heavy hempen cord to the jagged stone pillar and tossed the coil down into the absolute darkness of the lower archives. I descended into the abyss, my reinforced leather boots finding purchase against the crumbling masonry. The residual celestial mana still crackled in the cold air.
You know, I could have just levitated you down here with a simple gravity manipulation spell, right? Why insist on this exhausting physical labor?
It is fine. I needed to verify the structural integrity of my manual escape route in case the magical suppression wards ever reactivate. My boots hit the damp stone floor of the hidden sanctum. The twisted professor kept his most prized possessions locked away in this forgotten chamber. The sheer volume of rare alchemical reagents and engineering components piled on these shelves is staggering. I will have to make multiple terrifying trips to extract everything. I coughed as a thick cloud of dust billowed from the ancient rug. Lortel promised to supply me with premium crafting tools soon, so I must prepare the raw materials. Who would have ever guessed that beneath the Spectral Guardian's patrol route lay a highly secure titanium floor safe? I inserted the heavy brass key Glast gave me into the glowing lock mechanism. The ancient runic seals deactivated with a satisfying, heavy click. The heavy iron lid groaned as I pried it open. I cannot believe a fanatical villain hid something this powerful beneath the academy. The radiant golden light reflecting off the velvet cushion confirms my wildest suspicions. He managed to craft the ultimate legendary artifact. I hauled myself back up the freezing rope, my screaming muscles burning with intense lactic acid. The grueling strength training I endured in the forest is saving my life. Just a few more feet. I refused to plunge back into the darkness after securing the ultimate prize of the entire second act.
You are breathing like a dying horse. If you were going to struggle this much, you really should have swallowed your pride and asked for an elemental lifting spell. So, what exactly did you risk your pathetic life to retrieve from the dead man's personal vault? Show me the treasure.
The legendary rank magic tool, Glast's Golden Phoenix Ring, a masterpiece of engineering that defies the natural progression of magical growth. By twisting the fundamental laws of time, this ring allows the user to tap into the massive mana reserves of their future self for a brief, devastating moment. Theoretically, if I activate this golden seal, I can bypass my pathetic beginner limits and unleash a cataclysmic advanced spell right now. However, the physical toll is brutal. After the temporal connection severs, my body will be paralyzed by severe mana exhaustion for days. Using this in live combat is a terrifying gamble. It is strictly a last resort trump card against an overwhelming, unbeatable adversary. I will only unleash this devastating power when absolute destruction is the only alternative. But its utility extends far beyond mere combat applications. The primary reason Yennecar can effortlessly command an entire army of high-ranking spirits isn't her inherent talent, it is her monstrous, unfathomable mana capacity. Meanwhile, pathetic beginner elementalists like myself struggle to maintain a connection with a single, low-ranking wind breeze. My internal reserves are laughable, but if I artificially spike my maximum mana threshold by borrowing from the future, I can force a binding contract with a legendary high-ranking spirit.
If that desperate professor possessed the power to rewrite time with that ring, why didn't he just use it to save his daughter instead of building those massive towers?
Because it only borrows power from the user's own established future. It cannot resurrect the dead. He spent his entire life building a tool that failed to solve his ultimate grief. He locked it away in the dark because it was a bitter, golden reminder of his absolute failure to save his precious daughter. His misguided ideology that untalented people held zero value poisoned his brilliant mind. He chose the path of a monster out of sheer, blinding agony. The debilitating wall of insufficient magic power that plagues ordinary students. He spent his life trying to shatter it, only to be crushed by his own sins. The ultimate irony is that his final, discarded masterpiece will now serve as the crucial foundation for my own desperate survival in this brutal world. The reason he kept this ring hidden until his dying breath was because he originally forged it as a precious gift to overcome his daughter's limits. The freezing night air filled my burning lungs as I finally breached the surface. The towering spires of the academy cast long shadows across the snow. Huff, huff. I once lost a cheap brass button off the cuff of my uniform shirt. I never realized its worth until my sleeve kept flapping in the cold wind. I keep experiencing these profound realizations. You only truly understand the massive weight of a person's existence after they are permanently gone. The things I foolishly took for granted, the quiet days at the academy, the annoying lectures, they were actually the most crucial anchors holding my sanity together. I honestly asked you to accompany me down into that dark abyss because I needed to confirm a very specific, terrifying suspicion.
You are avoiding my question, blonde boy. Are you going to abandon the forest and move into the warm, luxurious rooms of Dex Hall? What if you just threw that application form into the campfire and stayed here? I demand that you remain in the freezing woods.
Hearing such a desperate, direct plea from the notoriously apathetic Archmage is jarring. She is terrified of losing another familiar presence in her life. The logical choice is obvious. The dormitory offers security, warmth, and reliable food. The dirt cabin offers freezing drafts and endless manual labor. Huff, huff. Returning to a normal student lifestyle would drastically reduce my stress levels and allow me to focus entirely on magical theory.
If you leave, I will have to find a new napping spot, and nobody else knows how to roast the beef jerky exactly the way I like it.
That is a terrible reason to force someone to sleep in the dirt. But I suppose I'm already used to this miserable lifestyle.
A cold droplet hit my cheek. My absolute sensory perception detects a massive shift in the atmospheric humidity. A severe winter storm is descending upon the island. No, the magical resonance in the clouds feels slightly distorted. This is not a natural weather phenomenon driven by the changing seasons.
Are you talking about the weather? It is the dead of winter, Lucy. Blizzards are entirely expected in the northern mountain ranges.
The tiny Archmage stared up into the bleeding twilight sky, her purple eyes tracking the invisible currents of mana swirling above the frozen canopy. The sheer density of the lingering celestial energy from the professor's broken ritual has warped the atmospheric pressure. This snow is tainted with residual grief.
The bitter, freezing snow began to fall heavily, coating the silent forest in a blanket of pure white. We sat there, watching the scars of the battlefield slowly vanish.
Anyway, you never gave me a direct answer. Are you staying in the woods, or are you packing your bags for the stone prison?
I have been so incredibly busy studying that I neglected my firewood stockpile. If you want me to stay, you have to help me gather supplies for the winter. You were the one who rudely awakened me just to point out my lack of fuel. The least you can do is lend me your overpowered magic to cut down some trees. Whoa! She suddenly launched herself directly into my chest, nearly knocking me off balance. I guess that means she enthusiastically agrees to the manual labor. If I make a few crucial structural upgrades to the cabin's insulation, surviving the blizzard won't be entirely impossible. I am committing to the wild.
The exhausted Archmage immediately fell asleep in my arms, forcing me to carry her dead weight all the way back to the campsite through the knee-deep snow.
The second act has concluded. The political battle for the student council presidency between Princess Penia and Lortel is rapidly approaching. The stakes are massive. The highly anticipated freshman class is arriving, bringing a terrifying wave of new villains and overpowered prodigies to the academy grounds. And looming over everything is the ultimate final boss of Act 3, the lazy, overwhelmingly lethal Archmage, Lucy Mayriel. I know exactly what horrific trials wait in the future, but for now, I am pushing those dark anxieties out of my mind. Because when I saw the genuine tearful smile on her face beneath the falling snow, I knew that my desperate interventions had saved this fractured timeline. The brutal winter officially arrived with a massive blizzard. Shoveling this heavy, wet snow is an absolute nightmare for my aching lower back. The fresh powder looked picturesque as it fell, but once it began freezing into solid ice, clearing the perimeter became a grueling, hour-long physical ordeal. I swore I would stop overworking my fragile body. But since my mandatory shifts as a teaching assistant begin tomorrow, I must finish these chores today. I finally managed to patch the leaking roof and restock the heavy wooden logs beneath the protective awning. The fuel supply is secure for the month, thanks to the freezing temperatures acting as a natural refrigerator. Preserving the massive boar carcass I hunted was incredibly easy. My food rations are stable.
By accepting the administrative assistant position, your exorbitant academy tuition is entirely waived. You may focus on your magical studies without the crippling burden of financial ruin.
However, having more free time to study didn't mean I could relax. The tiny Archmage decided my chest was the ultimate heated mattress for her daily naps. I gave up trying to throw her out of the cabin. She just teleports right back through the locked window the exact second I turn my back. With her advanced defensive wards active, she doesn't feel the freezing drafts anyway. I will just let her sleep while I review my complex engineering blueprints. My schedule is incredibly tight. I must utilize this brief moment of relative relative peace to execute a highly dangerous, high-reward gamble. The Golden Phoenix Ring, Professor Glast's ultimate legacy. It is time to harness the immense power of my future self. The ancient runes burned against my skin. A terrifying surge of pure, concentrated mana flooded my fragile pathways, pushing my core to its absolute breaking point. The raw energy is suffocating. I must bind this temporary, massive reservoir of power before it shatters my physical body into a million pieces.
Meanwhile, the pristine courtyards of Sylvania Academy were blanketed in a serene layer of white snow, hiding the vicious political battles brewing within. The Laplace Bakery, the absolute pinnacle of luxury on campus, a delicate slice of their famous cake costs more than a commoner makes in a month. Securing a reservation for their exclusive afternoon tea set requires massive financial leverage. It is the perfect bait to ensnare my naive little rivals.
Oh my goodness, this tea is absolutely divine. But please don't call it bait, Lortel. You make it sound like you lured us into a wicked trap.
Do not fall for her sweet smiles, Yennecar. That cunning merchant is completely head over heels for Ed Rothstaler, and she intends to eliminate her competition.
What? How did you figure that out? I thought I was being subtle. Please do not announce my embarrassing secrets in the middle of a public bakery.
I was devastated when he first arrived, but his reputation has shifted. I accepted reality. The massive problem is your pathetic lack of aggressive action. Have you been unable to speak properly because your heart is pounding? Have you avoided his gaze because your face flushes red every time he looks at you? Answer me.
Well, I actually feel incredibly comfortable and cozy around him now. The nervous tension has faded into a warm sense of profound security. Wait, why did the horrific bad ending 13 just friends notification just flash before my eyes? Am I failing the romance route?
You dense idiot. What use is a cozy friendship if it remains entirely one-sided? You need to force him to view you as a desirable woman. If you keep following him around the dirt cabin like a loyal little puppy, you will end up as a convenient mascot, not a cherished girlfriend. That blonde boy attracts a terrifying amount of capable women. You must formulate a definitive strategy to claim his heart before I leave for the winter break.
Claire's analysis is surprisingly accurate. She absorbed a massive amount of theoretical romance data by eavesdropping on the senior students' gossip.
To be fair, Ed's rising popularity is largely due to my dedicated PR campaign. I constantly sang his praises to the faculty to ensure Yennecar's crush was respected.
The delicate porcelain teacup clinked against the saucer. The innocent chatter of these naive girls is incredibly amusing to observe. However, I disagree with their assessment. Ed Rothstaler is not a naive, honorable student stumbling his way into fame.
Oh no! I dropped the crucial grading rubrics again. The head librarian is going to scream at me for ruining the alphabetical filing system. Her endless blunders and scatterbrained mistakes constantly force the faculty to question how she ever managed to secure a position as a professor. But despite her pathetic lack of organizational skills, every single senior academic agrees that she possesses one undeniable, terrifying talent.
Her absolute, unshakable academic connections. She managed to secure her prestigious degree under the strict tutelage of the greatest scholars in the Empire.
Whoa, that towering stack of documents looks incredibly heavy, Assistant Anise. Do you need me to carry that to the archives for you?
I'm perfectly fine, Ed, but I sincerely appreciate your offer. I'm used to handling the administrative burden of this chaotic department. The only reason Professor Cleo's department hasn't imploded into absolute ruin is my meticulous dedication to processing her mountain of tedious paperwork. The immaculate condition of this grand office speaks directly to my elite organizational capabilities. I am the silent pillar holding this chaotic academy together. I systematically infiltrated the student library, the administration office, and the dormitory registry to compile a massive dossier of highly classified personal information. Yennecar and Clara naively believe I'm just a sweet, helpful assistant. To me, social relationships are nothing more than wearing the correct, profitable mask. I have exactly 20 minutes before the scatterbrained professor returns with her expensive pastries. I will dissect Ed Rothstaler's true nature right now, the middle child of Duke Crepin Rothstaler, the heir to the most terrifying, politically dominant noble house in the entire cruel empire. He received elite etiquette training from the age of 8 and commanded legions of private tutors. His arrogant, cocky demeanor was forged in extreme luxury. Meanwhile, my family was utterly crushed by crippling financial debt the moment I enrolled. I was forced to scrub floors and grovel for a meager scholarship to survive. The golden daughter, Lortel, possesses an innate genius for reading the massive flow of corporate wealth, but I possess possess a far more dangerous talent. I am a master at dissecting the fragile psychological flaws of arrogant nobles. Let us tear away the protective layers of this disowned prince. His oppressive childhood must have indoctrinated him with toxic, overbearing ideologies. He grew up never facing a single genuine financial consequence in his pampered life. But despite his massive ego, his first-year academic records are incredibly pathetic. He possesses absolutely no innate magical talent to back up his arrogant posturing. That devastating lack of ability must have shattered his fragile self-esteem. Therefore, he naturally gravitates toward innocent, cheerful girls who offer unconditional validation without demanding competence. He avoids strong, capable women who might outshine him. To manipulate a broken noble, you must appeal to his desperate need for dominance by feigning pathetic weakness and begging for his protection. It is a predictable psychological equation. I have deciphered his exact psychological triggers. Now, I simply need to run a practical field test to verify my brilliant hypothesis.
I secured the limited edition Mont Blancs from Laplace Bakery. Let us devour these delicious pastries before we drown in the grading paperwork, Anise.
You're far too predictable, Professor. I already prepared the premium black tea to complement the heavy sweetness of your expensive treats.
Eek! I tripped over the massive stack of student files. The hot tea is spilling everywhere. My brand new uniform is ruined. Oh no, Anise is going to deliver a brutal, hour-long lecture about my pathetic clumsiness. She is absolutely terrifying when she loses her temper. Huh? Wait a minute, why isn't she yelling at me? Her voice sounds incredibly soft and gentle. Did she suffer a traumatic head injury?
Oh dear, did you burn your hands on the porcelain? What a profound relief that you are unharmed, Professor. The tea can easily be replaced.
Anise, are you feeling all right? You usually demand that I write a formal letter of apology to the janitorial staff when I break a cup.
I am incredibly grateful you managed to wash the heavy soot out of my formal uniform, Belle. I desperately need to look presentable for my administrative duties during the break.
A single uniform does not burden the extensive laundry rotation of the Royal Dormitory, Master Ed. Besides, I owe you a massive debt for protecting Lady Lucy. However, recently I have been plucking distinct blonde hairs off Lady Lucy's pristine robes, and your uniform carries the unmistakable scent of our exclusive Ophelis Hall detergent.
Well, Lucy has been aggressively treating my chest as her personal napping pillow lately. She refuses to sleep anywhere else in the freezing forest.
The sharp instincts of a veteran maid. If she had pursued a career in the Imperial Intelligence Division instead of domestic service, she would be absolutely terrifying. By the way, Master Ed, why do you continue to address me with such stiff, aristocratic formalities? I would strongly prefer it if you dropped the rigid titles.
Now that she has ascended to the rank of head maid, she holds significant political influence among the Academy's massive staff. I am just a disgraced commoner. Dropping formalities feels dangerous.
I insist, Ed. You are treating me like a stranger, and it aches my heart. Please speak to me comfortably.
I understand, Miss Bell. You carry the massive burden of managing dozens of frantic maids and maintaining the pristine reputation of the royal dormitories.
The sheer volume of incredibly powerful, demanding girls swarming around this oblivious boy is going to cause a massive, catastrophic incident eventually. I can feel the headache building. Never mind my useless worries. Please drop off your laundry at the rear servant entrance whenever necessary. Ensuring your comfort is the least I can do.
The monumental reconstruction of the destroyed Ophelis Hall is finally complete. The Academy must have burned through a staggering fortune to rebuild the luxury suites so quickly.
The incoming freshmen arrive next week. Among the 7 elite students selected to reside in these hallowed halls, one has already secured early admission and is moving her luggage in tomorrow.
The early admission of a high-profile noble. I know exactly who pulled the political strings to orchestrate that specific maneuver. Tanya Rothstaler, the cunning, ruthless little sister who despised my arrogant past. She is arriving to ensure my absolute destruction. This winter break was supposed to be a quiet period of intense magical study, but her vicious political games are going to make my life a living hell.
I am returning to the northern plains for the winter break, Ed. The freezing weather makes me nostalgic for the brutal storms of my homeland. To be honest, I just want to spend some uninterrupted quiet time with Elka, away from the chaotic noise of the Academy. Are you guarding the dirt camp all winter?
Yes, I will be a 3rd year soon. I need to shatter my pathetic limits and master intermediate magic, so I'm isolating myself to study the fundamental theories.
Editor, I cannot sense a single trace of ambient mana radiating from your core right now. Did you push yourself into a state state of severe exhaustion. You are running a mild fever. Your skin is burning up. Why do you constantly treat your own physical health with such absolute, reckless disregard?
I have a highly specific reason for my depleted state, Ziggs. I won't be able to cast spells for a few days, but I assure you it was a necessary sacrifice.
Ayla wanted to find your campsite to deliver a proper, formal apology for her terrified reaction in the dungeon. She feels terrible about doubting you, but I refuse to reveal your coordinates. You value your isolation, and I respect your absolute privacy. Tell her the apology is unnecessary.
I appreciate your fierce loyalty, Ziggs. Before you hop on the carriage back to the northern plains, catch this leather pouch.
What is this heavy sack? It feels like it is packed full of solid silver coins. Why are you giving me your hard-earned survival funds?
I am converting Professor Glast's abandoned subterranean laboratory into my personal engineering workshop, but the place is a chaotic disaster zone of collapsed masonry.
You don't need to bribe me with silver to help you move some broken rocks, Ed. Consider it a rigorous physical training exercise before my journey home. You balance grueling camp chores, advanced magical theory, archery practice, and now complex engineering? Your sheer, unrelenting diligence is terrifying. Just don't pass out in the snow again.
I crossed the final item off my meticulous winter preparation list. Tomorrow morning, my grueling shifts as an underpaid teaching assistant officially commence.
Ugh, my head is spinning. Thank you for assembling so early in the freezing morning, my precious scholarship students.
Assistant Professor Cleo has been awake for 44 consecutive hours finalizing the chaotic class schedules. Her brain is completely fried. I will direct the briefing in her stead. Listen closely. A single logistical error on your part will reflect poorly on this department. I expect flawless execution from all of you. We are charged with orchestrating the massive class assignment examinations for the incoming freshmen. You will act as the primary proctors and security personnel on the testing grounds. The late Professor Glast originally commanded this grueling procedure with absolute iron authority. Now, the overwhelming burden falls squarely on our fragile shoulders.
Why do we have to trek all the way to the freezing peaks of the northwestern mountain range? The northern forest was perfectly adequate last year. I'm going to freeze to death.
Clevius, stop whining and haul the heavy magical supplies from Trix Hall. Onyx, you will sort the massive stack of grading rubrics for the written exam. And you, Ed Rossdaler, the naive girls of this academy are blind to your cunning, manipulative facade. But I see right through you. Look at his calm, handsome face. He's a dangerous, calculating womanizer who preys on the innocent. I must expose his true, putrid nature to protect my own interests. I spent the entire night analyzing his psychological profile. I will emulate his ideal, submissive woman and document how quickly his disgusting aristocratic arrogance surfaces. Ed, would you be so kind as to accompany me to the icy peaks of the Right Mountain? I need a strong man to help me scout the treacherous testing locations.
The bitter wind howled across the jagged, snow-covered cliffs. The terrain is incredibly steep and iced over. One wrong step means a lethal plunge into the ravine.
Be careful where you step, Ed. The concealed patches of black ice are extremely treacherous. A clumsy student could suffer a shattered spine out here. Phew! Huff, my fragile legs are burning. We have been hiking through these dense snowdrifts for hours. Could we please rest for a moment? You haven't broken a single sweat, Ed. You are so strong and dependable. I think the vicious rumors about your terrible character were completely unfounded.
Are you referring to the fact that I was violently disowned by my family and banished to the dirt? Those aren't rumors. That is my actual reality.
Clara warned me that he was a manipulative snake masquerading as a reformed saint. I assumed he would exploit my feigned exhaustion to force an inappropriate advance.
But instead of preying on my vulnerability, he is just crossing coordinates off his clipboard with boring efficiency. Does he lack a pulse? You must be severely fatigued from shouldering the immense administrative burden of the department all by yourself. Please, sit on that rock and catch your breath.
I'm pushing past my limits because I finally have a reliable, competent man to share the heavy workload with me. Thank you, Ed. I squeezed his muscular forearm, gazing up at him with wide, innocent eyes. I know it is cruel to mention your traumatic past, but my family went completely bankrupt the moment I enrolled in this prestigious school. I have been desperately clawing my way through the mud just to survive the freezing winters. Fording through an unending blizzard of crushing debt all by myself, it feels so incredibly lonely. I'm terrified of freezing in the dark.
I always assumed Anise was a cool, fiercely independent scholar who handled the department's chaos with iron efficiency. This sudden vulnerability is jarring. Please, do not drown in self-pity, Anise. You managed to secure the top assistant position and a full merit scholarship through your own undeniable brilliance.
He didn't mock my poverty or try to exploit my tears. He offered genuine, respectful validation. My cynical heart skipped a dangerous, unscripted beat. We share the exact same desperate struggle for survival. We are two wounded animals clawing our way out of the freezing gutter. It is oddly comforting. My heel caught the jagged edge of the concealed black ice. I'm going to plunge down the steep, rocky embankment.
I lunged forward, my enhanced physical reflexes allowing me to snatch her slender waist before gravity dragged her over the lethal drop. I explicitly warned you about the treacherous ice patches, Anise. You need to watch your footing or you will shatter a bone out here. Wait a minute. I clearly swept this path earlier. I don't remember there being a massive jagged rock embedded in the snowdrifts right here.
Oh my goodness, my face is burning. I intended to orchestrate a calculated trip to test his reflexes, but the sheer physical impact short-circuited my brain.
Why are you fanning your face like a maniac in the middle of a blizzard? Did the sheer terror of falling trigger a sudden fever spike?
He sprinted ahead to scout the upper ridge, leaving me alone in the freezing snow. My elaborate psychological trap backfired in the most humiliating way possible. This is incredibly frustrating. He didn't act like a desperate womanizer or a pitting noble. He acted like a genuine, protective gentleman who respected my boundaries. I carefully projected the image of a competent yet clumsy girl who desperately needed the strong guidance of an older male figure. It was a flawless honey trap. I intentionally tripped into his arms, assuming his arrogant, aristocratic nature would force him to make a condescending move. The execution was textbook perfection. Perhaps my acting was too aggressive, or maybe his grueling life in the northern forest has genuinely purged the toxic arrogance from his soul. But honestly, I never expected his shoulders to be so incredibly broad, or his grip to be so firm and reassuring. The memory of his strong arms wrapping around my waist sends a violent shiver down my spine. He acts like a quiet scholar, but his physical presence is overwhelmingly masculine. He possesses the sharp intellect to handle the department's chaotic logistics and the rugged strength to survive the brutal wilderness. He is a terrifyingly complete package. And beneath that stoic, exhausted expression, his sharp jawline and piercing blue eyes are undeniably captivating. I finally understand why the genius elementalist and the golden merchant are constantly battling for his affection. The sheer, rugged magnetism he radiates is impossible to ignore. I came up here intending to expose a pathetic fraud, and instead, I managed to ensnare my own cynical heart in a ridiculous romantic trap. I get it now. He isn't employing cheap seduction tactics or manipulative games to win their hearts. His overwhelming dedication, his quiet strength, and his genuine respect naturally draw desperate, lonely women into his orbit. I'm falling into the exact same pit. But unlike those naive, emotionally fragile girls, I possess the cunning intellect to actually claim my prize. Watch your back, Ed Rothstaler.
The biting wind on this exposed ridge is slicing right through my thick winter coat. I need to hurry and map the remaining coordinates. What a magnificent, sweeping view of the frozen landscape. The sheer beauty of the pristine snow almost makes me forget the terrifying death traps scattered across this timeline. But no matter how much I analyze the game's branching narratives, there is one catastrophic variable rapidly approaching the Academy that I cannot predict. The absolute embodiment of aristocratic malice. Tanya Rothstaler, the cunning villainess who orchestrated my brutal expulsion from the noble family. She is a political genius who weaves intricate webs of deception and blackmail to crush her enemies, and she despises my very existence with a burning passion. She aims to seize total control of the student council and rule Sylvania with an iron fist. Her arrival marks the true, terrifying commencement of Act 3. Belle confirms she is arriving early to establish her political dominance before the semester even begins. She moves with ruthless, terrifying efficiency. Because Tanya is a major antagonist who drives the core narrative, I theoretically possess a wealth of knowledge regarding her ultimate downfall. But the massive, terrifying problem that threatens to shatter my entire survival strategy is incredibly simple. I possess the encyclopedic knowledge of how the protagonist, Taylor, eventually shatters her political empire and exposes her dark crimes. But I have absolutely zero knowledge of how she intends to treat me, because in the original story, the pathetic Ed Rothstaler was already dead or vanished by now. My character was a disposable third-rate thug who served as a brief tutorial boss. I was never meant to survive long enough to face my terrifying little sister. The strategy guide offers zero clues regarding our imminent confrontation. I am completely blind. I must prepare for a ruthless, unpredictable political assassination. The only absolute certainty is her burning hatred for the shame I brought upon our prestigious bloodline. I must fortify my defenses immediately.
To me, the disgraced Ed Rothstaler is nothing more than pathetic, Rotting trash, dirtying the pristine floors of this elite academy. The luxurious carriage rattled violently as we crossed the heavy iron bridge onto Akan Island. The towering spires of Sylvania finally came into view. This prestigious institution is filled with the most brilliant, powerful stars of the current generation. The political landscape is incredibly ripe for conquest. The benevolent Princess Penia, the golden merchant Lortel, the genius elementalist Yennecar, and the unstoppable protagonist, all gathered in one glorious arena. The brilliant alchemists and the phantom swordsmen. The sheer magnitude of their latent potential makes my aristocratic blood boil with excitement. And looming above them all, the lazy archmage who commands enough raw magical density to shatter a mountain with a simple flick of her wrist. The rhythmic clatter of the horse's hooves matches the frantic, ambitious pounding of my own heart. I will weave my political web around all of them. I will embed myself into their elite social circles. I will wear the mask of a dedicated, noble student while slowly gathering the reins of ultimate power. I stepped out of the velvet-lined carriage, my sharp leather boots clicking against the pristine cobblestones of Ophelis Hall. The grand game begins now. Inform the headmaster's office that my luggage is secured, but before I attend the mandatory enrollment banquet, I have a far more pressing objective to execute. The very first thing I must do on this sacred land of learning is hunt down the pathetic Howard who smeared mud on the glorious Rothstaler crest. That miserable trash must be completely disposed of. I, Tanya Rothstaler, will permanently erase my brother's pathetic existence from this academy.
My dearest daughter, your ruthless ambition fills my dark heart with overwhelming pride. I sincerely support your political campaign. Master the elite factions, crush your pathetic rivals, and secure our family's absolute dominance over the future generation of imperial leaders.
I will not disappoint you, Father. I will crush that disgraced exile under my heel and claim my rightful place as the absolute queen of this school. The brutal, unforgiving winter has arrived at Sylvania Academy, and I am bringing a storm that will shatter their fragile peace into a million pieces.
Tanya, I must remind you that inside the academy walls, everyone older than you is considered your esteemed senior.
I appreciate your gentle concern, Princess Penia, but that blonde idiot is a disgusting stain on my family's prestigious lineage.
Your conversational skills are quite refined for someone your age. It is very easy to share a quiet afternoon with you. He is a shallow person lacking any shred of dignity, and there is no better way to bond than by sharing some juicy gossip.
My brother has zero tenacity. He skims the surface of his studies and gives up the moment things get difficult. He is an incompetent fool. Wait a minute. Why am I the only one speaking? Did she just trick me into revealing my true feelings regarding my family? Her diplomatic skills are terrifying. I must remember to keep my guard up around the elite individuals she introduces me to.
That merchant girl from the Elt Company is a dangerous snake. Do not take her lightly, especially during business negotiations.
Oh my goodness. The Golden Daughter is staring right at me. Did I offend her with my sudden arrival in this parlor?
What is the matter, little Tanya? Do not stop talking now. I want to hear more about your fascinating brother.
Your expression is terrifying. Are you angry with me for insulting Ed Rothstaler in front of the princess? I apologize if my words caused offense. I did not realize you held him in such high regard.
Angry? Do not speak such utter nonsense. I am not upset with you in the slightest. In fact, I find your vicious hatred for your own flesh and blood to be quite amusing. Tell me every detail.
I managed to secure these advanced theory books from Professor Glast's subterranean library. Without his strict deadlines, I can study them at my own pace. Ugh, my core is drained. I cannot practice the actual casting without mana, but mastering the theoretical equations is a solid start. Hey Lucy, stop sleeping in my bed and go light the campfire for me. We need warmth to survive this blizzard. I swear, this tiny archmage is light as a feather. Does she even eat anything other than my premium beef jerky? Just point your finger over there and give me a small spark. I chopped all this wood myself, so do your part. Good job. Now go back to sleep. I need to focus on these intermediate magical theories before the new semester begins.
Sniff, sniff. You smell weird today, blonde boy. Your coat is carrying a strange, unfamiliar scent.
Yeah? What does it smell like? Pine needles and sweat? That is the natural aroma of rugged wilderness survival. Since I spent the entire afternoon organizing heavy paperwork with Anise, her floral perfume must have rubbed off on my collar.
Why is your face flushed? Do you have a fever? Are you pushing your fragile body to the breaking point again? Do not get sick. Fragile humans die easily from the freezing cold. I will unravel your tangled mana circuits to help you heal. Hold still. Let me channel my energy into your chest and locate the source of your physical exhaustion. Wait a minute. Your circuits are not tangled at all. They are drained. What kind of reckless magic did you cast?
It is not that bad, Lucy. I just exhausted my reserves testing a new artifact. I will recover in a few days. Since I am bedridden, I have a massive favor to ask you. It sounds strange, but I need your help to stabilize my mental state. I know this breaches your personal space, but it is a desperate measure.
You want to pet my head like a stray cat? Fine. But you owe me an entire roasted boar for this humiliating service.
The crackling flames and the quiet presence of the Archmage ease the crushing anxiety of the impending storyline. It is a rare moment of peace.
Your warm hands feel nice, blonde boy. I suppose I can endure this minor indignity for a little while longer.
Oh, it has been a few days since I saw you wandering around the northern forest. What brings you out to the freezing wilderness? Hello, Lortel. You brought the magic engineering supplies I requested. You could have summoned me to the corporate office instead of walking through the snow.
No, the brutal hike is fine. I needed to escape the suffocating atmosphere of the trading company anyway. Is the Supreme Archmage actually sleeping on your lap like a pampered pet? I have several questions regarding this ridiculous situation.
If you agree to help me humiliate my pathetic brother and drag his reputation through the mud, I promise to reward your loyalty.
Wow, you are offering me ancient artifacts straight from the Rothstaler family vault? That sounds like an amazing bargain.
Hey, Yennecar, I brought the heavy supplies you asked for. Let us drop these off at the campsite before the sun sets.
Your name is Ziggs, correct? I heard you were a prominent figure in the second-year combat division. Those sharp eyes and that overwhelming physical presence. He radiates the intense aura of a seasoned veteran. His mana circulation is dense. If I want to seize control of the student council, I must recruit warriors of his caliber.
Wait a minute, that blonde hair and arrogant posture. Are you Ed Rothstaler's younger sister?
Yes, I am Tanya Rothstaler. It is a huge honor to meet a distinguished combat student like you.
A younger sister, huh? That is hilarious. Wait until Elka hears about this absurd development. Did you hear that, Elka? Our favorite blonde noble actually has a cute little sister wandering around the academy? Take this brass sphere. It is a mandatory magic engineering tool for the first-year curriculum. Use mine instead of wasting your coin on a new one.
Pardon, why are you handing me your expensive academic supplies? We just met 5 minutes ago.
Phew, clearing out my old locker feels fantastic. Now I don't have to carry all that heavy junk back to the dorms.
Wait. Did you understand the political alliance I offered you earlier? I want to crush Ed Rothstaler.
I get it. Siblings always squabble over minor grievances. Ed has a prickly personality, so misunderstandings are bound to happen.
It is not a minor grievance. He is a disgusting stain on my family's honor. Stop treating this like a petty childhood rivalry.
We survived the demon invasion together and owe each other our lives. We share a deep, unbreakable bond of trust.
You are friends with that arrogant trash. Have you lost your mind? He was exiled for acting like a tyrant.
Anyway, I have to catch the ferry back to my homeland. Good luck with your studies, Tanya. Let's go, Elka.
What the hell is going on here? Why are these elite students treating that exiled loser like a revered hero?
My brain is melting. Once we survive the chaotic class assignment exams next week, I am sleeping for 3 days straight. We just need to process these final evaluation rubrics without triggering a massive administrative disaster.
You are a machine, Professor. This is the second consecutive day of brutal overtime, and you are still pushing forward.
Professor Cleo, the southern entrance to the mountain path is treacherous. We should block it off to prevent the clumsy students from shattering their ankles on the ice.
I must admit, my cynical expectations were shattered. His practical problem-solving skills surpassed those of the senior faculty members.
You spent the entire afternoon scouting the frozen peaks with Ed, right? Did you realize you two share a striking resemblance? Keep this a secret, but during the violent Ophelis Hall riot, I secretly followed him to investigate his suspicious movements. He built a massive, highly functional survival camp from scratch. The tools, the smoking racks, the sturdy cabin. It was an engineering marvel. His written grades have skyrocketed, and his practical survival skills are unmatched. Even the arrogant Professor Glass acknowledged his undeniable brilliance. He even managed to form a binding contract with an elemental spirit. Achieving that milestone without formal instruction requires immense dedication. He is absolutely nothing like the spoiled, pampered aristocrats who cry over a spilled cup of tea. He is a genuine survivor. So you two share the same relentless work ethic. Do you feel a romantic spark blooming between between you and our favorite blonde assistant?
I appreciate your glowing endorsement, Professor. It is true that his character contradicts the vicious rumors circulating the campus. I assumed Yennecar was blinded by naive infatuation, but after working alongside him in the freezing snow, I understand her obsession. He is handsome, remarkably humble, and possesses a sharp intellect. He lacks the toxic arrogance that plagues the other noble heirs. And though I did not intend to notice, his shoulders are broad. He possesses a rugged, undeniable physical magnetism.
Anise, are you zoning out? Did my teasing about your romantic prospects short-circuit your brilliant mind?
It is getting quite warm in this dusty office. I'm going to open the grand windows and let some fresh air circulate. Oh dear, a massive gust of winter wind just blasted through the room. The crucial grading rubrics are scattering everywhere. This is a disaster. The alphabetical sorting system is ruined. I'm in so much trouble if the headmaster sees this mess. Wait a minute, my face is burning up and my heart is racing. Am I actually developing a pathetic crush on that disgraced boy? Professor Cleo mentioned his spiritual contract. A beginner establishing a bond with a spirit without a master's guidance is a theoretical impossibility. The genius elementalist Yennecar must have tutored him, which means the spirit he contracted is likely acting as her personal spy. If that little bat spirit reports my romantic blushing back to Yennecar, I will be marked as a hostile rival in her territory. Anise, pull yourself together. Do not let a fleeting moment of physical attraction ruin your carefully constructed academic facade.
Now that we have survived the mountain of paperwork, would you like to accompany me to the bakery? I can buy us some sweet pastries. Anise, why are you staring blankly at the scattered files? Did the cold wind freeze your brain?
The Pularover family motto dictates harmony and kindness. Yennecar embodies that philosophy with her gentle, pure heart. Her brilliant talent and radiant smile draw people toward her like moths to a warm flame. She lives a life bathed in golden sunlight. But there is no such thing as a life devoid of shadows. If she perceives me as a threat to her precious romance.
It is wonderful to finally meet you, Yennecar. I am Ed Rothstaler's younger sister. Let us share a lovely conversation together. Huff, huff. I sprinted all the way across the academic district just to introduce myself and forge a political alliance with you.
Listen closely, Tanya. Yennecar is the undisputed queen of the third-year class. If you secure her backing, your ascent to the presidency is guaranteed.
You want me to help you destroy Ed's reputation? Takan, burn this insolent little girl to ashes.
Huh? Why is she summoning a massive fire dragon? I thought she was supposed to be the kindest girl on campus.
If you ever speak ill of Ed in my presence again, I will melt your aristocratic bones into a puddle of miserable slag.
Her fiery aura is so intense. I can barely keep my eyes open. She is a walking natural disaster. Her furious eyes were burning with lethal intent. She was ready to scorch me alive for a single insult. Her loyalty to him is terrifying.
I have procured the vast majority of the rare crafting materials you requested, my dear upperclassman. My network spans the entire continent. However, securing the legendary grade components during the dead of winter proved to be a daunting challenge. The supply lines are frozen solid. Do not worry about it. Fulfilling your ambitious orders was an easy task to manage alongside my usual corporate duties.
You should have rested in your luxurious dormitory instead of hiking through the blizzard. Delivering these supplies could have waited until morning.
I came here to take a break from the suffocating pressure of my father's inevitable counterattack. Your quiet campfire is my sanctuary. The brutal winter frost freezes the rivers and paints the forest in a serene white. But for those carrying heavy burdens, it only amplifies the loneliness. By the way, my dear upperclassman, why is the supreme archmage of the academy using your thighs as her personal heated mattress?
Because it is freezing outside, and her body temperature drops when she naps. It is a simple matter of survival logistics.
Wait, did I raise my voice too much? Am I exposing my own bitter jealousy over this absurd situation? I must regain my merchant composure.
To be honest, a busy guild leader like you wouldn't hike out here just to deliver metal scraps. You clearly have another agenda to discuss.
Oh my, you caught me. Do not act like you don't recognize the staggering value of this glowing artifact in my hands.
So you actually managed to acquire the sage's sealed tome. Your ruthless business acumen never ceases to amaze me, Lortel.
Yes, I wrestled this legendary relic from the grasp of the highest bidders. The sheer magical density it radiates is intoxicating. Isn't it amusing? You gave me a blank check promising to fulfill any desire I had in exchange for securing this tome. I would be a pathetic merchant if I failed to extract a massive profit from such a monumental financial investment. You owe me your soul, Ed. However, I am not going to demand a grueling task that shatters your physical limits. My request is far more intimate. When the inevitable storm of political violence sweeps through this academy, please, just stand by my side. That is all I desire.
The third act of the narrative has commenced. The brutal, unforgiving political war between Princess Pania and the Golden Merchant is escalating rapidly. Princess Penia, Elias Crowell, the benevolent royal whose shining ideals are destined to clash with Lortel's cynical pragmatism. According to the grand design of the game, the princess will seize the Student Council presidency and rally the Academy under her banner of justice.
Before the semester concludes, every single student on this island will be forced to draw their weapons and choose a faction. When the battle lines are drawn, I need you standing behind me. Your cunning intellect is the ultimate shield against the royal family's influence.
The deciding factor in this massive political war is the protagonist, Taylor. His overwhelming strength dictates the flow of the narrative.
Your rising reputation means nothing if you refuse to leverage it. You act like a mere bystander, but you hold the power to shift the balance.
It is strange hearing you speak so highly of my meager influence. My pathetic sword skills won't tilt the scales against a royal decree.
This is not a matter of raw combat utility. I do not care if your blade is weak or your mana is depleted. Having your unwavering support, knowing that you chose me over the shining princess, it would mean the world to my freezing heart.
All right, if that is what you require to finalize the transaction, I will stand by your side when the chaos erupts.
The binding contract is sealed. The heavy burden of my past sins burns away in the flames, replaced by a terrifying new hope. His simple promise brings a dangerous warmth to my chest. I must suppress this foolish grin before he notices my vulnerability.
As the Golden Daughter spun her intricate web of deception with an alluring smile, I finally understood why she earned her terrifying moniker.
My grand schemes are falling into place. The board is set, and the most valuable piece is now secured within my grasp. I am so glad I met you, Ed. I never imagined I could feel such profound joy amidst the bitter cold.
I considered abandoning my grueling routine for a single day of rest, but my survival instincts dragged me out of bed before dawn.
You there, light a roaring fire for me right now. My delicate fingers are freezing in this miserable wasteland.
You possess a younger sister, correct? Her eyes burned with a vicious hatred when your name was mentioned. The animosity is palpable. I introduced her to the elite circles of the Academy. By now, she has already gathered enough influence to launch a devastating strike against your reputation.
And right on schedule, the vicious little villainess arrives to execute her unscripted wrath. Tanya Rothstaler is standing in my camp. The original game lore provided zero insight into their sibling dynamic. I am navigating a minefield blindfolded, forced to gauge her killing intent from a single glance. So there is nothing I can do but sit by the fire and wait for the inevitable storm to break. Bring it on, Tanya.
It has been quite a long time since we last spoke, brother. The freezing wind makes it difficult to travel. I felt obligated to bring a meager gift to mark our reunion. It is the least a sister can do for her exiled sibling.
Why is she trembling like a frightened rabbit? The intense, murderous aura I expected is absent. She looks like she is about to cry. Oh, I finally understand. The original Ed Rothstaler wasn't just a pathetic bully to the Academy students. He was a tyrannical monster to his own family. I apologize for misjudging your initial reaction, Tanya. I assumed you came here to execute me, but you are traumatized by my past behavior.
What is he muttering about? His sudden shift in demeanor is deeply unsettling. He must be plotting a sadistic trap.
How dare you serve me this putrid garbage? I am the sole successor of the prestigious Rothstaler bloodline. I demand absolute culinary perfection.
You managed to hide your seething contempt beneath a polite smile. I am genuinely impressed by your pathetic, groveling patience, sister.
You possess a natural talent for navigating unforeseen disasters. Your ability to swallow your pride and act the part of a loyal servant is darkly amusing. Learn your place in the dirt. I rule this manor, and your meager existence is solely dedicated to serving my supreme authority.
Please, young master, have mercy. I will prepare a fresh meal right away. Do not crush my ribs.
My hands are shaking so violently I can barely hold my fork. If I speak out against his cruelty, his wrath will be redirected toward my fragile neck. Please stop hurting her. She made a simple mistake. There is no need for such excessive violence.
A chilling silence descended upon the grand dining hall. The air grew heavy with the suffocating dread of his impending retaliation. What seems to be the problem, Tanya? Are you foolish enough to harbor genuine affection for these disposable tools? You still have a monumental amount of harsh lessons to learn about surviving in high society. Do not test my patience again, Tanya. Thank you for the thoughtful gift. Enduring the freezing hike up this mountain written to deliver it shows remarkable dedication. Technically, my expulsion severed our familial ties, making this gesture unnecessary, but I appreciate your lingering consideration.
Ah, well, you are still my brother, even if you reside in the dirt. Now stop staring at me and sit by the fire before I freeze.
My massive stockpile of rare magical herbs is depleting fast, but I suppose I can spare a handful to brew a warm cup of tea for our loud guest.
I heard from Ziggs that you have been touring the campus and meeting the prominent figures of the student body, expanding your political network already?
Yes, I engaged in several productive conversations, and the terrifying stories they shared about your newfound reputation were highly illuminating. The mere mention of that pink-haired demon sends a violent shiver down my spine. I thought she was going to incinerate my soul.
You mean Yennecar? She is the sweetest, most compassionate girl in the entire third-year class. Her gentle nature is a massive comfort.
She summoned a colossal, apocalyptic fire dragon that nearly melted the flesh from my bones. She threatened to reduce me to ash. I mean, yes, she was a beacon of dignified grace. She offered me a warm, lovely greeting and wished me absolute success in my studies.
Her frantic stuttering confirms my suspicions. The fearless, cunning villainess I remember from the game has been traumatized by my overpowered allies.
My grand strategy is crumbling. Every single powerful student in this academy treats this exiled tyrant like a benevolent saint. The psychological dissonance is maddening.
I know my brutal expulsion was the direct result of my own toxic arrogance. I was a pathetic, tyrannical fool back in the manor, and I deserve this miserable exile. I cannot erase the horrific pain I inflicted upon you and the servants, but I am truly deeply sorry for the monster I used to be. I lack the political leverage to assist your campaign for student council president, but I sincerely hope you achieve your grand ambitions. Good luck, Tanya. My supportive words are genuine, but the harsh reality of the narrative dictates her inevitable failure. She is destined to be crushed by the princess's popularity.
He apologized to me. The arrogant demon who terrorized our childhood just offered a sincere, humble apology. My brain cannot process this bizarre reality. I came here expecting to find a rotting villain, but his gentle gaze is tearing down my defensive walls. I have absolutely no idea how to proceed. Huff, huff. His deceptive warmth almost pierced my cynical armor. I nearly abandoned my lifelong grudge over a simple cup of tea. But I refuse to be manipulated. I know the putrid, rotten core hiding beneath his calm smile. He is a master of psychological warfare. Even when that pink-haired witch threatened to vaporize me with her raging inferno, the raw sincerity of her furious defense was undeniable. She was ready to kill me to protect his honor. The sheer magnitude of the trust he has cultivated among the elite students defies all logic. Sylvania Academy is a gathering ground for the most brilliant, ruthless prodigies on the continent. They are not fools easily swayed by cheap tricks, and lurking at the absolute pinnacle of this terrifying hierarchy is the lazy, incomprehensibly powerful Archmage, Lucy Mayriel. If I just observe his actions closely, his vile, oppressive nature will inevitably surface. A leopard cannot change its spots, no matter how much dirt covers them.
Why are you glaring at my door, loud girl? Are you here to offer me a tribute of premium meat?
This unkempt child is my neighbor. If Ophelis Hall allows such clumsy, undignified commoners to roam its prestigious corridors, it explains why Ed's pathetic masquerade went unchallenged. His restored reputation is nothing more than a fragile house of cards, built on sheer, dumb luck.
Your frantic energy is giving me a massive headache. Try to keep quiet and let me know if you brought snacks.
Do not touch me with your unwashed hands. Maintain a proper distance, you filthy little beggar. Wait, my peripheral vision just registered the engraving on her doorframe, the ultimate symbol of academic supremacy. Even within the luxurious confines of Ophelis Hall, only the absolute top-ranked student in the entire academy is granted a golden nameplate. Room 302, Lucy Mayriel, the apex predator of the magical department. This tiny, sleepy child in wrinkled pajamas is the catastrophic force of nature who could level a mountain with a sneeze.
Miss Bell, I require your extensive expertise. Please sift through the student registry and find a suitable romantic match for me now. I need someone tall, handsome, and carrying a distinguished aura. You manage the daily lives of the elite students, so you must know a worthy candidate.
I never pegged you as a girl desperate for casual romance, Lady Anise. Tell me honestly, do you possess even a shred of actual dating experience?
Oh, I apologize. That sounded very shallow. I just assumed you had a vast network of connections.
Your sudden frantic behaviour reminds me of Master Ed's practical pragmatism. The two of you share a frightening similar mindset when cornered.
Why did she invoke his name? Does my face betray my hidden pathetic desires so easily? I surrender. Your veteran maid instincts are flawless. It is exactly what you suspect. My cynical heart has fallen for that rugged survivor. I intended to expose him as a manipulative fraud, but beneath his quiet exterior lies a genuine, dependable man who respects my boundaries.
So the rumours regarding your mountain expedition were true. Admitting your attraction is the crucial first step toward resolving this emotional chaos.
If a brilliant scholar like me is drawn to his rugged charm, then Yennekar's infatuation is entirely justified. He is a high-value asset.
Calling your burgeoning crush a malignant tumour is a remarkably clinical way to describe young love, Lady Anise. Do you plan to excise these feelings?
The solution is simple. I will locate a suitable proxy, fabricate a public relationship, and broadcast the rumors across the academic district. Wait, did that sharp-eyed elementalist detect a subtle shift in my demeanor? Is my secret exposed?
Using an innocent student as a disposable shield to mask your own cowardice is a profound insult to their dignity. You are acting like a ruthless politician. You are fabricating a fake romance to alleviate your crushing guilt and project a false sense of security to Lady Yennekar.
You do not understand the sheer terror of her silent judgment. I crossed paths with her in the education district yesterday. The suffocating tension between us was unbearable. We walked past each other without exchanging a single word. The heavy silence felt like a physical blow. And starting next week, I am mandated to supervise the grueling class assignment exams alongside Ed. The massive guilt is going to tear my mind apart.
Your panicked assumptions are blinding you to the logical truth of this situation. This friction is a necessary hurdle. This minor conflict might force the stagnant dynamic between them to evolve. A little jealousy is a powerful catalyst for action.
Lady Yennekar's radiant kindness is her greatest weapon, and you, her fiercely loyal companions, have constantly shielded her from the harsh realities of rejection.
But her flawless, sheltered existence makes her fragile when faced with genuine adversity. Perhaps experiencing a bitter rivalry will forge her spirit into something stronger. Your willingness to bear your shameful insecurities to me proves your inherent decency, Lady Anise. I am grateful for your profound trust.
So, exposing my pathetic flaws and acting vulnerable might actually draw his protective instincts toward me? The psychological leverage is brilliant. He naturally gravitates toward innocent girls who desperately require his rugged protection. If I play the role of the damsel, his noble instincts will force him to intervene. A manufactured plea for protection, my clouded mind is finally perceiving the optimal path to victory. Thank you for the tactical advice, Miss Bell. The image of Yennekar's frustrated face brings a wicked, competitive smile to my lips. The battle for his affection has officially commenced.
The blistering cold drives the desperate creatures of the forest toward the fleeting warmth of my humble campfire. It is a simple law of nature. I did not expect you to brave the freezing winds tonight, Yennekar. You should be resting in the warm dormitories. My schedule is packed. I must gather sturdy timber to expand my storage shed before the blizzards bury the raw materials under 10 feet of snow. I can see the deep exhaustion pooling in her eyes. The relentless pressure of being a genius is breaking her spirit. I poured the steaming herbal tea into the wooden mug. The bitter aroma cuts through the freezing air. Drink this before your fingers turn blue. The snow is piling up fast and the temperature drops rapidly after sunset. If something is weighing heavy on your heart, you can share it with me. I am used to keeping dangerous secrets.
The suffocating guilt and the fear of losing him warred in my mind, but I could not force the words past my trembling lips. Then, please do not force me to explain. Just let me stay here for a little while.
I pulled her shivering body close, wrapping my heavy winter coat around her shoulders to block the biting wind. I forget that behind her overwhelming magical talent, she is just a fragile girl carrying the massive expectations of her entire family. When she curls up like a frightened, cornered animal, my cynical resolve crumbles. Pushing her away is a physical impossibility. The brutal winter rages on, testing our fragile limits. Surviving the freezing nights requires more than just a roaring campfire. It requires the shared warmth of another soul. But no matter how fierce the blizzard howls, the distant promise of spring gives us the strength to endure the darkness.
When our father departed for the royal palace to manage the empire's vast political affairs, our sprawling manor remained a sanctuary of quiet peace. But when my brilliant older sister Arwen died, the fragile balance of power shattered. The tyrannical reign of the new successor plunged our home into terror. He treated the loyal servants as disposable stepping stones, For his own sadistic amusement, he crushed their spirits beneath his polished boots to compensate for his lack of magical talent. He wielded his newly inherited authority like a blunt weapon, terrorizing anyone who dared question his supreme dominance. He was a vile, unforgivable monster.
What are you glaring at, you pathetic little brat? Do you think your fragile, trembling hands could ever wield a blade against me? Go ahead and pick up the knife. Erase me from the lineage. It would guarantee your ascent to the head of the family, wouldn't it? If I drop dead on this marble floor, you inherit the entire Golden Empire. Does the prospect of ultimate power excite your greedy heart? Stop hesitating and strike. Drive the steel straight into my heart and claim your rightful throne. Do it right now, Tanya.
The heavy silver dagger clattered against the floor as my trembling knees gave out. His sadistic laughter echoed through the grand hall, mocking my cowardice. I could not breathe. The suffocating pressure of his manic gaze paralyzed my lungs. He was a predator playing with a broken toy. That chilling, hollow stare haunted my every waking moment. He never laid a finger on me, but the psychological torture scarred my soul forever. I was forced to watch him systematically destroy the harmony of our home, powerless to stop his cruel reign of terror. But his arrogant pride eventually orchestrated his own downfall. The moment the official decree of his disownment arrived, a massive wave of relief washed over me. With that rotting tumor excised from our lineage, the path to my glorious future is clear. I will seize control of the academy and restore the Rothstaler name.
The morning of the grueling class assignment exam has arrived. Ed, please maintain a minimum distance of 10 paces from me. Your intense gaze and rugged scent are highly distracting. I must maintain my objective academic focus to prevent another administrative disaster.
I believe we have finalized the logistical preparations. The defensive wards are primed, and the illusion matrices are ready for deployment. Let us ascend the treacherous peaks of Right Mountain. With Professor Glast removed from the faculty, the immense burden of orchestrating this trial falls entirely upon my shoulders. I implemented a few creative modifications to the traditional testing format. The lazy students will face a rude awakening today. Instead of a tedious scavenger hunt for hidden mana marbles, the freshmen must simply retrieve these heavy magic power stones and carry them to the peak.
The physical stones hold absolutely 0-point value on their own. The true trial lies in the grueling journey to the summit.
Any student who manages to place their stone upon the substitute altar at the peak will quickly secure a position in the elite Class A. It sounds simple, but I infused the path with my mentor's ruthless philosophy. I refuse to hand out elite rankings to untalented fools. They will suffer. The path is swarming with lethal illusory beasts and demonic constructs. Only those with genuine combat prowess and iron resolve will break through the blockade.
The student body dubbed this brutal gauntlet the Right Mountain survival game of hell. The difficulty spike is legendary. According to the official lore of the game, the relentless swarm of monsters slaughters the entire freshman class, resulting in 0 admissions to Class A. That humiliating failure is the required catalyst for the protagonist's upcoming character arc. The timeline demands their utter defeat. I cannot allow a single student to breach the final altar. The structural integrity of the narrative depends on their collective failure today.
The headmaster will definitely demand a massive written report justifying this sadistic difficulty level, but culling the weak is a necessary evil.
Despite her sinister laughter, the danger is fabricated. The magical constructs cannot inflict lethal damage, guaranteeing the freshman's physical safety. The purple apparition discs generate high-ranking illusions that mimic devastating attacks without the lethal kinetic force. They are the core mechanism blocking the path.
I secured the heavy crate containing the rare grade apparition discs. Professor, the dense magical circuits make them difficult to transport.
Her stubborn refusal to ask for help is admirable, but her fragile arms are shaking under the immense weight of the magical hardware.
Huff, huff. Thank you for the assistance, Onyx. I overestimated my physical endurance. These heavy plates are draining my stamina.
Your arms are giving out, Anise. Hand the remaining discs to me before you drop them down the ravine.
Eek! My boot caught a patch of black ice. The heavy momentum is dragging me backward over the jagged cliff edge. The heavy satchel swung wildly, pulling my fragile body off balance. I'm going to plummet down the freezing mountain. My polished leather shoes have 0 traction on this treacherous frost. This is a massive disaster.
I lunged forward, my enhanced physical reflexes allowing me to secure a firm grip on her waist before gravity claimed her. I hauled her back onto the solid stone path, bracing my legs against the heavy, sudden impact of her falling weight.
Oh no! The sudden jerk tore the heavy satchel from my grasp. The fragile magical equipment is falling toward the jagged rocks. The priceless purple discs hit the unforgiving stone stairs, their delicate internal circuits screaming as they tumble down the steep incline.
I managed to snatch one of the heavy plates out of the air before it smashed into the boulders below. My hand shot out, catching a second disc by the rim just as it slipped over the edge of the precipice.
What the hell is wrong with you, Anise? If those ultra-rare artifacts shatter, the entire examination protocol is ruined. Watch your step.
His overwhelming physical strength and split-second reaction time saved my life, but the fragile timeline of this semester was nearly derailed by my pathetic clumsiness.
The heavy purple disc in my hand vibrated violently, a deep jagged fissure spreading across its complex magical core. The overloaded circuits detonated, shattering the priceless artifact into a dozen useless fragments of glowing debris.
The primary illusion generators are destroyed. The defensive perimeters compromised before the exam even begins. What do we do now, Ed? Without the high-ranking monsters, the entire freshman class will easily march right up to the altar.
My meticulous plans to remain a passive background character are constantly thwarted by these ridiculous unscripted disasters. In the original storyline, the joint combat training serves as the ultimate stage for Taylor to publicly display his awakened swordmaster techniques. His dramatic victory over the corrupted elementalist accelerated her inevitable rampage, cementing his status as the undisputed hero of the academy. The anticipated clash between the arrogant freshman and the seasoned upperclassmen is the absolute pinnacle of the semester's narrative arc. The confident first-year prodigies charge into the arena, eager to prove their worth by humiliating the legendary main characters. The controlled sparring match quickly devolves into a chaotic, brutal melee as the freshmen unleash their most devastating spells in a desperate bid for glory. But the overwhelming wave of magical violence crashes uselessly against the unbreakable resolve of the fated protagonist. Taylor slices through their combined magical assault with effortless precision, his heavy broadsword dismantling their fragile egos in a single sweeping strike. The defeated prodigies collapse to the cold floor, humiliated by the raw, undeniable power of true, grueling effort. His flawless victory cements his legendary status, drawing the awe and admiration of every single student watching from the grandstands. But the most crucial outcome of that battle is capturing the attention of Saint Clarice, who watches his triumphant display from the shadows. Forging a powerful bond with the Saint is a necessity for surviving the catastrophic endgame battles. Her divine magic is the only counter to Lucy's wrath. If Taylor fails to impress the Saint today, the structural foundation of Act 3 will crumble, dooming us all to a horrific death. And the only reason those arrogant freshmen challenge him so fiercely is because their massive egos were bruised when they failed the class assignment exam. If they stroll to the peak today, their inflated pride will prevent them from challenging Taylor, completely erasing the fated encounter with the Saint. The destruction of these purple illusion discs threatens to hand the freshmen an unearned victory, shattering the required chain of events.
The internal mana pathways are fried. The central core is cracked down the middle. We cannot deploy the high-ranking beast illusions. We have to halt the exam and drag these heavy plates back to the engineering department for emergency repairs. This is a disaster. We spent weeks hauling heavy equipment up this freezing mountain. Why does the universe constantly punish my diligent efforts?
I am so sorry, Professor. My lack of physical coordination ruined the entire defensive strategy. I will accept full responsibility. But crying over shattered artifacts will not salvage the examination. If we leave the path undefended, a massive wave of unqualified students will flood into Class A.
Do not panic. The situation is dire, but we possess enough raw combat power to by hand enforce the brutal failure rate.
Wait a minute. Why are you looking at me with that sinister glint in your eyes? What exactly are you proposing, Ed?
You are the top combat student of your year, Clevius. It is time for you to draw your blade and personally cull the weak from the herd.
What? You want me to fight an entire army of desperate mages by myself? I will be slaughtered. I refuse to participate in this suicidal plan.
The towering, snow-capped peaks of the northern range cast long, intimidating shadows over the grand academic courtyards. If you ask a true noble when they feel the massive weight of Sylvenia's legacy, it is the moment they stand shoulder to shoulder with the absolute elite of the empire. In this sacred institution, royal bloodlines and immense wealth are stripped away. The Prime Minister and the Princess wear the same simple uniform, bound by the strict laws of equality. But there is one terrifying exception to that ironclad rule, a presence so divine, even the imperial family bows their heads in reverence.
Please, raise your heads. I am merely a humble student seeking knowledge. If you treat me like a divine relic, it will sever my connection to my peers.
The sheer pressure radiating from her gentle smile forces the arrogant nobles to swallow their pride and avert their gaze. Her authority is absolute. It is an immense honor to finally meet you, Saint Clarice. Your radiant grace illuminates this freezing morning. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Tanya Rothstaler, the sole legitimate successor of the Grand Rothstaler lineage.
House Rothstaler? What a delightful surprise. I performed the sacred baptismal rites for your father, Duke Crepin, many years ago.
I eagerly await the day I reach adulthood, so I may receive your divine blessing as well, Saint Clarice. Our family cherishes your guidance.
Your polite words warm my heart, Tanya. I look forward to watching your brilliant potential bloom within these hallowed halls.
Establishing a public rapport with the supreme spiritual leader of the continent is a tactical victory. My path to the presidency is paved with gold. A blinding flare of concentrated mana shot into the pale morning sky, signaling the brutal commencement of the survival trials. The explosive detonation echoed across the frozen peaks, unleashing a chaotic stampede of desperate, ambitious students. The massive crowd surged forward, boots crunching against the hard frost. As the frantic race to the summit officially began, the alchemy students dive into the dark basements, while the mages charge up the treacherous mountain paths. The objective is simple: claim absolute glory.
Ha 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 ha! I secured a raw magic power stone right out of the gate. All I have to do is sprint past these slow losers and drop it on the altar.
You arrogant fools are burning your precious stamina on a meaningless sprint! The stones hold zero value if you lack the strength to defend them!
Damn it, Joseph is casting a wide area binding spell. Scatter into the tree line before he immobilizes the entire vanguard.
The path is littered with these heavy, red gems. This objective is too easy for an academy renowned for its brutal standards. Professor Cleo is a sadistic mastermind. There is absolutely a lethal defensive mechanism waiting to crush the naive fools who rush toward the peak. Conserving my stamina and observing the carnage from the shadows is the optimal strategy. Let the arrogant brutes trigger the hidden traps first.
Oof, the slippery frost caught my heel. I lost my balance and crashed hard into the unforgiving stone.
Did she trip over her own untied laces? What a pathetic display of physical incompetence. Do you require medical assistance, you clumsy commoner?
Oh no, my legs are perfectly fine. I intentionally removed my leather shoes to experience a new sensation. I always wanted to feel the biting sting of fresh snow against my bare toes. Eek, it is freezing, but exhilarating. Is barefoot exploration prohibited on campus? Walking on the soft powder was a major item on my bucket list. It feels like stepping on icy clouds.
Her wide, innocent eyes lack any shred of tactical awareness. She must have suffered a severe concussion when her skull hit the pavement. I will humor her delusions for a moment. My name is Tanya Rothstaler. Try not to embarrass yourself further while we share the same academic year.
Rothstaler, the legendary aristocratic bloodline. I heard every single member of your family is a peerless genius wielding unimaginable power.
That is a pathetic, outdated myth. A prestigious name does not guarantee competence. My family is currently stained by a putrid, unforgivable failure. Even the most glorious golden lineages inevitably produce a rotting branch. A useless, arrogant nobody who drags our proud legacy through the mud. The broken, humble boy I met at the campfire contradicts the sadistic monster who terrorized my childhood. I cannot discern which mask is real, but my terror remains absolute.
But you project an aura of refinement, Tanya. Since I hail from a humble border town, I should bow and offer a formal greeting to a high noble like you.
Do not waste my time with tedious formalities. We are standing on the sacred grounds of Sylvania, where bloodlines hold no power over raw talent.
Oh, your pragmatic approach to social hierarchy is truly refreshing, Tanya. I assumed you would demand my absolute obedience. You are absolutely correct. My name is Kylie Eckner. I traveled all the way from the distant Duchy of Turin to study here. I am ignorant of the intricate social politics of the capital. Please forgive my clumsy enthusiasm. Let us forge a beautiful friendship, Kylie.
Stop blabbering and pick up your pace. We are in the middle of a highly competitive examination, and you are treating this like a leisurely stroll through the park.
I genuinely do not care about securing a spot in the elite Class A. Earning top marks would just draw unnecessary, annoying attention to my quiet life.
Her infuriatingly cheerful attitude is grating on my nerves. How did someone with zero ambition even secure admission to this academy?
Since I have no desire to win, I will dedicate my energy to helping you reach the summit, Tanya. Surviving this brutal trial together will cement our eternal friendship.
Release my hand immediately, you insane peasant. Stop dragging me through the snow. Your casual disrespect is going to cause a massive scandal. If you attempted to grab Princess Pennia's hand with such reckless abandon, her elite guards would slice your head off. Learn some basic boundaries.
Huff! Huff! I left the entire pathetic vanguard in the dust! I am the first student to breach the upper ridges! My flawless victory is guaranteed!
You really should have conserved your stamina, you arrogant little brat.
Welcome to the halfway point. Take this, a heavy, magically reinforced right hook directly to your smug face. Learn your place in the dirt. Ha! Aha! Ambushing an exhausted freshman from the shadows feels cowardly, but his jaw crumpled perfectly under my fist. My honor as a swordsman is bleeding out in the snow, but executing this underhanded strategy is surprisingly effective at stopping their advance. Ed's ruthless pragmatism is infectious. Crushing their fragile hopes before they even see the altar is genuinely thrilling. Wait, why am I doing all the dirty work while that blonde manipulator stays safely behind the lines? This division of labor is unfair.
Stop complaining, Clevius. We must orchestrate an absolute, undeniable blockade. Nobody crosses this line today.
Clevius and Anise, you two fend off the new students around the midpoint. Any student who survives this gauntlet deserves the title of elite. My clumsy mistake destroyed the required testing apparatus. I will repent by crushing these arrogant freshmen with my own two hands. Onyx, utilize your superior aerial mobility to monitor the cliffs. If any student is knocked over the edge, you must extract them before they hit the rocks. Professor Cleo, you must sprint back to the administrative wing and draft a comprehensive report justifying this manual intervention. We need official cover. The battle lines are drawn. Clevius holds the southern pass, and I will decimate anyone who dares approach the north. But Ed, what is your role?
I will hold the final line of defense. I am staying right here. If a brilliant prodigy manages to slip past your furious elemental barrages, I will crush them before they place their stone upon the sacred altar.
Your core is drained. I cannot sense a single drop of residual mana flowing through your veins. Facing a combat-ready freshman in your condition is suicidal.
Do not underestimate my resourcefulness, Anise. I have a highly efficient strategy to bypass my pathetic limits.
Die, plunge into the abyss, you talentless fools. The aerial bombardment is executing flawlessly. The perimeter is secure.
The complex runic matrix of the purple apparition disk is shattered beyond repair. Without specialized engineering tools, this artifact is useless. However, the Academy spared no expense in providing these massive magic power stones. They are brimming with volatile, unrefined energy. By manipulating the extraction runes carved into the substitute altar, I can siphon the raw, concentrated mana from these gems directly into my depleted core. Hey, Mug, the connection is weak, but I can feel your fiery presence returning. Anise and Clevius are stalling the vanguard, giving me crucial minutes. I looted an entire sack of premium gems from the fallen students. This temporary infusion of power will fuel my final, devastating stand. The violent currents of stolen mana course through my veins. My sole objective is absolute deterrence. I will shatter their dreams. I expel a slow breath, letting the icy air steady my racing heart. The trap is set. Step into my domain, remain. Show me the desperate limits of your fragile ambitions.
Run? The upperclassmen have lost their minds. They are slaughtering us. Fall back to the lower camps before they break our legs.
Huff, my lungs are burning. I dragged this clumsy fool all the way up the mountain, and my sophisticated mood is ruined.
You arrogant little rats! Did you truly believe you could stroll into Class A without tasting the bitter dirt of defeat?
A massive detonation of volatile lightning ripped through the dense tree line, sending shattered pine trunks crashing down upon the panicked students.
That catastrophic explosion originated from the northern blockade, but the magical signature is raw and unstable. That is definitely not Anice's precision casting. The defensive line has been breached. Now is our chance to slip past the chaos and claim the peak. Move your legs, Kylie.
Despite my flawless academic record, my practical combat applications are severely lacking. The sheer speed of this prodigy is overwhelming my defensive wards. I refuse to let my pathetic weakness ruin this exam again. I will channel every ounce of my remaining aura into a final strike. Stand your ground, freshmen!
Your slow, predictable incantations are an insult to the magical arts. I am Joseph Whitefeld, the undisputed genius of the incoming class. While my sister toiled in the dusty alchemy labs, I shattered every magical record. I wield intermediate spells with the casual ease of breathing. You lack the killer instinct required for live combat. Assistant Anice, accept your humiliating defeat and return to your tedious paperwork.
You arrogant, condescending brat. My frustration has nothing to do with your pathetic tricks. I am furious at my own incompetence. Now get out of my sight.
Your emotional outbursts bore me. I'm securing my rightful place at the summit. Try not to trip on your way back down.
I projected an aura of absolute perfection, but when the pressure mounted, I crumbled like fragile glass. My clumsy feet shattered the illusion discs, and my weak magic failed to halt a single arrogant freshman. I am completely useless. But when the disaster struck, Ed stepped forward and calmly orchestrated a brilliant tactical defense, effortlessly commanding the chaos I created. Instead of drowning in pathetic self-pity over my humiliating loss, the burning anger in my chest is fueling a terrifying new realization. I'm furious because, despite my fierce independence, I'm desperately relying on his quiet, unshakable strength to save me.
Your arrogant swagger betrays your lack of combat experience. You are the first foolish rat to stumble into my trap today. The rules state you must place your precious stone upon this altar, but I am standing in your way, and I will not move.
This is a highly unorthodox examination protocol. Deploying a single exhausted upperclassman as the final boss seems tactically absurd. If I shatter your pathetic defense and secure my victory, who remains to test the stragglers? Your flawed strategy guarantees a massive breach. He refuses to answer my probing questions. He is just staring blankly, attempting to buy precious seconds to analyze my mana density. A shattered purple disc lies at his feet. A prototype illusion generator? The faculty must have resorted to manual combat after their precious toys broke. His uniform marks him as a magic student, but his internal core is empty. The faint traces of power I sense are drawn from those scattered gems, relying on external batteries to face the top prodigy of the generation. Your desperation is an insult to the prestigious name of Sylvania. I will obliterate this weakling in a single strike and claim my ultimate prize. This is not a battle. It is a brief inconvenience. Intermediate magic. Point explosion. This condensed sphere of kinetic energy detonates with lethal precision. You cannot evade what you cannot predict. Unless his visual acuity is sharp enough to track the microscopic shifts in my finger joints, he will be blown to pieces.
His casting speed is impressive, but his telegraphs are painfully obvious. I tracked the trajectory of his wrist and vaulted backward before the blast radius expanded.
He dodged my fastest intermediate spell, and that massive surge of thermal energy gathering in his palm. He is retaliating with fire magic.
Beginner fire magic, ignite. I will roast your arrogant pride and melt the frozen ground beneath your boots.
A massive wall of blistering heat is rushing toward me. He intends to blind my vision with steam and follow up with a lethal combination strike. The sheer volume and density of his flames defy the natural limits of beginner magic. He has honed this basic spell spell into a devastating weapon of mass destruction.
Burn to ashes, you arrogant little genius. Feel the accumulated weight of my desperate survival training.
Your brute force tactics are useless against a true scholar. I will lock you down with absolute zero. Even the most compressed ignite spell cannot penetrate the crystalline density of my intermediate ice barrier. You are wasting your stolen energy. In a duel between mages, the victor is always determined by the raw size of their internal mana reservoir. My natural capacity eclipses your artificial charge. He lacks the tactical finesse required for high-level magical warfare. Once his stolen battery runs dry, I will freeze his blood and shatter his bones! A true magical duel demands intricate counterspells and elegant evasions. Why is he charging directly through the inferno like a rabid beast?
Your fancy elemental shields are designed to deflect magical resonance, but they hold absolutely zero resistance against a heavy, physical, blunt force impact. Did you truly believe that a seasoned combat mage only relies on pretty lights to win a fight? Take this, you fragile little nerd. I drove my fist straight into his jaw, the heavy kinetic impact bypassing his crystalline shield and sending him skidding across the frost.
Ugh, my teeth are rattling. He discarded his magical advantage to engage in brutal, close-quarters brawling. He fights like a desperate street thug. How did you endure the blistering heat of your own inferno without suffering severe burns? Your skin should be melting off. I will not underestimate your savage tactics again. I will encase your legs in solid ice and sever your mobility. Intermediate ice magic.
You are far too slow, Joseph. I already anticipated your desperate counterattack. I am casting another massive wave of pure, concentrated fire.
He is relentlessly spamming his basic elemental attacks. He intends to exhaust my defensive wards through sheer volume, but I can manipulate the other elements to crush him.
Beginner magic. Scorch. I will incinerate your pathetic shields and turn this mountain peak into a raging volcano. The colossal wave of thermal energy erupted outward, devouring the snow and transforming the frozen courtyard into a blistering inferno of destruction. I activated the Blessing of Fire Fortune. This powerful spiritual ward grants me massive thermal resistance, allowing me to charge through my own devastating spells unscathed. I emerged from the roaring flames like a demon of vengeance, closing the distance before he could finish his complex incantations.
Physical shield! I condensed my aura into a solid barrier to deflect his lethal thrust. When did he draw a spiritually infused dagger? This lunatic is a terrifying hybrid of brawler and mage. My magical casting speed is far superior, but his relentless physical aggression is tearing my defenses apart. I need to evaluate his casting speed. There is no possible way a disgraced upperclassman can manifest basic elemental magic faster than a true genius like me. My crystalline defensive barrier is holding against his fiery assault. I just need to wait for his stolen mana reserves to run dry.
You assume I am relying on standard elemental casting, but I possess tools far beyond your pathetic academic comprehension. Mug, detonate the core.
What the hell is that immense kinetic shockwave? My barrier was bypassed entirely. The sheer force is launching me into the sky.
A concentrated spiritual explosion rips through the freezing air. Your static defenses are useless against a condensed physical blast.
Cough! The smoke is burning my lungs. I underestimated his savage combat tactics. He fights like a rabid beast, cornered in an alley. I must stay alert and analyze his methodology. He bypassed my frost shield without reciting a single incantation. What kind of trickery is this? That engraved dagger he wields, it radiates a dense, unfamiliar aura. That was not a standard fire spell. That was a spiritual skill. The fact that he charged through his own blazing inferno without sustaining severe burns. He cast the Blessing of Fire Fortune. He concealed his contracted fire spirit within the smoke to orchestrate a blind spot detonation. He wields raw elementalism and advanced magic engineering tools. Who on earth is this terrifying survivor? He possesses a tactical brilliance that eclipses the entire senior faculty. My fragile pride is shattered! The heavy magic power stones slip from my trembling fingers. My crystalline shields are broken, and my stamina is depleted. I concede this match to you. The glowing red gems roll across the frosted stone. Take them! You have proven your undeniable superiority on this frozen battlefield.
Now is my chance to strike! While that arrogant freshman is distracted, I will shatter his magical focus with a heavy, physical blow.
I will freeze you in your tracks, you cowardly upperclassman. Intermediate magic. Ice Spear. Feel the biting chill of my elite talent.
Your incantations are far too predictable. I slipped past your icy projectiles before they even materialized. Prepare to taste the dirt. I am Clevius Nortondale, the top combat student of my year. I will crush your pathetic magical ambitions with my bare fists. Take this, a magically reinforced right hook directly to your smug face. Learn your place in the mud, you talentless rat.
Watching the top prodigy of the combat division resort to brutal street brawling is highly amusing. That punch carried enough kinetic force to shatter a boulder.
What on earth is that massive surge of atmospheric pressure? The wind currents are spiraling out of control. Don't tell me he summoned a beast?
Storm's blessing. Let the howling gales of the northern mountains sweep these arrogant children off the treacherous cliffs. A colossal pillar of condensed wind erupts from the snow, shattering their defensive formations and sending them flying into the dark abyss.
My ribs are broken. The sheer density of that elemental blast is tearing my fragile body apart. The survival trial is a nightmare.
The vanguard has been decimated. The structural integrity of the examination remains intact. My brutal interventions salvaged the timeline.
Huff! Huff! My chest is heaving. My mana circuits are frayed. I have never faced such an overwhelming, suffocating defeat in my entire life. My trembling knees hit the icy ground. The grand ambitions I carried up this freezing mountain are reduced to miserable ash. I poured a decade of relentless effort into mastering the magical arts, yet I was dismantled by a disgraced noble holding a rusted dagger. I lose.
You fought with remarkable tenacity. Your final spell combination was a brilliant tactical decision. You nearly breached my absolute defense.
Your physical endurance and strategic foresight are terrifying. I demand to know the name of the man who crushed my pride today.
The freezing wind whips my heavy cloak as I stand victorious among the shattered ice. I am the phantom guardian of this cursed peak. I am the exiled son of the grandest lineage on the continent. Remember the face of your conqueror. My name is Ed Rothstaler, and you will never pass this mountain as long as I draw breath. Clevius has exhausted his physical limits. Haul his unconscious body back to the medical ward Onyx. The battle is concluded.
The heavy wooden carriage rattled across the stone bridge, carrying us far away from the chaotic noise of Sylvania Academy.
You possess the raw talent to claim the top rank in the combat division, Ziggs. I feel terrible that you abandoned your ambitions just to stay by my side.
You worry too much, Elka. I have zero interest in chasing hollow academic titles. My solitary goal is ensuring your safety. Even if I desired the top spot, dethroning the current champion would require a monumental amount of bloodshed. That nervous, trembling boy transforms into a lethal predator the moment a blade enters his hand. Clevius Nortondale is a monster born for war.
What was that blinding flash of golden energy? My entire body feels like it was struck by a divine hammer.
Oh my goodness! Are you hurt? Was my condensed holy magic too potent? Please tell me I didn't fracture your spine.
Wake up, Clevius! Stop pretending to be dead. How are we supposed to hold this defensive line if you collapse from a single magical blast?
The twilight sky bleeds orange and purple. We have exactly 20 minutes until the official examination timer expires. The final wave approaches.
We finally breached the upper ridges, Tanya. Just a few more treacherous steps, and we will secure our glorious victory at the altar.
My fragile lungs are burning, but I refuse to stop. The towering stone monument looms in the distance, and guarding its base is my final nightmare. The tyrant who poisoned my childhood memories, the monster I once feared, and the brother I learned to despise with every fiber of my being. I will carve a path of destruction through his miserable blockade. I will shatter his fake reputation and expose his rotting core to the Academy.
The divine path of the saint is fraught with immense psychological pressure. Clarice harbored two contrasting dreams within her pure heart.
The Archbishop instilled a rigid, unyielding philosophy within her soul. He demanded she maintain a pristine, flawless facade until her dying breath. You are the beacon of hope for an entire continent, child. You must exist as an untouchable idol, pure as the driven snow.
The other dream she harbored in the dark was a rebellious whisper, a dangerous desire claiming it is better to die in filth than live as pure snow. I open my heavy eyes. The suffocating weight of my divine responsibilities crushes the air from my lungs.
The grandest temples of pure white stone are nothing but fragile sand castles compared to the rugged grey peaks of the Lamellan mountain range. Past the emerald plains of Pulan and the red roofs of Oldek lies a vast, vibrant world begging to be explored. The pure white you worship is just a tiny fraction of the majestic colours painting this massive continent.
Adele, the rebellious keeper of the church's torch, painted a vivid picture of absolute freedom in my sheltered mind. She would traverse the dangerous rooftops late at night to sing me forbidden songs of the outside world. The secret stories she whispered under the starry sky ignited a burning curiosity within my isolated heart.
She taught me that finding love and making true friends was a far greater miracle than reciting ancient scriptures.
The warm embrace of a cherished companion holds more profound meaning than the hollow prayers of a million blind followers. When Adele abandoned her sacred vows to enroll at Sylvania Academy, she swore to roam the continent during every winter break. I dreamed of following her footsteps. I wanted to escape my gilded cage and witness the breathtaking beauty of the wild. And at the end of that grand journey, I wanted to find someone who would embrace my true self and join my endless wandering. But escaping the church required monumental deception. Archbishop Verdio handed me a divine artifact to conceal my overwhelming holy aura.
You must wear this illusion ring at all times, Kylie. It will mask your divine presence and protect your fragile secret from the outside world.
When I sit on the campus benches disguised as a commoner, nobody bows to me. Nobody treats me like a fragile glass doll. That simple truth makes my heart flutter with undeniable joy. I am finally experiencing the thrilling life of a normal student.
Unless, of course, you cross paths with a monster who possesses the perception to shatter your grand illusion.
Brother, you are the final test guarding the summit. I assumed you were banished to the dirt.
You are trespassing in my domain, Tanya. I suggest you turn around and sprint back down the mountain before you get hurt. But if you insist on testing your miserable luck, come at me and face the crushing weight of reality.
Eek, the sheer kinetic force of his condensed wind spell is suffocating. How is a disgraced exile wielding such monumental power? The density of his mana circuits defies logical explanation. Even veteran elementalists require decades of intense meditation to achieve this milestone. That terrifying spectral wolf. He managed to form a binding contract with a legendary high-ranking wind spirit. This cannot be real. My arrogant, magicless brother is commanding a primordial beast capable of leveling a small mountain.
Tanya, we need to retreat right now. This opponent is way out of our league. We cannot beat a high-ranking spirit.
Her panicked warning rings true. The agonizing trauma of facing Yennekar's apocalyptic fire dragon still burns fresh in my mind. But if I surrender here and run away like a frightened coward, it means absolutely nothing has changed. I am still that pathetic little girl trembling before a sadistic monster. I refuse to let his shadow dominate my future.
I don't care about the elite class rankings, Tanya, but I refuse to watch my first real friend give up on her dreams.
I carry the immense burden of the Rothstaler name. I will not allow this rotting trash to humiliate me again. Strike him down. His fundamental magical capacity was a total joke back at the manor. There is a hard limit to his sudden growth. That massive spectral wolf must be a bluff. A fragile illusion designed to break my resolve. I will shatter it with my own two hands.
The massive beast opens its maw, unleashing a devastating gale of pure, concentrated atmospheric pressure. The air is freezing solid.
Eek, my defensive wards are tearing apart. The sheer elemental force is lifting my entire body off the ground. I am going to fly away. This cannot be happening. I poured my entire soul into mastering intermediate magic, and he brushes me aside like a bothersome insect. Do not tell me. His overwhelming magical resonance, that is an actual, physical, high-ranking spirit. He is drawing real, devastating elemental power from the natural world. Ugh, we slammed hard into the frozen dirt. My bones are rattling from the heavy kinetic impact.
Is that terrifying demon really Tanya's brother? The raw malice he projects contradicts everything I thought I knew about the nobility. I always assumed the elite aristocrats were paragons of elegant manners, welcoming smiles, and refined grace. But the moment I laid eyes on this ruthless survivor, the pristine illusion shattered into a million jagged pieces. He is a predator.
Even the most glorious golden lineages inevitably produce a rotting branch, a useless, pathetic nobody, dragging their proud name through the mud.
Her eyes burn with intense, raw hatred. I have never seen Tanya exhibit such genuine, terrifying resentment toward another human being.
Tanya, stick to the original plan. Focus all your magical energy on targeting the caster. Do not let his giant wolf distract you.
I will act as the bait. Remember my secret? My unique constitution guarantees I will survive even the most devastating magical blows.
But what if you sustain a massive, irreversible injury? You do not even care about passing this miserable exam, Kylie.
You told me he was a sadistic tyrant. If we run away now, his terrifying shadow will haunt you for the rest of your life. Besides, Tanya, you are the very first true friend I managed to make in this massive, overwhelming academy. I will protect your dream.
Her reckless courage defies all logic. She is a fragile commoner throwing herself into the jaws of a monstrous beast just for my sake. When that unhinged senior swordsman ambushed us on the lower pass, I thought we were going to be slaughtered.
But a mysterious blinding barrier of golden light erupted from Kylie, pushing the senior combat student away with immense force.
Does this clumsy, cheerful girl possess a hidden absolute power? She stepped in front of the danger without a second thought.
Gwa, I am charging straight in. Do your worst, you mean older brother? I will buy Tanya the precious seconds she needs. The colossal wind spirit towers over her tiny frame. She is sprinting directly into a literal tornado of pure elemental wrath.
Sigh, these foolish human children never learn. Engaging a primordial spirit in a contest of brute strength is a suicidal endeavor. Slash them to pieces. Let the northern gales teach them a harsh lesson in humility. A massive, heavy claw of condensed wind crashes down. But instead of tearing her flesh, it strikes a brilliant dome of golden energy.
My spiritual beast just recoiled. An automatic, high-tier holy blessing activated the moment the hostile intent registered. What is she?
Eek! The divine barrier is absorbing the kinetic impact, but the sheer atmospheric pressure is still pushing me back. Yeah! The concussive shockwave is too heavy. My boots are skidding across the solid ice. I cannot hold the line.
Is that the extent of your desperate strategy? Relying on an automatic holy artifact while you lack the strength to push forward?
Did you really think a minor setback would force me to surrender? I am the future master of House Rothstaler. While you were distracted by her golden shield, I condensed my entire mana reserve into a single, piercing strike. Beginner magic, Gust. I will blast you off this frozen peak and send you plummeting into the dark ravine below.
The sudden, concentrated burst of wind caught me off guard. My boots lose traction on the black ice, and gravity takes control. The immense kinetic momentum hurls me backward. My body crashes through the freezing gales, headed straight for the jagged cliff edge.
Huff, huff. His overwhelming presence just vanished from the altar. Did my spell actually blast him over the precipice? Wait a minute. That broken magical contraption lying in the snow? Don't tell me he was using an apparition disc. Bzzzt. The shattered purple artifact arcs with volatile lightning. The massive wolf was nothing but a high-tier holographic illusion, and now glowing projectiles are raining from the sky. Magical arrows forged from pure condensed mana are locking onto our positions. Stay perfectly still, Kylie. Do not move a single muscle. If we shift our weight, those magical arrows will pierce our skulls. He possessed zero talent for basic swordsmanship, but now he wields an enchanted bow with the lethal precision of a veteran hunter. Is this terrifying, multi-talented monster standing before me truly the same useless boy I knew in my childhood? Ed Rothstaler, he orchestrated a flawless psychological trap, using broken faculty equipment to test our absolute limits. It is exactly like before, the suffocating dread, the overwhelming power gap. He is still a monster I can never hope to defeat. No matter how much I study, no matter how much raw effort I pour into my magical training, I am still powerless. The dark shadow of his tyranny still chains me to the floor. The horrific memories of my helpless childhood refuse to fade. I thought expelling him would sever the nightmare, but I am still the same pathetic little girl crying in the corner.
You must have pushed yourself to the absolute brink to cast that wind spell. You have grown much stronger, Tanya. I am sorry for orchestrating this brutal illusion. I have my own desperate reasons for holding this specific line today. If I handed you an easy victory, just because we share the same blood, your fierce pride would never accept the result. I admit I was wrong. When you realized the wolf was a massive illusion, you held your ground and fought until the bitter end. I am genuinely impressed by your tenacity, Tanya. You possess the raw courage required to survive in this unforgiving world. The frightened little girl I terrorized in the manor is gone. I never knew this resilient, unyielding side of your character existed. I must maintain my station here, but I acknowledge your undeniable growth. You have proven your worth on this frozen mountain. The path to the summit remains blocked, but you did not fail yourself today. Keep pushing forward and claim your own destiny.
His gentle words shatter my fragile defenses. The arrogant demon who haunted my nightmares just validated my entire existence. The putrid, tyrannical boy I despised. He has fundamentally transformed into a stoic, dependable man, carrying a monumental burden.
You should be incredibly proud of your performance, Kylie. Your selfless bravery is a rare treasure in this cynical academy.
Ah, hick, why am I crying over a simple compliment from the brother I swore to destroy? My emotions are a chaotic mess.
Huh? Why is she bawling her eyes out? Is failing to secure a spot in Class A really that emotionally devastating?
Stay away from her, you mean bully. She fought her hardest, and you just crushed her dreams with your scary traps. I am warning you, if you attempt to launch another magical assault while she is crying, I will unleash my full power against you.
The examination timer has officially expired, Ed. Come help us clean up the wreckage. Clevia's completely wiped out from the physical exhaustion.
Oh, so the brutal survival trial is finally over? Thank goodness. My frozen toes were beginning to lose all sensation. Wait a minute, why is my voice echoing? My mana circuits are fluctuating. The divine disguise spell is rapidly destabilizing. The concussive force of his wind blast must have dislodged my artifact. The ring of illusion is slipping right off my finger.
You must keep this enchanted ring on your hand at all times, St. Clarice. The moment it drops, your holy aura will blind everyone around you.
Excellent work holding the line, Ed. The faculty is highly impressed by your brilliant tactical defense against the massive freshman wave. Thump! My heart stops. If the professors and the upperclassmen witness my true silver hair and divine eyes, my ordinary life is permanently destroyed.
A tiny blazing fire spirit swoops down from the sky, snatching the golden ring before it buries itself in the deep snow.
Hey you. Please be more careful with your personal belongings. Dropping enchanted jewelry on a mountain is dangerous.
He caught my ring before the illusion broke, but the way he paused, he definitely recognized the immense divine power leaking from my core.
I am perfectly fine, Professor Cleo. The scratches are superficial. Let us finalize the grading rubrics and descend before the blizzard intensifies. The chaotic class assignment examinations concluded with a brutal reality check for the freshmen. The narrative timeline is secure. I managed to enforce the required failure rate without altering the core story, but my exhausted body is paying a massive, agonizing price.
A seemingly trivial intervention created a new, terrifying variable. The supreme spiritual leader of the continent is now watching my every move. Under the bleeding twilight sky, her ruby eyes tracked my departure. She knows that I know her absolute earth-shattering secret.
You look like you are about to collapse, Ed. Let us handle the remaining cleanup duties. You need to return to your camp and rest. I will haul Clevius down the mountain. He is surprisingly heavy for someone who complains about being a fragile coward all day.
I swore I saw a distinct shadow moving near the peak of the stone monument. But my depleted senses must be hallucinating from fatigue. Phew. The freezing stone beneath my back feels oddly comfortable. The bleeding sky is a clear testament to the brutal beauty of this world. Even the most cynical merchant couldn't put a price tag on a sunset this magnificent. The vibrant colors wash away the crushing stress of the day.
A massive surge of spiritual pressure manifests above my head. Marilda, the legendary high-ranking wind spirit, materializes out of thin air. You fragile human humans lead such incredibly short, chaotic lives. If you don't find joy in these trivial moments, your existence is nothing but a tragic joke. You push your fragile body to the absolute breaking point over minor tasks. You are bleeding and exhausted again. What exactly is your grand goal here? You need to find a reliable partner, you stubborn idiot. Someone like that cheerful, pink-haired girl who constantly watches over your miserable dirt shack. Building a deep emotional connection is crucial for your spiritual resonance. Isn't that right, little bat? Tell your master to stop acting so dense.
Master Ed, Lady Marilda's profound advice is treated as holy scripture among us spirits. You should definitely heed her brilliant wisdom.
I apologize for ignoring your romantic lectures, Marilda. Please tell your tiny minion to stop screaming directly into my bleeding ear. Speaking of Yennecar, she looked absolutely devastated when she visited my camp the other night. Do you have any idea what triggered her depression?
Of course I know, but it is not my place to reveal the delicate secrets she hides from you. You need to figure that out yourself. It is actually beneficial for that sheltered genius to experience the bitter cold of rejection and jealousy. It forces her stagnant heart to grow stronger. Life isn't a flawless fairy tale. She must endure the harsh winter storms before she can truly appreciate the warm bloom of spring.
Shall we sever the connection now? Maintaining your physical manifestation is draining the absolute last dregs of my stolen mana reserves.
I am highly cost-effective in this compact vulpine form. If you prefer, I could transform into a dazzling young woman to entertain your tired eyes. Never mind. Your magical capacity is so pathetic, you would instantly hemorrhage blood and collapse the moment I unleashed my true massive scale.
Pop! Ugh! The tiny spirit swats my forehead with surprising kinetic force. Her playful strikes still carry the density of a hurricane.
Did you seriously think your beginner skills orchestrated that massive wind blast alone? A spirit of my legendary rank lends power to whoever interests me.
My vision blurs as the sheer exhaustion paralyzes my limbs. The massive magical debt incurred by borrowing her strength is finally cashing in.
Flash. The high-ranking spirit dissipates into a swirl of glowing blue particles, returning to the atmospheric currents of the northern mountains.
With my mana completely depleted, I have to rely on my screaming muscles to pull my heavy body back over the academy walls. This is pathetic. The answer to my survival strategy is simple. I need to artificially bridge the massive power gap by forging superior magic engineering artifacts.
Whoosh! The freezing gales part as the tiny, overpowered archmage drops onto the stone ledge right beside me, her witch hat pulled low. I didn't trek all the way up this freezing monument for a nap. The howling wind makes it a terrible spot for sleeping anyway. I despise returning to your dirt cabin when it is empty. The silence is suffocating. I needed to ensure you were still breathing.
The sheer volume of chaotic variables converging on this island means I will rarely have a moment of uninterrupted peace. The substitute altar at the peak of the mountain marks the ultimate stage of Act 3. The impending religious war is drawing near. St. Clarice will soon discover the putrid darkness festering within the Telos Church, drawing the brutal judgment of the High Apostles to this island. The massive conflict will force every single major faction, the Royal Guards, the Merchant Mercenaries, and the Academy faculty to draw their blades. At the center of this catastrophic web of violence stands the protagonist Taylor, desperately fighting to prevent the absolute destruction of Sylvania.
And the ultimate obstacle they must overcome is Lucy Mayriel herself, unleashing an apocalyptic storm of magic to fulfill her late master's dying wish. Labeled a heretic and an apostate, she will silently carry the crushing weight of the world's hatred, refusing to explain her noble intentions. When she awakens her true, terrifying potential, the sheer density of her mana will effortlessly obliterate the combined forces of the Academy elite. Only after she incinerates the invading apostles and exhausts her unfathomable reserves will she finally fall to the protagonist's awakened swordmaster techniques. She will lay bleeding in the ruins, her fragile body shattered by the very people she sacrificed her reputation to protect from the shadows.
The flawless narrative dictates that she must be violently defeated to secure the golden ending. It is the unavoidable tragedy of her character arc.
Tap. Only when the dust settles and the truth is revealed will the ignorant masses realize she was the silent savior all along. But by then, their hollow apologies and belated tears will mean absolutely absolutely nothing to the broken girl bleeding out in the rubble. Her stubborn refusal to share her monumental burden guarantees her inevitable downfall. It is a suffocating, miserable destiny written in stone.
I know exactly what horrific trials await her, but the terrifying question remains, will I sacrifice this lazy, clingy girl just to maintain the storyline? Number 1, I am not that ruthless. I refuse to stand by and watch a friend be torn apart by a rigged, cynical narrative. Sylvania Academy will survive the impending storm regardless of my intervention. I will forge a new path that doesn't demand her absolute destruction.
Archmage Glocked entrusted her with the ultimate safety of this island. That crushing responsibility is slowly poisoning her innocent mind.
Only she understands the agonizing weight of her master's final request. I must guide her toward a future where she shakes off those chains.
It will be a grueling, unpredictable war filled with lethal traps, but I am committing to rewriting her tragic fate. I will pull her from the abyss. Pat, I gently stroke her silver hair. I must remember to inform her of my schedule, so she doesn't wander the freezing peaks searching for me. She acts like an untouchable god, but beneath that lazy exterior, she is just a lonely child terrified of being left behind in the cold. I will shield her from the endgame mechanics, but to accomplish that, I desperately need to elevate my own pathetic combat capabilities. The radiant sun dips below the frozen horizon, signaling the definitive end of the semester. My brutal, isolated winter training regimen officially begins tomorrow.
The sprawling courtyards of Ophelis Hall are blanketed in a pristine layer of winter snow. The aristocratic students are preparing to flee the impending blizzard. I brought you a massive blueberry pie from the luxury bakery, Miss Bell. I needed to escape my suffocating family estate immediately.
Thank you for the thoughtful gift, Clara. The Royal Dormitory is quite peaceful during the break, as most students return to their warm estates.
I am hosting an exclusive afternoon tea party for Anise and Yennecar. I smuggled an entire crate of premium snacks to share with my favorite friends. I am bursting with excitement. We have a mountain of juicy academy gossip to discuss. The romantic tension in the faculty is reaching a boiling point. Crunch! The heavy cardboard box violently crumples under the immense, terrifying pressure of Yennecar and Anis's absolute lethal silence. My blood freezes in my veins. The suffocating, murderous aura radiating from these two elite students is making the room spin. What happened here? The premium blueberry pie turns to dry sand in my mouth. I stumbled directly into a catastrophic, unscripted psychological war zone. Why is nobody speaking? The blazing elemental inferno radiating from Yennecar threatens to incinerate the entire mahogany table. Did they have a massive falling out? Sweat pours down my face. They have only ever exchanged light-hearted banter. This heavy, lethal tension is entirely unprecedented. I need to defuse this bomb. So the weather is getting quite chilly outside, isn't it? Have you two been studying advanced elemental theory together?
Flinch! Anise violently jerks back in her chair, her face pale with terror. She looks like a condemned prisoner awaiting the executioner's blade.
I tied the heavy wooden windshields down with thick hemp rope. The crafting difficulty was low, so my magic engineering proficiency barely increased. Constructing these basic barriers won't yield any more system experience points. I must attempt to forge higher-tier artifacts to break my skill ceiling. The physical labor is exhausting, but it guarantees the structural integrity of my cabin against the howling blizzards. Survival demands relentless preparation. Are you out here to capture the runaway archmage, Miss Bell? The headmaster issued a strict mandate confining all students to the dorms.
Let me go. I absolutely refuse to be locked inside that stuffy stone prison while my favorite napping spot is left completely unguarded.
Miss Lucy possesses a terrifying tendency to teleport out of her quarters. The maid staff has established a dedicated rotation just to monitor her erratic movements. I apologize for the intrusion, Master Ed, but gazing upon your meager fortifications, I fear your survival instincts have severely miscalculated the impending danger. Are you absolutely certain these flimsy wooden boards will withstand a devastating week-long winter storm? The gales will tear this camp apart. The temperature will plummet to lethal levels. Please swallow your stubborn pride and seek refuge in the heated guest quarters of Ophelis Hall.
I appreciate your genuine concern, Miss Bell, but I secured the structural beams with heavy stakes and reinforced the roof the cabin will hold. I stockpiled all my essential hunting tools and raw crafting materials inside the shelter. I am fully prepared to endure the absolute worst this winter can offer. While the blizzard ravages the surface, I intend to lock myself inside Professor Glast's subterranean library and completely focus on mastering advanced magic engineering. engineering. There is absolutely zero reason to worry about my physical safety. The underground archives provide excellent insulation against the freezing atmospheric pressure. You seem deeply troubled, Miss Bell. Managing the chaotic logistics of the royal dormitory during a massive blizzard must be a heavy administrative burden.
Number. My immediate concern is solely focused on your reckless behaviour, Master Ed. You constantly plunge into lethal situations without a shred of hesitation. Never mind, I overstep my boundaries. A mere servant has no right to lecture a noble on how he chooses to spend his winter break. I will return Miss Lucy to her quarters now. Please ensure you do not freeze to death in this desolate wilderness. We need you alive.
The sheer blazing heat radiating from Yennekar's furious glare is melting my resolve. What on earth did Anise do to provoke this monstrous wrath?
I heard a devastating rumor from the faculty gossips. They said you intentionally fell into Ed's arms on the frozen mountain. Is that true, Anise?
Anise? You orchestrated a physical encounter with the disgraced noble? The same boy Yennekar has been desperately pining over for months.
My heart stops. The brilliant elementalist deduced my psychological trap. If I lie now, her fire spirits will turn me into a pile of ash. It is the absolute truth. I intentionally tripped to test his reflexes and seduce him. I wanted to expose his hidden aristocratic arrogance. I refused to trust his sudden reputation. I assumed he was a cunning, manipulative womanizer, exploiting the naive girls of this academy. He projects an aura of rugged stoicism, but I believed it was a calculated mask. I threw myself at him to prove he was just another pathetic bully.
You thought Ed was a fake? You believed he was just a whiny, arrogant delinquent trying to trick us? How could you say such cruel things?
I was a cynical fool. I assumed every single noble was a putrid monster who only cared about their own selfish desires.
That is an incredibly mean assumption. You do not know the agonizing trials he survived or the intense pain he endures to protect us.
The heavy mahogany table trembles as the two brilliant scholars clash in a desperate, emotional battle. I am a helpless hostage in this romantic war.
I sincerely apologize, Yennekar. I orchestrated a manipulative scheme without consulting you. I was blinded by my own toxic prejudice and massive insecurities. Drip. A heavy tear strikes the polished wood. I hated feeling so paranoid, but observing his flawless actions shattered my entire worldview.
Sniffle. I spent nights crying because I felt so betrayed. I thought you were my dear friend, but you went behind my back to steal him.
Pat. I gently placed my hand on her trembling shoulder. You possess absolutely nothing to fear, Yennekar. His loyalty to you is undeniable. I observed his subtle reactions. He views you as a cherished companion, and his protective instincts surge the moment your name is mentioned.
Really? He truly treasures my presence? Are you absolutely certain he doesn't just see me as an annoying, clingy elementalist? Sniff. If you promise me that his feelings are genuine, I guess I can forgive your manipulative little stunt this one time.
Phew! The lethal tension vanishes instantly. I was genuinely terrified you had fallen madly in love with the blonde survivor, Anise.
A sharp spike of panic pierces my chest. Clara's careless remark just summarized my absolute worst, most humiliating secret. Yeah, do not worry about me developing a massive crush on him. He is totally not my type. My heart belongs to my academic research.
What a hilarious misunderstanding. I thought you avoided the northern forest because you were crippled by guilt over a forbidden romance. I left the blueberry pie in the oven. I will sprint back to the kitchen and grab it before it burns to ash. Don't kill each other while I am gone.
That cheerful idiot just detonated a psychological bomb and vanished. The heavy, awkward silence returns to crush the air out of my lungs. Do you know any single attractive nobleman looking for a desperate girlfriend? I need a convenient distraction to erase this pathetic crush from my mind. Clara, please go on a date with me. I need to physically distance myself from that rugged survivor before my heart completely surrenders to his charm.
Stop shaking me like a rag doll. I am a girl. Your frantic desperation is deeply concerning. You need to face your emotions like a rational scholar.
If I cannot secure a distraction, I'm bound to fall deeper into his orbit. Working alongside him as an assistant next semester will be absolute torture. The moment the winter break concludes, our mandatory shifts will resume. I will be forced to stare at his broad shoulders and handsome face every single day.
Surprise! I successfully finalized the administrative budget. Every single scholarship student will retain their positions as teaching assistants for the upcoming academic year. Clevius and Onyx handled the brutal physical labor flawlessly. I refuse to hand this competent elite team over to another department. Munch. You executed your logistical duties with absolute precision, Ed. You are a brilliant asset, and I will ensure your tuition is fully covered.
My soul leaves my body. The universe is actively conspiring to lock me in a tiny office with the exact man who shatters my logical defenses.
Let us conquer the incoming mountain of paperwork together. The future of the magical department rests on our unified efforts.
Ed, your magical resonance has skyrocketed. You finally broke through your pathetic limits and mastered the foundation required for intermediate casting.
When you visited my camp the other night, you looked like the entire world had abandoned you. It was heartbreaking to witness.
When was that? I have absolutely zero recollection of crying in your arms. Please erase that embarrassing memory from your brain immediately.
I feel my cynical defenses melting whenever she is around. She exists outside the rigged narrative of the game, making her my only genuine, unscripted friend.
But your mana capacity is still far too low to sustain a legendary contract. How did you summon Marilda's true form without shattering your core?
I utilized Professor Glast's ultimate legacy. The Golden Phoenix Ring forcefully amplifies my spiritual resonance by drawing power from my own future. I explained the immense risks associated with the legendary artifact and detailed my exact, grueling training schedule for the upcoming winter blackout.
So the artifact drains your reserves completely? That means you are practically defenseless until your natural mana circuits recover before the new semester starts. Still, forming a bond with a legendary spirit is a monumental achievement. The elementalists treat contract days like a sacred second birthday. Congratulations, Ed.
You have dominated the top ranks for 2 consecutive years, Yennecar. The student body expects you to wield massive political influence during the upcoming elections.
The elite factions are constantly begging for my endorsement, but I intend to maintain a strict, neutral stance. I despise messy political warfare.
Flinch. In the original lore, her neutral stance kept her out of the crossfire, but my sister's ruthless ambition threatens to drag her into the chaos. Speaking of the upcoming elections, Tanya is aggressively campaigning for the presidential seat. Her ambition knows no bounds.
Are you too close at all? The rumors portray her as a vicious, cunning snake who despises your very existence?
Since the Duke officially severed my ties to the family, I have zero right to play the protective older brother, but we still share the same cursed blood. I want to mend our fractured relationship. She isn't my highest priority, but I harbor a genuine desire to see her succeed despite my past sins.
Pull. She suddenly grasps my bruised hand, her bright eyes shining with a fierce, unwavering determination to assist my impossible goal. Tear. Tell me exactly what Tanya likes. What is her favorite food? I will procure the ultimate gift to help you win back your sister's affection.
Did you threaten her with another apocalyptic fire dragon? Why are you acting so desperate to appease a girl you met exactly 1 time? She refuses to meet my gaze. Her terrible lying skills are painfully obvious. She must have completely traumatized Tanya during their initial encounter.
Bwah! I confess, I summoned Taken and threatened to melt her bones into slag because she called you pathetic trash. I am so sorry.
It really wasn't that serious, Yennecar. Your fierce loyalty warms my frozen heart. I appreciate you defending my shattered honor against the nobility.
The massive blizzard descends upon Sylvania exactly as predicted. A strict lockdown is enforced, confining all students to their luxurious, heated dormitories. Clink. The golden illusion ring feels incredibly heavy in my palm. The terrifying memory of my secret almost slipping out haunts my every thought. The sheer, overwhelming presence of that giant spectral wolf was intimidating, but the rugged survivor commanding it terrified me even more. A profound sense of chilling discomfort gnaws at my soul. His calculating eyes pierce straight through my elaborate disguise without a second of hesitation. He acted so naturally that I assumed I was just being paranoid, but he almost addressed me by my sacred, forbidden title. Hey you, please be more careful with your belongings. He knows. He absolutely knows I am the Saint of Telos. Gulp. I sacrificed so much to experience the simple joys of an ordinary academic life. If he exposes my identity, the church will drag me back to the capital.
The Archbishop mandated a strict condition. If a single outsider uncovers my true face, my precious freedom is instantly revoked and my academic journey ends.
That arrogant freshman bragged about his elite magic, but he was brutally crushed by a phantom ambush before he even saw the peak. The third-year blockaders monsters were absolute monsters. The blonde survivor lives like a feral beast in a dirt cabin out in the northern forest.
If I wait for the blizzard to pass, the new semester will commence. He will have countless opportunities to spread my secret to the entire student body. I must secure his absolute silence before the snow traps me in Ophelis Hall for a week. I cannot let my hard-earned freedom shatter. The freezing wind slices through my coat. I am terrified of the dark, and I am absolutely terrified of that rugged, unpredictable monster.
But Adele taught me that if you only stare at pure white walls, your soul decays. You must brave the freezing darkness to experience true, vibrant colors.
I vault out the window, diving into the howling gale. The true nature of this world can only be understood by walking through the storm. The heavy snow blinds my vision as I descend from the luxurious tower. I will forge my own path and protect my precious, ordinary life. Flash! The holy artifact pulses with intense divine energy, shielding my fragile body from the crushing impact of the frozen earth. I land gracefully in the snowdrifts, the golden barrier absorbing the kinetic shock. I must track him down and force a vow of silence. I refuse to let the church chain me to a golden throne again. I will confront the feral survivor in his own domain and demand his cooperation. Dash! I sprint through the freezing academic district, my boots crunching against the ice. The desperate hunt for Ed Rothstaler begins now.
St. Clarice is a naive fool. The shadows of this world harbor monsters, far worse than a disgraced nobleman living in a dirt shack.
My life was forged in absolute misery. The moment my innate magical talent awakened, my own flesh and blood branded me a cursed demon. Cough. The bitter betrayal of my own brother shattered my fragile heart. When the noble house of Nortondale discarded me, I learned to embrace the dirt. The moment I drove my rusted blade through his treacherous heart, the pathetic illusion of family loyalty died forever. Only raw survival remains. His final blood-curdling curse still echoes in my mind. I will slaughter anyone who threatens to drag me back into that aristocratic nightmare.
Why did the senior faculty specifically request your assistance, Clevius? You possess terrible stamina and constantly complain about the administrative workload.
I have absolutely no idea. I am a pathetic coward who barely survived the mountain trial. I am practically dead weight in this department.
I assumed another professor recognized your lethal combat potential and attempted to poach you for their own specialized training division.
Pardon, I despise intense physical training. I just want to sit in a warm office and sort boring grading rubrics until I graduate.
Then stop whining and organize these files. Your elite combat skills are utterly useless against this massive mountain of incoming freshman paperwork.
Bite! My hands tremble as I stack the heavy folders. They have no idea about the violent, blood-soaked history hiding beneath my cowardly facade.
The freezing gales rattle the heavy glass panes of the library. My fragile physical limits are maxed out. I lack the raw strength to fight. Considering I was born without any innate physical advantages, relying entirely on brute force combat will eventually get me slaughtered by an endgame boss. My spiritual infusion and intermediate magic engineering proficiencies are finally reaching elite levels. I must leverage these specific skills to survive. I will dedicate the entirety of this brutal winter blackout to crafting a legendary tier artifact in the absolute isolation of the Soul Library.
I paid Ziggs a few silver coins to clear the rubble with his feral magic, but I never expected him to meticulously alphabetize the entire archive.
He sorted the advanced engineering tomes perfectly. I explicitly told him to keep this subterranean hideout a secret from the rest of the student body. He clearly brought Elka down here to help sweep the floors. He treats manual labor as a fun, romantic bonding exercise. They are ridiculous. I will express my gratitude later. For now, attempting to memorize hundreds of volatile production formulas is a massive waste of precious time. My ultimate objective is to forge Glockzai's or Delheim's hourglass, legendary artifacts that manipulate the fundamental laws of time and space. To drastically accelerate my engineering proficiency, I will mass-produce basic tools like Wen generators and mana orbs until my skill ranks up. Rummage. I brought the rare metal scraps Lortel procured. Now I just need my specialized carving tools to begin the intricate runic inscriptions. Pause. My hand freezes inside the leather satchel. A cold wave of horrific realization washes over my exhausted brain. This is a catastrophic logistical failure. I left my heavy carving tools on the wooden table back at the dirt cabin. Huff, huff. A critical, idiotic mistake. I am forced to crawl back through the freezing snow to retrieve my essential equipment. Trudge. I plunge into the howling blizzard. My aching muscles scream in protest, but my grand survival strategy cannot proceed without those tools. walls.
If you only stare at pure white ceilings, your soul decays. I am braving the frozen wilderness to secure my absolute freedom. Thwump! The deep snowdrifts soak my boots, but the chilling bite of the winter wind makes me feel incredibly alive. The wonderful world full of vibrant color currently looks like a blinding white wasteland. I can barely see 10 feet in front of me. Oh, the frozen stream! The Academy maps indicate the exiled noble's rugged cabin is located directly downstream from this specific landmark. Following the frozen riverbed feels like a grand, heroic adventure. I am not a fragile glass doll. I am a powerful saint walking her own path. My innate holy blessing automatically deflects any hostile intent with a massive surge of divine retribution. Even wild beasts cannot pierce my absolute defense. Yet, the chilling memory of his glowing mana arrow terrifies me. He bypassed my holy ward and aimed directly at my feet. Because he was born into the prestigious Rothstaler lineage, he must have received a divine baptism. My shield refuses to counterattack a fellow believer. A devout believer would never raise a blade against their holy leader. I will confront him directly and secure his vow of absolute silence. Creak, tap, tap. I push against the heavy wooden door, but a massive object is blocking the entrance from the inside. Slam! I force the frozen timber aside, knocking over a heavy iron bucket that clatters loudly against the wooden floorboards. Trickle. A thick crimson liquid spills from the overturned pail, staining the pristine cabin floor with a horrific metallic scent. Huh? A sharp spike of pure terror pierces my chest. The coppery stench burning my nostrils is unmistakable. My breathing stops. The warm, dark red puddle slowly expanding toward my boots is not animal grease. Drip! A massive severed boar's head swings from a meat hook, fresh blood oozing from its jagged, violently carved neck. Everywhere I look, rusted bear traps, massive iron saws, and heavily stained butcher knives litter the horrifying room. There is blood absolutely everywhere. This is not a humble student survival camp. This is a literal slaughterhouse of nightmares. Is this hell? The putrid stench of rotting meat and drying blood completely paralyzes my lungs. I stumbled into a serial killer's lair.
Trudge, trudge. Heavy, deliberate footsteps crunch against the snow directly behind me. The monster has returned to claim his next victim.
A terrified gasp escapes my lips. The towering, shadowy figure of the feral noble looms in the dark doorway, blocking my only exit.
Slam! The heavy wooden door violently slams shut, trapping me inside this freezing, blood-soaked torture chamber with an absolute psychopath. Huff! Huff! The freezing gales mask my approach. I will execute the saint and plunge this pathetic academy into absolute bloody chaos. I slip past the shattered perimeter wards. The chaotic mess of butchered animal carcasses provides the perfect cover for my lethal strike. The foolish girl is cowering in the corner, paralyzed by the horrific stench of death. My holy blade will sever her divine connection. Instantly, I reach for the cold steel resting at my hip. The church's grandest idol will die whimpering in a filthy, forgotten dirt shack.
Clink! I stumble backward, knocking a heavy iron bear trap into the bloody puddle. My legs refuse to support my trembling weight.
Rummage. The bitter cold numbs my fingers, but the burning zealotry in my heart drives my blade forward. Die for the cause. Shing! The razor-sharp steel clears the scabbard, glinting maliciously in the dim moonlight. I will end her pathetic existence right now.
Hick! The terrifying assassin raises a massive sword. My divine shield won't trigger against a baptized zealot. I am going to be slaughtered. I blindly scramble across the freezing floorboards, my bloody palms slipping against the gore. Someone, please save me from this nightmare.
Grab. A heavy, leather-gloved hand suddenly shoots out from the darkness, locking onto the assassin's wrist with crushing, unbreakable force.
Who the hell are you? Release my arm immediately, you filthy peasant, or I will sever your head from your miserable shoulders.
My piercing gaze locks onto the terrified girl cowering behind the wooden chair. The chaotic pieces of this unscripted disaster quickly assemble in my mind. Kylie Ekner. What on earth are you doing trespassing in my cabin, and why are you trembling like a cornered rabbit?
Bang! The sheer terror radiating from her core triggers a massive, blinding eruption of condensed holy magic, illuminating the entire bloody room.
Kaboom! The overwhelming divine shockwave slams into the rogue assassin, shattering his ribs and violently launching him through the wooden wall.
Crash, clang, shatter. The explosive kinetic force rips through the cabin, sending my heavy tools and precious textbooks flying into the snowy abyss. Billow. A thick cloud of freezing dust and splintered wood fills the air. The assassin is neutralized, but my shelter took a massive hit.
Drip. A fresh cut opens across my cheek from the flying debris. Eek! I didn't mean to detonate my aura. It just triggered automatically. Thud. The overwhelming drain of unleashing a max-tier holy blast completely empties my mana circuits. My knees hit the bloody floorboards. I think I just killed a man. He was going to stab me, and my magic just exploded. I am a murderer. Lord Telos, I have committed a grave, unforgivable sin. I have stained my pure hands with the filthy blood of a fellow human being. I abandoned my sacred duties to chase a foolish dream of freedom, and now I am irreversibly tainted by evil. Let the fires of hell consume my soul.
Hey, stop your dramatic wailing and look closely. This pathetic thug is still breathing. Your holy blast merely knocked him unconscious. Are you absolutely kidding me right now? I leave my cabin for 10 minutes to grab my tools and you demolish half my roof with a divine nuke?
Gasp! His furious, glowing eyes pierce my soul. The sheer terror of his demonic rage literally scares my spirit out of my physical body. Flop! The exhausted, traumatized saint completely loses consciousness, collapsing gracefully into a pile of shattered timber and bloody snow.
Tremble. The veins in my forehead pulse with sheer frustration. Surviving the winter was hard enough without a divine nuke obliterating my living room.
Madam Maya, I received an urgent report from the perimeter guards. The saint is missing. We must organize a massive search party immediately.
Number. Deploying the entire staff would alert the faculty and spark a massive political scandal. We must handle this delicate situation with absolute discretion. The highest echelon of the church entrusted me with her true identity. I will not betray their confidence by triggering a blind panic.
But if the saint freezes to death in the blizzard, the entire Kroll Empire will demand our heads. How can you remain so completely calm?
She wields an absolute holy blessing that deflects lethal harm. I am far more concerned about the psychological damage she might inflict upon herself. I will personally track down Lady Kylie, ensure the other VIP students, especially Lady Lucy, remain securely locked within their quarters. Understood?
Yes, madam, but a reliable witness reported seeing a girl matching her description sprinting directly toward the treacherous northern forest.
The northern forest, the icy wind bites at my cheeks. A sharp pang of genuine concern finally pierces my calm facade. He lives there. Ed Rothstaler, the rugged survivor who somehow draws the most brilliant, powerful women on this campus into his chaotic orbit without even trying. A devastating blizzard, an isolated, freezing cabin, a naive, sheltered girl, and a rugged, capable man trapped together in the absolute darkness, desperately clinging to each other for shared body heat to survive the freezing night. This is the exact recipe for a massive romantic disaster. Sweat beads on my forehead. If he accidentally seduces the supreme spiritual leader of the continent, the political fallout will shatter the entire empire. Stomp! I drive my heavy boots into the deep snow, sprinting toward the wilderness. I must intercept them before a scandalous romance blossoms. I must reach the cabin immediately. That oblivious blonde survivor is a walking hazard to the emotional stability of every elite girl in this academy. The rumors paint me as a feral, expressionless monster who drags butchered animal carcasses through the snow, leaving a gruesome trail of blood. The terrified freshmen whisper stories about a psychopathic upperclassman who feasts on raw meat and terrorizes anyone foolish enough to enter his domain. Belmaya, however, knows the undeniable truth. She wields a blazing sphere of fire to melt through the heavy snowdrifts blocking the path. She understands that the terrifying bloodstains are simply the byproduct of a desperate student forced to hunt and process his own meager rations. There are fresh footprints leading directly to his shattered wooden door. My worst fears are confirmed. She wandered straight into his den. Despite his cold, exhausted expression, Ed is a highly responsible man who flatly refuses to exploit the emotional vulnerabilities of the girls around him. Throb, but the mere thought of his chaotic social network entangling the holy saint is giving me a massive pounding migraine. This is a disaster. Creak. I push the splintered timber aside, expecting to find them huddled together by the hearth in a deeply inappropriate, compromising position. Instead, I find the rugged survivor covered in heavy bandages, casually watching the terrified saint wield a wooden chair like a lethal bludgeon. Dizzy, my brain short-circuits. Master Ed, would you please explain why the supreme leader of the church is attempting to smash your skull with furniture?
I comprehend the sheer panic that drove her here, but if I don't escort her back to Ophelis Hall soon, the freezing blizzard will trap us all.
Sniffle! Do not come any closer, you terrifying feral beast. If you take one more step, I will smash this chair over your head.
The reason she braved the storm to hunt me down was to confirm if I recognized her true divine identity when her illusion ring slipped off. I attempted to play dumb and hand it back smoothly, but my momentary hesitation betrayed my knowledge. My pathetic acting skills ruined everything. In the original game, her grand reveal is a massive narrative pivot. If her secret is exposed now, the entire timeline of Act 3 crumbles to dust. I sincerely apologize for startling you, St. Clarice. Please lower the heavy furniture. My battered skull cannot handle another concussive impact today.
You just called me St. Clarice. You absolute monster. You knew my secret this entire time. I am going to erase your memory by force.
Listen to reason. I was baptized in the name of Telos. Any devout follower could perceive your divine aura when the illusion artifact attached.
Clack. The heavy chair hits the bloody floorboards. Oh, right. A baptized noble would naturally recognize the immense density of my holy power.
My singular objective is to survive this brutal academy by remaining a passive background character. I refuse to entangle myself in your dangerous political storyline, but witnessing her accidentally vaporize a trained assassin with a condensed holy blast, I realize she is far too volatile to leave unchecked. I must establish a firm boundary to prevent her from viewing me as a threat. I assure you, your precious secret is entirely safe with me.
Heh. Well, I appreciate your discretion, but honestly, watching you butcher massive wild animals in this freezing shack is incredibly unnerving.
I lack the luxurious resources of the royal family. Do you truly believe residing in this freezing, blood-stained dirt cabin constitutes a life of freedom?
I gaze into his exhausted, bruised face. He isn't living a joyous adventure in the wild. He is trapped in a desperate, unending war for basic survival. The heavy iron pail clatters against the gore. He isn't free. He is chained to the harsh realities of poverty and endless manual labor. Adele sang beautiful ballads praising the absolute joy of a liberated life, but she omitted the agonizing pain required to sustain that fragile independence.
I apologize that your sheltered eyes were forced to witness the brutal, ugly mechanics of wilderness survival. The outside world is not a romantic fairy tale. I assumed someone of your monumental status would remain ignorant of these harsh truths. Please forgive my insolent tone. Let me escort you home. The freezing blizzard is escalating rapidly. You must return to the absolute safety of Ophelis Hall before the snowdrifts trap you here permanently. I apologize for forcing you to brave the howling winds to retrieve her, Miss Bell. I will reinforce the perimeter wards to ensure no further intrusions.
Once I return to the luxurious dormitory, I can warm my shivering bones with hot soup. This horrifying dirt shack will fade into a distant nightmare.
But for the rugged survivor closing that splintered door, the putrid stench of blood and the crushing weight of reality remains his eternal, inescapable home.
I never imagined the terrifying monster guarding the frozen peak was actually just a desperately lonely boy fighting to survive the bitter cold.
It is a depressing reality when your grand fantasies of absolute freedom are violently shattered by the harsh truth of the real world. But despite the freezing winter snow, I know my specific decision to leave the suffocating church walls and attend this chaotic academy was the right path. Because in this unforgiving place, I finally met someone I can truly look up to, a person who commands massive respect without even trying.
I must admit, monitoring your unpredictable daily schedule is becoming quite exhausting. Dealing with these spontaneous emotional outbursts gives me a massive migraine.
My head is throbbing. Keeping my secret identity concealed while navigating these complicated academy relationships requires an immense amount of mental energy.
The delicate political balance of this island rests upon a fragile knife edge. I just hope the supreme spiritual leader avoids triggering a massive catastrophe.
I heard it was virtually impossible to secure a table at this famous bakery without a reservation, but the perks of massive corporate influence are quite nice.
You forced the poor owner to shut down his entire shop just for us. Your ruthless business tactics are terrifying, Lortel.
Do not act so horrified. The baker is more than happy to accommodate us. Please stay as long as you desire, my esteemed guest. Having an absolute monopoly over the distribution channels grants me undeniable authority. It is the ultimate leverage in a capitalist society. Judging by the terrified sweat pouring down his face, I assume I am the only one actually enjoying this luxurious afternoon tea. The bakery submitted massive fraudulent supply requests, right before the storm hit, hoping to hoard resources while others starved. That level of greed demands strict punishment.
I beg you, Lady Lortel, if you cut off our supply lines, my entire business will collapse into ruin. Have mercy on my family.
Oh, what a shame. Ed and I have a crucial afternoon lecture to attend. We must cut this delightful conversation short. Enjoy the empty shop. My corporate debt collectors will visit you in the morning to finalise the penalty fees. Goodbye. The massive snowstorm cut off our main trading routes, so the Elk Company must remain incredibly frugal. We are hemorrhaging gold coins every single day.
If a colossal merchant guild like yours is bleeding money, the entire Academy economy must be in terrible shape. That sounds exhausting.
Managing high-stakes financial crises is my absolute specialty. As long as we avoid reckless spending, the company will survive the winter frost without issue. Oh, why are your hands empty? A diligent scholar like you always carries a towering stack of textbooks to the afternoon lectures.
I am heading to the Central Library right now to check out the required reading material. The walk provides some decent physical exercise anyway.
Why endure the hassle of borrowing them? You should just purchase your own private copies to keep in your cabin for easy reference. Wait a minute, the advanced elemental theory books are incredibly expensive. You are a disowned noble living in a dirt shack. You cannot afford them. Tell me the exact price. I will open my personal vault and fund your entire academic career. It is a tiny investment for your future.
I appreciate the generous offer, Lortel, but I refuse to accumulate massive debt. By the way, the student council elections are approaching fast.
The company is my absolute priority. Having a loyal ally secure the presidential throne would grant me unparalleled leverage over the campus markets. What if you run for the position, Ed? I could pour infinite resources into your campaign and guarantee your glorious victory over the aristocratic fools.
The general student body would never elect a disgraced exile. My presence on the ballot would just turn the entire election into a massive joke.
What a shame. Then what about your ambitious little sister? Tanya is desperate for power, and I would much rather sponsor her than Princess Pena.
The narrative gap between them is far too massive. Even if every elite student backed Tanya's campaign, she lacks the raw public adoration required to win. The rigid game storyline dictates her inevitable failure. Tanya will scream, throw desperate tantrums, and exhaust every manipulative trick to steal votes. But the crushing weight of reality will break her. She will exit the political stage as a humiliated, defeated loser.
So does that mean you are placing your absolute faith behind Princess Pena? You are choosing the royal family over your own flesh and blood?
I have zero intention of participating in this chaotic mess. But if push comes to shove, I will stand behind my sister to the bitter end.
That is a massive relief. The princess commands such overwhelming adoration across the campus. I was terrified her radiant smile would steal your heart. You know I harbour a very deep affection for you, right? Tell me the truth, Ed. Did having me this close make your rugged heart beat faster? Your silence is adorable. I thought you were a cold, calculating machine, but I almost made you jealous with my little test.
Stop playing these dangerous psychological games, Lortel. My plate is entirely full. I lack the luxury to entertain romantic distractions until I finally graduate.
You push me away, but your face betrays your strict discipline. What did I ever do to deserve such a cold, unyielding response?
You did nothing wrong. Surviving this brutal academy demands my complete focus. I cannot afford to lose my edge while lethal threats still exist.
Until you graduate, huh? So once you finally hold that diploma in your hands, all these strict, self-imposed barriers will shatter? Oh my! I feel like I just uncovered a highly valuable piece of crucial intelligence regarding your emotional defenses. I have zero idea why graduation holds such monumental importance to you, but there are only a couple of years left until that glorious day arrives. That is, of course, assuming your stoic heart can resist my absolute charm for that long. Good luck with your studies, Ed.
Surviving until graduation is not a simple matter of taking exams. The looming threats written into the game's core narrative are drawing closer every single day. The final boss awaits us at the bitter end of this storyline, an apocalyptic, raging inferno capable of turning this entire island into a mound of ash. The protagonist, Taylor, is the only weapon capable of piercing the holy blue dragon's immortal scales and restoring peace to the shattered continent. But Taylor cannot achieve that overwhelming strength alone. He requires the absolute backing of the most powerful factions on this campus. St. Clarice commands the divine authority of the church, and Princess Pena wields the absolute power of the imperial court. They must unite behind him. The chaotic variables are falling into place perfectly. Clarice is attending her classes, and Princess Pena is poised to dominate the upcoming student elections. Once Pena claims the presidential throne, the twisted narrative will stabilize, the looming threat of disaster will fade, and I can finally relax in peace.
The golden morning sunlight bleeds through the stained glass windows, but the heavy burden resting upon my royal shoulders feels more suffocating than ever. Despite the arrogant expectations of the nobility and the desperate hopes of the commoners, I cannot carry this monumental weight anymore. I must make the official announcement. I will withdraw my name from the ballot. I am not running for student council president after all.
Damn it all! There are dozens of elite, arrogant fighters wandering this miserable campus. Why the hell did he single me out for a duel? I despise my pathetic life. I just want to sort basic paperwork in peace. Why does the universe constantly punish me with these violent challenges? A formal duel application from the top freshman. If I accept, I will probably get my bones shattered. If I decline, my reputation hits rock bottom.
Because I wish to learn from my esteemed upperclassmen. Testing my blade against the absolute best is the only way to forge true strength. The professor demands to know my real motivation. The polite academic answers bore me. I am hungry for real, visceral combat. The truth? I want to prove my undeniable dominance. I want to shatter the fragile egos of the upperclassmen and cement my absolute legacy. Dominating the first-year rankings was a trivial milestone. The true monsters of Sylvania reside in the senior classes, and I intend to hunt them all down. Yennecar, the undisputed queen of the elementalists, Drake, the brute of the combat division, and Ed Rothstaler, the infamous survivor everyone whispers about in the halls. I will systematically dismantle every single legend on this campus. But tearing down the hierarchy requires a methodical, calculated approach. I formally applied to Crossblades with Clevius first, but that trembling coward has been desperately avoiding me for an entire week. Once I finally drag Clevius into the dirt, I will crush Elvira, the alchemist, and then I intend to challenge you, Ziggs.
Your arrogance is blinding you to reality, freshman. I am not the top student. The true champion of the second year is an impossible wall you cannot breach.
You decided to crown someone else the champion? Your humble act is pathetic, Ziggs. You cannot hide your feral strength from me forever.
You possess immense talent, Wade, but surviving a spar with me does not mean you are prepared for the true horrors lurking in the higher ranks. If you honestly believe you can bulldoze through the elite roster with just raw sword skills, your grand ambitions will end in a bloody disaster. You will not even reach my level, let alone survive a confrontation with Yennecar or Ed. You simply do not comprehend the terrifying gap in power.
Clevius will crush me? That coward shakes at his own shadow? If you wish to protect your pathetic pride, you need a more realistic excuse.
Hey Ziggs, you look like you just dealt with a massive headache. The ambitious freshmen are getting bolder every single day, aren't they?
Hello, Ed. I appreciate you cleaning up the subterranean library. That dusty tomb was a complete nightmare to organize without your efficient methods.
Let us talk about Wade Callamore. The top prodigy of the new class is launching a violent crusade against anyone with a shred of fame. According to the rigid game timeline, Wade's aggressive series of duels dominates the narrative flow between the 3rd and 5th chapters of Act 3. As the golden son of the Northern Border Army's supreme commander, Wade possesses an overwhelming innate mastery of high-tier swordsmanship. Unsatisfied with bullying his peers, he goes on a relentless rampage, crushing the established upperclassmen and humiliating the Academy's proudest legends. He even manages to secure a narrow victory over Ziggs. The feral warrior fights bravely, but his massive physical exhaustion allows the arrogant freshman to win. But just when Wade seems completely unstoppable, Taylor steps onto the battlefield. The protagonist shatters Wade's ego with his newly awakened swordmaster techniques.
There is a massive welcoming party for the new students tonight. Would you like to tag along and scout the arrogant freshman for yourself?
I must decline your offer, Ziggs. I have a prior engagement scheduled for tonight. Besides, I already know everything I need to know about Wade's combat style.
I thought the loud crowds would ruin my mood, but watching the new students buzz with energy brings a refreshing spark to this stagnant academy. The vibrant spring breeze makes the upcoming semester feel incredibly promising. Stay safe out there in the northern forest, Ed.
Should I have warned him about Wade's specific combat patterns? The feral warrior will figure it out when the inevitable clash occurs. Princess Peenia and I share the same academic year, meaning our mandatory lectures frequently overlap. But recently, she has been radiating an incredibly heavy, dark aura. She looks completely exhausted, staring blankly at her desk while the other students chatter about the massive upcoming exams. But the second someone whispers my name, she immediately snaps to attention, her eyes widening with a sudden, intense paranoia. When the professor yelled at me to wake up during the boring theory class, the princess violently jumped in her seat like she heard a gunshot. She is incredibly jumpy whenever I enter her field of vision. It is almost as if she views me as a massive, unpredictable threat to her sanity. It is highly amusing watching her panic. I will continue to observe her erratic behavior from the shadows. The political board is shifting rapidly. The miserable cold finally melted away, replaced by the warm, vibrant colors of spring. The northern forest is teeming with new life. The massive blue butterflies gather around the cabin. Spring has arrived, but my relentless survival training cannot pause for a single second.
Get out of here, you annoying bugs. Stop fluttering in my face. I am trying to enjoy my afternoon nap on this perfectly warm roof.
Your magical resonance is growing at an incredible pace, Ed. Establishing a solid contract with the legendary spirit Marilda was a monumental achievement. With your expanded mana pool, you are fully prepared to secure a contract with a mid-ranking spirit. Most scholars would beg for this kind of explosive growth.
She puffs out her chest, desperately trying to project an aura of strict academic authority. Her teacher mode is more adorable than intimidating.
Typically, a mage must wander the treacherous mountains for months just to find a mid-ranking spirit that matches their specific magical wavelength.
Finding a match. That process seems overly complicated. Marilda literally dropped out of the sky and forced her contract upon me without any testing.
That is because you possess a massive innate affinity for wind and fire. If you want to expand your arsenal, you must seek entirely different elements. The romantic tales describe a beautiful, destined encounter between an elementalist and their fated partner spirit deep within the serene wilderness. But we do not have time for fairy tales. Focus your remaining magic into your eyes, Ed. Expand your perception and look at the forest.
I channel the mana through my optical circuits. The physical world blurs, replaced by a massive, overwhelming surge of vibrant spiritual energy.
Tada! I dragged every single available mid-ranking spirit to your front yard. They are all incredibly eager to impress you. Just pick your favorite.
My yard looks like a chaotic magical zoo. Having this many powerful entities staring at me simultaneously is making my skin crawl with anxiety.
It is perfectly fine. They admire your raw magical potential. I already interviewed them, and they are begging for a chance to serve you.
The sheer volume of candidates is overwhelming. Pushing past these massive elemental beasts to select just one feels like a ridiculous social minefield.
Look at me, human. I am Pello, the supreme mid-ranking water spirit. My fluid manipulation skills make me the absolute best candidate for your roster. Ignore that puddle. Watch my majestic wings conquer the sky. My aerial superiority will guarantee your absolute victory in any battle.
Look at Mug glaring at the massive beasts. He is just a basic low-ranking firebat, but he acts like the supreme, undisputed lord of my shoulder.
Is the pressure too intense? I am so sorry. We can cancel the interviews and try again tomorrow if your head is hurting.
No, it is fine. I just assumed finding my fated partner would involve a mysterious journey, not a crowded job fair in my own backyard.
The grand welcoming banquet for the first-year students is currently underway. The luxurious hall is packed, but the atmosphere feels surprisingly hollow. The undisputed queens of the upper classes are missing. Yennecar is busy tutoring Ed, and the Archmage Lucy is asleep on a random roof again. However, the glaring absence of the Academy's greatest prodigies became entirely irrelevant the moment the Royal Guards secured the Grand Hall's perimeter.
Because the most noble, powerful figure on this entire continent, Princess Penia, sits silently at the centre table, dominating the entire room. Sylvania preaches absolute equality, but reality dictates otherwise. The commoners and the elite aristocrats tiptoe around me, terrified of offending the imperial bloodline. Checkmate. You sacrificed your defensive line far too early, Wade. Do not allow your aggressive hunger to blind you to the larger tactical board.
Your strategic insight is quite sharp, Princess, but applying rigid, theoretical imperial leadership tactics to a fluid, chaotic battlefield is a fundamental mistake. If you had abandoned your cautious hesitation and launched a full-scale assault, I would have been completely crushed. Do not hold back out of pity. The pampered tutors in the royal palace might praise your defensive grace, but out here in the dirt, hesitation equals a swift and brutal death.
Your harsh words cut deep, Calamore. I always assumed I possessed a flawless objective understanding of the people surrounding me, but my experiences at this academy have shattered that arrogant illusion. I am slowly realizing that my absolute judgments can be entirely, horribly wrong. I orchestrated Ed Rothstaler's brutal expulsion. I believed he was a rotten, irredeemable tyrant. I considered him a minor thorn that needed to be excised. But then he repeatedly risked his life to save his peers. He carved a sustainable existence out of the frozen dirt and earned genuine respect. The The more the elite students praise his unyielding resilience, the heavier my guilt becomes. My massive misjudgment haunts my every waking thought. The brilliant survivor I condemned is now thriving while I sit paralyzed by my own rigid prejudices. The contrast is absolutely suffocating, but sulking in the shadows and ignoring my colossal mistake will not fix the broken reality. A true leader must adapt and learn from her failures. Thank you for the blunt advice, Wade. Your ruthless honesty helped clear the paralyzing fog from my mind. I know exactly what I must do now. Shall we reset the board and play one more game? I promise I will not hold back my aggressive strikes this time. I cannot keep running away from the man I wronged. Maintaining this cowardly distance is foolish. I will face my mistake head on. I will clear my administrative schedule over the next 4 days. Once my duties are handled, I will march straight into the dangerous northern forest. I will track down his isolated cabin, sit by his crackling fire, and finally offer the sincere, humble apology he deserves. The heavy mental block shatters. For the first time since arriving at Sylvania, I feel a genuine, vibrant surge of hopeful energy rushing through my veins. I felt completely liberated. I was ready to forge a new path, but everything shattered on the morning of the 4th day, when the horrific news arrived.
Dear Father, the supreme, benevolent head of House Rothstaler, I hope you are maintaining your health amidst the chaotic politics of the Imperial Palace. Adapting to this rugged academy life has been a grueling challenge. The commoners refuse to acknowledge the absolute authority of my noble bloodline. Despite the sheer disrespect, I have managed to forge a solid alliance with a strange, clumsy girl named Kylie. She is surprisingly decent company. I am pouring every ounce of my manic energy into securing the student council presidency, but the overwhelming, untouchable popularity of Princess Pania threatens to crush my ambitions entirely. Furthermore, the ruthless merchant Lortel Cahelland has approached me. Navigating the treacherous negotiations for the sage's sealed tome will require my absolute, unwavering focus.
My naive daughter claims the putrid stain on our lineage has changed. She writes that Ed Rothstaler has shed his arrogance and become a diligent, reliable survivor. She believes he is finally worthy of carrying our grand name, but Tanya is a foolish child, blinded by fragile, nostalgic memories of a broken past. Whether he has truly changed or simply reverted to his original state is irrelevant. His continued survival poses a catastrophic threat to the stability of my empire. I must ensure my grand design remains completely untainted. I have procured a legendary blade soaked in a lethal venom that guarantees a horrifying, agonizing death. This venom eats away the victim's mana circuits before stopping their heart. It is the perfect tool to permanently erase my greatest mistake from the world. I have already drafted a deceptive reply to Tanya. I praised her diligent efforts and promised to dispatch my most elite vassals to assist her campaign. Caddick, Nox, you will infiltrate Akan Island under the guise of supporting my daughter's political ambitions, but your true objective lies deep within the northern forest. The Academy strictly prohibits armed vassals from entering the grounds, but our massive financial leverage granted us a rare exception. Do not waste this opportunity.
We understand your absolute will, Master Crepin. We will locate the exiled rat and ensure his heart stops beating before the week concludes.
The heavy doors slam shut. My assassins are highly capable, but I cannot leave the fate of my empire to mere chance. I must confirm the future. I pull the heavy silk glove from my hand, exposing the grotesque, pulsating demonic eye embedded within my flesh. The dark magic hungers for release. This cursed appendage is a necessary burden. It grants me unparalleled access to the darkest corners of the magical spectrum. Ultimate magic cause and effect determination. Show me the absolute results of my actions. Reveal the bloody conclusion of the assassination. The massive sphere of dark energy detonates, flooding my mind with a chaotic stream of violent prophetic visions. The truth cannot hide from my gaze. I see the jagged cliffs of the northern seashore. The freezing rain is pouring down, masking the brutal execution. Nox drives the poisoned blade deep into Ed's chest. The inevitable conclusion has arrived. My greatest mistake is finally bleeding out in the dirt.
Cough! The lethal venom burns my veins, but I refuse to die like a pathetic dog. Burn in hell, you treacherous bastard. bastards.
Ed, hold on. I am coming right now. Feel the overwhelming apocalyptic wrath of the Supreme Elementalist.
The concussive blast shatters the cliffside, sending my broken body plummeting toward the freezing abyss. I am falling. I reach out, desperately clinging to the fragile hope of survival as the dark waters rush up to claim my final breath.
Ed, please do not leave me. I cannot live in this miserable world without you. Come back.
The prophetic vision fades into the dark ether. The agonizing death of my son is confirmed. The timeline is secure.
You slaughtered the only man I love. I will completely erase your putrid existence from the fabric of reality. You will suffer!
Witnessing that pink-haired girl unleash her furious grief was highly unpleasant. The sheer density of her magical rage is a dangerous variable. However, it is a necessary sacrifice. The stability of House Rothstaler demands his total eradication. The board is perfectly set.
The latest survey results are absolutely devastating. Princess Pena commands the unwavering loyalty of the Imperial Court and the blind adoration of the entire student body. Ugh, if Her Royal Highness officially enters the presidential race, my entire campaign is completely doomed. No matter how hard I work, I cannot defeat a living goddess. I am well aware that my grand ideals clash violently with the harsh reality of this academy. It is a miserable shame, but perhaps I should just surrender now.
Hey, Tanya! Are you heading to your elemental studies lecture? You look incredibly exhausted. Do not push yourself too hard.
Wow. Ziggs, the top combat prodigy, just casually greeted me. Why is he acting like we are close friends? The surrounding freshmen are staring at me with massive awe. They think I command an elite social network.
Hello there, Tanya. Let me know when your hectic schedule clears up. I would love to treat you to a luxurious dinner and discuss our mutual interests.
Hey, loud blonde girl, stop blocking the hallway. I need to walk through here so I can find a sunny spot for my afternoon nap.
The legendary archmage Lucy Mayriel just acknowledged my existence. I have never even heard her speak to another student before. The underclassmen are treating me like a graceful, untouchable idol. They think my vast connections prove my supreme competence. Ha 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 ha! Excellent work today, everyone. Return to your dormitories and rest. If we maintain this relentless pace, victory is absolutely within our grasp. The heavy doors of my dormitory close. The cheerful facade drops instantly, replaced by a suffocating wave of massive anxiety and terrifying realization. What the hell is going on here? Why has my public image drastically skyrocketed over the past few days without me doing anything? I am not an idiot. I know the brutal truth. The only reason these untouchable elites are showing me any shred of respect is because I share the same cursed bloodline as him. My entire political campaign is being carried by his massive, terrifying reputation.
The blonde survivor who fights feral beasts in the freezing mud. The brother I hated with every fiber of my being.
I thought he was absolute, irredeemable trash. So why do I feel like the pathetic piece of garbage sitting in the dark? My pride is completely shattered. How did my glorious ascent to power devolve into this humiliating nightmare? I am nothing but a fragile parasite, feeding off his unearned glory. Knock, knock! The sudden rapping against my heavy door shatters my miserable breakdown. Wipe those tears, Tanya. Maintain your aristocratic dignity.
It is wonderful to see you again, Lady Tanya. Master Kreppen ordered us to infiltrate the academy and assist you with your grueling political duties.
Kadek Knox. My father is incredibly thoughtful for sending his most trusted veterans. I am so glad you are here to support my campaign.
I will gather massive amounts of market intelligence regarding the Sage's Tome, allowing you to dominate the Elte Company during the upcoming negotiations.
And I will systematically dismantle Princess Pena's political pledges. We will ruin her reputation and ensure you claim the presidential throne.
You can cease your intelligence gathering immediately, Knox. The Royal Secretary just made a massive public announcement this morning. Princess Pena is officially withdrawing her name from the race. My absolute greatest obstacle has essentially surrendered without a fight.
The entire student body is panicking over the princess's sudden withdrawal. But since she hasn't submitted the formal paperwork, she could still change her mind. The final boss of Act 4 is Kreppen Rothstaler, a brilliant, sinister mastermind who hides his dark rituals behind a benevolent mask, Princess Penia is the only leader perceptive enough to uncover his putrid, terrifying secrets. Her royal authority is an absolute requirement for the endgame battles. If she refuses to run for president, the structural foundation of the narrative crumbles, dooming us all to a horrific death. I must force her hand.
Stop shifting your eyes around, Ed. I can sense your dangerous magical aura spiking. You are plotting another reckless, suicidal scheme. You constantly plunge yourself into brutal, life-threatening situations. I refuse to sit back and watch you bleed alone while I remain completely ignorant. You survive impossible hardships every single day. Please, stop making things more agonizing for yourself. Let me help you carry this massive burden.
I appreciate your fierce concern, Yennecar, but honestly, my only massive objective right now is ensuring Princess Penia claims the presidential throne as the timeline demands.
That is incredibly surprising. The princess treated you like absolute garbage during your expulsion. Why would you fight to secure her supreme authority?
I deeply apologize for interrupting your romantic moment in broad daylight, but I have gathered crucial intelligence regarding the princess's sudden political paralysis. My feral instincts never lie. I understand exactly why the Radiant Princess refuses to enter the battlefield. Her spirit is completely shattered.
Romantic moment? Do not say such embarrassing things out loud, Ziggs. People are going to get the wrong idea about us.
The princess carries the hollow, traumatized gaze of a wolf leader who just watched her entire pack get mercilessly slaughtered. A desperate leader who led her followers into a lethal trap and now stands alone in the bloody snow, paralyzed by her own monumental guilt. She lacks the raw, aggressive confidence required to lead this academy. Her guilt over misjudging Ed has completely crushed her desire to rule. Anyway, I will stop interrupting your private date now. The sky is getting incredibly dark, so be careful when you trek back to your dirt cabin, Ed.
If her animosity toward my family completely fades, the fragile narrative balance is destroyed. I need to force her back onto the board before it is too late.
If a massive rainstorm hits tomorrow, it will create the absolute perfect atmospheric conditions for you to train your new mid-ranking water spirit. Let us abandon these heavy political discussions for now. Meet me out on the desolate northern cliffs after our elemental studies lecture, and we can practice your aquatic resonance.
Thank you, Yennecar. Your cheerful energy is a massive relief. Let us just focus on surviving the immediate challenges in front of us.
Sniff. The warm spring breeze feels wonderful, but the heavy moisture in the air means a brutal downpour is imminent. The approaching storm is going to completely ruin my perfect napping schedule. Finding a dry spot in this massive forest is going to be incredibly annoying. I suppose I will just crash on the roof of the blonde boy's cabin until the rain stops. He always keeps the fireplace burning anyway. Hop. I land gracefully on the wooden shingles, securing my oversized hat against the sudden, violent gusts of wind. This is the ultimate sleeping spot. Snap. I conjure a subtle magical ward to deflect the freezing raindrops. Now I can sleep undisturbed while the rest of the academy panics.
The winter frost has finally retreated, giving way to the vibrant green of spring. But this massive, relentless downpour is severely hindering my outdoor training. With the heavy rain turning the forest paths into deep mud, hauling timber and hunting wild game will become exponentially more difficult. The crackling campfire struggles against the freezing downpour. I need to finish this training exercise quickly before my core temperature drops to lethal levels. I hiked all the way to the jagged northern cliffs. The sheer drop into the freezing ocean is terrifying, but the isolation guarantees absolute privacy. The howling wind is miserable, but the dense atmospheric moisture creates the absolute perfect environment to manifest my new water spirit. Contracting Lacia was a brilliant tactical decision. Merging her fluid manipulation with my physical arrows will drastically increase my lethal piercing velocity. Hold on, Mug. Suppress your fiery aura. Someone else is approaching the cliffside, and their dense, murderous intent is completely unmistakable. Two figures emerge from the blinding rain. They did not hike out to this desolate peak for a friendly chat. I draw my bowstring tight.
Kadok and Nox, the ruthless midway bosses of Act 3. Elite veterans who have served as the bloody executioners for House Rothstaler for decades.
I despise crossing paths with my father's loyal lapdogs. Their presence confirms that the Duke views my continued survival as a massive, unacceptable threat.
It is an immense honor to cross paths with you again, Master Ed. I am deeply grateful you still respond to your noble title, despite your disgraceful exile. We received extensive reports detailing your miraculous academic growth. Your sudden competence has made you a severe threat to the Duke's grand design.
You trekked through a freezing storm just to murder a disowned student? The Duke's paranoia is reaching entirely new, pathetic heights.
You misunderstand, Master Ed. We came here to repent. event. We initially despised you for your toxic, tyrannical behavior during your privileged youth. We carried a dagger coated in an absolute lethal poison, fully intending to erase your putrid existence from this world forever. But observing your resilient survival in this frozen wasteland proved you have reclaimed the brilliant, glorious spark of the true Rothstaler bloodline. We will return to the estate and convince Master Krepin of your massive growth. Please accept our humble apologies and return to your rightful throne.
The heavy rain masks the subtle shift in his footing. They are feeding me a pathetic theatrical lie to lower my defensive wards. Do not insult my intelligence with this transparent garbage. Draw your weapons and fight me like the ruthless dogs you truly are.
Hey, I see your tactical awareness has sharpened immensely. You are no longer the arrogant blind child we used to mock, but your sharp eyes cannot block my condensed wind blades. I am Kadek, the Eagle Knight, and I will slice your fragile bones into a million pieces.
His casting speed is phenomenal. I barely managed to vault backward before the razor-sharp atmospheric pressure severed my arm.
Stop dancing around, you arrogant rat. I am Nox, the Bear Knight. Let the roaring flames of my massive mace turn you to ash. The heavy kinetic impact shatters the solid rock beneath my boots, sending a shower of jagged shrapnel flying into the freezing rain.
Their synchronized assault is flawless. Engaging in a close-quarters brawl with seasoned veterans is pure suicide. I must maintain my distance.
Your pathetic wooden bow is a massive hindrance in melee combat. Your wide, desperate movements expose all your critical blind spots. Do you remember Meliana, the innocent maid who lost an eye because of your sadistic tantrums? We are delivering her righteous vengeance.
She is my precious daughter, you rotten monster. Feel the agonizing, blistering heat of my righteous fury and die.
Your desire for revenge is entirely justified. The pain I inflicted upon your family was unforgivable, and I carry that heavy sin. But surrendering my life will not heal your daughter's eye. Revenge is a hollow prize that will only leave you drowning in deeper misery.
Keep your pathetic, philosophical lectures to yourself. You have absolutely no right to speak of mercy after the horrors you caused. The blazing mace crashes into my defensive barrier, the immense thermal pressure threatening to melt the skin right off my face.
You are dodging efficiently, but Nox's weapon is saturated with heavy destructive magic. A single clean hit will instantly vaporize your internal organs. Your defensive evasions are crumbling. Our combined magical resonance will lock you down and shatter your fragile bones.
My boots slide across the muddy cliff. Their relentless pressure is forcing me closer to the jagged edge of the precipice.
You have nowhere left to run, you miserable coward. Accept your absolute, inevitable judgment and let the flames consume your soul.
You rely far too heavily on brute strength, Nox. Did you truly believe I was just retreating blindly this entire time? I intentionally lowered my magical barrier to lure your heavy swing and secure a lethal point-blank counterstrike.
He drove a spiritually infused dagger straight into my shoulder. The searing pain is paralyzing my entire right arm.
What the hell was that? Did he just utilize an advanced telekinetic skill to bypass your absolute defense? The blade is radiating a dense, unfamiliar aura. He purposefully absorbed the kinetic impact to deliver a devastating surprise attack.
Mug, ignite the core. Show these arrogant lapdogs the true, terrifying power of the ultimate survivor. A highly compressed sphere of spiritual fire detonates at point-blank range, engulfing the entire battlefield in a blinding, catastrophic inferno.
Nox, fall back immediately. The sheer thermal density of that blast is melting the solid rock beneath our boots. The concussive shockwave launched me across the cliff. My internal circuits are burning. This boy is an absolute monster. How the hell did he survive the destructive force of his own point-blank detonation? His flesh should have incinerated instantly.
Huff. The blessing of fire fortune artificially spikes my thermal resistance. Without it, I would be a pile of burning ash right now.
I severely underestimated your desperate savagery. But if you survive this strike, aim Aim your blade at my vitals instead of my limbs. Not that you will ever get another chance. Let my supreme wine blades slice your arrogant head from your shoulders. I see your pathetic strategy. You used my partner as a meat shield to avoid lethal damage, but your luck runs out right here.
Your analytical skills are terrible, Kadek. Now, Lassia, drown this arrogant fool in the abyssal depths. Crush his lungs.
What is that massive spectral beast? Do not tell me he managed to form a contract with a mid-ranking water spirit. He orchestrated this entire chaotic battlefield just to lure me into the perfect striking distance for his aquatic summon. Grah. The sheer density of this fluid manipulation is crushing my ribs. I cannot break free from its suffocating grip. My weapons are slipping from my trembling fingers. The immense water pressure is destroying my physical coordination. Gurgle. My lungs are rapidly filling with freezing water. I am going to drown on dry land.
The massive explosion nearly shattered my spine. But I am a hardened veteran of the battlefield. I will not surrender so easily. Do not turn your back on me, you rotten little rat. My poison blade will pierce your arrogant heart and end this nightmare.
He pushed through excruciating burns to mount a desperate counterattack. His raw physical resilience is terrifying, but his timing is completely flawed. You foolish brute. Did you forget who I am contracted with? Merilda's absolute blessing automatically deflects your cowardly, lethal surprise attack.
What the hell is that massive wind barrier? He wields fire, water, and high-ranking atmospheric pressure simultaneously. This defies all magical logic.
The colossal tempest erupts, launching the massive assassin through the air with the kinetic force of a speeding carriage. I am completely drained. The massive mana debt incurred by maintaining 3 distinct spirits is tearing my internal circuits apart.
The poison dagger hovers inches from my face. One tiny scratch would have condemned me to an agonizing, irreversible death.
The 2 elite assassins collapse into the mud, their bodies completely broken by my relentless, synchronized elemental assaults. Phew, the blood is pooling in my boots. Defeating the midway bosses required exhausting every single trick in my magical arsenal.
Cough, Master Ed. My internal organs are ruptured. The sheer concussive force destroyed my physical body. I am bleeding out. I beg you, draw your blade and deliver the final blow. End my miserable suffering before the cold takes me. The Duke sent us to execute you by sparing my life. You only prolong the inevitable cycle of violent retribution. Finish it now. If your father is determined to see you dead, more assassins will arrive tomorrow. It is better to embrace death here, on this quiet cliff. Slaying me will liberate your soul from this suffocating cycle of revenge. Drive the steel into my chest and claim your absolute victory. Accept this final gift from the most loyal vassal of House Rothstaler. End the nightmare and cement your legendary survival.
Your psychological manipulation is pathetic, Nox. Do you honestly believe I would fall for such a transparent, desperate trap?
Ha 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 ha! You hesitated, you arrogant, naive fool. Your ridiculous compassion has sealed your permanent doom. I plunge the poison dagger directly into your exposed shoulder. The lethal venom is now coursing through your veins. Cough. Your heart will stop beating within seconds. The grand design of Duke Crapin is finally fulfilled. Burn in hell, Ed.
Ed, my lecture ran incredibly late, but I sprinted all the way here to assist you with your elemental training. Where are you? Wait a minute, my magical perception is screaming. The heavy rain cannot wash away the dense, putrid stench of fresh blood. Gasp! I see a massive figure violently driving a blade into Ed's shoulder. The sheer kinetic impact is launching him toward the abyss. Ed, hold on, I am coming right now. Who did this to you? I will tear them apart with my bare hands.
The concussive shockwave from the stab launches my paralyzed body over the jagged edge. Gravity violently rips me toward the freezing ocean. I reach out, desperately clinging to the fading light as the dark, violent waters rush up to claim my final breath.
Ed, please do not leave me. I cannot live in this miserable world without you. Grab my hand, come back. He is gone. The dark wave swallowed him whole. The only man I truly loved was just murdered right in front of my eyes.
Damn it! A witness has arrived. My physical body is completely shattered, but I refuse to fail my absolute mission. I cannot let her escape to alert the faculty. I must silence her permanently, even if it burns the last dregs of my life force. I will sacrifice my very soul to tear open the dimensional rift. I summon the apocalyptic wrath of the ultimate dark spirit. What is happening? The summoning circle is overloading. The dimensional pressure is spiraling completely out of my control. This is impossible. Even with decades of grueling battlefield experience, I have never witnessed such an overwhelming, terrifying concentration of pure dark energy. She is overriding my spell. The genius elementalist is forcefully hijacking the rift to summon an entity far stronger than a high-ranking beast. She is pulling the ultimate spirit from the ether, a creature so devastating, its mere manifestation threatens to collapse the entire continent. The massive magic circle expands across the stormy sky. The sheer atmospheric pressure is crushing the oxygen from my lungs.
Driven by furious grief, Yennecar just risked her life to summon the right arm of Glasscan, the ultimate dark spirit.
You drove a poisoned blade into his heart. Do you possess even a shred of comprehension regarding the catastrophic mistake you just made? I will unleash a sun that burns the earth. I will vaporize your flesh and erase your putrid memory from the fabric of reality.
The Orpus, the ultimate fire spirit, a primordial beast possessing a tail larger than the imperial capital itself.
I summon the legendary entity that burned the Apos mountain range to ashes. Feel the absolute agonizing wrath of my supreme magical authority.
If even a single arm of that catastrophic beast fully manifests, the entire northern forest will be instantly reduced to a massive burning crater.
My God, the sheer density of her magical rage is blinding. We triggered a natural disaster. Our execution is absolutely inevitable. The apocalyptic energy descends upon us. There is no defensive ward capable of surviving this massive thermal detonation.
You took the only light in my life. Now you will burn in the absolute darkest depths of hell for all eternity.
Ha! The blistering heat is melting my flesh before the spell even connects. We are going to be completely vaporized.
My skin is boiling. The sheer thermal pressure is incinerating my internal organs. Save me, Kadek.
Stop this suicidal madness right now, Yennecar. Your fragile mana circuits cannot sustain the ultimate spirit. You will destroy yourself. Run for your miserable lives, you pathetic assassins. The Supreme Elementalist has lost her mind. Get out of the blast radius.
The high-ranking Windwolf is forcibly ejecting us from the impact zone. We must survive this nightmare and report back to the Duke. My ribs are shattered, but I must warn Master Crepin about the terrifying power protecting that exiled rat.
Your emotional grief is blinding you to reality, Yennecar. Cancel the summoning sequence before you trigger a massive chain reaction.
Get out of my way, Marilda. I will not rest until every single trace of their existence is completely eradicated from this world.
You foolish girl. Use your incredible perception. The dark portal is fluctuating because you are not the only one channeling mana right now.
What? The summoning circle is stabilizing without my direct input? How is that mathematically possible?
Because you were not the one who originally summoned the dark entity. Look closely at the chaotic flow of the atmospheric pressure.
The freezing rain hammers the jagged cliffs. The brutal battle concluded, leaving behind nothing but scorched earth and residual magic. A bloody hand violently breaches the surface of the dark ocean. The freezing waves failed to claim my stubborn soul. Before the break concluded, Lortel asked how my magic engineering training was progressing since I hoarded so many rare materials. I told her the grueling, isolated hours I spent locked in the subterranean library resulted in a massive, resounding success. My battered body washes up on the freezing shore. The excruciating pain is blinding, but my lungs are greedily pulling in oxygen. I successfully crafted Delheim's Hourglass, a legendary grade artifact that reverses the user's temporal state by a few crucial seconds, entirely erasing the lethal poison. Cough! The deadly venom is completely flushed from my veins. The artifact shattered after a single use, but it granted me a miraculous second chance. However, reversing time could not heal the massive kinetic trauma I sustained from the explosion. The freezing salt water is aggressively burning my open lacerations. I am barely maintaining consciousness. I summoned Marilda to secure the cliffside, but my physical state is deteriorating rapidly. Utilizing an endgame legendary artifact during Act 3 completely shatters the intended narrative flow, but desperate survival demands extreme measures. It is slightly depressing to watch weeks of meticulous engineering crumble into useless glass dust, but it kept my heart beating. I survived the execution. Krepin Rothstaler's cause and effect determination magic is incredibly finicky. He relies heavily on those prophetic visions to dictate his ruthless actions. If I had slaughtered Caddick and Nox and boldly returned to the Academy, the Duke would simply cast his ultimate magic again to orchestrate a new trap. He would relentlessly manipulate the board until he secured a future where my death was absolute. Therefore, I must intentionally play dead and vanish from his radar. I have zero idea why he views my meager existence as a catastrophic threat, but if he believes I am rotting in the ocean, he will redirect his paranoia elsewhere. Deploying elite vassals to Akan Island without a legitimate diplomatic excuse is exceedingly difficult. They use Tanya's campaign as their political cover. Once the student council elections conclude and the corporate negotiations are finalized, those bloody assassins will be forced to leave the island permanently. If I can just endure this agonizing pain and remain completely hidden until the political chaos settles, I guarantee my long-term survival. The immediate problem is that my shattered legs refuse to support my weight. My vision is blurring, and the freezing cold is shutting down my vital organs.
A massive burst of vibrant thermal energy pierces the darkness. The brilliant glow of my fire spirit illuminates the miserable, muddy shore.
I was hovering on the absolute precipice of death. Knowing you managed to track my magical signature through this massive storm is a huge relief. Thank you, Yennecar. Your fierce loyalty is the only reason I am still breathing right now. I owe you my life.
You absolute idiot! I thought I lost you forever to those dark waves. Do you have any idea how completely terrified I was? My heart stopped beating when I saw you fall. Please stop throwing yourself into these brutal, suicidal battles. I cannot endure this agonizing panic.
I am so sorry for causing you such immense distress, Yennecar. I promise I will try to be more careful moving forward.
Just shut up and let me hold you. Feeling your pulse against my hands is the only thing keeping my sanity intact right now.
The damp cave provides adequate shelter from the howling winds. I explained my entire tactical theory regarding the Duke's prophetic magic and my required fake death.
I understand completely. You need to lay low until the ruthless assassins leave the island. Do not worry about a single thing, Ed. I will protect you.
I truly appreciate your unwavering support, Yennegar. Without your brilliant elemental magic, hiding from the faculty would be completely impossible.
Oh my goodness, I am so sorry. I just realized I am clinging to you so tightly. Hugging you just makes my racing heart feel so safe and peaceful. Never mind, please erase my embarrassing, desperate babbling from your memory immediately. Just focus on recovering your strength.
The relentless rain shows zero signs of stopping. The brutal cold is manageable thanks to the fire, but I still have a massive amount of planning to accomplish. Securing my survival was only the first step. I must figure out how to manipulate the upcoming political elections from the shadows of this miserable cave.
If the average student saw me sitting on this damp roof in the pouring rain, they would assume I was just being lazy and eccentric as usual. But I am not sleeping. I am actively waiting for the rugged blonde boy to return. His daily schedule is incredibly predictable. Even amidst the chaotic disasters of this academy, he always manages to drag himself back to this dirt cabin before the sun fully sets. I can vividly imagine his exact routine. He would trudge through the muddy underbrush, notice the extinguished campfire, and rebuild it with precise, practiced movements. He would tap the wooden reinforcements to ensure their structural integrity, gather the rusting tools left in the rain, and secure the perimeter against wild beasts. And then, he would finally step inside, shake the freezing water from his heavy coat, and offer me a quiet, dependable greeting. He would ignite the oil lamp on his desk and immerse himself in advanced magic engineering theory while I curled up by the warm hearth. The rhythmic pitter-patter of the rain, the soft crackling of the burning logs, and the quiet rustle of his turning pages would quickly lull me into a perfect sleep. Wait a minute, my immense magical perception is picking up an anomaly. A massive, volatile surge of unfamiliar dark energy, mixed with the sharp stench of fresh blood. I despise being bothered when I am trying to relax, but whoever dared to spill blood in his territory is going to face an absolute reckoning. I will track down the source of this putrid magical residue and eradicate the arrogant fools who ruined my peaceful afternoon.
Cough, please, Supreme Archmage! You must help us. We are suffering from massive internal hemorrhaging. The pain is unbearable. My name is Nox, and this is Caddick. We are highly respected vassals, serving the prestigious House Rothstaler. We require immediate medical extraction. We were simply hiking through the dangerous northern forest when a rabid, feral beast violently ambushed us from the shadows. It was a total massacre.
Do not insult my absolute intelligence with your pathetic, transparent lies. The deep lacerations on your chest were clearly inflicted by a seasoned combatant wielding a sharp blade. Furthermore, my sensory magic detects dense residual traces of intermediate fire and water elementalism blanketing this entire cliffside. You fought a highly skilled mage.
Elite vassals from the exact family that disowned him mysteriously appear in the dead of night, bearing lethal wounds from his specific combat style. Please, Lady Lucy, transport us to the commercial district immediately. The Duke will reward you with unparalleled wealth for saving our lives.
I will heal your shattered bodies and spare your miserable lives, but only if you confess the absolute truth right now. What were you ordered to do? A legendary dagger infused with deadly poison lies discarded in the freezing mud. The magical signature is fading, confirming it recently struck its intended target. Obtaining an artifact of this terrifying caliber requires massive financial leverage. The putrid venom guarantees a painful death upon the slightest contact with the bloodstream. Considering the sheer kinetic damage to the cliffside and the substantial amount of time that has passed since the explosive confrontation, finding his body in the dark waters is practically impossible. So, let me summarize your pathetic story. You arranged a secret meeting under the guise of assisting his elemental training, and then you drove a poison blade into his back.
Yes, that is exactly right. We orchestrated a flawless ambush, but the boy fought back like a cornered demon. It was utter chaos. I swear upon my honor, Lady Lucy. We overheard the true culprits plotting the murder. It was Caddick and Nox, the rogue vassals of House Rothstaler.
Vassals of House Rothstaler. I understand perfectly. I will notify the headmaster regarding this massive political scandal first thing in the morning. But right now, I'm going to exact a much more personal, agonizing form of justice.
Wait, isn't that Lady Lucy? Why is the Supreme Archmage floating toward us with such a dense, murderous aura? We told you the truth. Calm down immediately, Lady Lucy. We have vital intelligence regarding the assassination plot. We can explain everything back at the secure campsite. We caught them. We tracked down the ruthless murderers who killed Ed. It was the treacherous vassals of House Rothstaler. We are your allies.
Your frantic lies are incredibly boring. My sensory magic already confirmed your magical signatures match the residual energy of the ambush perfectly. You dared to touch the boy who feeds me. I will crush your bones into powder and scatter your ashes across the frozen sea.
Run! She is overriding the atmospheric pressure. Her raw magical output is instantly tearing through our defensive wards. We need to retreat before she pulverizes us.
A colossal pillar of volatile lightning eradicates the solid stone beneath their feet, launching the elite assassins into the air like broken dolls.
What the hell is happening? We cannot block this overwhelming magical density. We need to retreat and regroup before she completely vaporizes our internal organs.
We do not have time to negotiate. Her furious grief has completely shattered her logical restraints. We need to evacuate the blast radius immediately.
The sheer atmospheric pressure is crushing my windpipe. I cannot break free from this agonizing gravitational hold. Save me.
You claim to serve House Rothstaler. You boldly state you infiltrated this campus to assist that ambitious blonde girl with her pathetic political duties. The connection is undeniable. You act under her direct command, and you executed her ruthless will. You took the only person who brought me peace.
We swear upon our lives, we are not plotting a rebellion. We received formal diplomatic permission to assist Lady Tanya with her stressful administrative workload.
Tanya Rothstaler, the vicious little villainess who despises her own brother. Her pathetic political campaign ends tonight in absolute ruins. I will drag her out of her luxurious dormitory and make her pay for orchestrating this horrific nightmare. Another massive magical detonation obliterates the remaining cliffside. Her raw fury is completely destabilizing the entire northern coastline. Tell me exactly where the blonde girl is hiding. Give me her location, and I might grant you a quick, merciful execution. Where is Tanya Rothstaler? Speak, before I turn your miserable bodies into a bloody smear on these rocks.
Please, Lady Lucy, we are officially sanctioned guests of the Academy. Assaulting us is a massive violation of Imperial law. What on earth is going on? Why is the Supreme Archmage attacking us with such overwhelming apocalyptic force? We surrendered.
I do not care about your pathetic diplomatic immunity. I am the absolute apex apex predator of this academy, and you crossed a fatal line.
Why are you doing this, Lady Lucy? We are just humble servants executing our master's orders. You are declaring a massive war against our entire noble house.
Your master took the only boy who ever showed me genuine warmth. I will shatter your entire lineage into dust for that unforgivable sin. I crush the magical communication cube in my hand, severing your pathetic link to the outside world. Nobody is coming to save you. Bring her to me right now. Drag that arrogant little girl to this bloody cliff, or I will turn this entire forest into a burning crater. Bring me Tanya Rothstaler. I will drag her to the deepest abyss myself and make her scream for taking him away from me.
The massive oak doors shatter inward as a blinding surge of heat rips through the central corridor.
That was an intense exchange of magical artillery. You possess far more raw firepower than I anticipated.
Do not act so arrogant just because you managed to corner a tired second-year student. I am exhausted from the exams.
You fought with remarkable ferocity, Elvira, but my grand crusade against the upperclassmen is far from finished. The true champion of the second-year combat division is standing right over there, refusing to draw his blade.
Your endless hunger for validation is incredibly tiresome, Wade. I have zero interest in entertaining your violent ego right now. The terrified underclassmen are whispering about your lineage, the golden son of House Calamore, desperate to cement his legendary status.
Draw your weapons, Ziggs. Prove to these trembling cowards why you command such immense respect on this campus.
Wait, do you feel that massive drop in atmospheric pressure? The air just froze in my lungs.
What the hell is that deafening noise? Are we under attack from an outside faction? Should we initiate a tactical retreat?
The entire eastern wing of Ophelis Hall just detonated. The structural integrity of the roof is collapsing into dust. We must locate the headmaid and secure the evacuation routes. The royal dormitory is under siege. Wait, stop running. Look at the grand entrance. The situation has already spiraled far beyond our control. The elite maids are frozen in place. A suffocating wave of temporal energy has locked their physical bodies in absolute stasis. The legendary celestial time magic. Someone activated an overwhelming temporal prison to paralyze the entire defensive staff. There is only one monster on this island capable of manifesting such a terrifying concentration of pure mana without chanting.
Tanya Rothstaler, I will turn this miserable stone castle to ash. Bring her to me right now.
The Supreme Archmage has lost her mind. Why is Lucy May Real attacking the royal dormitory?
Evacuate the eastern wing. The magical pressure is crushing the load-bearing pillars. Get out of the blast zone.
What provoked this apocalyptic rampage? Did someone assault the headmaster? Give me a tactical summary.
The headmaid was brutally defeated trying to hold the line. Lucy claims that Ed Rothstaler was just murdered in the northern forest.
The assassins sent to this island were elite vassals serving House Rothstaler. Does that mean Tanya orchestrated her own brother's execution? If Tanya ordered the hit, then Lucy's wrath is entirely justified. We should step aside and let the Archmage enact her bloody vengeance.
I refuse to stand by while a student is slaughtered. Evacuate the survivors, Wade. I must intervene.
Are you insane? Attempting to halt a raging Archmage is pure suicide. You will be vaporized.
I apologize for cutting our duel short, but my feral instincts demand I protect the innocent from this blind massacre. Get out of my way! I shatter the heavy oak doors blocking the upper corridor. I must reach her suite before the roof caves in. The lock is engaged from the inside. The terrified girl hasn't fled the building yet. She is trapped like a cornered rabbit. The freezing wind howls through the shattered glass. The magical bombardment has cut off every single escape route. The heavy silence in this room is deafening. The golden daughter of House Rothstaler has nowhere left to run. I rip the heavy wooden wardrobe open. The shadows will not save you from the impending storm.
Hick, why is this happening to me? I didn't do anything wrong. I swear I am innocent.
Every piece of logical evidence points to her guilt. She commands the assassins, and she openly despised her brother's existence. But her terrified tears look far too genuine for a calculating mastermind. Her fragile ambition lacked the ruthless conviction required for murder. Look at me, Tanya. Look me in the eyes and answer my question with absolute, unwavering honesty. Did you issue the command? Were you the one who ordered the bloody execution of Ed Rothstaler?
Wow, absolutely not. I would never order something so horrific. He is my own flesh and blood. Please believe me.
Her desperate wails shake the floorboards. I cannot verify her innocence with mere words, but if I abandon her now, she will burn. The blonde survivor sacrificed his own body countless times to protect the weak. I will honor his legacy by shielding his sister from this blind rage. Stay inside the this closet and keep your mouth shut. The Archmage is tearing this building apart searching for you.
You are going to fight the Supreme Archmage just to protect me? Why would you risk your life for a disgraced suspect?
I cast a dense layer of natural wind magic to mask her biological scent. The green aura envelopes the shattered wardrobe. I will draw her attention and stall for time. Just pray the senior faculty arrives before my mana circuits are completely fried. A massive spike of hostile energy registers behind me. Someone slipped past my feral perimeter wards.
This is a foolish, suicidal endeavor, Ziggs. Defending a prime murder suspect against an unstoppable force is the height of irrationality.
Retreat to the courtyard, Wade. I will not allow a traumatized girl to be executed without a proper trial. That is true justice.
The arrogant freshman followed him. If they start a brawl in this tiny room, the kinetic shockwaves will alert Lucy to my position.
Your stubborn morality is a massive liability on the battlefield. I will knock you unconscious and hand her over to appease the Archmage. If you refuse to listen to logical reason, I will shatter your pathetic defenses and claim my absolute victory over the second-year champion right now.
Let us settle this outside, you arrogant brat. I won't let your reckless blade endanger this civilian.
A massive arrow forged from pure, condensed thermal energy arcs across the rainy sky. I will scorch that little monster. Take this, you sleepy menace. I am Elvira, the absolute apex of the alchemy division. Taste my explosive wrath.
A colossal wall of atmospheric pressure erupts, deflecting the blazing projectile into the stone wall. Her fiery assault is completely useless.
Ugh, the sheer concussive backlash is tearing the breath from my lungs. My boots are skidding across the wet pavement.
Your pathetic fire tricks are boring me. Get out of my way before I erase your miserable existence from this courtyard.
My heart pounds against my ribs. Her raw magical output is terrifying. She didn't even chant a defensive spell to block that strike. I thought the rumors about her invincible status were exaggerated. How the hell am I supposed to stall a walking natural disaster?
Ah, we are all going to die. The royal dormitory is collapsing. The world is ending, and I am too young to perish in the mud.
The annoying insects keep buzzing around my feet. I will crush them all and extract the blonde girl from the rubble. I possess zero patience for these fragile weaklings. Where are you hiding, Tanya? Show your face.
Run for your miserable lives. Her eyes are glowing with pure, unadulterated murder. She is going to vaporize us into dust. Why does this always happen to me? I just wanted to sleep in my warm bed. This cursed academy is a literal death trap. Oof! My boots catch on the slick cobblestone. Gravity violently pulls me down into the freezing dirt.
A pathetic swordsman crawling in the mud. He lacks the spine to even raise his weapon. Pathetic.
Damn it all! My knees are shattered! I am nothing but a fragile coward waiting for the executioner's blade.
If you refuse to point me toward the true culprit, I will simply bury you beneath this shattered courtyard.
Stop whining and get up, Clevius. We are the top combat students of our year. We cannot let her destroy the entire campus.
Another fool steps into the blast radius. Do you honestly believe your pathetic alchemy tools can breach my absolute defense?
We don't need to defeat her. We just need to stall her devastating rampage until the senior professors arrive to secure the area. Haul your broken body to the education district and sound the massive alarm. I will draw her attention with my volatile concoctions. Here goes nothing. I am deploying my entire arsenal. Choke on these toxic fumes, you arrogant archmage.
She is absolutely insane. Taunting a supreme magical entity is a guaranteed death sentence. My legs refuse to move. The suffocating pressure radiating from Lucy is paralyzing my central nervous system. I am trapped in a nightmare. I despise my own pathetic weakness. I watch my peers charge into the jaws of death, and all I can do is tremble in the dirt. I am utterly useless, a miserable stain on the proud name of House Nortondale. I deserve to die down here.
Hurry, Takan. We must reach the western courtyard before the Archmage completely eradicates the student body. The structural damage is massive.
Huff, huff. My shattered ribs scream with every step. The lethal poison is gone, but the immense kinetic trauma remains. I begged Yennecar to keep my survival a strict secret, but the moment Lucy discovered the bloody cliffside, her fragile sanity shattered. The sheer volume of raw destruction rocking the campus is terrifying. I must reach Ophelis Hall and stop her blind rampage before someone dies. Hang in there, Clevius. You are about to face the absolute worst beating of your miserable life, but it will forge you into a true warrior. The rigid game narrative demands the top students endure this brutal trial to unlock their hidden potential. I must trust their resilience.
My dear child, you possess a massive, unfathomable well of magical energy. The world will fear your radiant spark, but true strength is not measured by the craters you leave behind. It is measured by the gentle warmth you share with the people who cherish you.
The fever burns my fragile skin. Your philosophical lectures are incredibly boring, old man. Just let me sleep in peace.
The agonizing pain you feel right now proves you are alive. Embrace it, Lucy. For one day, a boy will arrive who understands that same burning pain.
That boy is gone. The gentle warmth is gone. There is nothing left in this miserable world but freezing rain and the ashes of my enemies. You continue to throw your fragile bodies against my barrier. Why do you fight so desperately for a murderer? If the blonde girl refuses to show her face, I will systematically dismantle every single obstacle blocking my path. Feel the crushing weight of the heavens. I am drawing massive atmospheric pressure from the upper stratosphere to shatter your bones. Die. Let the overwhelming gravity grind your pathetic defiance into the mud. The raw magical density is tearing the sky apart. I will leave nothing but a smoking crater where this proud dormitory once stood. He was the only one who didn't look at me like a monster. He let me sleep by his fire without demanding anything in return. And you ripped him away from me. The agonizing pain in my chest is suffocating. You lied to me, old man. His gentle warmth is just a distant memory. I will make them all share this burning, relentless agony. I march forward, my boots crushing the shattered cobblestone. The pathetic alchemist is trying to flank me again. A massive column of fire erupts from my palm, instantly incinerating her fragile magical constructs. The thick black smoke obscures her position, but my sensory perception tracks her erratic heartbeat perfectly. You cannot hide from me. I sweep the smoke aside with a flick of my wrist. Your desperate tactics are an insult to the magical arts. Stay down.
Huff, huff. Her casting speed defies all logical parameters. She launches devastating high-tier spells without a single vocal incantation.
Step aside, you annoying pest. My patience has completely evaporated. The next strike will turn you into a pile of ash.
Gah! An invisible wave of pure kinetic force slams into my chest, launching me backward through the debris. My ribs are cracking. Cough! The sheer density of her mana is suffocating, but I recognize this erratic flow. She isn't weaving complex spells anymore.
I am simply projecting raw, unrefined magical energy to swat you away. You are not worth the effort of a formal incantation.
You ignorant mages rely entirely on resonance, but we alchemists understand how to manipulate the fundamental structure of raw fuel. I will absorb your overwhelming ambient energy and channel it directly into my advanced engineering artifacts. You just armed your enemy. The scarlet crystal reagent drinks your leaked mana like a sponge. I am converting your destructive pressure into a volatile liquid core. By linking the Krex separator, the noise generator, and the wave ball in a continuous circuit, I can forcefully multiply their output tenfold. Your raw power is going to fuel a massive localized evaporation field. It will completely drain the mana from this courtyard. It breaks my heart to sacrifice my precious, meticulously crafted tools, but stopping your blind rampage is worth the immense cost.
Keep moving, students. The courtyard is becoming a highly volatile war zone. Secure the perimeter behind the western gates immediately.
This is my ultimate masterpiece. Try and survive this absolute chain reaction, you arrogant prodigy. The artifacts levitate, their internal cores burning with blinding, unstable energy. The magical pressure is reaching critical mass. The circuit connects. The explosive feedback loop is locked. Say goodbye to your overwhelming advantage. Warning! The thermal threshold has been breached. The engineering tools are beginning to crack under the massive strain. Detonate. A sequence of blinding concussive explosions rocks the courtyard, sending a shockwave of disruptive energy directly into her path.
The smoke clears. My defensive barrier absorbed the entire blast without a single scratch. Your ultimate sacrifice was completely meaningless. I seize her fragile wrist before she can trigger another pathetic trick. If I had wanted to obliterate this building, I would have dropped a meteor.
You are a literal monster, but I know you are holding back. You refuse to unleash a lethal strike because you know deep down that Ed Rothstaler would despise you for slaughtering innocent students in his name.
Her agonizing words pierce my chest. The grip on her wrist loosens. The freezing rain masks the tears stinging my eyes. I will determine what he would have wanted after I drag that wretched blonde girl out of her hiding spot and force a confession. My dark aura flares, repelling the heavy raindrops. Nobody is going to stop me from reaching Tanya's suite.
A massive rusted blade violently intercepts her path. The heavy steel strikes her magical barrier with immense kinetic force.
What the hell? Did that trembling coward just launch a direct physical assault against the Supreme Archmage?
My knees are knocking together and my lungs are burning. I refuse to let you step over my friends. You monster. I am the top combat student of my year. I will hold this line even if you shatter every single bone in my pathetic body.
Your sudden burst of foolish courage is incredibly annoying. Let the searing light burn that false bravado from your mind.
Ah! A blinding beam of pure thermal energy slams into my heavy sword, launching me backward across the whetstones.
The sheer concussive impact crushes his pathetic defense instantly. You are vastly out of your league, swordsman. He is buried in the rubble. It required a mere fraction of a second to dispatch the so-called combat prodigy. Your fragile resistance is a joke. I am walking past your broken bodies to claim my vengeance. Do not stand up again.
I gave you a chance to surrender peacefully, Ziggs. Now I will violently dismantle your stance and claim my glorious victory. Move aside and hand over the blonde criminal. Your feral tricks cannot match the refined elegance of Imperial swordsmanship. I pivot on my heel, driving my momentum forward to deliver a crushing, diagonal slash aimed directly at his collarbone. Taste the biting steel of my blade. You rely entirely on brute strength, leaving your defensive guard completely exposed.
The heavy blades clash, sending a shower of bright sparks into the dark corridor. His speed is terrifying, but his strikes lack true lethal intent.
What the hell? He easily parried my fastest combination. His chaotic footwork defies all standard military logic. Is this the legendary technique of House Ailan? No. His brutal swings are far too erratic. He fights like a rabid wolf. He merged the refined aristocratic parries he learned in civilization with the savage, unpredictable assaults of the northern wilderness. This is a combat style forged in the bloody dirt of actual survival. It is incredibly lethal, but it still possesses a fatal flaw. I slide my blade down his guard, forcing his heavy sword downward. I just need to wait for his erratic rhythm to falter. There it is. His wild swing pulled his center of gravity too far forward. His entire right flank is wide open. I win. I launch a devastating counterstrike directly at his exposed ribs. This duel is officially over, you feral brute.
You ignorant child! Did you forget I am also a master elementalist? Wind slash! A compressed blade of air deflects your strike.
Irk! The sudden burst of kinetic wind throws my entire stance off balance. His physical punch slams directly into my jaw. My body crashes heavily into the stone wall. The wind knocked completely from my lungs. I underestimated his magical integration. The room spins as I struggle to regain my footing. That feral punch carried enough force to shatter a boulder.
Are you finished playing your arrogant games, Wade? I despise drawing my blade against a fellow student, but you left me no choice.
The stinging pain in my jaw is exhilarating. This is exactly the kind of massive thrill I have been searching for. Fighting a monster like you makes my blood boil with excitement. I refuse to surrender when the battle is just getting interesting. Come at me with everything you have, Ziggs. Let us tear this hallway apart and see who truly deserves the crown.
Your twisted perception of combat is utterly disgraceful. You treat violence like a fun, competitive sport. You don't know true desperation. You only challenge opponents you secretly believe you can defeat. You crave the glory of victory, not the brutal reality of survival. If you genuinely desired to test your absolute limits against a superior force, you wouldn't be wasting your time crossing swords with me.
What the hell are you talking about? You are the champion of the second year. Defeating you cements my legacy forever.
I am not the strongest. If you wanted a true nightmare, you should have challenged Lucy May Real, but you are too much of a coward. The fact that you invent pathetic excuses to avoid the real monsters proves your fragile ego ego. You are a fraud.
His words cut deeper than his blade. My furious pride ignites. I am not a coward. I am the golden prodigy of the North. I will carve your insulting lectures from your throat. Feel the overwhelming, relentless pressure of my ultimate assault. Huff, huff, my muscles are screaming from the heavy exertion. His defensive guard is an absolute fortress. I cannot break through. My sword drops slightly. The crushing reality of the power gap settles in. How am I supposed to defeat a feral beast who counters my every move? Engaging in a battle of pure attrition against a wilderness survivor is a massive tactical error. My stamina is completely drained.
The moment you hesitate and doubt your own victory, your technique crumbles. That is the ultimate limitation of your arrogant mindset. A colossal explosion rocks the very foundation of the dormitory. The massive stone wall at the end of the corridor violently caves in.
I step through the shattered debris, the freezing rain whipping past my cloak. The pathetic obstacles are cleared. Hand over the blonde girl. The most common cause of death for arrogant warriors is blind confidence. They charge into the fire, believing their fragile skills will protect them. Do not admire the fools who risk their lives just to carve their names into history. They die screaming in the mud like everyone else.
Huff, huff. Ed told me that fear is my greatest weapon. When my body trembles and my mind begs to run away, I must embrace the terror. I plunge my rusted dagger directly into my own thigh. The agonizing pain forces my survival instincts to awaken. The warm blood drips onto the freezing cobblestone. The coward who ran away is dead. The monster is taking control. My legs are firmly planted on this bloody ground. I will not retreat a single inch. I will slaughter anyone who threatens my friends. My entire body shakes with massive adrenaline. The heavy sword in my hand feels lighter than a feather. The red aura consumes my vision. I am the cursed son of House Nortondale. Feel the overwhelming psychotic wrath of the blade demon. My physical limits shatter. The dense, bloody aura propels me forward with the kinetic velocity of a lightning strike. Die! I will carve your arrogant head from your shoulders.
His magical signature just underwent a massive violent mutation. He is burning his own life force to artificially enhance his physical parameters.
The sheer suffocating malice radiating from his body is terrifying. Is that actually the cowardly Clevius? He looks like a literal demon.
Your suicidal charge is highly impressive, but it is entirely futile. I conjure a massive pillar of condensed thermal energy to incinerate you. Flame Pillar, turn this rabid dog into a pile of burning ash before he taints my boots with his filthy blood. A sequence of blinding explosions rocks the courtyard. The blistering heat melts the stone beneath his feet. The dense inferno consumes the entire area. I intentionally pulled the lethal thermal core away from his vital organs to ensure he wouldn't die instantly. But dealing with a berserker demands an overwhelming show of force. The massive burns will incapacitate him for weeks.
I tear through the roaring flames, my bloody sword raised high. The agonizing burns only feed my psychotic frenzy.
He actually accelerated. His physical pain is directly translating into an exponential boost in kinetic velocity. He bypassed the thermal wall. I must forcefully repel his advance. Storm's blessing. Let the howling gales crush his momentum and throw him into the debris. A colossal hurricane of pure atmospheric pressure erupts from my palm, slamming into his chest like a solid brick wall. The massive concussive force launches him through the air, sending him violently crashing into the burning wreckage.
My skin is charred, and my bones are rattling. Fresh blood flows over the drying wounds, amplifying my cursed power even further. The pain is ecstasy. I swing my heavy blade, tearing a massive vacuum through the freezing rain. I am an endless well of violent energy. I will hunt you down until my heart literally stops beating. My rusted sword collides with her invisible magical wards, sending a shower of red sparks into the dark sky. I am breaking through. Faster. Stronger. The cursed blood demands absolute slaughter. I will shred your pathetic shields into ribbons.
His relentless, savage strikes are beginning to crack my secondary barriers. The sheer density of his homicidal intent is a massive variable. This must be the forbidden technique of House Nortondale. He is literally converting his own spilled blood into raw, volatile magic power. The red aura eats away at my defensive runes. His berserker state makes him completely immune to pain and psychological terror.
Grah! Die, die, die! I will rip your throat out and paint this courtyard with your arrogant blood.
You leave me absolutely no choice. If I allow this feral assault to continue, you will drain your own life force and perish anyway. I will forcefully shut down your central nervous system with a concentrated surge of high-tier lightning magic.
My sword strikes the volatile purple energy, the immense feedback tearing through my muscles. I will not stop until you are dead.
I compress the atmospheric electricity into a singular, devastating point. This will fry your mutated circuits instantly. Divine judgment, let the wrath of the heavens shatter your cursed sword and drive you back into the dirt.
The blinding light engulfs my vision. The sheer voltage is overriding my berserker rage. My muscles are locking up. I refuse to fall. I am the blade demon. My bloody strikes will pierce the heavens themselves.
I unleash the full destructive payload. The explosive surge of lightning completely engulfs his feral form. The concussive shockwave eradicates the remaining stone pillars, sending a blinding flash of purple light across the entire academic district. The massive kinetic impact blows his bloody sword away, sending his paralyzed body hurtling toward the ground. The air reeks of ozone and burnt flesh. The feral beast has finally been silenced. My path is clear.
The whispers always haunted me. They called me a monster, a psychotic demon who slaughters innocent people without a shred of remorse.
You are not a monster, Clevius. You are just a scared kid fighting a desperate war against your own twisted lineage. Keep your chin up. Do not let their toxic prejudices define your future. You have the heart of a true warrior.
The warm blood pools in my hands. The agonizing pain is a stark reminder of my own pathetic existence. You were right, Ed. Even my cruel brother had to admit the horrifying truth before he died. I am the real monster. I will drown this entire courtyard in an ocean of blood to protect the people who believed in me.
Keep running, Tanya. The massive explosions outside are tearing the foundation apart. The Archmage has completely lost her mind. Take this side corridor. We can bypass the collapsed stairwell and reach the emergency exit before the roof caves in entirely. The ceiling is groaning under the immense magical pressure. Hurry! The heavy iron door at the end of the hall is our only salvation.
My. The glorious royal dormitory is falling apart, and the top combat prodigy is desperately playing the heroic knight. How dramatic.
Lortel Cahaland, what are you doing blocking the emergency exit during a massive crisis? Get out of our way!
You are incredibly fortunate I found you, Tanya. Every other hallway is completely blocked by burning debris. You owe Ziggs a massive debt.
Her voice is smooth, but her eyes are hollow and terrifying. Something is horribly wrong. She is radiating a dense, freezing malice.
Tell me, little princess, did you hear the tragic news regarding your older brother? The rumors claim he died a pathetic, bloody death in the forest.
My feral instincts are screaming! If I hadn't intercepted Tanya, Lortel would have cornered her alone. She plans to execute the suspect.
If I had found you wandering these halls alone, Tanya, I would have frozen your blood and torn your fragile limbs from your body.
Step back, Lortel. You are letting your grief cloud your logical judgment. Tanya had absolutely nothing to do with the assassination plot.
Please, you have to believe me. I despised him, but I never wanted him murdered. I didn't hire those assassins.
She knows she cannot defeat me in a direct physical confrontation. If I push forward, she will be forced to yield the exit. But my muscles stiffen instinctively. The raw, desperate hostility rolling off the merchant prodigy is a massive psychological deterrent. Every student at Sylvania understands one absolute truth. Making an enemy of the Elte Company guarantees a life of unending misery. If I cross her now and force my way through that door, she will use her massive financial leverage to completely destroy my future. I am paralyzed. If I fight her, I ruin my own life. If I surrender Tanya, an innocent girl gets slaughtered. What the hell do I do? A massive crack of lightning shatters my reverie. I am wasting precious time agonizing over politics when a literal monster is destroying the courtyard.
Please, somebody make this nightmare stop. I just wanted to prove my worth. I never wanted anyone to die.
You insane brute! You absorbed multiple high-tier magical strikes, and your body is literally smoking with electric burns. Stay down.
The agonizing burns cover my entire body, but the cursed blood demands more violence. I cannot stop fighting until my heart bursts.
Clevius, you did an incredible job holding the line. Stop blaming yourself for this disaster. It wasn't your fault. You faced down an apocalyptic force to protect your peers. That makes you a true hero in my eyes. Be proud of your scars.
My ancestor, Valkyr's Nortondale, wielded this cursed power to protect our family name from an endless army of enemies. He was a legend. Damn it all! I am sick of running away. I will use this monstrous blood to forge my own path and protect the people I care about. My abusive brother was completely wrong. I am not a pathetic coward. I will shatter your magical barrier and claim my glorious victory. A feral demon lives inside the bloodline of House Nortondale. Feel the absolute, unyielding wrath of my ancestors. I swing my blade with terrifying kinetic velocity, the dense, red aura tearing through the freezing rain and slicing the air into ribbons. I will carve a path of destruction straight through your fragile magical shields. The blade demon answers to no one. The psychotic frenzy consumes my mind. Concepts like mercy and logical restraint do not exist in this brutal, bloody dimension. I will slaughter everything in my path. The red glow of my eyes is the last thing my enemies will ever see.
I unleash a devastating surge of raw magic power, completely overwhelming his desperate feral assault. The kinetic impact shatters his sword. His broken body flies backward through the pouring rain, a massive trail of blood arcing across the dark sky.
The concussive shockwave destroys my internal balance. My vision spins as gravity violently claims my battered form.
I am the absolute pinnacle of magical authority. Your pathetic, self-destructive tantrums mean absolutely nothing against my supreme power. A massive explosion engulfs the courtyard, the sheer thermal density vaporizing the last remnants of his bloody aura. The rain washes the blood from my boots. The annoying pest is finally subdued. I will not tolerate any further interruptions. The agonizing grief burning in my chest demands absolute retribution. I will tear this entire academy down until the blonde girl screams. I gaze into the dark storm. Nobody left to protect her. Nobody left to stop my inevitable judgment.
The heavy cobblestone shatters beneath my spine. The electric burns are frying my nervous system. I failed. Me? Become a legendary hero with this cursed power? What pathetic, hilarious joke. I am just a bloody mess in the dirt. Cough. The coppery taste of blood fills my throat. My rusted sword is broken, and my grand ambitions are completely shattered.
I am so glad that it was me you killed this time, not anyone else. At least I can forgive you for your sins. So please, stop torturing yourself over the past. Do not feel too guilty for surviving.
The real hero died that day, bleeding out in the freezing mud at the hands of a feral monster. I am the villain of my own story. I never wanted to carry this heavy burden. I never asked for this twisted, violent bloodline. I can't do this anymore. The physical pain and the psychological trauma are suffocating my fragile mind. The broken hilt slips from my trembling fingers. I surrender to the absolute darkness. I just didn't want to be a monster. Why did the universe curse me with this miserable, bloody existence?
He finally collapses into the puddles, his twisted power completely exhausted. I have wasted far too much time on these pathetic gnats. Still, their desperate conviction was highly unusual. Why do they throw their lives away for a girl who orchestrated a murder?
We are almost there. Hurry, you fools! The structural integrity of the courtyard is totally compromised. Get behind the defensive line.
I think I did enough damage to prove my point. The entire faculty will soon descend upon this courtyard to investigate the massive chaos. That cursed swordsmanship amplified his physical stats by consuming his own blood, a suicidal technique born from pure desperation. Ironically, the closer he crawled toward death, the more devastating his kinetic output became. But even that massive surge was far too weak to reach me. But whether it was my own careless arrogance or his desperate willpower, for one singular, terrifying moment, he almost pierced my ward. As someone who has existed as the untouchable apex predator of this academy, the sudden chill of impending death was incredibly jarring. Now that I felt the visceral terror of a blade nearing my throat, I decided that this broken boy shivering in the mud had to die. I compressed the volatile purple lightning in my palm. I will end your miserable suffering right now and erase your cursed lineage forever.
A massive surge of fluid manipulation crashes into the courtyard, deflecting the lethal strike away from the fallen swordsman.
What the hell? Who possesses the raw elemental control to redirect my condensed lightning? Show yourself. I knew it. That distinct magical wavelength. The dense, unyielding aura of the ultimate survivor. A cloaked figure emerges from the freezing rain, his bruised hands glowing with residual water magic. You were alive this entire time, you massive idiot.
Huff, huff. Sprinting across the campus with shattered ribs was incredibly painful. I barely managed to intercept your lethal blow, Lucy.
My heart pounds against my ribs. Tanya and Lortel are staring each other down like rabid wolves. If I make a sudden move, someone dies. The massive lightning strikes outside mean the Archmage is escalating her destruction. I have zero time to play these delicate political games. What do? I need to make a drastic decision. Do I attack the merchant prodigy and risk my entire future, or do I surrender an innocent civilian? I raise my heavy sword. In that case, Lortel, prepare to defend yourself. My feral instincts demand I protect this girl.
Crash! The heavy glass windows shatter inward as a massive burst of pink magical energy rips through the corridor.
What the hell? Who is launching a full-scale magical assault on the second floor? Is it the Archmage?
A sudden ambush. My defensive walls were completely bypassed. The sheer kinetic force is throwing me off balance.
I crash through the shattered glass, tackling the red-haired merchant to the ground with immense physical momentum. My boots skid across the polished floorboards. I tracked your manipulative aura all the way here, Lortel.
Ugh. The heavy impact knocks the wind from my lungs. Yennecar? What on earth are you doing crashing through windows like a feral beast?
Stop playing your twisted psychological games, Lortel. I know exactly what you were trying to do to Tanya. And you, Tanya Rothstaler, I have been frantically searching this entire burning building for you. Don't move a single muscle.
A massive chill runs down my spine. The Supreme Elementalist is radiating an overwhelming psychotic aura. She looks absolutely unhinged.
This is highly awkward. Yennecar just witnessed the brutal assassination of the boy she desperately loves, yet she seems completely fine physically. Does this mean the sheer trauma completely shattered her fragile sanity? Is she going to summon an apocalyptic dragon and incinerate us all? Yennecar, dear friend, did I interrupt your emotional breakdown? You look incredibly tense right now.
Actually, Lortel, I am perfectly fine. Marilda's spiritual manifestation confirms that the situation is completely under control.
Huff, huff. My legs are barely supporting my weight, but judging by the shattered crater, it looks like I arrived just in time to stop a murder.
You lied to me. You faked your death and let me drown in a miserable ocean of absolute grief. You are a massive bastard, Ed Rothstaler.
Yes, I know. I got completely crushed by a tiny girl. My grand awakening was a total humiliating failure. I knew it was foolish to throw my life away against an untouchable god. I should have just run for the hills like a smart coward. But I am not the only massive idiot bleeding in this mud. Those pathetic combat students charged ahead knowing they stood absolutely zero chance. The maids, the alchemist, the freshmen, they threw themselves into the meat grinder without a shred of hesitation. Nobody ordered them to sacrifice their fragile bodies. They chose to stand and fight the impossible nightmare on their own. Elvira blew up her life's work without shedding a single tear. They truly believed that our unified defiance could forge a heroic miracle. And yet, here I am, vomiting blood into the dirt. I am a miserable, pathetic loser who couldn't even scratch her barrier. Why won't you all just let me run away and live my pathetic life in peace? Why do you force me to care about this miserable academy? I was wrong again. This grand sacrifice was totally meaningless, just like everything else I do.
I kneel down in the freezing mud, grasping his trembling, bloody shoulder with absolute conviction. Look at me, Clevius. Thank you both. You and Elvira held the line against an apocalyptic force. You bought the precious minutes required to save this campus. Your desperate sacrifices were not meaningless at all. Your shattered bones and bloody swords literally prevented a massive massacre today.
You are alive! I thought the assassins butchered you in the northern forest. I am such a foolish, useless piece of garbage. I almost died trying to avenge a ghost.
Wake up, you dramatic idiot. He is standing right in front of us. You are not a loser, Clevius. We actually survived the nightmare.
I told you before, Clevius, you are not a monster. Those weren't just empty words. I genuinely was impressed by your feral resilience today. I meticulously analyzed the combat parameters of every single student at this academy. I know exactly what everyone is capable of achieving. But even considering your massive potential, I never imagined you would endure a brutal 10-minute onslaught against a literal demigod without dying. You held your ground against the awakened Archmage. You faced the true final boss of the mid-game storyline and survived. You are incredible.
The heavy rain slicks my hair to my face. The burning grief is slowly being replaced by a profound, confusing sense of massive relief.
I am incredibly sorry for causing this massive disaster, Lucy. I lacked the secure communication channels to warn you of my fake assassination. The lethal poison almost stopped my heart entirely. Surviving the blast required extreme measures, so I couldn't broadcast my status without alerting the Duke.
I bury my face into his soaking wet coat, my tiny hands gripping his shirt with desperate, crushing force. I don't care about his tactical excuses. Hick, you massive idiot. I thought you were dead. I thought the cold ocean swallowed you forever.
I gently stroke her shivering back, feeling the immense tension drain from her fragile body. I am fine, Lucy. I promise I am not going anywhere. See? My heart is beating perfectly fine. Your favorite napping spot is completely safe and secure.
The freezing rain feels strangely warm against my cheeks. The suffocating nightmare is finally over. The boy I cherish is breathing in my arms.
After I escaped the barbaric wilderness and joined this civilized academy, I prided myself on never feeling true, paralyzing fear.
But staring down a legendary wind spirit of this colossal magnitude, my feral instincts are screaming at me to run for my miserable life. There you are, Tanya. I have been tracking your specific magical signature through this burning building for the past 10 minutes.
This is an absolute disaster. The news of Ed's brutal murder has completely shattered the sanity of both Yennecar and Lucy. They are beyond rational logic.
Wait, stop projecting your aggressive aura, Ziggs. I have monumental news regarding Ed. The rumors are entirely false.
Keep your wits about you, Tanya. Do not fall for her psychological traps. She might be trying to lower our guard before she summons a fire dragon.
My heart is pounding. If that massive wolf decides to bite my head off, my fragile magical barriers won't last a single second.
Listen to me closely. When I charge forward, take the western corridor and run as fast as your legs can carry you toward the commercial district.
If I escape, you will be slaughtered by the elementalist and her primordial beast. I cannot leave you behind to die for my sake.
I will stall their massive magical assault for as long as humanly possible. Securing your survival is my absolute priority right now.
Why are you doing this? I am a disgraced suspect. If I weren't Ed's younger sister, would you even care if I died today?
Forget the complicated politics and just run. Survive this nightmare and clear your own name. I am charging in. Huff, I channel every ounce of natural mana into my legs. If I can disrupt Yennecar's casting rhythm, Tanya has a 10% chance of escaping. I am ready to embrace the flames. I know you won't listen to logical reason while you are grieving, Yennecar. Let our magic clash. I understand exactly how you feel. Watching the person you deeply cherish get ripped away by treacherous assassins is a pain worse than death.
Phew, the aggressive tension in this corridor is giving me a headache. Wait, what did you just say, Ziggs? Who is in love with who?
Do not deny your burning passion. The mere thought of losing the person you love is tearing your fragile heart to pieces. I see the fiery fury in your eyes. You loved Ed more than anyone else at this academy. Everyone witnessed your desperate devotion to that rugged survivor.
Eek! My face is burning up. Why are you screaming my most embarrassing, heavily guarded secret at the top of your lungs in front of everyone?
Take that furious passion and bury it deep inside your soul. Let the flames forge a new, stronger version of yourself. Now, face my blade.
Shut up! You are incredibly dense, and your dramatic speeches are highly embarrassing. Take a staff to the face, you feral idiot.
Gah! A massive burst of kinetic force slams directly into my skull, launching me backward through the splintered doors. The heavy smoke clears from the corridor. My skull is throbbing. I completely misread the tactical situation. She wasn't preparing a lethal spell. She was just incredibly flustered. My brain is rattling in my skull. I thought you were consumed by homicidal grief over Ed's tragic execution.
Stop groaning like a dying animal. Ed is perfectly fine. The rumors are totally false, and you just made a massive fool of yourself. And for the record, I do not possess a massive, obvious crush on him. Stop spreading those highly embarrassing rumors to his sister.
The violent storm finally breaks, revealing the pale moonlight. The chaotic nightmare of this evening is washing away into the drains. I bury my face into his damp shirt. The familiar scent of wood smoke and old parchment instantly calms my racing heart.
Sleep well, my dear child. The world outside is cold and unforgiving, but this tiny cabin will always be your warm sanctuary.
The old man possessed a gentle, comforting aura. He shielded me from the brutal reality of my own overwhelming power and let me rest. For the longest time, I assumed the peaceful affection I harbored for Archmage Glocht was exactly the same emotion I felt when I curled up next to Ed's campfire. But as I cling to his broad shoulders in the freezing rain, the subtle, fundamental difference between those two emotions becomes terrifyingly clear. I never wanted to violently eradicate an entire city when the old man passed away. I simply felt hollow, but today. I wanted to burn the world.
Gently, I push her fragile shoulders back. I need to ensure you aren't severely injured, Lucy. Look at me.
My heart hammers wildly against my ribs. He is treating me like a precious piece of glass. The intense eye contact is making my skin burn. A sharp jolt of pure electric adrenaline surges through my veins. Why am I suddenly so hyper-aware of his strong hands holding my arms? All he did was softly speak my name, yet it feels like he just dropped a massive thermal detonation directly into my chest. I inhale deeply. The familiar, rugged scent of wet grass and northern pine fills my lungs. This is his unique, undeniable signature. When I lay on his wooden roof and watch the clouds drift by, that subtle scent acts as a perfect soothing lullaby. The aristocratic maids in the royal dormitory constantly complain about my muddy boots and the faint smell of campfire smoke clinging to my clothes. They demand I smell like crushed peaches and expensive perfumes. They try to scrub away the only scent that makes me feel genuinely safe.
The senior faculty will descend upon this ruined courtyard any second now. The sheer volume of magical destruction is impossible to hide. I need to orchestrate a highly plausible cover story to explain my continued absence. Yennecar is already handling Tanya, so I must gather the others immediately. We need to find Clevius, Elvira, and Lortel before the professors arrive. They need to understand my absolute need for secrecy regarding my survival. Stop staring into space, Lucy. You violently assaulted several top-tier students tonight. You are going to face a massive disciplinary hearing for this chaos. Clevius is bleeding heavily, and Elvira destroyed her most precious magical artifacts just to stall your blind rampage. You must offer them a sincere apology.
But I held back my lethal spells. I only used concussive force to push them away. I didn't want to slaughter his friends. Why is he glaring at me like that? I was just trying to avenge his tragic death. Doesn't he understand how completely terrified I was?
You really are a massive headache sometimes. You possess the power of a god, but the emotional restraint of a toddler.
I guess I share part of the blame for not warning you about the assassins. If you refuse to apologize, I will take the disciplinary hit for you. My heart shatters. He sighed. He is treating me like a disobedient child. He is disappointed in me. If he hates me, I will literally die of a broken heart. No, please don't hate me, Ed. I understand my massive mistake. I will apologize to the loud boy and the crazy alchemist right now. The heavy tension instantly vanishes from his face. A warm, genuine smile replaces his stern glare. This is the exact expression I adore. Oh no, his handsome smile is causing my pulse to absolutely skyrocket. My cheeks are burning. I have completely fallen for this rugged survivor. Eek! He abruptly turned around, snapping me out of my intense romantic daydream. I need to calm down before he notices my glowing red face.
Let's go find the others. They took a massive beating on my behalf, and I need to ensure they don't accidentally reveal my survival to the faculty. Why are you hiding behind your oversized hat, Lucy? Are you catching a fever from standing in the freezing rain?
Shut up and walk faster. We don't have much time before the professors arrive. Just lead the way, you dense idiot.
Her erratic emotional swings are completely baffling. One second she is a crying mess, and the next she is screaming at me to hurry up.
You almost killed my best friend, you absolute feral beast. You should be begging for her forgiveness on your hands and knees.
I sincerely apologize for the massive misunderstanding, Tanya. My judgment was completely clouded by the chaotic combat environment. I failed you as a senior.
It looks like the misunderstanding in the corridor has been peacefully resolved. Thank goodness Ziggs didn't actually murder the merchant prodigy.
Ed! My heart skips a beat as his familiar voice cuts through the tension. The glorious survivor has returned from the abyss. I push past the awkward crowd and throw my arms around his neck. I don't care who is watching. I am claiming my prize right now. I knew you would survive the Duke's pathetic assassination plot, Ed. A few rusty daggers could never bring down my favorite business partner.
You always maintained absolute faith in my survival, Lortel. I assume you deduced my strategy because you supplied the raw materials for the temporal artifact.
A true merchant always remains composed and rational. Is that why you were projecting an intense, homicidal aura in the hallway earlier, Lortel?
Oh? Did the calculated, emotionless prodigy of the LT Company actually lose her absolute cool when she heard I was dead?
My face flushes with sudden embarrassment. Curse Ziggs and his big mouth. I cannot let Ed know how deeply terrified I was of losing him. I never doubted your competence for a single second. I was merely aggressively verifying the facts with your sister. It was a standard corporate interrogation, but still, seeing you standing here breathing, it fills my dark heart with immense relief. I am glad you are safe, Ed.
You were right to be concerned. The battle on the cliffside pushed me to my absolute physical limits. The poison nearly won.
Since nothing in this massive capitalist world is free, you are going to pay a heavy romantic price for causing me such agonizing emotional distress. What the hell? A tiny hand violently shoves me away from Ed's chest. The supreme archmage is glaring at me with raw, terrifying territorial fury.
Get your greedy hands off my comfortable pillow, you manipulative snake. He belongs to my camp, not your boring merchant guild.
Lucy, calm down. Stop picking fights with our allies. We just resolved a massive crisis. We do not need another brawl in the courtyard.
Don't touch my head like I am a child. I am a supreme magical entity, and I decide who gets to hug you. Back off, red hair.
The heavy, awkward silence descends upon the group. The girls are glaring at each other with intense, unspoken hostility. This is a massive headache.
Don't tell me the lazy, apathetic archmage actually harbors deep romantic feelings for this rugged survivor. This completely changes my entire corporate strategy.
Stop acting so territorial, Lucy. Lortel is a crucial ally who provided the exact materials required to save my life tonight. Treat her with respect.
Eek! He patted my head. The sudden burst of gentle affection completely overrides my angry logic. My face is burning like a furnace. Stop treating me like a pet. I am the legendary Lucy Mayriel. I demand you respect my absolute authority as the apex predator of this campus.
Wow, I never paid much attention to Lucy's weird clinging habits, but her intense blushing reaction just confirmed my absolute worst fear. Stay away from him. He is my designated elemental partner. We share a deep spiritual resonance, and you are just a lazy freeloader.
The sheer volume of sparks flying between these three brilliant women is blinding. A brutal war of romantic attrition has officially erupted in the rubble.
My feral instincts are screaming louder than ever. Surviving a pack of angry wolves is easy. Surviving this terrifying love triangle is mathematically impossible.
My disgraced brother commands the absolute loyalty of the top elementalist, the wealthiest merchant, and the supreme archmage. My political campaign is a massive joke compared to this.
I guess true strength draws powerful allies naturally. He conquered the frozen wilderness, and in doing so, he conquered their hearts. He is a legend. Wait, if he is assembling a massive harem of the most powerful women on the continent, does that mean my own combat ranking drops even further?
The distant sound of heavy boots echoes through the academic district. The senior faculty is finally arriving to assess the massive property damage. Listen to me carefully, everyone. The Duke believes his elite assassins successfully murdered me on that cliffside. We must let him maintain that false reality. If the Imperial Court discovers I survived, my father will dispatch an endless army of veteran killers to finish the job. My fake death is absolutely mandatory for my long-term survival.
I sincerely apologize for shattering your ribs and blowing up your precious magical tools. My massive grief blinded my logical reasoning. Please forgive me.
We all agreed to keep Ed's survival a strict secret. However, I am slightly disappointed I won't get a chance to test my blade against his new elemental tricks.
We formulated a brilliant cover story to appease the faculty. We claimed a group of rogue monsters breached the perimeter, triggering a chaotic brawl before the wards activated.
Oh, no, my head feels like it was smashed by a troll's club. Why is my entire body aching? The last thing I remember is vomiting blood and waiting for the Archmage to execute me.
The faculty has breached the courtyard gates. I must vanish into the shadows before a professor spots my face. See you all in secret.
Gasp. My eyes snap open. I am not burning in the dark abyss of hell. I am lying on the wet cobblestones of the dormitory. My massive burns are completely gone. My shattered ribs are perfectly mended. Did an elite cleric arrive and spam high-tier healing magic on my pathetic body?
You are finally awake, you dramatic idiot. The Supreme Archmage actually bowed her head and healed your wounds. You survived the impossible.
What the hell? That psychotic monster apologized to me. Are you completely certain I'm not stuck in a hallucination right now? I guess I went completely overboard with the cursed blood technique, so I have absolutely zero right to complain about the headache. I am just glad to be alive. Wait a minute. The professors will interrogate us about the massive property damage. How am I supposed to explain I fought Lucy Mayriel and lived?
Do not worry about the administrative paperwork, Clevius. As a genius alchemist, discovering new practical applications for my tools during a crisis is a highly valuable scholarly pursuit. Just rest your tired bones and let the smart people handle the messy politics. You fought bravely today, Clevius. Be proud of yourself.
The comforting silence washes over my exhausted mind. The psychotic nightmare is finally concluded. I know you are sick of hearing me whine, Elvira, but I am fairly certain I didn't actually defeat the Archmage. Ed must have intervened.
The most surprising discovery today wasn't the magical engineering overload, Clevius. It was watching you finally stand your ground and fight for someone else.
My life really sucks. I broke my sword, ruined my uniform, and almost got vaporized by a jealous girl. I am sure you are going to scream at me to stop complaining, but for once, you are absolutely right, Elvira. I did good today.
This twisted, violent world really does suck.
I trip over my own clumsy feet, crashing hard into the freezing mud. Come on, legs. Stop shaking and keep moving. I cannot surrender now. I cannot slow down for a single second. The elite assassins must be tracking my scent through this dark forest. I must clear my royal name from these horrific murder charges. I have to find the real killer who plotted against my brother. I must avoid capture at all costs. Someone please tell me this massive nightmare will end.
The investigation into Ed Rothstailer's demise is concluding. Make a formal report and dispatch it to the Imperial Palace at once. The massive political repercussions of a single student dying are far greater than I ever anticipated. The Supreme Archmage went completely berserk, forcing an emergency evacuation of Ophelis Hall. It seems the exiled boy commanded immense respect. Ed Rothstailer, what a monumental tragedy for this institution. Yet, second-year Clevius Nortondale managed to stall the raging prodigy. Was the cowardly swordsman always hiding such feral strength? Prepare a formal commendation for Clevius and schedule a strict disciplinary hearing for Lucy. We must maintain absolute order.
Let us review the chaotic situation, Lady Lucy. The consequences of your destructive tantrum are severe. The wounded students, Clevius and Elvira, submitted formal petitions begging the council to defend your status. You unleashed a massive magical bombardment that shattered the outer walls, the grand entrance, and the beautiful rose garden. All we require is a single sign of genuine remorse to conclude this trial with light disciplinary action. Yet you stand there staring at the floor without shedding a single tear of guilt.
Your boring lectures are putting me to sleep. Just hand down the punishment so I can leave this stuffy room.
You lack the basic dignity befitting a top student. You lose your scholarship, face a 10-day suspension, and forfeit your eligibility to live in the elite dormitory. Sign the paper.
Sure, whatever. Escaping that noisy, aristocratic prison sounds like a wonderful vacation to me.
Please halt the proceedings for one moment, Deputy Headmaster. I must intervene. I implore you to reconsider your ruling. The accused will not show an ounce of remorse if you banish her from the dormitory.
Wait, no. Do not listen to the terrifying maid. I will sign the suspension forms right now. Sending me away to the northern forest is a massive reward. Hand me that quill immediately.
I recommend you sentence her to a strict period of house arrest. She must be banned from leaving the building.
We professional maids will take shifts monitoring her every movement 24 hours a day. She will not escape our gaze.
Let go of me. You evil demons cannot lock me inside that suffocating box.
In that case, I sentence the defendant to 30 days of strict house arrest. Thank you for your brilliant suggestion, Belle Maya.
Not house arrest. Anything but that miserable fate. I am so sorry. I regret everything. Please do not force me to stay indoors. I need to feel the fresh breeze on the rooftop.
We will show you the terrifying efficiency of our elite staff. You will never set foot outside the gates again.
Well, that resolves that massive headache. The top student is finally secured under lock and key.
That is a rather light sentence considering the damage. Clevius and Elvira saved her neck with those desperate petitions.
Ta-da! I made a hot bowl of beef stew using a traditional recipe from my ranch. I am very proud of it.
Oh, wow. Yennecar insists on washing my clothes, tutoring my elemental studies, and cooking my meals. She is far too kind. While the chaotic student elections rage across the campus, 3 vital issues occupy my mind. First, Princess Pania has lost all political motivation to pursue the presidential throne. Second, Tanya Rothstailer is missing in action. The supposed primary villain is nowhere to be found. And lastly, Caddick and Nox remain imprisoned within the Academy dungeon. I orchestrated this grand fake death so those assassins would report my demise to Duke Crepin, erasing me from his radar. Only after they escape the island and deliver the false news can I stop hiding in this damp cave like a wanted criminal. I have a massive pile of problems to resolve, and my ribs still ache from the blast.
You are still fighting a desperate war for survival despite being disowned. Your noble lineage brings nothing but agonizing pain. I am just a commoner from a distant ranch. I cannot comprehend the terrifying pressure resting upon your shoulders. Telling you to stay strong feels hollow and insincere. The trials you face are far from trivial.
You do not need to overthink it, Yennecar. Your presence here is already keeping me grounded and sane.
I just want you to have an easier life, Ed. I want to solve your agonizing problems for you. Maybe my heart is just getting greedy.
Her gentle, honest words strike a deep chord in my chest. I have never experienced such unwavering loyalty before. Whenever we spend time together lately, these sudden moments of heavy silence occur. It feels strange, but the warmth is undeniable. Thank you, Yennecar. You are the only person who cares this deeply about my miserable existence.
Gah, that is a little embarrassing to hear out loud. Ha ha ha. Anyway, the most vital task right now is locating your sister.
I do have my suspicions regarding her location. In the original game timeline, Tanya was a fearless, aloof prodigy, but I witnessed her resilient nature firsthand. She is hiding in the shadows, meticulously planning her next bold counterattack.
Hick, I swear upon my soul I never ordered those assassins to strike my brother.
I gaze down at the trembling girl sitting on my expensive rug. She is a completely broken mess. I received the tragic news of Ed's execution mere moments before you arrived at my door, Tanya. I cleared my schedule because I wanted to take the time to have a sincere, honest conversation with him regarding our twisted past. But my pathetic pride delayed my apology by a single day, and it cost him his life. I could have prevented this tragedy. I intended to seize the presidential throne and build an absolute power base within this academy. I planned to expose the dark rot within House Rothstaler using my own influence without relying on the Imperial Palace. But my cautious hesitation was a fatal mistake. I should have crushed the villains before they spilled innocent blood. I cannot allow the real mastermind to wield any political power on this campus. I will secure vengeance. Come in, Claire. Let the desperate guest enter my chambers.
Huff, huff. I barely managed to slip past the perimeter guards. Please, grant me sanctuary.
The initial investigation points directly to your family's elite vassals executing your brother in cold blood.
I know you despise my lineage, Your Highness, but I swear I didn't orchestrate this horrific plot. I never wanted him dead. Eek! Why is she reaching toward me with such an intense glare? Is she going to arrest me?
You made the right choice coming here, Tanya. The world outside is a mob of angry wolves. I cannot judge someone purely based on the surname Rothstaler ever again. I must learn from my massive failures.
Thank you so much, Princess Pania. You are my only salvation in this suffocating nightmare.
I am only doing my royal duty. You can hide in the Imperial dormitory until we untangle this bloody conspiracy. She is just a frail, traumatized girl. I cannot believe I viewed her as a legitimate political adversary. My real opponent is a manipulative merchant hiding behind a charming mask. It is unfortunate that Ed passed away, Lortel, but we must forge on and secure our distinct agendas. Don't you agree? Tell me exactly why you requested this sudden audience.
I came to ask why you are shielding the prime murder suspect from the angry public, of course.
29 agonizing days of confinement remaining. Just execute me now. I cannot survive without my favorite pillow by the fire.
The massive aquatic panther lunges at my chest. I must deflect its crushing jaws. I slide beneath the spectral beast's claws, driving my dagger toward its fluid core. Phew. That is enough intense exertion for today. My melee combat instincts are sharpening by the hour. Thanks for the relentless sparring sessions, Lesia. Mid-ranking spirits are phenomenal training partners. Mug is far too small for physical combat drills. My resonance with my summons continues to rise steadily. Train with the massive windwolf? Absolutely not. I'm not suicidal. Marilda would shatter my fragile spine by accident. I am quite pleased with my progress. I have nearly hit my current physical capacity ceiling. I must begin hunting for hidden quests to unlock special abilities. Stagnation means certain death in this world. Huh? I sense an unfamiliar presence approaching the secluded beach.
Oh my, what a magnificent sight for sore eyes. Your rugged physique is highly distracting, Ed. You must be frustrated hiding in a dirt cave. You should take time to rest instead of pushing your battered body. Let me wipe your brow.
I actually have an abundance of free time now. Yennecar handles my chores and the spirits help me stay sharp.
You train with your magical pets? I suppose that means they are watching us right now. Perfect. I want those spiritual beasts to witness exactly who claims your undivided attention. Ha 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 ha! Look at your tiny fire bat panicking. anything. Your summons are quite territorial.
What are you trying to accomplish, Lortel? Please give me some personal space. I need to visit Princess Penia to discuss the election soon.
I formulated a brilliant scheme to manipulate the political stage and free your assassins, but I require my down payment first.
A down payment? Do you want gold coins? Wait, why are you leaning into my chest?
Just give me a tight hug, Ed. That is the only precious currency my greedy heart desires from you today.
Oh, a physical embrace? That is highly unexpected. You are usually far more calculating and ruthless. Fine, but your sudden wave of affection is throwing my logical processing out the window.
His bare chest is radiating a massive amount of heat. My pulse is hammering against my ribs. I am losing my mind. This feels way too intense. I imagined a casual, mocking embrace, but feeling his muscles against my skin is short-circuiting my brain. Ed, back away from me. You should be more mindful of the delicate person receiving your overwhelming affection. Why do you have to be half naked? This is a massive departure from my corporate strategy. My face is burning like a furnace.
I literally just fulfilled your explicit demand. Your erratic emotional swings are giving me a massive headache. Setting your flustered panic aside, I came here to hear your answer regarding our old promise. I asked you to stand on my side when the critical turning point arrived. The time for action is now. My upcoming scheme might turn the entire student body against me. The politics are about to get chaotic.
You are plotting a massive rebellion, aren't you? Even if the entire academy draws their blades against us. I hope that you will remain on my side, Ed. That is my absolute condition for victory.
Returning to the present conversation, I advised Tanya to seek out a high-ranking noble for salvation once she escaped the danger zone. The commercial district was her only logical sanctuary. She came to me because she had nowhere else to turn. Why are you hunting for Tanya like a rabid hound, Lortel? What is your twisted endgame here?
You excel at playing innocent, Princess, but I hold the ultimate advantage in this political chess match. As you well know, I am an opportunistic and highly petty merchant. My ambitions know no bounds. And to those weaker than me, I show absolutely zero mercy. The girl will pay for her sins.
To call the successor of House Rothstaler weak is a monumental miscalculation. Even the imperial family treads lightly around their domain.
I rule the commercial district of this island. If you choose to shield her, I will unleash an endless wave of corporate sabotage against your faction.
I anticipated your aggressive threats, merchant. I have already formulated a countermeasure to halt your monopoly.
I will claim the presidential throne. If I command both the wealth and the academic authority, Tanya will have nowhere left to hide.
She plans to seize absolute control over the campus. I just need to crush her momentum with superior royal pressure. You cannot maintain this siege forever, Lortel. The elite vassals are locked in a cell, and you command every escape route on the island. You harbour a terrifying obsession with Ed Rothstaler. You want to execute his sister yourself, don't you? Thank you for trusting me with this crucial intelligence, Tanya, but I must ask the ultimate question. If you did not orchestrate the assassination, who sent those seasoned killers into the forest?
It was me. I pulled the trigger without realizing the massive consequences.
What? You just claimed you were completely innocent.
Caddick and Knox arrived under the false pretense of assisting my campaign, but the supreme head of our house, Duke Crepin, issued the kill order. My father didn't care about Ed until I sent letters praising his survival. He decided Ed was a massive threat because of my naive reports. Ed met a horrific, bloody end because I couldn't keep my mouth shut. It is all my fault.
You cannot blame yourself for a tyrant's paranoia, but we cannot hide in the shadows any longer. What is your next move? Ed proved that a person can overcome impossible odds. He fought the freezing wilderness and survived. He changed everything. The only way to uncover the twisted truth behind the murder is for you to step into the light. You must run for president.
It will be absolute hell. The public thinks I am a fratricidal monster. They will tear me to pieces on that stage. But for the sake of the people shielding me, and for my brother's legacy, I refuse to cower in a corner. I will stand tall.
In that case, I will officially endorse your campaign. You have the absolute backing of the imperial family now.
Why would you risk your royal reputation to aid a disgraced suspect like me?
I do not fully comprehend it myself, but I owe your brother a massive debt. I am trying to pay it back.
You are genuinely committing to the presidential race, Miss Lortel. We just received word that Tanya registered with the princess's blessing. Tanya carries the heavy stench of murder. Royal backing will not save her from the crowd's furious wrath.
But Miss Lortel, you already manage the entire corporate workload. You barely sleep. Expanding your duties will break your health.
Do not waste my time with unnecessary concerns, Liana. Hand these registration forms to the Academy staff immediately. With Ed officially deceased, I will seize total control over this chaotic timeline. Everything will bend to my ultimate will.
Ooh, the sun is finally shining through the glass. Today is a glorious day. I survived my brutal confinement. I am a free magical entity once more. Hey, Belle, my sentence is over, right? I can go sleep on a comfortable muddy roof now?
You have exactly 27 days remaining, Lady Lucy. The administrative paperwork took a few days to process.
What? But I have been trapped here for days. Are you seriously claiming the timer just started yesterday?
We graciously adjusted the time frame to match the bureaucracy. You have 29 days left. We will enjoy our time together.
Damn it all. It appears Duke Creepin's terrifying paranoia was absolutely correct. The exiled boy improvised highly advanced combat magic on the fly. If he had reached his full potential, he would have destroyed our empire.
You are right. And he wasn't just skilled. He amassed terrifying allies to his side. An elementalist willing to burn her own soul, to summon a primordial beast, and a supreme archmage who flattened a dormitory to avenge him.
I thought the Duke was insane for ordering the execution of his own bloodline, but the boy was clearly building a massive rebel army. What if his pathetic exile was just a brilliant theatrical act? What if he was plotting to usurp the supreme throne this entire time?
None of your wild conspiracy theories matter now. The monster is dead. Our mission is complete, even if we rot in this damp cell forever.
The most important thing now is getting you two back to your master to deliver the final report, isn't it? Shh. Do not trigger a panic. My employer gains a massive advantage from the political chaos surrounding your escape. My name is Dune. I represent the Elta Company, and I hold the keys to your salvation.
I stare blankly at the ornate ceiling. I am dying of utter mind-numbing boredom. I miss the smell of burning northern pine. Just kill me now. 24 days left in this miserable prison. I cannot survive without my favorite pillow by the fire.
I cannot execute a student, Lady Lucy. Please remain comfortable on your silk sheets.
I carry the massive stack of paperwork through the courtyard. I'm so sorry for the massive delay. Wow, who's that beautiful girl in the white dress? She possesses a highly fascinating holy aura. Oh, she completely vanished into the dense crowd. She looked like a young student, but she radiated an overwhelming divine presence. There is so much I do not understand about this world. I must maximize my time here and learn everything I can. Who knows when I will secure another monumental opportunity like this? I must remain incredibly diligent. But the moment I pause, the heavy reality crashes down upon me. I thought I could finally meet Tanya again. I read the newsletter stating she is running for president. She must be hiding somewhere safe. I'm just relieved she's alive. Hearing about Ed's brutal execution shattered my heart. I cannot believe the kind boy who offered me shelter in a snowstorm is truly gone forever. He taught me what absolute freedom meant. And now Tanya, my very first friend here, is accused of his horrific murder. Now that Ed is gone, the entire academy feels so incredibly dark and suffocating. The gloom is palpable.
This towering mountain of paperwork regarding Ed Rothstailer's demise is giving me a massive migraine. I need a single professor to manage this disaster. Someone connected to Clevius, Lucy, and the deceased boy.
Assistant Professor Cleo reporting for duty. Ed was always so helpful when my workload overflowed. I guess you never know when tragedy will strike. My diligent assistant has been highly depressed lately too. The dark clouds over this campus refuse to lift.
I stare blankly at my desk. We were never romantically involved, but the sharp pain in my chest is absolutely unbearable. I just miss his quiet resilience. I miss the comforting smell of his campfire. It hurts so much.
Despite the gloomy rumors surrounding my execution, I am perfectly fine. I must endure this temporary isolation for the sake of my grand design. Yennekar's fake testimony cemented the official story. She claimed she saw the assassins push me into the dark ocean. It was a flawless deception. But watching everyone grieve my death is psychologically exhausting. They are carrying a massive burden because of my lies.
I decided to try making a spicy vegetable curry today. I hope you like the new recipe. Chop Chopping the ingredients is simple, but managing the thermal output of the fire is tricky. I am nervous about ruining it. Eek, Anise, why are you suddenly hugging me from behind? You startled me.
Please snap out of your dangerous denial, Yennecar. He is dead. You have to accept reality and stop making extra food for a ghost.
Oh, thank you for your deep concern, Anise. But I assure you, I am processing my grief in a very healthy, perfectly sane manner. Just let me finish cooking this curry. The imaginary ghost gets very cranky when his stomach is empty.
Tanya finally emerged from hiding. She is cooperating with the faculty to prove her innocence.
Princess Pena officially endorsed her, stabilizing her political standing. Look, your white shirt is completely clean now.
But Lortel commands a massive, rabid support base among the commoners. If this aggressive momentum continues, Lortel will easily claim the presidency. By the way, Yenneca, when Lortel visited my cave earlier, what exactly did you do to her?
I didn't do anything malicious. I simply threatened to drown her if she didn't leave. It is not my place to ask about your romantic affairs.
I am highly surprised to find you lounging here, Yennecar. I came because Ed promised me a private meeting. I do not care if the merchant prodigy wins the election, Ed. My primary concern is Tanya's safety. With Kadok and Nox escaping the dungeon, the public is absolutely convinced Tanya orchestrated their breakout to cover her bloody tracks. I visited her in the royal dorm. Because your life relies on your fake death, I couldn't reveal the truth to clear her name. She looked absolutely awful. The crushing pressure of the entire academy labeling her a fratricidal killer is destroying her fragile mind. Once she registers, she must give a massive speech in front of that furious mob. I don't think she can endure the psychological torment.
You do not have to say any more, Ziggs. I understand the dire situation perfectly. According to the rigid game narrative, this exact chapter lacked physical combat. It was purely a political storyline meant to forge grand alliances. Taylor was supposed to rally the top students of each year to endorse Princess Pania. Persuading just 5 of the 8 elite combatants secured his massive victory. Winning that election granted Taylor the absolute backing of the Imperial Court, a mandatory asset for defeating my father, the ultimate boss. I cannot let this timeline collapse. The Imperial authority is my only guaranteed weapon against Ukrepin's apocalyptic magic. Princess Penia must win the throne, but if I remain hidden, Tanya will be mercilessly crushed by the angry mob. Maybe I should secretly reveal my survival to Penia and convince her to leverage her royal power to crush Lortel. I am deeply torn. Helping Tanya publicly ruins my fake death, but abandoning her feels like a horrific betrayal of my own humanity.
You seem heavily distracted by your political calculations. We can postpone our sparring session if your mind is elsewhere.
No, it is perfectly fine. I need a violent distraction to clear my spinning head anyway.
Let us begin then! I need to test exactly how far my feral combat skills have progressed since our last brutal encounter.
I have not fought a high-tier opponent since the cliffside ambush. I am itching to unleash my new arsenal.
Prepare yourself, Ed. I will not hold back my aggressive momentum.
Ziggs Eifelstein, the ultimate spear of nature. In the original game, he was Taylor's most reliable and devastating vanguard.
Here I come! Single slash. I tear the atmospheric pressure apart with pure kinetic force.
I need to verify my physical parameters against a true prodigy. Since I am disconnected from the main storyline, my growth rate is highly unpredictable. Beginner magic shield. I project a condensed hexagonal barrier to absorb his heavy impact. The sheer density of his strike cracks my ward instantly. His brute strength is completely overwhelming.
Do not think you can hide behind fragile glass. I will shatter your pathetic defenses!
His acceleration is terrifying. How is a massive brawler moving at that impossible velocity?
Taste the feral edge of my blade. Your defensive tactics will only delay your inevitable defeat.
He intentionally telegraphed that wide swing. It is a distraction. He is buying time to weave a high-tier spell.
You fell for it! I launch my heavy broadsword directly into the earth. It is a massive trap.
Mug, ignite the core. I command a localized thermal detonation to blast me out of the immediate danger zone. The blinding heat repels his incoming assault. The sand turns to molten glass beneath my boots.
What? He intentionally detonated his own spirit to gain aggressive evasion momentum? What a suicidal maneuver!
The smoke clears, but his physical presence is completely gone. His movement patterns are defying logical physics.
I snatch my heavy blade from the roaring flames. You cannot escape my feral instincts.
No way. He bypassed my thermal wall without casting a defensive ward. He is manipulating his own physical body using advanced telekinesis magic. He is combining elemental mobility with heavy melee strikes. This requires a terrifying level of visceral combat instinct. The average mage would snap their own spine attempting this trick.
You analyze too slowly. Feel the freezing wrath of my secondary attribute, Ice Spear. The massive ogenic projectile shatters the space between us. Dodge this, survivor!
He is not holding back at all. I violently vault over the jagged ice spikes before they pierce my lungs.
Do not lower your guard. My assault never pauses for a single breath.
He abandons his heavy sword to increase his casting speed. He is preparing his ultimate technique.
High-level mana armament! Let us abandon the training tools and fight a real bloody battle. I am turning the raw atmospheric magic into solid, destructive weaponry. Show me your absolute peak, Ed.
A sequence of massive magical detonations rocks the beach. The sheer kinetic feedback is throwing my balance off.
Oh my goodness, Ed is getting completely overwhelmed. Please do not hurt him too badly, Ziggs. I need to hurry up and finish cooking this hot curry. They are burning so many calories, they will be completely starving when this ends.
Feel the suffocating pressure of my ultimate magic. I condense my mana into an absolute, unyielding spear.
He forged a massive spiritual halberd from pure wind. The physical density is incredible.
I shatter your pathetic defensive wards like fragile glass. Yield to the apex predator.
I cannot engage him in a direct brawl. I manifest my spiritual bow and load it with condensed fluid. Water arrows. I unleash a massive volley of high-velocity projectiles to disrupt his aggressive advance.
Your tiny arrows are totally useless against my dense mana shield. They evaporate upon impact.
Most scholars never utilize mana armament because the energy consumption is horribly inefficient. But his feral stamina ignores that severe weakness.
I will plow through your aquatic barrage and crush you with raw momentum.
His unique mastery allows him to freely swap between elemental and physical weapons without dropping his shield. He is a walking fortress.
You cannot predict my shifting arsenal. I am utilizing telekinesis to reposition my strikes in mid-air.
He is controlling the battlefield from every angle. If I lose focus for a single second, he will sever my head.
You are backed into a corner, survivor. My absolute victory is assured.
Storm's Blessing. I trigger my ultimate defensive ward to violently repel his incoming blade with a concentrated hurricane.
Arr! The sudden burst of atmospheric pressure completely destroys my center of gravity. I am launched backward. He hit a high-tier wind ward beneath his water magic. His tactical layering is incredibly deceptive.
I manifest the source of the fluid directly beneath his feet. The heavy water bursts from the sand like a geyser.
What? He planted a massive aquatic trap while deflecting my sword strikes? When did he weave this complex circle?
Now, Lacia, drown the arrogant warrior in the crushing depths of your supreme domain.
The massive spectral panther is pinning my arms. The fluid density is suffocating my breathing. Do not underestimate my feral strength. I forcefully override the water pressure with a volatile burst of pure kinetic energy.
He shattered my mid-ranking spirit with raw physical torque. The backlash is throwing my internal circuits into chaos.
Did you truly believe a mere water puddle could hold me? I will incinerate your absolute arrogance.
Point explosion. I sacrifice my remaining thermal reserves to detonate a condensed sphere right in his face. Huff, huff. Ziggs has grown terrifyingly strong. If he can maintain mana armament for this long, he has already reached his endgame power level. With an ally this completely overpowered, Taylor won't face any issues defeating the final bosses. Wait, what is that massive aura?
Cough! Your explosive trap severely burned my skin. You really are an amazing combatant, Ed. I should never have underestimated your desperate survival skills. I will discard my restraints and crush you with my peak power. I am getting totally serious now. Prepare to face the ultimate wrath of the wilderness. High-level mana armament. Convergence. I pull every ounce of ambient energy into a singular, devastating singularity.
Damn it. The sheer gravitational pull of his spell is ripping my fluid construct apart. Defend me, Lacia.
Slice the massive water beast completely in half. Your fragile spirits cannot protect you from my ultimate technique.
The power he is displaying right now, I considered this to be his absolute maximum limit during the climax of the game's final chapter. Why is he exhibiting this apocalyptic strength so early in the timeline? My strict calculations are fundamentally wrong. In the original story, Ziggs only unlocks this final combat form during the brutal invasion of Gregor Cathedral.
I am the spear from nature. My soul merges with the storm. I will completely eradicate your defensive perimeter. Instead of engaging in weak psychological tricks, the best way to shatter an opponent like you is with overwhelming, absolute firepower. Fall before my relentless barrage! Hundreds of spiritual blades crash down upon the beach like a terrifying meteor shower.
I am pushing my thermal barrier to the maximum limit, but the sheer kinetic velocity is tearing my skin apart. I am completely out of standard magic power. Point explosion is horribly inefficient, but it was my only viable counter. The immediate threat is his brutal secondary assault. He doesn't pause for a single breath.
Your weak fire shields are crumbling. I will deliver the final crushing blow and claim my victory.
Huff, huff. I reach into my pocket, pulling out a glowing engineering tool. I didn't want to use my trump cards.
Relying on pathetic metal toys proves your mana pool is totally drained. This match is officially over, Ed. I bring my massive energy blade down with the force of a falling mountain. What the hell? He easily deflected my ultimate strike with a concentrated burst of wind magic? How is he weaving high-tier atmospheric pressure when his internal circuits are completely dry? That is mathematically impossible.
Since you refuse to hold back your apocalyptic strength, I have absolutely no choice but to retaliate with my ultimate asset, Glast's golden phoenix ring. I cannot afford to drain my life force like I did during the assassination ambush. I will burn a minuscule fraction of magic to trigger the summoning ritual. Manifest your true glory.
His magical signature just underwent a massive, violent mutation. He is pulling an entity from the ether. The suffocating pressure radiating from that circle. It feels like standing before a literal god.
My, you bypass the substitute altar entirely. You managed to open the dimensional rift using your own raw willpower, Ed. That is quite a monumental improvement. Your spiritual resonance is growing beautifully.
The election assembly is roaring. Thousands of students scream my name in absolute adoration.
The results are entirely obvious. The other candidates are a complete joke compared to Miss Lortel's massive financial influence.
Thank you, my wonderful peers. I promise to elevate Sylvania's markets to unprecedented heights. The future is golden. Once I secure the presidential throne, my monopoly over this island will be absolute. No one can challenge my authority.
She wields the wealth of an empire and the hearts of the commoners. If she wins, the faculty will be powerless to stop her corporate takeover.
Oh my, look who finally decided to crawl out of hiding. Your trembling hands look highly pathetic today, Tanya.
Ach, the piercing hatred in her eyes is suffocating. She looks like she wants to murder me right here on the stage.
You seem incredibly nervous, little murderer. The crowd knows exactly what kind of monster you truly are.
I didn't orchestrate his execution. I am innocent. Stop looking at me like that. I force my shaking legs to carry me to the podium. I must endure this nightmare to uncover the truth.
Let us see how long your fragile pride survives the brutal reality of public opinion. Enjoy the slaughter.
Phew. I clutch the microphone tightly. My heart is beating so fast it hurts. Be strong, Tanya. You have royal backing. Hello, everyone. My name is Tanya Rothstaler, and I am formally running for Student Council President.
The massive crowd falls completely silent. A terrifying, heavy malice settles over the courtyard.
The reason I stand before you today is because I wish to reform the broken aristocratic systems. Look at her. She acts totally unfazed. She shows absolutely zero remorse for murdering her own flesh and blood.
She is desperately trying to project confidence. 10 excruciating minutes have passed since she began her empty pledges.
That concludes my primary administrative goals. I thank you for listening to my...
Murderer! Get off the stage, you putrid, treacherous snake. Stop spewing pathetic political lies and explain what really happened to your brother. Confess your sins. The newsletter confirmed the assassins belonged to House Rothstaler. You slaughtered him for power. Withdraw your name immediately.
Ugh, a heavy water bottle violently strikes my forehead. The sheer kinetic impact shatters my balance. I collapse onto the hard wooden stage. The agonizing pain in my head is blinding, but the public humiliation hurts far worse.
Ha 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 ha! Look at her crawl in the dirt like the pathetic worm she is. Your grand ambitions are completely crushed.
It was incredibly foolish to think I could survive this stage. The entire world hates me. I am a disgraced failure. The angry mob is surging forward. Their eyes are glowing with pure homicidal rage. I should have stayed hidden in the dark.
Drag her off the podium. Eradicate the corrupt noble. Make her pay for taking the survivor away from us.
I curl into a tight ball, squeezing my eyes shut. Please, somebody make this nightmare stop. I just want my brother back.
Gah! What the hell is going on? A colossal surge of pure atmospheric pressure just ripped across the beach.
My eyes lock onto the distant political rally. The massive surge of public hatred directed at my sister is physically palpable.
Hold on tight, Ed. I am manifesting my true primordial form. We will cross the island in a single bound.
Just when a precious childhood memory fades into the dark, you begin to doubt you were ever truly happy.
He always held my hand when I was frightened. His grip was the only thing that made me feel secure.
Just when you give up on trying to remember that gentle warmth, the memory suddenly returns, violently pulling you from the abyss.
I grab her trembling hand, my grip firm and absolute. You are safe now, Tanya. the nightmare is over.
Ed, you are alive. The overwhelming wave of absolute relief shatters my emotional dams. The tears won't stop falling.
I know I have a massive mountain of things to explain, but let's silence this angry mob first.
That is a massive improvement, Ed. You managed to summon my humanoid form without draining your life force.
You don't require as much ambient mana to sustain this smaller state, right? This form possesses severe physical limits, but it is highly efficient.
Gah! The sheer concussive force of her wind magic is launching me into the sky. I cannot stabilize my footing.
How incredibly strange. If Ziggs has truly reached his absolute peak power level according to the game's final chapter, right now, my mana pool is completely drained. I haven't acquired the massive late-game artifacts the protagonist uses to scale his strength. I have exhausted every single magical trick in my current arsenal. Yet somehow, I am surviving a fight against an endgame boss.
My mouth is so tiny in this form. It is incredibly hard to project my voice, and I lack my majestic fur to keep my skin warm. Without my massive tail, balancing feels completely wrong. But combining my wind wards with your precise combat timing creates a flawless defense.
Wait a minute. The atmospheric pressure is shifting violently. He isn't finished.
I refuse to fall! If I pour my entire life force into a singular devastating strike, I will crush your fragile humanoid spirit.
Damn it, this tiny body severely limits my raw kinetic output. The sheer density of his incoming attack is going to shatter my barrier.
Halt your advance. We are terminating this sparring session immediately.
The spiritual halberd stops mere inches from Ed's throat. The chaotic tempest slowly disperses into the ocean breeze.
I lose. My mana reserves are completely empty. I yield the match. Thank you for that brutal lesson, Ziggs. You really pushed me to my absolute physical limit today.
Huff, huff. I cannot believe you have gotten this incredibly strong in just a single year. Your tactical layering is a nightmare to fight.
My calculations regarding the timeline were completely wrong. Why have you grown so much faster than the game predicted?
Because you inspired me, Ed. Your relentless defiance forced me to shatter my own limits. Watching you claw your way out of the frozen dirt without complaining once, it ignited a massive fire in my feral heart. I wanted to match your strength.
I always tried to precisely control the situation based on my rigid knowledge of the original storyline. I obsessed over maintaining the required narrative milestones to ensure Taylor secured his ultimate victory over the final boss. I genuinely believed forcing the characters down their predestined paths was the only way to save this world from absolute destruction. But the timeline is completely fractured now. The variables have mutated, and the original script is dead. I hesitated to save Tanya because I feared warping the narrative flow beyond my control. I let a girl suffer just to protect a broken prophecy. But looking around, the people who broke from the script have become significantly stronger. The rigid path wasn't the only way. Ziggs surpassed his limits. He is a phenomenal ally for the upcoming war.
Yennecar didn't fall to darkness. She became a genius elementalist who constantly supports me.
I myself have acquired immense magical power and forged unbreakable alliances with the strongest people on this campus.
It might be highly naive, but straying from the original storyline isn't a guaranteed disaster. I will embrace this new chaos and forge my own destiny.
What the hell is that massive wind spirit doing here? We are going to get crushed by that giant beast.
Everyone, please calm down and step back. Do not provoke the primordial wolf or we will all perish.
Wait a second, look at the glowing blue aura. I have seen that high-ranking spirit before during the midterm exams.
I took my hood down, revealing my face to the terrified crowd. I know I caused a massive panic, but please hear me out. It is me, Tanya. I survived the ambush in the northern forest. I am standing right here in the flesh. Hello, everyone. My name is Ed Rothstaler. I apologize for the dramatic entrance, but I need to set the record straight. I was never murdered by my sister. Tanya is innocent. She had nothing to do with the bloody assassination attempt on my life.
He really did it. He shattered his own tactical advantage and stepped into the light just to save her from the angry mob.
Look at that dramatic idiot. He really knows how to make an entrance and steal the spotlight from everyone else.
The entire dynamic of this student election just flipped upside down in a single second. Tanya's political momentum is going to skyrocket.
Before you cast your final votes, I hope my presence here clears away all the toxic rumors surrounding her campaign.
Ed, you came back for me. I thought you were gone forever. The suffocating nightmare is over.
I fully support Tanya and her vision for the student council. She has my unwavering backing as her older brother.
So, let me get this straight. died. You were stabbed by a poisoned dagger, but survived by activating Delheim's hourglass to reverse the temporal flow. After hiding in a coastal cave for weeks, you rushed to the assembly to announce your public support for your sister.
Yes, sir. Can we please wrap this up? I have answered these exact same questions countless times already today. I am sick of these endless interrogations. My head is pounding and my shattered ribs still burn. I just want to rest.
You possess a terrifying resilience. Third-year magic student Ed Rothstaler. Your survival instincts are unparalleled. I have read all the official reports from the faculty. The sheer volume of chaos you attract is alarming. You have gone through an immense amount of suffering. Being hunted by elite assassins on school grounds is a massive tragedy. I must sincerely apologize for the security failings of our academy. We failed to protect you from that vicious ambush. It is a miracle you survived the lethal poison. Please drink your tea and calm your racing nerves.
It is fine. The culprits planned their strike with great care. Standard security measures wouldn't have stopped veterans of that caliber anyway. But honestly, Headmaster, this whole interrogation seems very contrived, doesn't it? You are hiding your true motives. Judging by the timeline, you intentionally waited for the assassins to escape the island and report my death before you summoned me here. You want to sweep this under the rug. You don't want the Imperial Court breathing down your neck over a botched murder plot.
My primary duty is to protect this academy, Ed. Reporting your miraculous survival to the authorities will alert your father.
And dealing with the unyielding wrath of Dukrepin is a massive headache you wish to avoid. He would send an entire army next time. Could you please delay your official report for a while? I need more time to build my strength in the shadows.
I have zero interest in the bloody conflicts of House Rothstaler. I only care about the safety of my students. If this becomes a political issue later, I will handle it then. Your fake death remains secure outside these walls for now.
Thank you, Headmaster. That gives me the tactical breathing room I desperately need to survive the coming war.
Your grades have improved fast, and your reputation is rising among your peers. You are a different person now, Ed.
I just decided to stop wasting my life. The frozen wilderness taught me the brutal value of hard work.
Sylvania is always on the side of its capable students. We protect the strong and nurture the brilliant. I shall remember your name, Ed Rothstaler. I am sure we will be seeing each other again very soon.
He figured out my grand deception, but chose to turn a blind eye. My strategic advantage against my father remains intact.
Miss Tanya's business hours are over for the day. Stop bothering her with your pathetic corporate requests and leave. She refuses to accept any bribes. Take your dirty gold coins and get out of the royal dormitory this instant.
The public treats her like a literal saint now. I guess I don't need to intervene in her political affairs anymore. I heard you got summoned by the headmaster for a long interrogation. Are you holding up okay, Tanya?
Hey, I am doing wonderful. The election momentum is incredible. My glorious day in the sun has finally arrived.
Of course, crashing the assembly on a giant spectral wolf and proving your innocence certainly helped your poll numbers skyrocket.
I pushed the election into a massive two-way contest. Everyone forgot about the other weak candidates the moment I stepped on stage. And right when our approval ratings tied, I leaked my own fake embezzlement scandal to the Academy press. I resigned in public disgrace, leaving Tanya as the only viable candidate left standing. It was a flawless victory for her. The newspaper ate up my fabricated lies. I sacrificed my own political reputation to ensure she claimed the throne.
We haven't been able to talk at all since the assembly. You were constantly dragged into questioning by the faculty. But I really wanted to find you and thank you first, Ed. You saved me from the jaws of absolute despair. Thank you so much for saving me. You are the best brother in the whole world. I love you. No, that embarrassing memory doesn't count. Erase that pathetic crying face from your mind right now. I know this is a bit shameless of me to ask, considering all the massive sacrifices you made, but I really want to know, why did you come out of hiding to help me on that stage?
Because it was the right thing to do. You were about to be torn apart by an angry mob.
You risked your secret life. You couldn't stand seeing me face that horrible injustice alone, right? You do care about me.
Sure. Let's just go with that dramatic narrative. I definitely didn't do it to preserve the future timeline.
See, you were worried about me. You really are a big softy underneath that rugged wilderness exterior.
We are family, Tanya. Despite our toxic past, of course I was going to support you when you needed it most.
Heh heh. Thank you, Ed. Hearing you say that makes my heart feel incredibly light. The crushing burden is gone. Now that I am the president, I will use my massive authority to help you with anything you need in the future. I have a mountain of paperwork to sign. I will see you later, Ed. Take care of your injuries.
She bounces away with renewed energy. The heavy political storm has finally passed, leaving a bright future in its wake. You can come out now, Lortel. How long have you been hiding behind that pillar listening to us? Eavesdropping on a heartfelt family reunion is terrible manners, even for a greedy merchant prodigy like yourself.
Ever since you started being so sickeningly cliché with your sister, the sheer emotional sweetness almost made me vomit my breakfast. There are nasty rumours floating around about my massive corporate scandal. Are you worried about my fragile reputation, Ed? I am doing wonderful. Everything went exactly according to my grand scheme. I pulled the ultimate strings from the shadows. Publishing the fake embezzlement news forced a massive two-way race, guaranteeing she claimed the throne without any real competition. The other pathetic candidates were totally eclipsed by our drama. It was the easiest political manipulation of my life. And threatening Princess Penia forced Her Royal Highness to publicly back Tanya, securing the aristocratic vote in one swift stroke.
It was obvious the princess felt immense guilt about my death. You used her trauma as a pawn on your chessboard. You made a massive amount of enemies and ruined your public image just to push my sister into power. You really went above and beyond for my sake, Lortel. I owe you a massive debt for this maneuver. My brutal sparring match against Ziggs helped me erase any lingering hesitation. I know exactly who my true allies are now.
Hearing you thank me makes the public humiliation entirely worth it. I am just glad you are staying by my side, Ed.
But I would be lying if I didn't acknowledge Tanya's massive tactical value. Act 4 is the bloody war against House Rothstaler. As the new head of the Student Council, she wields immense academic authority. I am already viewed as my father's ultimate enemy. Having Tanya run the surface operations while I command the shadows is the perfect strategic countermeasure against the Duke's assassins.
It feels so amazing to drop that heavy campaign facade. Being a politician is far too exhausting for my taste. I am notorious among the students now. Tanya despises my guts, so I will rely on you to pull the strings from behind the curtain.
You really have a terrible habit of manipulating and intimidating everyone around you, Lortel. You enjoy being the villain.
Are you sure you are all right associating with a disgraced criminal? The nobles will whisper about you behind your back. Rumors don't cost me gold, Ed. I am a wicked villain by nature anyway. I thrive in the dark. As long as you are not my enemy, I am happy. The rest of the world can burn for all I care.
And so, the storyline enters a new fractured phase. Penia lost the presidency, altering the destined flow of power. The massive struggle between the Imperial faction and my father is completely shrouded in fog. I cannot predict the outcome anymore. I will just have to wait and see what catastrophic butterfly effects ripple through the rest of Act 3. It has been nearly a month since I slept here. I really missed the quiet solitude of my own camp. I need to clear the overgrown fire pit and tidy up the dust inside. The wilderness reclaims everything so fast. Let's see how much damage the weather did to my wooden walls while I was hiding in that damp coastal cave. Wait, what is that noise? I hear a soft, rhythmic sound coming from the bed. Did a monster break in?
Ha. The massive witch hat shifts slightly with every breath.
Lucy is fast asleep on my mattress. I guess some things never change, no matter how much the timeline fractures.
Zzz. The warm blanket is so cozy.
She flattened an entire dormitory looking for me. The least I can do is let her rest in peace today. I will just read my grimoire by the desk while I wait for her to wake up. I have a lot of studying to do. The wooden chair creaks under my weight. The familiar smell of pine and old parchment calms my racing nerves. Actually, I am exhausted too. Let's just catch some sleep. The political scheming drained my mental stamina. I drift off to the sound of crickets and the gentle rustle of leaves. I am finally back home. 3 days later, I received word that the faculty officially certified Tanya's election as the new student council president.
You want me to handle the massive pile of grading for the underclassmen, Professor Molina? That is a huge responsibility.
Why not? You handle high-ranking spirits easily. It is good practice for leadership, and I will give you extra credit for it.
But my academic knowledge isn't on par with a professor's. What if I grade their magical theories incorrectly?
The joint combat training is approaching fast. I want you to project authority and confidence in front of the younger students. You are the top elementalist of your year, but lately you keep smiling like a massive fool during my lectures. You are deeply distracted.
I understand you are dating Ed Rothstaler, but this intense one-sided infatuation is worrying me. Wait, what did you just say? Ed and I are not dating. Why on earth would you say something so incredibly embarrassing out loud?
You two are constantly together. You eat in the cafeteria together, you study together, and you follow him around like a shadow. You even do his laundry and cook his meals down at his dirty camp. You act like his devoted wife. You sit in class giggling to yourself, staring blankly at the chalkboard like a girl who just got her very first boyfriend.
Pete, please don't tell the other students. It is a massive misunderstanding. We are just really good friends. But does everyone really think we are dating? Is it that obvious to the rest of the academy? I rush out of the office. The other students are staring at me. They are all whispering about us. Oh my gosh, my face is burning like a furnace. This is so incredibly embarrassing. I need to hide. My hometown of Pulin is a tiny, isolated farming village deep in the eastern mountains. We were cut off from civilization. It barely has 300 residents, and the massive herds of sheep outnumber the people 10 to 1. I could see elemental spirits since I was a baby, and the villagers cherished me as their precious, miraculous prodigy. Sometimes, a young male boy from the capital city would visit us to deliver packages. He was an outsider.
Hello, Miss Yennecar. I have a delivery for you today. Please sign here.
He always addressed me with strict, awkward formality. I was the treasured youngest resident, so I wasn't used to such polite distance. But thanks to my friendly nature, the heavy tension slowly vanished, and we grew closer over the years. He started dropping the formalities, and we became genuine friends. We chatted about the massive cities outside our tiny valley. Everyone in Pulin loved me, and I loved them back. It was a perfect, peaceful life.
Please be mine, Yennecar. I am deeply in love with you. Will you accept these flowers and date me?
My heart sank. I have a terrible time rejecting people, but I just saw him as a good friend. I was far too young for romance. I dropped the bouquet and told him I was incredibly sorry. I broke his heart. He ran away in tears and didn't return to the village for a very long time. The guilt was suffocating.
When he finally came back, he didn't bring flowers. He brought my official admission notice to Sylvania Academy.
He handed it to me with a sad, empty expression. The warm friendship we shared was completely gone.
Goodbye, miss. I wish you the best of luck in your academic studies.
He went back to speaking formally. The massive wall of polite respect crushed me. I barely remember his face now, but that harsh shift in tone left a deep scar. Ever since then, I have been terrified of sudden formality. It feels like absolute rejection.
Miss Yennecar, hello? Are you listening to me? You're zoning out again. If you have any applications to hand in, just give them to me. I need to file them before the office closes.
I am just thinking. Give me a second to process this massive decision.
You've been holding that application for leaving Dex Hall for days. Why are you so hesitant to submit it? You have plenty of friends who would gladly help you make a decision, right? Just ask for their advice.
Normally that was true. I had dozens of friends, but right now, their intense stares are suffocating me. All I want to do is run away.
I should have known Ed was alive based on how happy you look lately. You couldn't stop grinning from ear to ear. I know you had your strict reasons for keeping his survival a secret. You don't need to apologize for that.
Anise, I have a major problem and I really need your tactical advice. I am terrible at saying no. When people ask for favors, I just do it. And I keep doing chores for Ed because I want to.
Why on earth are you doing his laundry and cooking his meals down in that dirty camp? Did he order you to act like his maid?
No, I did all that voluntarily. But now I have a massive favor to ask him, and I am terrified he will say no. We are so close and comfortable. I feel like it's harder to ask people you are super close to for massive favors. It feels awkward.
Oh, is the genius elementalist actually struggling with a boy? Then why don't you try creating some professional distance? If you spend too much time together, you lose that special heart-fluttering tension. Act formal and make him miss you. I am giving her terrible advice, but if she creates distance and leaves him alone, maybe I have a chance to slide in.
Thank you, Anise. That is a brilliant idea. I will act super formal and distant to build a romantic tension. I know exactly what to do now. You are an absolute lifesaver. I am going to try it out tonight. See you tomorrow. I am rushing to the camp right now.
Wait, I didn't mean you should actually do it. Come back. What have I done? She's going to ruin her relationship, and it is all my fault.
My magic engineering skill is progressing nicely. The advanced production slot is finally open. I have collected a massive pile of production formulas during my time in the wilderness. The options are staggering. I cannot physically build them all, but there is one specific item I desperately want to craft before the next major conflict. The 1,000-year-old wooden one struck by lightning. It drastically amplifies elemental resonance and mana efficiency. I snap a sturdy piece of wood. The formula is simple, but the raw materials are incredibly hard to come by. I need a millennial tree branch struck by lightning. In the original game, this was a guaranteed reward for clearing Act 3. Out here, I have to forge the legendary weapon myself. Thankfully, Merilda's guardian tree fits the biological age requirement perfectly. The wood is saturated with ancient mana, xMana, but the raw atmospheric lightning strike is the real problem. Waiting for a natural storm is a massive waste of time. There is only one person capable of generating that kind of voltage on demand, and she is currently napping on my hammock.
Stop staring at me, Ed. Your intense gaze is disturbing my peaceful slumber. I crack one eye open. What do you want now? Are you going to ask me to blow something up again?
What the hell? She vanished into thin air? Where did she go?
I leap into the high canopy of the trees. Leave me alone. I am not your personal battery.
What was that about? It's not like this is the first time I have woken you up to ask for a magical favor. Why are you hiding?
Just ask me later. Your pink-haired friend is arriving soon anyway. Stop bothering me and focus on her.
I push through the thick brush, my heart pounding in my chest. I need to execute Anis's plan flawlessly. Hi, Ed. I am here for our scheduled resonance training session.
You are 10 minutes late, Yennecar. That is highly unusual for you. Did something happen on your way down here?
There is no special reason. I just happened to be slightly delayed. Maintain distance, maintain distance.
I set my book down. I understand. You are incredibly busy with your grading duties, so I appreciate you making the time to train with me.
Would you like some tea, sir? Wait, why did I ask that? How am I supposed to create distance if I keep offering to serve him?
Your spiritual control is improving remarkably fast, Yennecar. Your resonance has grown so much in such a short period. Maintaining Mug in his physical form consumes almost 0 mana for you now. Your compatibility with fire spirits is excellent.
Thank you for the wonderful compliments, Ed. I don't know what to do with myself. I will keep working hard.
Pardon the sudden intrusion. I am here to retrieve Lady Lucy. Deputy Headmaster Rachel requires her immediate assistance regarding the disciplinary paperwork. I was deeply shocked to hear the rumours of your brutal death. Seeing you alive and well brings me immense comfort, Master Ed.
I apologize for causing you such worry, Miss Bell. I was forced to lay low and recover from the poison in secret.
Did you know it is a core virtue for a maid to always place herself below others? That is why I maintain my strict formality.
I understand your position, but that won't stop me from calling you Miss Bell. I respect you too much to treat you like a simple servant.
The heavy tension between Ed and the headmaid is terrifying. I have never seen him glare with such intense authority before. Wait a minute. Distance, attention, formality, the pieces are falling into place. The male boy used strict formality to create a massive emotional wall between us. That is the secret to building tension. I am perfectly fine, Miss Bell. Sharing a room with friends at Dex Hall is quite fun. I am adapting well.
I see. I shall get going then. I have a massive pile of administrative duties to oversee. I must prepare for the upcoming holy inspection and ensure Lady Lucy is presentable for the Emperor's arrival. This lazy girl is a handful.
Please take good care of yourselves. Have a safe trip back up the mountain path. Hey, Yennecar, now that the interruption is gone, are you ready to continue our resonance training?
Ed, why don't we try addressing each other more formally from now on? We could act like we just met. You know, being highly respectful and polite without making things weird. It builds character. I grip his shirt tightly. I just wanted to try it out with you. Please play along.
I stare at her blushing face. If she insists on this bizarre roleplay, I guess I have no choice but to oblige. All right, let's do it your way. We will maintain strict professional boundaries. It is getting late. We can just exchange a few polite words by the fire before you return for the dormitory curfew.
Good evening, Mr. Ed. It is a supreme pleasure to walk with you tonight.
My body goes stiff. She didn't cast time prison on me, but for some reason I can barely force the words out of my throat.
I twist my fingers around my staff. The awkward tension is suffocating. It feels like her nervous energy is highly contagious. Sir Ed, are you feeling okay? My heart is beating so fast.
3 excruciatingly silent minutes pass by the campfire. The crackling flames are the only sound breaking the heavy tension. So, what was the important matter you wanted to discuss with me earlier?
And never mind, it is nothing important. Just forget I said anything.
We have shared quiet moments before, but this forced formality is completely nerve-wracking. The atmosphere is agonizing. She suggested this game, but now she is floundering in absolute embarrassment because she didn't expect it to feel this awkward.
I want this horrible awkwardness to end. I should just spit it out and ask him, be brave, Yennecar. Oh no, look at the time. I'm about to miss the dormitory curfew. I have to run. Thank you so much for the lesson today, Mr. Ed. I will see you tomorrow. Good night.
She dashes into the dark woods. What on earth has gotten into her recently? This is a massive headache.
The next morning, I sit by the river to clear my head. The gentle breeze rustles the ancient leaves.
Are you going to keep playing this ridiculous formal game with Yennecar? It is painful to watch. I am always busy trying to survive. I don't have the luxury of worrying about teenage romance or awkward social games, Marilda.
You humans make everything so terribly complicated. Why don't you just tell her how you feel and save everyone the misery?
Her sudden shift in behavior is highly unnatural. I think the stress of living in the crowded common dorm is finally manifesting. She used to have her own quiet room at Ophelis Hall. Now she is surrounded by loud students 24 hours a day. It must be exhausting.
So you are deeply worried about her mental health. You really do care about her well-being. You have a massive soft spot for that girl, Ed Rothstaler. Your cold survivalist facade is cracking. I love watching you squirm. Anyway, what are you reading today? More boring magical theory?
Before we get into that, can I break off a couple of branches from your guardian tree? I need to craft a legendary lightning wand.
You are making magic tools again. I thought you were actually thinking about Yennecar for once, but you are obsessed with your endless projects. But you know, you don't need my explicit permission to take a few twigs from the tree.
Are you sure? The students literally call it the guardian tree of Merilda. It is your sacred domain.
Well, it is complicated. Technically, this entire forest is under my absolute protection. But an old friend of mine gave this tree that specific title centuries ago, without ever asking for my input.
An old friend? I guess you must have made quite a few companions over the many centuries you have guarded this island.
Let me ask you a question, Ed. It is a simple test of your magical knowledge. Why do you think high-ranking spirits naturally assume the forms of animals? Why do I usually look like a giant wolf? Because we imitate the biological structures we find most familiar. We mimic the creatures that roam our domains. This human form I am wearing right now is a mere imitation. Who do you think I am copying? Since we share a spiritual contract, I can read your mind. This form is the closest to your absolute ideal type.
Wait, this beautiful woman is supposed to be my ideal type? Are you serious?
Of course it is. Your heart is racing, and your cheeks are flushed. I know exactly what you like. I am totally kidding. That was a massive lie. I cannot read your dirty thoughts.
Are you kidding me right now? Do not play with my emotions like that. You are a terrible spirit.
Changing forms requires advanced magic, so not everyone can do it. I have lived on this island for a very long time. The rise and fall of the Academy is a mere blip to me. I am imitating the greatest mage I ever met. I met her when Achen Island was nothing but a deserted rock. She was carefree and brilliant.
Wait, silver hair, immense magical power, a carefree attitude. Could she be referring to? She infused this barren tree with her overwhelming mana, turning it into a massive beacon of magical energy. She was the only human capable of ordering Merilda to protect this forest after the Academy was built. This is hidden lore I never uncovered while playing the game. Merilda was bonded to the founder. Merilda is wearing the face of the great sage Sylvania. She is imitating the strongest mage in human history. Later that evening, the tension by the fire reaches a boiling point. The crickets are the only sound breaking the silence. I slice an apple with my hunting knife. Yennecar finally returned, but the atmosphere is heavy.
Hello, sir. I mean, Mr. Ed. It is a pleasant evening, isn't it?
Would you like a slice of this apple, Miss Yennecar? It is quite fresh. The awkwardness is physically painful. The crackling flames only highlight how terrible we are at this formal game.
Here is my plate, sir. Thank you very much for your generous offering. Munch, crunch, my brain is panicking. What the hell do I say now? The silence is killing me.
I wish she would just drop the polite act. This in-between behavior is just confusing and exhausting.
Sir Ed, I have a massively important question to ask you. Please hear me out before you answer. I hide my burning face in my knees. I can't look him in the eyes. I am too scared of rejection.
I might be in the body of a teenager, but on the inside, I am a mature adult. I need to handle this calmly.
Well, what if I were to leave the Dex Hall dormitory forever?
And do what? Where would you go?
And come live here in the forest with you, Ed? Please let me stay at your camp.
The sudden request shatters my focus. I slice my own finger open with the paring knife. My survival instincts are screaming. A teenage boy and girl living alone in the woods is a terrible idea. I need to buy some time to think. I am sure you already thought about what I might say, Yennecar, but I need to clarify my boundaries. It seems unnecessary to say this out loud, but I think you are an incredibly kind, hardworking, and good person.
Wait, does that mean he actually likes me? My heart is doing backflips.
The important part is that I am a guy. You are very beautiful, Yennecar. You turn heads everywhere you go.
My brain is literally melting. He called me beautiful. I need to take a few deep breaths before I pass out.
I might be thoughtful and gentlemanly right now, but I cannot guarantee my absolute restraint if we share a single roof. Men are weak to temptation. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? I don't want to ruin our friendship.
I stare at him, tears welling in my eyes. The heavy weight of his honest words hits my chest. I understand perfectly, Ed, but I wouldn't mind if it's you. I trust you completely.
Oh, that is a massive curveball. My logical defenses are completely shattered by her raw honesty. The crackling fire illuminates her tearful face. My heart hammers against my ribs. We are crossing a very dangerous line tonight. I abandon my rational arguments and pull her trembling body into a warm hug. I can't let her cry alone. But seriously, what the hell am I supposed to do now? She actually wants to live with me. Now that we drop the formal act, things feel entirely unfamiliar, yet strangely comforting. After surviving the brutal political storm of the student council elections, my my psychological defenses were completely lowered. Her sudden request to cohabitate caught me completely off guard. I wasn't prepared for this level of intimacy.
She practically dared me to let go of my logical restraints. The warmth of her hug is melting my frozen heart.
But I have to remain rational. Have you been having a hard time at the dormitory lately, Yenika? There is always a psychological reason behind these sudden emotional outbursts. I need to understand what broke her.
I bury my face in his chest. I need to think about what drove me to ask something so incredibly bold. You always read me so perfectly, Ed. You always know exactly what is wrong without me having to explain it. I guess I just feel like running away. I started missing the quiet days I spent in my own private room at Ophelia's Hall.
For a girl who once went completely berserk under the crushing weight of public expectations, living in a cramped, noisy common dorm with dozens of other students must have been an absolute nightmare for her. Everyone constantly demands her attention, and she forces a polite, friendly smile every single day to avoid disappointing them. She endured that suffocating pressure for nearly a year. I completely failed to notice how much she was suffering.
Your camp is my ultimate escape, Ed. The silence here heals my soul. That is why I wanted to move in. I know running away won't solve my academic problems, and I know it puts massive pressure on you. But I just had to ask. It is overwhelming to carry this heavy burden alone. I just wanted a safe place to breathe.
In life, we endure terrible pressure from society, and we end up projecting that stress onto the people closest to us. If you feel like life is treating you unfairly, you can always demand a massive favor from me next time. I will carry your burden. It's not like we are never going to see each other again. We are going to be partners for a very long time, Yenika.
Living under one roof might be a bit much, but we can build you your own private cabin right here in the camp.
I expected her to jump for joy. Why is she crying even harder? Did I say something wrong?
Thank you, Ed. Thank you so much. You are the greatest person in the world.
I guess we are dropping the awkward formalities now, huh? I vastly prefer it this way. Her attempt to create professional distance was a complete failure, but I am glad she finally told me the truth.
She is always ready to sacrifice her own comfort to help others. She deserves to be rewarded for her endless kindness.
Even someone as emotionally distant as me can offer a warm shoulder for her to cry on. The nightmare is over. The next morning, the bright sun illuminates the massive reality of my promise. I offered to build her a completely new cabin, but my schedule is already packed with survival chores and magic studies. I stayed up all night planning the construction. Wait, what the hell is that deafening noise outside? Did a horde of monsters breach my perimeter wards? I throw the door open to investigate. My jaw hits the floor. Hundreds of minor spirits and the massive fire dragon Taken are actively constructing a wooden house. Taken looks incredibly exhausted. Did they literally work through the entire night just to build her a cabin?
We leveled the ground. We thought it would be best to build it directly across from your cabin, Master Ed. Waking up and seeing each other first thing in the morning. Wouldn't that be super romantic? We are architectural geniuses. I am Mug, your faithful on-location officer. I will ensure everything is completed with maximum efficiency. We expect the entire framework to be completed in just 10 days. Leave the heavy lifting to us. 10 days? Do you want to exhaust my fiery core, you pathetic little bat? The schedule is far too relaxed. Back in my prime, elementalists forced us to carry mountains for weeks. You modern spirits are incredibly soft and lazy. If you laze around like this, you will never evolve into mid-ranking entities. Push your limits and finish the job. Eek, please don't burn me. What if we try to get everything done in just 1 week? I have urgent business elsewhere. The roof will be sealed in 5 days. Endure the construction noise until then, Ed Rothsteller.
5 days? It took me 3 brutal months of backbreaking labor to build my tiny shack. These spirits are insane.
All I can say is yes, sir. We will conquer this impossible deadline. I am so sorry for the noise, Master Ed.
Well, since they are handling the massive construction project, I guess I can focus on my own engineering work. I finally have the free time to craft that legendary 1,000-year-old lightning wand. It will be the perfect gift. I have been meaning to thank Yenika for her endless loyalty and support. She deserves the best weapon possible. Just allowing her to sleep in a cabin next to mine doesn't cover the massive debt I owe her for doing my chores. I know she owns dozens of expensive wands gifted by her noble friends and family back home. But she stubbornly insists on using her simple oak branch anyway. Maybe she won't even want a new weapon. But still, I want to forge something unique with my own hands to prove my gratitude. The bright sky offers perfect crafting weather. I will finish carving the base before the sun sets.
I cannot sleep. The annoying hammering is echoing through the entire forest. 1, 2, 1, 2. Those pathetic spirits have been smashing wood together all day long. They are building a massive house right next to my favorite nap spot. But the construction noise isn't the real reason I am so incredibly irritated. My blood is boiling for a different reason.
It is such a beautiful day. The birds are singing and my new home is almost finished. Oh, good morning, Lucy. The sun is so warm and lovely today, isn't it?
That sickeningly bright smile makes me want to drop a meteor on her head. She is mocking me. We already had a brutal showdown over his affection. She knows exactly what she is doing by moving in here.
She refuses to back down. This is a deliberate territorial display and I will not let her win. I will be living here permanently starting next week. We are going to be great neighbors, Lucy.
You arrogant pink-haired thief. I will fry your smug face with lightning. Just you wait.
I chew on a piece of dried jerky. The advanced magical theories are incredibly dense. My brain hurts. I borrowed a massive stack of elemental grimoires from the Grand Library. I need to expand my combat arsenal before the next major conflict. Point explosion is highly practical for quick skirmishes, but it lacks the raw, destructive payload required for boss fights. My brutal sparring match against Ziggs proved that overwhelming kinetic firepower is the only way to break a superior defense. Raw firepower, huh? I need a spell that can incinerate an entire battlefield. Wait, who is playing that lute? A beautiful, melancholic melody drifts across the plaza. It's the romantic prophet sitting by the fountain. Adele Cerise. She possesses the terrifying ability to see the future, but she rarely intervenes in the main plot. We have never formally met.
You are always rushing around with a massive burden on your shoulders, Ed Rothstaler. Why don't you stop and breathe for a moment?
You are actually speaking to me? I didn't expect the legendary bard to initiate a conversation.
I have heard so much about you from Taylor and Ayla. Their feelings toward your sudden redemption are a tangled, complicated mess.
According to Ziggs, the protagonist is growing stronger exactly as the original script dictated. He is on track to save the world. At this rate, Taylor should easily survive the upcoming joint combat training incident. He is prepared for the final battle of Act 3.
Would you like to stay and listen to a prophetic song? I have traveled all over the continent gathering secrets.
No thank you. These grimoires are incredibly heavy, and I must return to my camp before the sun sets.
If you ascend the Patriarch's bloody throne one day, you will be forced to execute the person you cherish most with your own 2 hands.
What did you just say? Is that a literal prophecy regarding my father's dark conspiracy? She ignores my question and simply walks away. Her visions are notoriously unpredictable, so I shouldn't panic just yet. But her ominous warning chills my blood. I know exactly what tragic fate awaits her in the original timeline. In Act 3, the beautiful bard is destined to be slaughtered. I cannot let that happen. The future is a fractured mess, but I will shatter the script to save the people I care about. I managed to secure 2 pristine branches from the Guardian Tree. I will craft a wand for myself and one for Yennecar.
I am only going to strike one of those stupid branches with my lightning magic. Choose carefully. You can easily branch the electrical current to hit both pieces. Why are you being so incredibly stubborn and petty?
Fine. I will just enchant one wand and give it to Yennecar. She is the true elementalist. She needs it more.
Grr, you absolute idiot. Fine, I will blast both of them with maximum voltage. Just shut up and let me do it.
Thank you, Lucy. You are surprisingly reliable when you drop the lazy act.
I have a strict condition for my magical services. Come with me right now. I want to show you something important. Stop complaining and follow my lead. We are going on a little field trip.
Glocked Eldivine, the supreme archmage, the man who conquered the magical abyss and touched the heavens. He was universally recognized for his groundbreaking research in elemental studies, monster ecology, and advanced resonance principles. But his greatest achievement was subjugating the ultimate fire spirit and the ultimate water spirit simultaneously. He was a literal god among men. When he finally retired from the battlefield, he devoted his remaining years to nurturing the next generation, donating his massive fortune to the Academy. The history books say he lived like a humble peasant, barely spending a single gold coin on his own comfort. The great sage Sylvania founded this institution, but it was Glocked who transformed it into the ultimate global superpower. After surrendering his wealth, he vanished into the freezing Lamelin mountain range to die in absolute seclusion. Wait, isn't that the exact same lawless region Yennecar mentioned before? That is where he found the abandoned orphan. He wrapped his warm coat around a starving, freezing child in the snow. That child was Lucy May Real. To his absolute shock, the tiny girl possessed possessed a magical capacity that dwarfed his own legendary reserves. She was a terrifying diamond hidden in the brutal wilderness, a literal miracle waiting to be unleashed. The Archmage spent his twilight years polishing that chaotic gem into a supreme weapon. He gave her a purpose. His youth was an epic saga of bloody wars and glorious triumphs, but his ending was quiet and unremarkable. The beloved wife he met in his youth perished in battle. His loyal comrades succumbed to the ravages of time. He was surrounded by greedy politicians who only wanted to exploit his fame. That is why he fled to the mountains. But he died with a genuine smile on his face, knowing his legacy was secure. He found a worthy pupil who could succeed his absolute magical authority. He gave Lucy the keys to the kingdom. One rainy day inside that freezing, shabby wooden cabin, the greatest mage in human history closed his eyes forever. He was finally at peace. And so, the Archmage's epic journey came to a quiet, dignified end.
His journey ended, which violently kickstarted my own miserable existence, but my pilgrimage is over now.
The history books claim he was born in the lawless region of Cohelton. Is that true, Lucy? Wait, why are you shaking your head? Are the official academic records completely wrong?
That is just where he spent his violent childhood. His true home was always somewhere else. His real home was here, Akan Island. This is where his heart truly belonged. He constantly babbled about the cheerful memories he forged on these shores. Even in his final dying moments, he worried about this stupid academy.
You loved him, so you had absolutely no choice but to honor his dying wish. Lucy then recounted the horrifying, impossible trek she endured to return his body to this island. She couldn't bury him in the dirt. She sealed his corpse in a massive block of absolute zero ice, binding it with leather straps. Maintaining a cryogenic stasis field for an hour would exhaust a veteran mage. She sustained it indefinitely with raw instinct. She dragged that massive, freezing tomb from the absolute northern peak of the continent, marching endlessly south. She crossed the toxic alchemy lands, the frozen tundras, and the vast, monster-infested lakes. She dragged a glowing ice coffin straight through the heart of the Holy Empire, ignoring the terrified stares of the royal paladins. She crossed 50 noble territories, forded massive rivers, and survived the deadly Cranfell forest without stopping to rest, until she finally reached the grand gates of Sylvania Academy. Her absolute devotion fueled her every step. She maintained her preservation wards while fighting off bandit raids and starvation for months on end.
It took me 3 agonizing months because I got lost in a stupid swamp. Finding his hidden cave took another week.
She points toward a concealed fissure hidden deep within the coastal cliffs.
According to his journals, this is the exact spot where he trained alongside the great sage. This is where my journey ended.
A simple wooden staff marks the grave, surrounded by yellow flowers and a single, heavy leather tome. Wait, Introduction to Celestial Magic, written by Glocked Eldervine. What is this legendary grimoire doing on the dirt? A standard copy of his basic Southern Exploration Journal auctioned for over 7,000 gold coins. This is the original manuscript of his final, ultimate magical thesis. The historical value is mathematically incalculable. Are you seriously leaving a priceless, world-altering artifact rotting in a damp cave? This could buy an entire kingdom.
You can take it. He hammered those boring theories into my skull every single day. I remember every word. I don't need it. I haven't even lived a fraction of my lifespan. Maybe I will embark on a grand adventure eventually. Or maybe I will just keep taking naps on your roof until I eventually die of old age. Who knows? But for now, I intend to keep the promise I made to the old man. I will protect Sylvania Academy from a massive threat at least once. Dragging you all the way out here was annoying, and I know my sad story isn't fun to listen to. But I really wanted to share this secret with you, Ed. I wanted you to see his grave.
She finished her brutal pilgrimage, but she is still entirely trapped by the Archmage's heavy shadow. She is waiting for the catastrophic boss fight of Act 3 to arrive. That is the true threat Glocked foresaw. Once we defeat that apocalyptic nightmare, her chains will shatter. She will finally be free to forge her own destiny. But since that bloody war is still months away, I decided to just sit and be lazy with her for the rest of the day. The freezing ocean waves crash against the jagged rocks below, creating a peaceful, rhythmic melody. I gently pat her massive hat. The cool spring breeze washes away the heavy political tension. We just sit in comfortable silence. The Archmage is finally resting exactly where he belongs. His legacy is in good hands.
Wow, the spirits finished the entire structure in just 5 days. It looks absolutely incredible. I have my own private sanctuary right next to Ed's camp. I didn't think they could build it so quickly. This is a dream come true.
I, Mug, your faithful servant, demand a massive vacation for this architectural miracle. Master Taken nearly incinerated us to hit the deadline. We are returning to the spiritual realm to rest in peace now.
Thank you so much, guys. You saved my life. Please enjoy your well-deserved rest. It feels a little weird watching them vanish, but I am so incredibly happy. I grab a sturdy branch and begin carving a highly important declaration into the fresh dirt in front of my door. Living together. This officially marks my absolute territorial claim over this camp. Living together. It sounds so scandalous and romantic. My heart is doing backflips. I am so excited. Wait, the door to Ed's cabin is creaking open. I need to act natural before he sees my embarrassing sign. Ed, are you awake already? I wanted to show you my new house.
Why are you screaming so early in the morning? You woke me up from a perfectly good nap.
Wait, why is the Supreme Archmage walking out of his cabin wearing just her shirt? Did she sleep in his bed again? My staff hits the dirt. My beautiful living together sign is suddenly feeling like a massive, humiliating joke. I am living in the guest house, but she is sleeping in the master bedroom. This is totally unfair.
I see you finally moved into the shack outside. How cute. But I have been sleeping in his actual bed for months. Know your place in the hierarchy, pink hair. I win.
System alert. I have successfully integrated the foundational theories of celestial magic. A new entry has been unlocked. The legendary skill tree is finally accessible. Time, prison, spatial movement, and forced collection are within my grasp. But acquiring the theoretical knowledge and actually casting the spells are entirely different challenges. This is incredibly dangerous. Let's try pulling the ambient mana into a spatial singularity. Just a basic manifestation. The purple sphere instantly collapses. The complex resonance feedback is tearing my circuits apart. I just have to keep practicing.
Magic is a discipline that combines raw instinct and logical theory. You are overthinking the equations, Ed. You will get a feel for it eventually.
The basic telekinesis applications are easy enough. I can manipulate multiple heavy engineering tools simultaneously without breaking a sweat. The glowing purple tools swirl around the camp. My multicasting efficiency is improving drastically. Yeah, I practiced a lot, but I could concentrate significantly better if you weren't using my lap as a massive pillow. Get off. I dropped the tools into the dirt. To think I would actually acquire Glock's introduction to celestial magic. This changes everything. As far as I know, this is a legendary discipline you couldn't even unlock in the original game. It bends the fundamental laws of reality. Because it twists the natural laws of space and time, the fatal risks are astronomical. One mistake guarantees a horrific death. The academic community completely abandoned researching it, because the complex equations are essentially incomprehensible to the human mind. Lucy bypasses the mathematics using her terrifying godlike instinct. I wish the Archmage was still alive to teach me the proper safety protocols, but he is gone. I have to decipher this deadly puzzle on my own, and hope I don't rip my own soul apart in the process. Huh, who is approaching the camp now? Is it Lortel again? Are there more political headaches arriving? Oh, it's just Ziggs. He brought the massive stack of discarded books I requested from the Grand Library.
What the hell? Why is the Supreme Archmage sleeping in your lap while the top elementalist hums next door? Are you actively trying to build a massive harem of the most terrifying women on this island? You are playing with fire, Ed. I sincerely apologize for jumping to conclusions. I will just leave these books and run away before they incinerate me. Here are the old foundational tomes you asked Elka to discard. They are incredibly heavy.
Thank you, Ziggs. Carrying that massive pile all the way from the academic district must have been exhausting. I owe you.
If you really want to repay the favor, how about working for the student council with me? After the brutal election, Tanya commands the absolute authority of the presidency, but she is desperately trying to surround herself with loyal allies she can actually trust.
She is just randomly selecting her friends to fill the elite administrative seats? That sounds like a massive logistical disaster waiting to happen.
I am sure it is not random. She wants to forge the greatest student council in history. She already recruited the top students from every single year. Joseph, Anise, and Dorothy are all locked in, and she explicitly demanded that I drag you out of the shadows to serve as her primary advisor. But judging by your massive workload of magic engineering, survival chores, and celestial studies, you are going to reject the offer, aren't you?
He read my tactical limitations perfectly. I simply lack the required bandwidth for tedious student politics. Tell her I decline. By saving Tanya from the angry mob, I violently derailed the original storyline. I am walking in unknown territory now. The fact that Ziggs is joining the student council is surprising in itself. I have absolutely no idea what catastrophic butterfly effects will occur next. Timing-wise, the joint combat training incident should trigger soon. It is the final massive hurdle before the bloody climax of Act 3. In the original script, a desperate alchemy student named Claude consumes the forbidden evil god's blood during the tournament. He mutates into a massive, unstoppable unstoppable monster and massacres the underclassmen. It doesn't end well for anyone. But since the political landscape has entirely shifted, I cannot guarantee that event will trigger properly. If the script deviates entirely, we are all in grave danger.
Meanwhile, a massive, ornate, golden carriage approaches the grand gates of the academy. The sheer weight of the wheels crushes the cobblestone. An elite army of Imperial paladins surrounds the vehicle, casting heavy defensive wards. It is a literal rolling fortress. It requires the combined magical output of 10 supreme clerics just to move it forward. The residents call it the Palace on Wheels. Sitting upon its massive golden peak are the two absolute rulers of the religious order.
The journey from the Holy Capital was incredibly long, Your Holiness, but checking on the Saints' progress is our paramount duty.
Yes, Verdio, and visiting the surrounding noble territories along the route was highly beneficial for our political leverage. It was a perfect strategic tour. Sylvania Academy is just ahead. I trust the faculty has prepared a massive reception for our divine arrival. We must ensure our holy influence remains absolute across the academic district.
Inside the VIP dormitory, a young girl stares at her suffocating holy vestments. I am so busy with exams already. The Holy Emperor and the Archbishop are arriving today? This is an absolute disaster. Why didn't they warn me? Their official request claims they want to spread divine grace, but that is a massive political lie. They just want to check on me because I am the heart of the order. Wait, there is another visitation request attached. Why is the Emperor asking to see a regular student? He explicitly requested a private audience with a second year named Adele Cerise. Why does the Supreme Ruler want to interrogate a wandering bard? I don't have the time to investigate. I must abandon my fun disguise as Kylie and assume my suffocating role as Saint Clarice. The joint combat training begins today, Miss Bell. It overlaps perfectly with this massive political visit. I am going to miss the entire tournament. I was genuinely excited to watch my friends fight in the arena. What an absolute shame. I pray the Emperor doesn't force me to abandon this academy and return to that miserable gilded cage in the capital. Please let me stay here.
The mysterious bard is playing her lute in the courtyard. I have been meaning to speak with her for weeks. She wanders the academy grounds like a ghost, making it an absolute nightmare to track her down. I want to ask her about that brutal night when Yennecar walked through the freezing snowstorm. She always shared fascinating tales of the outside world, but now I have my own stories to tell.
I refuse to confess my experiences to the Archbishop. He will ruin my peaceful sanctuary here. A supreme student destroying a dormitory, a fallen noble caught in a massive murder case. The list is endless. Verdio demands a pristine existence. If he hears about this massive chaos, he will drag me back to the capital. I always struggle to reject his strict demands. It is not because he masters mind control or anything like that. That specific type of mental intrusion is useless against my divine blessings. He is just intimidating. Was my anxiety that obvious, Madam Bell? I guess I am just stressed about the grand inspection. If my secret identity gets exposed, my precious days as a normal student are finished. Wait a second. My pulse is starting to hammer against my ribs. I forgot about a major problem. Ed Rothstaler. He is the only person on this campus who knows the truth about who I am. What if Verdio reads his mind and discovers my massive secret? This is an absolute disaster.
Would you like a hot cup of tea to calm your racing nerves, St. Clarice?
I need a massive favor right now. Please help me get dressed to go outside. I must go see Ed this very second. It is a matter of absolute survival. Just saying his name makes my face burn with heat. Why does my heart react this way? I feel like I will be able to breathe again if I just see his face in person.
The joint combat training brackets are up. It seems no one dared to challenge me this year.
Don't you have a specific rival you want to test your magical strength against, Ed?
That would make me look a bit arrogant. This test grades our performance against older and younger students. First years face the second years. They have a massive point to prove on the battlefield. And the third years battle the fourth years. It is a strictly regulated hierarchy. But the new rules allow students to freely challenge their opponents across different years. I manipulated the timeline to keep the strongest first years out of the elite class. The protagonist and his group are burning with absolute fury. They will massacre the second years. The third year battles are completely boring. Let's head to the cafeteria for some grilled meat tonight. Last year, Yennecar was the only person who defeated a younger student when she crushed Lortel. Since neither of us received any direct challenges, they must consider us incredibly dangerous opponents.
I guess so. We could throw down our own gauntlets, but that feels far too aggressive for me.
I glance around the busy courtyard. There is a massive crowd gathering near the front gates. Step aside, please. The holy procession is advancing through the Academy grounds. The massive carriage carrying the saint just rolled in. I thought her arrival would be delayed. I need to figure out exactly how much my interference has warped the timeline. This is bad.
Wow, look at her beautiful dress. The saint radiates such an overwhelming, pure aura.
Her royal duties clash directly with the combat training schedule. She shouldn't be wandering the campus right now. What massive variables changed to push her visit forward? The narrative script is falling apart.
Huh? Why is she walking directly toward our table? Is she angry with us?
I was going to send a discreet messenger, but I decided to sprint here personally to secure our meeting. Hello, Ed. It is wonderful to see your face again.
I only have a brief moment before my royal escorts drag me away, but I needed to speak with you.
My name is Yennecar Palarover. It is an absolute honor to stand in your holy presence, St. Clarice.
Yennecar is completely terrified. The Telos religion controls a massive portion of the empire, so her reaction is justified. The Holy Emperor is visiting Trix Hall today. Is it truly safe for you to wander around without your guards? Why on earth did she risk a massive public scandal just to find me in the middle of a crowd? The Emperor is sharp, but Archbishop Verdio possesses an incredibly terrifying insight. People claim he reads minds.
His deductive abilities are practically supernatural. He sees through every lie. Some scholars theorize he wields advanced celestial magic, but I cannot confirm that rumor.
Celestial magic. Mind reading. This is a massive warning wrapped in a polite conversation. She came all this way to warn me about the Archbishop prying into my skull. She is protecting her own secret. She is terrified he will rip the truth about her secret identity right out of my memories. I understand your concern, Saint, but a ruined noble like me will never share a room with the Archbishop anyway.
Do you really think so, Ed? This sounds like an incredibly massive political disaster.
I am far too busy surviving my combat trials to engage in high-level holy politics. I won't cross paths with him.
Shoo, that is a massive relief. I am glad you are staying focused on your studies, Ed. Pardon me for a second, I just realized something highly embarrassing.
Does this mean you rushed all the way here in your royal carriage just to check on Ed's schedule?
Oh, I suppose it looks that way, but it was purely a strategic political maneuver. I am just a normal girl underneath these heavy robes. I get nervous about meeting the Emperor too. And when you are nervous, you want to see a friendly face to calm your racing heart, right? It is basic psychology. I just needed some moral support from a trusted friend before I face the ultimate trial. Is it truly a crime to seek comfort from someone I cherish so deeply? Oh no! Look at the time. The grand procession is arriving. I must return to my royal duties immediately.
She practically flees the scene in absolute panic. Her carriage rattles away toward the central hall. A massive cloud of dust kicks up as the Imperial Guards scramble to keep pace with her sudden departure. What a bizarre encounter. The entire crowd is staring at me like I committed a holy crime. Both Kylie and Clarice are absolute nightmares to deal with. Their chaotic energy is exhausting.
Rah! Look at the combat bracket. You didn't issue any challenges either, did you?
You are Ed Rothstaler, right? The rumors claim you are a monstrous combatant among the third years. You better prepare yourself for a brutal fight. The younger students are banned from using lethal magic, but that rule doesn't apply to us.
Let's establish the absolute hierarchy of power before we clash, survivor. I am Kordek Veildirk.
He is wielding a massive blunt battle axe. That thing will crush a human skull instantly.
Phew. I was nervous about facing an elite fourth year, but this brute seems quite predictable. The proctor drops her hand. The battle begins. He charges with raw, unfiltered kinetic momentum.
I have been starving for a violent brawl. I will show you the absolute peak of physical combat. If your legs are frozen by pure terror, just surrender now, before I shatter your pathetic ribs.
You talk entirely too much. I raise my hand, weaving a massive thermal array in a fraction of a second. Taste my concentrated firepower. Point explosion. I detonate the kinetic payload directly against his incoming weapon.
Kurg, the blinding heat instantly shatters my aggressive charge. The sheer concussive force is ripping my skin apart.
The heavy smoke clears, revealing his massive frame staggering backward. My tactical strike was a complete success.
How the hell did he cast an intermediate spell with such terrifying velocity? His casting speed is impossible. The third years were absolutely pathetic last season. Where did this monster acquire such devastating magic?
I summon my high-ranking spirits simultaneously. The blazing fire bat and the massive aquatic panther materialize to crush him.
What kind of freak controls two massive elemental beasts while casting thermal detonations? This isn't a fair fight.
I unleash a secondary massive explosion to completely shatter his remaining defensive aura.
The entire crowd falls completely silent. The sheer brutality of Ed's magical barrage is terrifying to witness.
That match barely lasted 5 seconds. I calibrated the explosion so it wouldn't permanently cripple his muscular frame. Thank you for the invigorating warm-up match, Kordek. I yield the floor. The crowd is screaming my name, but I am far too distracted by the shifting timeline to care about this victory. After the Saint's bizarre visit, I escorted Yennecar to her designated arena because she always gets lost in this massive academy. But while sprinting down the central hallway toward my fight against Kordek, a soft, melancholic melody drifts through the open window. It stops me dead in my tracks. I found the one person I've been desperately searching for.
Oh my, what a delightful surprise to see you here, Ed. The sunlight is quite beautiful today. Why are you wandering through Glocked Hall? Second-year students belong in the Eastern Wing.
This is incredibly awkward. Her calm demeanor directly contradicts the massive catastrophe approaching this island. I am fully aware that once this combat training arc concludes, Adele Cerise is destined to die a brutal death. I used to follow the original game script religiously, fearing the chaotic butterfly effects of my interference. But when I helped Tanya seize the presidential throne, I shattered the timeline beyond repair. I let an innocent person die because I was terrified of changing the plot. I refused to turn a blind eye to tragedy ever again.
Yes, Ed? Did you have a specific question you wanted to ask me?
Adele, you are going to die very soon. A massive disaster is coming. That sounds absolutely insane out loud. How am I supposed to convince her of a literal prophetic vision?
I know. She smiles with absolute terrifying serenity. She fully accepts her grim fate.
What? How does she already know she is destined for the slaughter? Is she a transmigrator like me? No way. I need to find Taylor immediately and figure out how thoroughly this script has mutated. I will secure the protagonist first, and then I will drag Adele to safety before the massacre begins. Suddenly, a massive kinetic shockwave rips through the foundations of the academy. The stone walls groan in agony. What the hell? Is this a massive earthquake? The tectonic plates are screaming. I sprint to the nearest window and throw the heavy wooden shutters open. I prepared for every possible disaster, but the apocalyptic nightmare currently tearing through the sky is completely beyond my logical comprehension. Why? Why is that legendary monster here right now? The timeline is completely broken. A primordial beast from the ancient mythology. A walking catastrophe that humanity cannot hope to survive. Its massive wings shatter the atmospheric pressure, calling down devastating bolts of pure lightning upon the courtyard. The final boss of Sylvania's failed swordmaster, the ultimate harbinger of death. The Holy Blue Dragon, Velbrock. It has awakened months before its scheduled arrival. In the original game, Taylor defeats the strongest first years in a glorious tournament arc. He takes down the berserk alchemist, Claude. But immediately after his massive victory, he discovers Adele's bloody loot. The game never explained exactly how she perished. That tragedy breaks St. Clarice's mind. She completely abandons the Telos religious order, transforming into a vicious enemy known as the Saint of Distrust. The church deploys a massive army to execute her. Clarice fights them alone, eventually losing control of her divine power. That chaotic surge of holy energy resonates with the sleeping dragon, violently awaking the final boss of Act 3. That was the rigid, unbroken path of the original storyline. It was a sequence of tragic dominoes. But right now, Velbrock is tearing the sky apart in the middle of Act 3. This is an apocalyptic sequence break. The absolute final boss of the entire game has arrived early to slaughter us all. We don't have the firepower to stop it. The sheer atmospheric pressure generated by its massive wings is ripping the roofs off the academic buildings. What on earth triggered this catastrophic mutation? The air currents are totally unstable. It merely lifts a single talon, and the resulting shockwave obliterates the grand fountain in the plaza. Gah, the glass shatters inward. It is not casting magic. Its pure physical mass is causing massive environmental destruction. Dozens of students are crushed beneath the collapsing stone pillars. The casualties are rising exponentially. I crash hard against the floor as the entire hallway violently tilts. This is pure, unadulterated madness. That single, casual movement from the beast was enough to completely level half of the commercial district. I only survived because I was standing inside the reinforced walls of the educational district. It was pure luck. The massive structure is collapsing around me. I need to trigger my ultimate trump card immediately. I focus all my remaining mana into the legendary ring. If I drain my life force to summon her true form, my magical circuits will burn out for years. I might never cast another spell again. But I refuse to die in this collapsing hallway. Maximum power output.
I rip through the dimensional fabric, manifesting my massive primordial wolf form to shield his fragile body from the debris.
Run, Marilda. Get us out of this collapsing death trap. We cannot fight that god-tier monster. We crash through the chaotic courtyard and arrive at Trix Hall. The building is violently shuddering.
We need to gather the survivors and evacuate immediately. The ceiling is coming down.
Please take my hand, Saint. We will escort you to the armored carriage waiting outside the main gates. A massive barrage of condensed magical spikes obliterates my heavy armor. I am completely skewered.
Eek! The Imperial guards are being slaughtered like fragile toys. The magical bombardment is endless. Huff, huff. What just happened? My elite protectors were completely annihilated in a single second. Those massive spikes, they are scales shed from the dragon's armored hide. A mere shake of its body caused this much horrific destruction. We have absolutely no chance of survival.
Horsemen, bring the royal carriage around to the back exit immediately. The Saint is in grave danger. St. Clarice, the carriage was completely destroyed by the falling debris. You must mount this horse and ride. It is perfectly trained. It will carry you across the Mex's bridge and safely away from this cursed island.
But I don't know how to ride a horse. The sheer terror is paralyzing my limbs. I can't do this alone.
Just hold the heavy reins and wrap your arms around its neck. Trust its instincts. Go. I strike the horse's flank with all my remaining strength. Save the Saint's life. Run!
Eek! The beast surges forward, violently carrying me through the burning ruins of the courtyard. I thought the ancient records regarding the dragon's apocalyptic power were totally exaggerated myths. But the horrifying descriptions the Archbishop read to me were completely accurate. The Holy Blue Dragon, Velbrock, a supreme entity that devours absolute despair. The raw, magical density of its breath attack hits with the concentrated fury of a dying sun. It unleashes a massive torrent of blue flames, incinerating the sky itself. Anything caught within that devastating beam is instantly erased from existence. We are all doomed. Eek! The massive pillar of thermal energy is sweeping directly toward my escape route.
Ultimate defensive magic. Large-scale magic neutralization barrier. I deploy a massive hexagonal shield to deflect the incoming catastrophe.
What? The deadly beam was perfectly dispersed right before it incinerated my horse. Who cast that massive ward? A single figure stands atop the highest ruined tower, holding back the apocalyptic tide with pure willpower.
Damn it. Even my highest tier magical arrays are barely enough to divert a fraction of its breath. You woke up entirely too early, Velbrock. I will not let you slaughter my precious students. I will drain every ounce of my mana to stall your wrath.
The furious beast lashes its massive tail, shattering the remaining spires of the academic building.
I materialize a massive array of golden chains, attempting to bind the dragon's destructive movements. It attacks with pure instinct. It is not giving me a single second to weave my complex counterspells. Ultimate telekinesis magic, chains of providence. I rip the atmospheric mana into solid physical restraints.
Old man, you told me that if a massive threat ever challenged the survival of this academy, I would have to unleash my absolute maximum power to crush it. This beast is far beyond my wildest expectations.
The dragon roars in pure agony as the golden chains violently restrict its wings. It thrashes wildly. With a single flex of its colossal muscles, it violently snaps the ultimate telekinetic bindings like fragile glass. Lucy hovers in the air, staring down the apocalypse with a cold, unyielding glare.
What? The sheer kinetic feedback from breaking my chains is destabilizing my flight path.
The dragon unleashes a point-blank thermal beam directly at her fragile body.
Eek! The concussive shockwave from the massive blast knocks me off my galloping horse. I am falling.
The smoke clears, revealing a massive purple sphere hovering perfectly intact in the sky.
My defensive barrier was entirely inadequate to block that direct impact. Who covered my flank?
Thank you for buying me the critical seconds I needed, Lucy. I have finished weaving the ultimate defensive array. Ultimate defensive magic, shield of the creator god. I manifest a towering golden phantom to block the beast's advance.
The dragon unleashes another apocalyptic blast, violently colliding with the golden shield. The sky burns with raw kinetic energy.
Hick! I hit the pavement hard. The massive heat waves are literally boiling the oxygen in the air. Huff, huff. I must ignore the agonizing pain in my legs and run toward the Mex's bridge. It is my only chance. The corpses of my elite paladins are scattered across the broken courtyard. What am I supposed to do? I am totally useless.
Don't cry. You are perfectly safe now, St. Clarice. I ride the massive spectral wolf through the burning rubble, my arm glowing with violently overcharged mana circuits. Did you sustain any severe injuries during the fall? I am incredibly glad I managed to find you in this chaos.
Ed? How did you know I was bleeding in this exact spot? The entire district is an absolute war zone.
You were scheduled to meet the holy authorities at Trix Hall. I just ran the tactical probabilities. The bridge is completely blocked by a panicked mob. Even if you steal another horse, you cannot outrun the dragon's massive attack range. Grab my hand and hold on tight. We cannot defeat that apocalyptic monster with mere human strength. Our physical attacks are entirely useless against its armored hide. Even the combined god-tier magic of Headmaster Obel and the Supreme Archmage Lucy is barely enough to stall its rampage. According to the rigid rules of the original game design, only Taylor, fully leveled up and wielding the final Swordmaster techniques of Act 5, possesses the exact damage threshold required to pierce its heart. So what is my tactical play here? Do I just surrender to absolute despair? Absolutely not. Push your massive legs to the absolute limit, Marilda. Get us out of this kill zone. I must snap out of this panic. The storyline has violently mutated, but the core mechanics of this world remain intact. I assumed this apocalyptic event was my fault. I believed my constant interference shattered the narrative beyond repair. But the butterfly effect cannot explain a literal endgame boss spawning 2 acts early. That defies logical programming. Someone intentionally manipulated the magical flow to revive Velbrock. I need to identify the culprit immediately. I will mentally review every single major suspect involved in the Act 3 storyline. Who gains from this massive slaughter? Lucy is busy fighting the beast in the sky. She is a loyal protector, not the mastermind. Clarice is trembling in absolute terror behind me. She clearly has no idea what triggered this nightmare. Taylor is a true hero. He is currently bleeding in the rubble, desperately trying to evacuate the younger students. He is innocent. If none of the primary cast members orchestrated this disaster, then someone else is aggressively tampering with the script from the shadows. Wait, don't tell me. The missing variable. A massive volley of magical artillery violently hammers Nail Hole, collapsing the eastern wing.
The roof is coming down! Run for your lives! We are going to be crushed into bloody paste.
La la la, the wind blows, the towers fall, and the tragic play reaches its beautiful crescendo.
The combat schedule stated Adele and Clarice were supposed to duel in the Nail Hall arena at exactly 1 o'clock.
What a horrible shame. The Saint canceled our match, so I couldn't share my final song with her, but I suppose it does not matter anymore. The grand finale has already begun. I am absolutely certain the gentle wind will blow in our direction once more when the dust finally settles. She smiles at the burning sky, welcoming the massive catastrophe with open arms.
The final boss was awakened prematurely. Our current combat levels are completely insufficient to pierce its armor. We cannot possibly win this fight with brute force, but if I uncover the exact ritual used to wake him, I can reverse the flow and seal him away. I need to analyze the narrative flow of the protagonist's journey. What triggers this specific doom? It absolutely wasn't Lucy or Taylor. Their actions align perfectly with their heroic profiles. Clarice was paralyzed by pure panic. If she didn't trigger the awakening, then only one major variable remains. I know exactly who pulled the strings. The romantic prophet who wanders the shadows, Adele Cerise. Her carefree attitude toward her own impending death was highly unnatural. She knew this apocalypse was scheduled for today. I will stash Clarice inside a reinforced bunker and immediately hunt down that elusive bard for answers. My overcharged mana circuits are burning with agonizing heat. If I maintain this massive output any longer, my arm will explode. I am completely running out of time. The structural integrity of the island is failing rapidly. We made it, Saint. Jump off the wolf before the surrounding walls cave in. The ultimate defensive barriers protecting Ophelis Hall have fully activated. Hide inside while I investigate the perimeter.
Oh, wait, look at the sky. The defensive magic isn't functioning properly.
The massive hexagonal shields are flickering wildly, barely repelling the ambient magical fallout. The first barrage of falling dragon scales was enough to critically damage the primary generators. The shield is failing.
Oh no! Everyone trapped inside Ophelis Hall is completely defenseless. They are going to be slaughtered.
Calm down. I am absolutely sure they evacuated the majority of the staff before the barrage hit. The fact that the shield activated at all proves someone reached the control room on the highest floor to manually pull the lever. We sprint up the blood-soaked stairs. There are survivors holding the line on the top floor. We have to save them. I violently kick the heavy wooden doors open, my burning arm ready to cast a thermal spell. What the hell? The entire room is completely painted in blood.
Madam Belle, no! Please tell me you are still breathing.
She is impaled by massive magical shards. The sheer physical trauma is catastrophic. Stay back, Clarice. Her vital signs are completely fading. The massive blood loss is irreversible. We are entirely too late. She absorbed a lethal lethal blow downstairs and dragged her broken body up these stairs just to activate the shield. She sacrificed her own life in a desperate bid to save the younger students hiding in the basement. She fulfilled her absolute duty.
Cough, Master Ed! You managed to survive the terrible storm. I am so glad.
Do not speak, Madame Belle. Conserve your remaining strength. I will attempt to staunch the bleeding with a thermal seal.
Madam Belle, you cannot die here. You promised you would protect me until I graduated.
I gently close her lifeless eyes. Her final breath escapes her lips. She is gone. I know exactly what she would say if she could speak. She would claim she was merely fulfilling her absolute duty as the head maid.
How could this nightmare happen? The world is completely collapsing around us. It isn't fair.
I press my hand against her trembling shoulder. I have to remain strong, or we will both perish in this room.
No, she cannot be dead. Madam Belle will wake up. I know she will. I just need to pray harder.
Damn it all. I failed to protect another innocent person because my tactical calculations were totally wrong. I pull Clarice away from the bloody corpse. I need to secure her safety right now. I shove her into the reinforced presidential suite and lock the heavy vault door. This room possesses advanced kinetic wards. You will be perfectly safe in here, unless the dragon directly targets this specific wall. Brace yourself against the floor and do not move.
No, please do not go back outside, Ed. It is absolute suicide. The monster will incinerate you.
Look out the window, Clarice. If we just cower in this box and wait for rescue, we will inevitably be crushed by the collapsing ceiling. I have to find a way to stop this.
Wait, what is that massive light shining through the broken glass? It is blinding.
A colossal array of glowing purple runes expands across the entire sky. The magical density is suffocating. That is a highly complex celestial magic circle. Only the supreme mages of history could weave such an intricate pattern. I throw open the heavy bookshelves, frantically searching for the old grimoire Lucy gave me. I toss the useless history textbooks onto the bloody floor. Where did I stash that legendary manuscript? Found it. I hid it inside the saint's personal quarters for maximum security. Introduction to Sacred Magic. No, that isn't it. Glock's Introduction to Celestial Magic. The ultimate key to surviving this nightmare. I need to cross-reference the runes in the sky immediately. Let's analyze the massive variables. The holy blue dragon suddenly awakens to destroy the island. Adele disappears from the battlefield, and Clarice is completely unaware of the plot. And that massive celestial array hovering above us wasn't woven by Obel or Lucy. Velbrock opens its massive jaws, charging another apocalyptic beam of absolute thermal destruction. The horrific beam of energy crashes against the failing shield generators. The air turns to boiling plasma.
Kirk, the sheer kinetic density of the attack is shattering my golden wards. I cannot deflect the entire payload.
Oh no. The redirected beam is sweeping directly toward the residential district. It is going to annihilate the dormitories. I stare blankly at the complex equations written in the old grimoire. It finally clicks. I understand the terrible truth. The original storyline didn't mutate at all. This catastrophic disaster was always supposed to happen exactly like this. The game simply hid this horrific event behind the scenes. This is the true timeline playing out before my eyes.
Eek! A massive surge of celestial energy erupts from the sky, bathing the entire room in a blinding white flash. The light is absolutely blinding. My retinas are burning. What kind of magic is this?
The celestial shockwave completely bypasses our physical bodies, ripping through the fabric of space itself. The apocalyptic dragon beam collides with the dormitory. A massive explosion of pure white heat consumes my vision. The sound of 1,000 collapsing buildings echoes through the void. The entire island is reduced to bloody ash. We failed. We were all completely eradicated in a single devastating strike.
Ugh, my head is spinning. The agonizing heat is gone. Where am I? What? I am sitting inside the pristine VIP dormitory. The walls are completely intact.
Huff, huff. My overcharged arm drops to my side. The massive glowing runes fade from my skin. Listen to me, Clarice. I am going to die from this magical backlash. If you don't know how to survive the next cycle, find me and ask for my tactical advice.
No, please, Ed. Don't leave me alone in this confusing nightmare. You cannot die.
My internal mana circuits completely rupture. I collapse onto the bloody floor, my vision fading into absolute darkness. Remember the sequence. 1, 6, 0.
Hick, please stop talking. Conserve your energy. I will heal your shattered chest with my holy magic.
My hand falls limp against the cold stones. The agonizing pain vanishes completely. I am dead.
I pull his lifeless, bloody body against my chest. The tears cascade down my cheeks. Ed, please wake up. You promised you would protect me. You cannot abandon me here. The massive stone ceiling groans above me, threatening to crash down and crush my fragile bones. The dragon's apocalyptic beam tears through the sky once more, resetting the horrific cycle of destruction. I squeeze my eyes shut. Please make this terrible illusion end. I don't want to die. Why is this happening? So many innocent people were brutally slaughtered. The royal guards, Madame Belle, and now the only person who understood me is dead too. My heart is completely broken into a million pieces. I never wanted him to sacrifice his life to protect me. I would rather die myself than watch him bleed out in my arms. I am so incredibly sorry, Ed. I am a useless, pathetic coward. Please forgive me. A massive pulse of white light resets the world. I snap my eyes open in pure shock. I am standing in the sunny courtyard. The buildings are flawless. The blood is completely gone.
Look at her. What is the saint doing walking around the common plaza without her massive escort? Is she here to talk to that third-year student, Ed Rothstaler? I didn't realize they were close friends.
What an incredibly massive political disaster this is going to cause. Why is she staring at me like she saw a literal ghost? You wanted to tell me something urgent, Saint? You look totally panicked. What is the problem?
My knees completely buckle beneath my weight. I crash onto the hard stone path. I scramble forward and violently grab his red uniform jacket. I pull him close to my face.
Whoa, what are you doing, St. Clarice? Please let go of my clothes. Everyone is watching us. She literally ripped my shirt open. The massive bloody wound on my chest is completely gone. My skin is perfect.
This is an absolute scandal. You cannot strip a student in broad daylight. Just because you are a holy figure doesn't give you the right to assault him. Stop it right now. My face is burning with massive embarrassment. Please let him go.
Yennecar frantically pushes the crying saint away from my exposed chest. The crowd is murmuring in utter shock.
Huff, huff. I stare at his flawless skin in absolute disbelief. He is alive. The brutal massacre never happened. Was that horrific apocalypse just a terrible nightmare? Did I hallucinate the entire bloody sequence? No, that cannot be true. The agonizing pain in my legs and the terrifying roar of the beast were far too vivid. The feeling of Madame Belle's cold blood pooling on the stone floor, the suffocating heat of the dragon's breath. Everything I suffered through was absolutely real. I am not losing my mind. The phantom pain of the thick ropes binding my wrists still burns my skin. The physical trauma remains. I desperately try to untangle the timeline. Just this morning, I woke up in the royal dorm and prepared for the inspection. Then I sprinted to the courtyard to warn Ed about Archbishop Verdio's terrifying mind-reading abilities. After that awkward conversation, I returned to Trix Hall to sit through the agonizing diplomatic meeting with the Emperor. But while I waited in the reinforced parlor, the sky suddenly turned blood red, and the massive tectonic plates shattered. The holy blue dragon descended upon the island, unleashing a massive torrent of thermal destruction. The entire academy was reduced to burning ash. I watched everyone I loved get slaughtered. The Imperial Paladins, Madame Belle, the innocent students. They were all brutally executed. And ultimately, Ed sacrificed his own life to shield me from the final apocalyptic blast. It was a sequence of pure despair. At this current chronological pace, the dragon is going to rip the sky apart in exactly 3 hours. And when that terrible beast arrives, we will all be entirely eradicated once again. Huff, huff. I cannot let that horrific future come to pass. I have to escape this doomed island immediately.
Are you feeling all right, St. Clarice? You look like you are about to collapse from pure terror. Do you need a medical cleric?
Quick, come with me right now. We have to run as far away from this academy as humanly possible.
What? Why are you suddenly dragging me toward your royal carriage? This makes absolutely zero tactical sense. The crowd is whispering massive rumors about us eloping. I cannot just physically shove the supreme religious leader away.
Driver, ignore the scheduled diplomatic meeting at Trix Hall. I will take the absolute blame for abandoning my duties. Just whip the horses and ride. Take us straight to the Mex's bridge. We must evacuate this cursed island before the sun sets. Push the beasts to their absolute maximum velocity. Do not slow down for anything. Our lives depend on it.
What the hell just happened? The saint literally kidnapped Ed Rothstaler in broad daylight and fled the scene. Take the blame? Run away together? Are they eloping to a distant country to get married? I will not allow this betrayal.
Please, Clarice, stop sobbing into your hands and explain this absolute insanity. You are destroying my political reputation.
A colossal dragon from ancient mythology is going to descend upon Akan Island in 3 hours, and it will brutally massacre every living soul. I already lived through the apocalypse. I almost burned to ashes, but a massive surge of celestial magic threw me backward in time. You saved me, Ed. You exhausted your magic trying to figure out how to seal the beast, but you were crushed by the falling roof. You died to protect me. Right before your heart stopped beating, you gripped my hand and told me a massive secret code. You commanded me to ask you for tactical advice if the timeline ever collapsed. You said I must tell you this code to prove I am telling the absolute truth.
This girl is utterly delusional. I am supposed to believe she survived a dragon attack and traveled back in time to kidnap me.
Halt the carriage. We are conducting strict security inspections at the Mex's Bridge gate to ensure the Holy Emperor's absolute safety. Every vehicle must wait in line.
We are trapped in a massive traffic jam. We cannot escape the island via this route anyway. Let's just turn back so you can attend your scheduled meeting.
150016. I remember the exact numerical sequence you whispered with your dying breath. 1500160. I am not lying to you, Ed. Please believe me.
My blood runs completely cold. My pupils constrict in pure visceral terror. How the hell does she know that sequence?
Goodness gracious. The massive line of merchant carriages from the Elta Company stretches for miles. We will be stuck sitting here for hours. The royal guards are searching every single barrel for magical contraband. They are paranoid about an assassination attempt.
I throw the carriage door open, shouting at the driver. This is an absolute emergency. Whip the horses and smash through the barricade. Every single person on this island is in grave danger. The moment you see a sliver of an opening, plow through the inspection point. I will handle the political consequences.
Understood, sir. I have driven these heavy beasts for 20 years. Hold on tight. We are going to ram the gates. Clear the path. We are violently smashing through the wooden merchant carts. The royal carriage answers to no one.
I have absolutely no choice but to believe her ridiculous time travel story now. The impending doom is real. 1500160. That specific string of digits. No one in this magical fantasy world could possibly know it. That was my exact military service identification number from my past life in modern Korea. I must have whispered it to her right before I died as a desperate absolute password. A code only my past self would ever recognize. If Velbrock truly eradicated the elite defensive wards at Ophelis Hall, then this entire island is a massive death trap. Escaping across the bridge is the only logical play, but reversing the temporal flow requires astronomical magical density. This isn't a simple illusion or a minor spatial distortion. Celestial magic is the only discipline capable of manipulating the fundamental timeline. Did you witness the casting array, Clarice? A standard human mage cannot possibly generate the mana required to turn back time for an entire island. We are missing a massive piece of the puzzle. Suddenly, a colossal shockwave violently lifts the heavy carriage off the ground. The wooden wheels shatter into splinters. The apocalyptic dragon crashes down upon the bridge, unleashing a massive torrent of blue flames that instantly vaporizes the merchant carts.
Eek! The intense thermal beam completely annihilates the stone arches of the bridge. We are plunging into the freezing ocean. Ugh! I hit the freezing water hard. The brutal kinetic impact shatters my ribs. My lungs are filling with blood. I thought running away early would guarantee our absolute survival, but the dragon's attack range is completely inescapable. The suffocating white light consumes my vision once more. The brutal cycle of my miserable death resets again. I snap my eyes open. I am standing in the sunny courtyard. The timeline has reset, but my mind is fracturing under the massive trauma. Ed, you died again. You took a massive ice spike through the chest while pulling me from the wreckage. Please don't die.
Cough. It is perfectly fine, Clarice. I will seal the massive artery with thermal magic. Just keep moving forward and survive.
I am so incredibly sorry. I am entirely useless. My holy blessings cannot deflect the dragon's absolute wrath. You sacrifice your life to shield me every single loop, and I just sit there sobbing like a pathetic child. I never managed to offer you any tactical assistance. I am a massive burden pulling you down into the abyss.
Don't be sorry, Saint. Wipe those tears away. You are carrying a crushing burden that would shatter any normal mind. I promise I will find a way to save us both in the next cycle. Just give me the military code again, and we will formulate a better plan.
I cannot bear to watch you bleed out again. The psychological torment is entirely too much. Please, Ed, just let me die. The massive carriage flips over, completely crushing Ed's legs. The burning debris pins us to the blood-soaked cobblestone. The horrific heat of the dragon's breath is rapidly approaching. My skin is blistering from the sheer atmospheric pressure. This useless divine blessing protects my fragile body from the initial blast, ensuring I survive just long enough to watch everyone else burn. The ultimate protection should have been given to you, Ed. You are the brilliant tactician. I am just a cowardly girl. If I could just transfer this holy ward into your flesh, you could survive the blast and defeat that apocalyptic beast.
The massive celestial array illuminates the sky once more. The destructive beam crashes down, resetting the horrific nightmare.
I open my eyes. The bright sun is shining on the courtyard table. My spirit is completely shattered.
You wanted to tell me something urgent, Saint? You look look totally empty inside. What is the problem?
The hot tears spill down my numb cheeks. I cannot endure another cycle of watching him get slaughtered. I launch myself across the wooden table and violently pull his warm body into a desperate embrace. Please just hold me. I don't care how many times the timeline breaks. I am going to save you from this absolute nightmare. I promise.
What the hell are you doing, Saint? The royal guards are drawing their weapons. This is a massive public scandal.
Ignore the guards. We are running to the eastern docks this time. We will steal a boat and sail across the ocean. While the carriage rattled toward the coast, I quickly fed him the military code to secure his absolute trust.
But the dragon's apocalyptic radar is flawless. The massive kinetic beam obliterates our carriage before we even reach the sand.
Loop 3. I dragged him into the subterranean alchemy tunnels, but the ceiling collapsed, burying us in 1,000 tons of rubble. Loop 8. We attempted to disrupt the celestial casting array with our combined magic, but our mana reserves were entirely insufficient. Loop 12. I forcefully shoved him into the reinforced Imperial bunker, but the dragon's absolute breath melted the steel doors like butter. Loop 14. He led us to his hidden coastal cave, but the tectonic shockwaves shattered the cliffs, burying him under massive boulders.
Loop 19. We broke into Professor Glass's secret underground laboratory, but the beast tracked our magical signature and fired a direct payload.
Loop 22. I violently shoved him out of the moving carriage to spare him from the blast, but the paladin guards skewered him for attacking me. And then, the timeline fractured completely. Every single tactical option resulted in his brutal execution. I watched him burn to ashes. I watched him bleed out from jagged ice spikes. I watched him get crushed by collapsing towers. And then, I found myself kneeling in a literal ocean of blood, surrounded by the charred corpses of every student in the academy. My mind finally snapped. The sheer psychological trauma erased my capacity to feel hope. I am completely numb to the slaughter. In every loop, we frantically searched for the Holy Emperor and the Archbishop, hoping their supreme magic could halt the array. But they were entirely missing from the battlefield. They abandoned the academy to the flames. It didn't matter how fast we ran, or how brilliantly Ed planned our escape routes. The dragon's reach was absolute. I was never able to save his life. My pathetic weakness doomed him to die a dozen miserable deaths. In every single timeline, he analyzed the situation instantly and prioritized my absolute safety over his own survival. He shoved me out of the blast zones. He burned his magical circuits to heal my wounds. He took the lethal blows meant for me. He died in my stead, over and over and over again. The cycle of pain is endless. 1, 5, 0, 0, 1, 6, 0. I recite the bloody code with a hollow, dead voice.
My hands are violently shaking. The raw terror of hearing my old military number confirms her insane story.
The Mexis Bridge Gate is currently undergoing strict security protocols. Every single carriage must be manually searched for contraband.
I slowly open my tear-filled eyes. We are trapped in the massive carriage line at the bridge again. I have lived this exact moment 20 times. I know exactly what he is going to do next. He will throw open the door, shout at the driver, and order him to violently ram the barricades. Please don't do it, Ed. Just stop the carriage right here.
What are you talking about? We are sitting ducks. I have to order the driver to smash through the gates.
I pull him back into his seat and slowly step out onto the cobblestone street. I am completely exhausted.
Wait, where are you going? The apocalyptic beast is going to incinerate this entire district in 2 hours.
I gently pat his trembling shoulder. I appreciate your desperate attempts to save me, Ed. You are a true hero. But I cannot watch you bleed out on the pavement again. My fragile heart cannot endure a 23rd loop of your brutal death. I know exactly who triggered this massive catastrophe. The culprit is hiding within the academy walls, and I am going to confront them. I tried every single tactical option available to us. I forced you to hide. I dragged you to the deepest bunkers, and I begged you to run. But running away is entirely meaningless. The dragon's thermal beam tracks my divine signature. It will hunt us down no matter where we hide.
I stare at her broken expression. She is completely defeated, yet she radiates a terrifying aura of absolute resolve. I pull a small tin of healing ointment from my combat pouch. Your arms are covered in deep bleeding scratches from the previous loops. It is incredibly dangerous that your physical trauma isn't resetting when the timeline rewinds. Let me bandage these lacerations before they get infected. The ultimate holy blessing cast upon your flesh by the religious order is designed to deflect any hostile magical attacks. That dense divine aura completely shields your mind from the Archbishop's terrifying telepathic intrusions. It isolates your soul from external manipulation. But that also means the temporal rewinding effect. The massive spell resetting the timeline is failing to rewrite your personal state. The time loop is being powered by an overwhelming surge of sacred magic. Your blessing is resisting the reset. That is why you retain your horrific memories and physical injuries.
My eyes widen in pure shock. His brilliant tactical deduction instantly unravels the entire mystery of the looping curse. He figured this out during loop 15 before the falling debris crushed his skull. Sacred magic is the ultimate fuel for this celestial array.
If we understand the magical formula, we can dismantle it. We don't have to keep running away like frightened rats. We can fight back.
I launch myself into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. He is a literal genius. He found the fatal flaw in the apocalypse. I stopped counting the horrific loops after the 10th reset. My brain just completely shut down from the psychological agony.
You have endured an unfathomable amount of terror, St. Clarice. Take a deep breath and stabilize your racing heart. I will shoulder the burden from here.
Those who repeatedly ram their heads against an unbreakable stone wall eventually realize they need a totally new tactical approach to survive.
Leave the strategic planning to me. We are going to dismantle this broken timeline piece by piece, and we will absolutely survive this. If running away only results in our brutal deaths, then we must adopt a highly aggressive counteroffensive. We will hunt down the caster and eradicate them. Even back in my past life, when I analyzed the game's final chapter, the narrative logic surrounding this catastrophe always felt incredibly disjointed. Adele supposedly died off-screen, and her bloody loot was the only evidence recovered. It felt like a cheap emotional trigger to break Clarice's mind. Clarice violently rejecting the Telos religion and transforming into the terrifying saint of distrust seemed like a massive character inconsistency. The fans criticized the writers for abruptly turning a cheerful, naive girl into a genocidal villain just to raise the stakes for the finale. But viewing it through the lens of this brutal time loop, her descent into absolute madness makes perfect psychological sense. If she endured dozens of horrific cycles where her friends were constantly massacred by a monster, summoned by her own religious order, it is totally logical that her mind would shatter. She would absolutely become a furious, vengeful enemy of the church that doomed her. In other words, my massive interference didn't cause this apocalypse. The original game actually featured this hidden time loop all along. The developers just hid the brutal truth from the players. Clarice's suffering was a mandatory component of the true timeline. If running away triggers the loop and fighting the dragon physically is impossible, then we must strike the root cause before the array fully activates. We must locate Archbishop Verdio and the Holy Emperor. They are the only living entities on this island capable of powering that massive sacred array.
But I already searched for them during the previous loops. They completely vanished from the VIP district without a single trace. It is highly suspicious.
Exactly. They are hiding in the shadows, waiting for the massive sacrifice to power their dark ritual. We are going to smoke them out right now.
Look over there. It is the Saint and Ed Rothstaler. Why are they rushing out of the arena together?
Pay attention to the fight, Taylor. You are wide open to my attacks.
Gah! I took a solid hit to the head. The kinetic force of that strike is dizzying. But why are those two fleeing the main hall? The narrative flow is shifting in a bizarre direction again.
Keep your hood down, Clarice. We need to move through the shadows before the royal guards spot us. The Holy Blue Dragon is preparing to awaken. We must locate the mastermind behind this disaster. We have to track down the Archbishop and the Holy Emperor. They vanished right after crossing Mex's bridge. There is only one person on this campus who commands enough spies to track down a missing royal carriage.
Excuse me, sir. I charge a premium for exclusive data. Hand over the gold coins before we talk. Oh my, what a wonderful sight for sore eyes. Have you come to offer me a highly lucrative business deal? Any intelligence flowing through Akan Island passes through my hands. I suppose I can spare a moment to hear your request, Ed. But what in the world is the supreme religious leader doing here? She should know how to maintain a calm exterior in any crisis.
We don't have time for debates, Lortel. We need to locate their exact position before the joint combat training concludes. I will pay you whatever exorbitant price you demand. Just find the Emperor right now.
You look terrified, Ed. That is a rare sight. Tell me the precise details of this crisis first.
Miss Keeland, we finished compiling every single eyewitness account from the merchants near the main gates.
Excellent work. Now, Ed, let us discuss the financial compensation for my premium services. I abandoned my spectator seat at the tournament just to follow you out here. Why is the saint clinging to you like a frightened child?
I press my hands against the carriage glass. The sheer terror of the looming apocalypse is suffocating my mind.
I honestly don't understand the dynamic between you two, but the final match should be wrapping up soon. Why are you trying to flatter my ego with these compliments? Do you want a discount?
Because you possess a terrifying mind, Lortel. You always stay rational, analyze the battlefield, and never succumb to panic. So when the sky shatters, please trust my words and follow my instructions without hesitation. We are out of time. The grand disaster is arriving right this second.
What are you talking about? Why are the ambient mana particles fluctuating with such intense density?
Look at the sky. The primordial beast has descended to incinerate the island. The massive kinetic shockwave obliterates the pavement beneath the carriage. The sheer thermal pressure is crushing the district.
The horses are panicking. The ground is tearing apart. Run for your lives.
The massive stone facades shatter into a million jagged shards. The magical barrier is failing to hold the blast.
A massive shard of magical ice impaled my chest. The pain is unbearable. The concussive blast throws my broken body against the rubble. I cannot feel my legs. The endless barrage of explosive debris is turning the courtyard into a literal slaughterhouse. Gah! The razor-sharp shrapnel slices my vision into darkness. This is pure hell.
The massive tail of the dragon crashes into the residential towers. The entire island is sinking. The colossal beast crushes the academy spires under its immeasurable physical weight. We are doomed. The dark sky burns with apocalyptic blue lightning. The clouds are boiling with raw plasma. The god-eating dragon releases a deafening roar that shatters the remaining windows across the commercial district. It destroys the massive arches of the stone bridge in a single devastating strike. The ocean boils beneath it. The entire southern wing collapses into a pile of burning ash and twisted metal.
What in the world is that monstrous entity? It defies all logical understanding of magic. I stare at the burning sky in sheer disbelief. My business empire, my gold, my investments, it is all burning.
I take a direct hit from a jagged crystal spike. My blood pours onto the rain-soaked stones.
Ed, you threw yourself in front of that lethal projectile to shield my body. You are bleeding.
Cough. It takes a lot more than a piece of flying glass to put me down. Stay close to the ground, Lortel. I pull her down as another massive thermal wave washes over the ruins. We need to find shelter.
Huff, huff. My heart is pounding. You risked your own survival to save a greedy merchant like me. A warm smile crosses my face despite the apocalypse. You really are a strange, wonderful man. I pull a rare enchanted check from my coat pocket and press it against his bloody chest. I owe you a massive debt now.
Keep the gold, Lortel. I have no use for money if we are all reduced to cinders. Just tell me where the Emperor went.
The 13 eyewitness reports confirm the royal escort used advanced stealth wards to mask their movements.
They bypassed the main roads and headed straight toward the sacred cathedral, hidden deep within the educational district. Another massive explosion rocks the carriage lot. The shockwave knocks us off our feet.
Eek! Ed, the fire is spreading toward our position. We are going to burn alive.
I grab both Clarice and Lortel, pulling them into a desperate embrace as the debris rains down.
Are you all right, Ed? The massive gash on your back is pouring blood. We need to stop the bleeding. Ha! You push your physical limits way too far. You are going to die trying to protect everyone around you.
Stop groping my wounds, Lortel. We need to move right now. I spotted a horse that survived the blast. It is wounded and frightened, but its legs are still functioning. It can carry us out of the kill zone. I step up to the trembling beast. If we spur it forward, we might reach the cathedral before the final casting phase finishes. Give me the heavy leather reins, Lortel. I will steer the beast through the rubble.
Ed, even with the saddle attached, this animal cannot possibly support the weight of 3 people. Its legs will shatter. One of us needs to stay behind in this burning graveyard, and it has to be me.
That is a death sentence, Lortel. I cannot abandon you in the middle of a dragon attack. It defies all my tactical instincts.
He is right. Please, Lortel, you must come with us. We can find another way.
I forcefully lift Clarice onto the saddle. My heart aches with the heavy burden of this terrible choice.
I am sure you have a brilliant, convoluted reason for chasing the Emperor into a death trap. I will not weigh you down. I trust you, Ed. Go save the world and come back to me when the fire dies.
I grip her hand tight. Thank you, Lortel. I promise I will resolve this nightmare and make it up to you.
No, a verbal promise is cheap in a world of merchants. I need a concrete deposit right now. I grab his tie, using my leverage to pull his face down toward mine. I am securing my prize. I press my lips against his, stealing a deep, passionate kiss amidst the apocalyptic storm.
Huh? What are you doing in front of me? My face is burning like a massive furnace. My mind is melting. I cannot process this intense romantic tension while a dragon is obliterating the city.
I shoot a sharp, wicked glare at the saint. That was just a basic contingency plan, a down payment for his safe return. I step back into the puddles of rain and blood, leaving my mark on his bewildered soul.
Lortel, you are an incredibly terrifying woman. How can you be so bold at a time like this?
The sheer audacity of her action completely shorts out my logical brain circuits.
Listen closely, Saint. There are strict rules in the merchant world. If you lay a hand on a product I have already claimed, your life will become a nightmare. I wave my bloody hand in the air, watching them gallop away towards toward the heart of the storm. The rain washes the blood from my face. I place my ultimate bet on your survival, Ed Rothstaler. Now, I must find a reinforced cellar to wait out this violent magical barrage. I trudge through the broken cobblestone, navigating the corpses of the fallen gods. My hands are shaking uncontrollably. The era of the god-eating dragon ended centuries ago. Why is it back? Keep smiling, Lortel. The ones who laugh in the face of absolute despair are the ones who survive.
The colossal blue beast circles the sky above us. Its glowing eyes lock onto the residual magical signatures. A massive volley of lightning magic erupts from its jaws, annihilating the eastern barricades in a blinding flash. You have to remember my tactical instructions from earlier, Clarice. If we die here, you must retain this memory.
I stare at his bleeding back. Any sane person would have abandoned this suicide mission long ago. He must be terrified.
Suddenly, a massive chunk of falling masonry crushes the horse's skull. The beast collapses instantly. The sheer momentum launches us violently into the air. We crash hard into the jagged stone pavement. Irk! I pull Clarice tight against my chest, absorbing the brutal kinetic impact with my own body.
I squeeze my eyes shut. The agonizing crunch of bone echoes through the dust cloud. Ed, his body goes limp in my arms. The massive laceration across his torso is pouring blood. Ed, you are bleeding so much. How can you endure this endless physical torture?
I force my broken muscles to push off the ground. I have survived freezing blizzards and poisoned daggers. This is nothing.
I stare at his unyielding green eyes. His absolute willpower defies human limitation. He refuses to break.
We finally arrive at the Grand Cathedral. The massive stone doors stand intact amidst the fiery ruin. Throughout the bloody history of the Empire, the elite guards stationed here have always been regarded as the ultimate physical deterrent. They are the apostles of Telos. If all 8 of them attack together, even Lucy would struggle to break their divine formation.
I descend from the heavens like a golden meteor. The kinetic shockwave shatters the courtyard tiles. I am Swift Alderek, an honorable apostle of the ultimate god. None shall pass this sacred threshold. Step aside immediately, young students. The Emperor's decree is absolute. We will not tolerate interference. I raise my glowing spear. We are prepared to die for the saint, but today we follow a higher command. I apologize, but I must remove you from this battlefield by force. Accept your swift defeat.
I violently parry his initial thrust with my hunting knife. The sheer physical weight of his strike shatters my wrist bones. Get inside the chapel right now, Saint. I will hold this fanatical zealot off with everything I have.
You foolish boy, you cannot match my divine speed. I will crush your pathetic resistance in a single breath.
I trigger a hidden magic engineering tool from my pocket. Eat my shock-enhanced wave ball. The condensed mana core detonates, unleashing a massive concussive blast directly into his golden armor.
Fuck! The sheer density of the explosion forces me to skid backward. You fight like a cornered rat. A mere toy cannot pierce the blessing of Telos. I will slice through your pathetic tricks. Beginner wind magic is useless against me. I disperse your turbulent currents with a flick of my wrist. Ha! My spear cuts through the kinetic shockwave, parting the smoke with pure physical dominance. The saint used your desperate distraction to run toward the door. I will execute you and catch her. You possess an unnatural tenacity for a common student. Who taught you to fight with such brutal efficiency? You are bleeding out. Your mana circuits are fried, yet you continue to stand before my spear. It is illogical. Cease this pointless struggle. The miracle of God requires this sacrifice. Surrender to your fate. I gather my divine energy, preparing to launch a final lethal barrage of holy light.
I am not dead yet. I overload my remaining magical pathways and conjure a massive barrage of intermediate magic. I focus every ounce of my willpower into a concentrated, piercing attack. Break through his armor. Magic arrow. A dozen blue spears of condensed mana streak toward his vitals with terrifying velocity.
High-level sacred magic. Activation of sacrament. I convert my internal divine power into absolute physical reinforcement. The golden aura solidifies around my flesh. Your magical projectiles shatter harmlessly against my divine shield. I truly wish to avoid slaughtering a student today, but you leave me 0 tactical alternatives. I spread my glowing wings and launch myself forward like a bullet of pure light. The aerodynamic pressure tears the stone floor apart as I thrust my spear directly toward your heart. I, Swift Alderek, an honorable apostle of Telos, condemn you to the abyss. Die.
Gah! The burning blade violently impales my chest, shattering my ribs and flooding my lungs with blood.
The dragon roars above us as the timeline reaches its horrific climax. I watch his broken body fall.
I cough up a massive glob of blood. I refuse to let this fanatic win without a fight. I push through the agonizing pain. I burn my life force to dash past his spear, determined to buy Clarice the final second she needs. You must enter the chapel, Clarice. Find the Archbishop and discover the exact trigger for this loop. I grip his spear with my bare, bleeding bleeding hands. I will drag you down to hell with me. Memorize everything you see inside that room. The knowledge you gather is the key to surviving the next cycle. Ugh. He twists the spear, violently rupturing my internal organs. The pain blacks out my vision. Cuff! Let's resolve this completely. If I detonate my magical core at point-blank range, I can blow his arm off.
How dare you touch the sacred weapon of an apostle with your filthy hands, you insolent rat!
My thermal magic flares to life, but my broken circuits refuse to channel the massive payload. I'm dying too fast.
You think you can trap me in close combat? I am the master of spatial distortion. Witness true divine speed. I cast a high-level spatial leap, instantly teleporting my physical mass behind his crumbling guard.
Ah! The sudden strike from my blind spot completely severs my spine. I collapse onto the bloody tiles.
My heavy armored boot crushes his skull against the floor. The pathetic pest is finally extinguished.
You should have commanded me to secure the perimeter from the very beginning, Clarice. I made a massive tactical error fighting him alone.
No, you did exactly what you had to do. Please don't die. Look at me. Talk to me.
My vision fades into absolute black. The mission is in your hands now, Saint.
A massive beam of blinding celestial light erupts from the cathedral roof. The apocalyptic array is activating.
My broken body turns cold. The time loop resets once more, carrying her traumatized soul back to the beginning.
Ed! I scream his name as my reality violently tears apart. I couldn't save him again. I slam my fists against the heavy wooden doors of the chapel. Let me in. I demand you open this door. The heavy latch refuses to budge. I know a massive hallway lies just beyond this barricade. The sacred altar room is right down the hall. I must breach this perimeter and discover the truth. I channel every ounce of my raw divine power into my palms. I will blow this door to splinters. The golden shockwave violently obliterates the ancient wooden barricade. The kinetic force throws me backward. Huff, huff. My lungs are burning from the sudden mana expenditure. I wipe the blood from my chin. Wait, what is happening? The massive hallway is completely covered in blood and broken glass. The crimson liquid pools between the cracked tiles. This isn't the pristine sanctuary I expected to find. Who is standing in the shadows? Is that you? Adele? You are covered in massive lacerations. Your beautiful dress is completely stained with gore. She staggers forward, her wooden lute strapped tightly to her bleeding back. Her eyes hold a terrifying sorrow. Adele! I lunge forward and catch her trembling body before she collapses onto the stone floor. What happened to you? Who inflicted this brutal torture upon you? Tell me everything. You arrived much sooner than I predicted in this cycle, Clarice. Your determination is truly beautiful. What are you talking about? Cycles? How do you know about the time loops? I stare at her serene face. She holds the same hollow, traumatized expression that I see in my own mirror. You don't have to carry this crushing burden anymore, Clarice. I will break the curse so you never have to witness his death again. She pulls back her bloody sleeve, revealing a glowing golden crest burned into her pale skin. That mark, it is the ultimate holy blessing of Telos. It requires the combined mana of the Emperor and the Archbishop to cast. That supreme brand is only ever bestowed upon a single, chosen individual, the true vessel of God. It will all be over soon. Just hold on to your hope for one final cycle. I promise I will fix my massive mistake. What are you saying? Adele, don't leave me alone. Explain the truth right now. The massive celestial array illuminates the cathedral, bathing her broken body in a blinding purple light. The suffocating white flash consumes my vision. The temporal flow reverses, tearing my consciousness backward through the void. I slam my hands onto the wooden table. The bright sun of the courtyard blinds me. I am back at the start. The crushing realization hits me like a physical blow. The missing piece of the puzzle was right in front of me all along. My hands shake with absolute fury and profound sorrow. I finally understand the tragedy of her existence. I stare into Ed's confused green eyes. The timeline has reset, and I hold the ultimate key to breaking the curse. My very first memory was staring at a flock of white seagulls soaring over a massive harbor. The salty ocean breeze filled my lungs. I was a tiny child, running barefoot across the docks with the other orphans. Hey, don't run so fast! You are going to trip over the loose planks and skin your knees. The older boys always warned me, but I didn't care. I loved the feeling of the wind on my face. I just smiled and kept running. My world was small, simple, and beautifully innocent. The massive wooden ships carried merchants from across the continent. It was a city built on brutal commerce and relentless ambition. My parents fled the violent wars in the north, seeking a peaceful life in Oldek, but reality was incredibly harsh. They were swindled out of their meager savings by greedy loan sharks. We starved in in the muddy alleys, begging for stale bread. The memory of that gnawing hunger still haunts my mind. My parents eventually succumbed to the brutal plague. I sit on the wooden bench, chewing a fresh sandwich. The older girl told me to wait here while she finished a massive errand. A kindly man in a gray shirt found me shivering in the cold. He promised to take me to a warm place. He led me through the bustling streets. The towering buildings and well-dressed nobles terrified my fragile heart. He occasionally glanced back to ensure I was following his heavy footsteps. I trusted him completely. The noisy crowd parted around us. I didn't realize he was leading me toward my gilded cage. He brought me to the Dronzer orphanage. It was a massive stone building funded by the Holy Church. The expensive sandwich they fed me upon arrival tasted completely hollow. My parents were dead, and my life was permanently altered. Well, I should get back to my chores now. Take care of yourself, little boy. The clumsy boy trips over the rocky path, scraping his knees. I warned him about the uneven ground. The towering spire of the orphanage dominated the skyline. The strict priest demanded absolute obedience from the children. The only virtue recognized in that cruel commercial city was hard labor. We scrubbed the stone floors until our fingers bled. But because it was run by the Telos Order, we were granted brief moments of respite inside the silent chapel to pray for salvation. I found an old broken lute near the harbor. I taught myself to play, and my beautiful melodies earned me a permanent spot in the choir. My musical talent saved me from the backbreaking physical labor. I spent my days singing beneath the stained glass windows.
The local merchants pour bags of heavy gold coins onto the altar. Congratulations on your promotion to the imperial capital, High Priest Verdio. Haha, your generous tithes fund our holy mission. The grace of Telos shall protect your business ventures. Suddenly, a loose candle topples from its iron stand, igniting the heavy velvet drapes. The flames surge upward. Fire expands violently. The priests scramble in absolute panic. We need water immediately.
I throw a massive bucket of freezing water directly onto the blazing fabric, extinguishing the fire instantly.
The high priest stares at me in absolute shock. The sudden disaster was averted in mere seconds. If that fire had reached the ancient wooden display cases, the entire chapel would have burned to ashes. How did you know to bring a bucket?
I dreamed about the fire last night. I frequently experience these vivid visions. I see disasters before they happen, but I can never see my own fate.
He violently grips my small hands. His eyes burn with an unnatural, fanatical gleam. It terrifies me. This is an absolute miracle. You possess the supreme gift of prophecy. You are the ultimate vessel we have been searching for. From this day forward, you are the saint of Telos. Your divine destiny begins right now.
My life changed drastically overnight. They dragged me to the sprawling capital. I was surrounded by servants, eating lavish meals fit for a queen. I was forced to study ancient theology and strict royal etiquette for 14 hours a day. It was a gilded cage, but far better than starving in the dirt. I received 3 massive baptisms from the emperor himself. The sacred water infused my body with pure divine energy. They seared the ultimate holy blessing onto my shoulder, permanently binding my soul to the absolute will of the church. With every passing month, my raw magical capacity expanded exponentially. I was hailed as the greatest prodigy in history. The stigma ceremony was my final test, but during the ritual, the holy resonance shattered the mental block, and I finally saw my own future. A massive, terrifying blue dragon roaring in a sea of flames. A brutal slaughter that ended with my own bloody death.
What do you mean you refuse to take the final vows? We poured thousands of gold coins into your divine training. You belong to the church.
I kneel before the furious archbishop. Thank you for rescuing me from the slums. I am deeply grateful for your mercy, but I cannot walk this path of blood. I will dedicate my life to God in my own humble way, far away from this massive political stage.
Your precognition is actually a highly advanced form of celestial magic. It twists the natural laws of space and time to grant you visions. Your raw talent is simply too immense to throw away. If you refuse the title, you will still fulfill your ultimate purpose when the time comes.
I became the humble keeper of the torch, hiding in the high bell tower away from the greedy politicians. I spent my nights tending the sacred flames, pretending the terrifying prophecy was just a bad dream. I played my lute endlessly to drown out the silence. The music was my only escape from the suffocating pressure of my destiny. destiny. Because every time I closed my eyes, I saw that colossal monster tearing the sky apart and burning my friends to ashes.
The plan is ruined. The sacrificial ward failed. We must sacrifice the saint to pacify the beast. Bring her to the altar immediately.
I kept my ear to the ground, listening to the dark whispers echoing through the imperial halls. I uncovered the horrific truth. The benevolent Emperor Kroll had united the continent. The era of bloody wars was finally over. The people felt safe. But peace is a massive threat to a religious institution. When people stop suffering, they stop praying. The church's influence plummeted. Archbishop Verdio, acting as both a fanatic and a greedy businessman, realized they needed a catastrophic disaster to restore their absolute authority. He secretly plotted to revive Velbrock, the god-eating dragon sealed beneath Akan Island. He wanted to unleash an apocalypse. He intended to deploy the 8 apostles to miraculously defeat the beast in front of the world, proving the absolute power of Telos. But the dragon was far too powerful to control. If the apostles failed to kill it, he needed a massive battery of divine power to forcefully reseal it. He found his battery. He groomed me for years specifically to serve as the ultimate disposable sacrifice. I dropped my title and fled into the night, believing that if the battery was gone, he would abandon his suicidal scheme. But they simply found another innocent orphan with a high affinity for sacred magic. They replaced me with Clarice. She was the perfect puppet, dignified, naive, eager to please, and radiating a massive aura of pure, holy light. My cowardly attempt to escape my brutal execution merely shifted the cross onto her fragile shoulders. The guilt rotted my soul. You became the saint because I was too weak to fight back. I doomed you to the slaughter. It is better to die fighting in the filth than to live a long, cowardly life. I realized what I had to do. I tracked her down. I told her to abandon her duties. I begged her to run away to the golden fields or the massive wetlands. It doesn't matter where you hide, Clarice. As long as you escape the suffocating walls of the academy, you will survive the coming storm. Just run away, drop your title, and live as a normal girl. I played my lute for her every night, singing epic tales of the outside world, desperately hoping to spark her desire for freedom. But whenever she smiled at me with pure, innocent gratitude, a massive wave of guilt crushed my heart. I was lying to her face. I abandoned her again. I traveled the continent as a wandering bard, masking my overwhelming sorrow behind upbeat melodies. But my final destination was always set in stone. I returned to Sylvania Academy to finish what I started. The blood drips from my shattered legs. The final battle is tearing my physical body apart. Are you all right, Adele? You look incredibly pale. Should we call a medical cleric to examine you? I didn't need to look at the calendar. My celestial resonance informed me the exact hour the god-eating dragon would tear the sky apart.
No outsiders are permitted within the chapel walls. The Archbishop is conducting a massive holy ritual. Step back, Bard.
I ripped my sleeve down, exposing the glowing golden crest burned into my flesh, the ultimate symbol of absolute divine authority.
What? You bear the mark of the true saint? But Clarice is at Trix Hall. How is this possible?
I push past his stunned form and enter the massive sanctuary. The ancient tooth necklace lies inside a heavy containment box. Stop this madness right now, Verdio. The beast cannot be controlled by mere human hands. You are dooming the entire continent. The box violently hums with raw electrical discharge. The artifact is already resonating with the dragon's sealed core. The arrogant fools truly believe the ancient texts exaggerated the monster's apocalyptic destructive capability. The beast shattered the tectonic plates upon waking, obliterating the defensive barriers in a single kinetic shockwave.
Our barriers are useless. Send a fast rider to Trix Hall immediately. We must drag the saint here to power the sacrificial array.
The massive blood-red magic circle carved into the floor requires a soul bursting with absolute divine energy to activate the sealing sequence. I fall to my bloody knees in the center of the geometric array. I will not let Clarice die for your insane ambition. The massive sacrificial spear manifests above my chest. It plunges downward, ripping through my fragile ribcage. Herc! The agonizing pain blacks out my vision. The red energy violently drains my life force to stabilize the timeline. The spear impales my heart. I smile through the blood. At least my miserable existence served a tactical purpose. I protected her, but the ultimate holy blessing refused to let its host perish so easily. The golden crest reacted violently to the lethal trauma. The blessing blessing forcefully amplified my latent celestial magic, creating a massive temporal singularity that consumed the chapel. It reversed the temporal flow, throwing my soul backward in time, and it did it over and over and over again. I sob uncontrollably as Clarice holds my broken body. I tried so hard to finish the ritual before she could arrive. Cough. My internal mana reserves are completely dry. The massive loops have shattered my physical form. I can only rewind time maybe 3 more times. After that, the timeline will solidify. The dragon will burn the world to ashes, and I won't have the strength to stop it. I grip my lute tightly. The wood is soaked in my own blood. I failed to protect her. I finally snap back to the present. Clarice and Ed are staring at me in pure shock. Huff, huff. The massive flow of horrific memories recedes. I wipe the blood from my chin.
The dragon cannot be stopped. Are you insane? I have spent a decade carefully orchestrating this glorious miracle. The 8 apostles stand behind me. They possess the absolute firepower to slay that mythic lizard. You lack faith. Today, the entire continent will witness our absolute supremacy. The people will drop to their knees and worship Telos once again.
Their arrogant hubris blinded them to the brutal reality. The monster's thick scales completely repelled their holy weapons. The god-eating dragons swallowed their kinetic barrages and obliterated the landscape with absolute impunity. I ignore his ranting and step calmly toward the glowing red geometric array carved into the central dais. The only tactical option remaining is to trigger the sacrifice manually and reset the timeline before the beast fully awakens. I smile softly. My physical pain is immense, but the clarity of my absolute duty brings me a strange comfort. Forgive me, Clarice. I couldn't save you permanently, but I can delay the nightmare for a few more hours. The massive dark spear plunges through my chest. The geometric array violently extracts my divine life force. I do not regret my sacrifice. The golden blessing triggers its defensive protocol, initiating the massive temporal reversal once more. My bloody lute hits the floor as the timeline forcefully rewinds. The agonizing cycle begins anew. I gasp for air. I am kneeling in the pristine hallway outside the training arena. My body is completely covered in phantom lacerations. I know the absolute truth now. When my mana pool drops to 0, the golden mark will permanently fade, and the time rewinding will cease. I push myself off the bloody carpet and stagger toward the heavy chapel doors. The burden is entirely mine to bear. No matter how many times I reset the clock, Verdio refuses to listen. The apostles die, the dragon wakes, and the world burns. During the previous loops, I purposely waited for Verdio to dispatch his guards to look for Clarice before I entered the room. I throw myself onto the glowing geometric lines. The cold stone welcomes my broken body. I fold my hands in silent prayer. The massive magical pressure builds in the air, preparing the final strike. The brutal cycle repeats. The dark spear shatters my spine, violently extracting the energy required to rewind reality. I accept this agonizing torture. It is my absolute punishment for cowardly pushing the saint's mantle onto an innocent girl. The blinding temporal singularity expands outward, consuming the cathedral and throwing my soul back to the start. The wooden lute hits the floor again. My physical endurance is critically failing. I cannot sustain this massive spell much longer. My divine power is nearly drained. The golden crest is flickering weakly. The next loop might be my absolute last. I gave up trying to reason with the fanatical archbishop. Words are entirely useless against absolute delusion. I slam my bloody fist against the massive wooden doors. If logic fails, I must rely on brute force. I will smash through his elite guards, sprint across the room, and throw my body directly onto the array before he even realizes what is happening. I kick the doors open and sprint toward the altar. I will stop the dragon from resurrecting entirely and wipe this disaster from history. I am almost there. My story is almost over. I just need to bleed one final time. My massive flashback concludes. I blink rapidly, finding myself sitting on the courtyard bench. Ed Rothstaler is staring at me.
I asked if you prefer orange juice or cold water, Adele. You completely spaced out for 5 minutes. I hand her the cold cup and sit heavily on the wooden bench beside her. Her physical condition is horrific.
Oh, right. I was in the middle of explaining my tragic backstory. Thank you for the water, Ed.
So, according to your calculations, you are going to die very soon. Your mana is completely tapped out.
Yes. The next sacrifice will likely drain my final drop of life force. The time loop will permanently collapse. I stare at his sharp green eyes. I finally remember where I saw this man before the loops began. He was the strange, rugged student who approached me in the hallway during the first timeline. He accurately predicted my death. He looked me straight in the eyes and warned me about the impending massacre. I brushed him off, thinking he was just a lunatic. Despite the timeline forcefully resetting dozens of times, I never encountered him again in any of the subsequent loops. He always stayed hidden. Back then, I just accepted my grim fate with a serene smile. I felt no fear. I take a slow sip of the freezing water. The sudden clarity of the present moment is overwhelming. That brief encounter feels like it happened 1,000 years ago, but sitting here next to him, the reality of my impending execution crashes down on me.
All right, if your magical reserves are totally empty, I will infiltrate the chapel and deal with Verdio myself. You rest here.
Is that really it? You are just going to march into a room guarded by 8 supreme apostles to avenge a girl you barely know?
Are you seriously asking me that? You just dumped a massive pile of apocalyptic trauma on me and calmly stated you are going to die. I refuse to accept that outcome.
Well, yes. That is the only logical conclusion to my story. I have to sacrifice myself to seal the beast. I force a massive fake smile onto my bloody face. It is the only way to protect Clarice. My life is a fair trade. Is that really it? My heart violently rejects my own brave words. I am terrified of the dark spear. I am terrified of the pain. I have felt my spine snap and my organs rupture over 30 times. The sheer psychological agony is breaking my mind. I played my lute to drown out the terror, pretending I was perfectly fine with bleeding out on cold stone tiles.
But you aren't fine, are you? You have endured a literal eternity of torture. It is okay to admit you are scared, Adele.
I bite my trembling lip. He sees right through my fake, serene facade. My massive wall of stoicism completely shatters.
Is that truly all you have to say? Because I am not leaving until you tell me what you actually want.
Stop it, just leave me alone. The massive tears violently spill down my cheeks. I grip the sandwich wrapper tightly. I just want to sit here in peace before the final curtain falls. Stop pushing me. I stare blankly at the ground. Was my self-righteous sacrifice truly the only answer? Did I ever even try to ask for help? I remember watching the kind man who rescued me from the slums walk away. He abandoned me to the strict priests. I forced a polite smile and thanked him for saving me from the dirt. I accepted my fate without a single word of protest. But Ed Rothstaler isn't walking away. He is standing directly in front of me, offering a massive hand to pull me from the abyss. I finally admit the absolute truth. I was always too cowardly to fight for my own survival. I just accepted whatever brutal hand the world dealt me. Instead of thanking people for throwing me into a meat grinder, I should have screamed at them. I should have begged them not to abandon me. I should have fought back against the suffocating pressure. My hands shake violently around the cold cup of water. The decades of repressed terror finally boil over. I don't want to die. The massive dam holding back my genuine emotions completely shatters. I bury my face in my hands, sobbing uncontrollably on the wooden bench. The agonizing weight of the time loops crushes my lungs.
I calmly finish the rest of my cold water, letting her scream out the decades of massive psychological trauma. I gently pat her trembling shoulder. Good. It took you an incredibly long time to admit something so wonderfully human. I tighten my combat gloves and check the edge of my hunting knife. The tactical objective is finally clear.
Please, Ed, tell me everything you know about Verdio's defensive formations. I will help you break through his lines.
Don't worry about the tactical details, Adele. I am going to end this fanatical nightmare right now.
After I finished explaining the massive intricacies of the temporal loops, Ed and I agreed to separate. He sprinted toward the residential district to find Adele, while I forcefully commandeered a carriage toward the cathedral. If I can interrupt Verdio's ritual before he opens the containment box, we can stop the dragon from ever waking up. I violently kick the massive wooden doors open. The heavy latch shatters under my divine strength.
St. Clarice, what are you doing here? You are supposed to be sitting in a diplomatic meeting at Trix Hall.
Get out of my way, Taldarek. I violently shove the towering apostle aside and march directly toward the altar. This time, I will not cower in the corner. I will physically drag that fanatical archbishop away from the summoning array.
The heavy wooden doors slam shut behind her. Her sudden arrival throws my carefully calibrated ritual into massive disarray.
Stop what you are doing right this instant, Verdio. The holy blue dragon will completely incinerate this island. The holy emperor, the 8 supreme apostles, and the archbishop, all the central figures of the church gathered to orchestrate an apocalypse.
St. Clarice, your unexpected intrusion is highly inconvenient. I suggest you return to your royal duties.
I always thought you were a devout follower of Telos, but you are literally breaking every single religious taboo to fake a miracle.
The lowly commoners of this continent require a massive visual spectacle to believe in the divine. A staged apocalypse is the perfect psychological weapon.
You are trying to massacre an entire academy just to spread the word of Telos? You are a complete monster, and you are vastly underestimating the dragon's combat capability. Did you never consider the tactical possibility that your apostles might lose?
If the apostles fail, I already established a massive failsafe. I intended to sacrifice you on this array to reseal the beast. The massive golden crest burned onto your shoulder contains enough divine energy to force the creature back to sleep. You are merely a battery. You belong to the church, Clarice. Your life is our absolute property. Your death will serve the greater glory of Telos.
I sprint into the room, violently pulling Clarice behind my back. I've got to say, Archbishop, your religious zeal is incredibly pathetic. You bankrupted your own religious order, so you decided to summon a god-eating mythic beast to boost your poll numbers. You arrogantly assumed your 8 little bodyguards could execute the dragon, allowing you to claim absolute political dominance over the Empire.
Huff, huff. Verdio was a ruthless businessman, even before he donned the holy robes. He only cares about expanding his congregation.
Did you seriously think you could persuade a man who views human lives as disposable currency? We have to take the necklace by force.
I wiped the blood from my eyes. He brought his absolute strongest warriors to ensure zero interference. We are vastly outnumbered.
The 8 apostles draw their glowing golden weapons. Their combined magical density is suffocating the room.
They are the ultimate weapon of the church. If they coordinate their attacks, they can annihilate an entire army battalion.
I sincerely apologize, St. Clarice. I wanted to execute this ritual peacefully, but you leave me no choice. Rest your eyes momentarily.
I squeeze my eyes shut. We don't possess the required firepower to break through 8 supreme knights. Eek! Ed suddenly grabs me by the waist and lifts me onto his shoulder. What are you doing?
Overwhelming physical power is useless if you get crushed by a falling roof. Hold on tight, Clarice.
High-level lightning magic, divine judgment. I rip the atmospheric mana apart and drop a literal pillar of absolute plasma directly onto the cathedral. The massive thermal strike completely obliterates the reinforced stained glass windows. The ceiling caves in.
What the hell is happening? The ancient wards protecting the sanctuary are shattering like cheap glass.
A tiny figure floats amidst the blinding purple lightning. She completely bypassed the exterior guards.
You dare ask if I fear your pathetic god? Nope. I only care about protecting my favorite napping spots. I descend through the shattered roof, manifesting a massive kinetic storm that throws the apostles against the walls.
Irk. The sheer ambient pressure is crushing my lungs. This tiny girl wields the magical density of an entire legion.
You see, you stupid old man in the funny hat, I don't give a damn about your holy scriptures or your staged miracles. I might not believe in your invisible God, but I strongly believe that massive sins should be punished with extreme violence. The purple lightning arcs across my fingertips. My master told me to protect this school, and you are currently trespassing on my territory.
Sins? How dare you accuse the Archbishop of sin? You are interrupting a sacred ritual sanctioned by the Emperor.
I unleash a point-blank concussive wave that slams him into the altar. Your own laws condemn human sacrifice, you absolute hypocrite. The massive magical singularity expands, completely locking down the central dais. I control the combat flow in this room now. Your fanatical pride will be your absolute downfall. I will crush your pathetic knights without breaking a sweat.
What are you idiots waiting for? Execute the blasphemer immediately. Show her the absolute majesty of Telos.
Apostles, coordinate your strikes. Lenos, lay down, suppressing fire. Reuben, flank her left. I will pierce her central guard.
How cute. You think a synchronized charge will bypass my absolute kinetic barriers. I casually drift backward, releasing a massive barrage of thermal explosions that completely incinerate their incoming projectiles. I snap my fingers, triggering a secondary trap I laid beneath their boots.
Ah! The floor detonates beneath us! The intense heat bypasses our holy armor entirely!
Taldarek swings his massive golden sword, but it bounces harmlessly off my passive telekinetic shield. You lack the damage output to even scratch me.
You arrogant witch! You dare mock the divine weapons of the church? I will sever your head from your shoulders.
I stare down at the angry knight. You talk way too much. Let me show you what real speed looks like.
I spread my golden wings, channeling maximum divine power into a supersonic thrust. What? My blade pierced empty air. Where did she go? My spatial tracking completely lost her.
I materialized directly above his blind spot. That wasn't speed, you pathetic amateur. That was raw spatial teleportation. High-level spatial magic, space leap. A technique your tiny brain cannot even comprehend. Now Now stay on the floor like a good little dog. I snap my fingers again. A massive purple gravity well crashes down, pinning his entire body against the cracked tiles.
Kurg, the sheer gravitational pressure is crushing my organs. I cannot lift my spear.
My eyes widen in absolute terror. Those apostles are the key figures in our national defense. They defeated entire armies. She casually swatted 6 of them away like annoying flies. Her magical capacity is utterly monstrous. Who the hell is this girl? How did they even know we were hiding inside the cathedral? Our stealth wards were flawless. The tactical leak is catastrophic. If this girl survives, she will report our massive conspiracy to the Academy. The entire continent will discover we tried to fake a miracle. I grip the heavy wooden containment box. The summoning ritual failed, but I must secure the physical evidence before she annihilates me. We must escape, protect the Holy Emperor, and initiate a full tactical retreat through the rear tunnels.
You think you can just walk away after dropping the roof on my friends? I am locking this entire room down. Temporal celestial magic. Time prison. I cast a massive geometric array that freezes the spatial flow around the exits.
None. My legs are stuck. The temporal density is incredibly thick. I cannot break through the barrier.
I violently detonate my remaining divine core, creating a massive concussive wave to shatter the temporal lock. Everything I do is for the absolute glory of Telos. Run, Archbishop. I will buy you the seconds you need.
Thank you, Brother Taldarek. Your sacrifice will secure the future of the church. I sprint down the secret tunnel.
Ed, put me down right now. We need to chase the Archbishop. If he escapes with the necklace, he can try the ritual again later. We must secure the physical evidence to expose his massive conspiracy. My testimony alone won't convince the Imperial Court.
I raise my palm, channeling a condensed sphere of high-level lightning magic. I will vaporize the escaping roaches. Divine punishment. A massive dragon made of pure plasma erupts from my hands, tearing through the hallway.
The colossal lightning strike hits my golden shield. The sheer thermal intensity is melting my armor to slag. Kurg! The shield completely shatters. The kinetic blast throws me through the stone pillars. Keep running, Archbishop. Get the artifact to the extraction point. Do not look back.
Our religious order will emerge victorious from this absolute disaster. I will carry the torch forward. I burst through the secret back door, sprinting across the western courtyard. I must lose my pursuers.
These fanatical knights are incredibly annoying. They just refuse to stay down and accept their defeat.
I violently kicked the burning door open. Running away won't save you, Verdio. I know exactly where that tunnel leads.
I don't need to outrun the boy. I just need to burn the evidence and flee before he alerts the faculty. Ignite. I cast a massive thermal wave behind me, setting the ancient wooden doors ablaze to block his path.
The sheer heat of his own spell is cooking my broken wings, but it successfully halts the boy's pursuit. Wait, how did a basic beginner spell generate such a massive thermal payload? The fire is out of control.
I casually slice through the blazing inferno with a condensed blade of wind. Your parlor tricks bore me.
I trigger a massive spiritual explosion, violently parting the smoke to clear a safe path through the rubble.
What the hell was that massive explosion? The cathedral is completely destroyed. Is this a terrorist attack?
I sprint past the bewildered students, utilizing my stealth cloak to blend into the chaotic dust cloud. I abandon the broken apostles. My only tactical objective is securing the ancient necklace.
Track his residual heat signature, Mug. He cannot outrun a high-ranking fire spirit. We will cut him off.
He accurately predicted my escape route. He is lying in wait within the dense western forest. I must force my way through. Sacred magic. I unleash a massive beam of golden light directly into the tree line to flush the rat out.
Ah, the holy beam struck my core. I am sorry, Master Ed. The kinetic feedback is forcing me to disperse.
I blast through the smoking brush, desperately pushing my aging legs toward the safety of the perimeter wall. Huff, huff. I finally lost him in the thick undergrowth. I just need to hide the containment box until the heat dies down. They will never locate a small wooden chest buried deep within this massive forest. My plan survives.
I drop silently from the high canopy directly above him. Hand over the necklace right now, Verdio.
What? He bypassed my sensory wards completely. He attacks from the absolute blind spot.
I violently grab his gray hair. yanking his head backward to shatter his balance. I slam my full physical weight into his spine, driving his face directly into the hard dirt.
Ah, the sheer kinetic impact breaks my nose. He fights like a savage street brawler, completely ignoring magical theory. You are the one who sent that terrifying witch to ruin my glorious ritual. I will incinerate you.
I drive my knee brutally into his ribs before he can finish the incantation. Shut your mouth.
The physical pain is blinding, but I manage to aim my glowing staff directly at his unprotected chest.
I slash my hunting knife downward, violently severing the mana circuits in his casting arm.
Arg! My arm. The searing agony completely shatters my concentration. The golden light fades. I clutch my bleeding limb in absolute terror. He didn't hesitate for a single microsecond. He is a ruthless killer.
I stand over his broken body, my knife dripping with his blood. Hand over the box, or I will take your other arm. Clarice warned me that Verdio was a formidable combatant, but panic and exhaustion eroded his tactical judgment. He was desperate. We barely have 10 minutes left before the dragon awakens automatically. The margin for error is absolutely zero, even with Lucy's overwhelming firepower. Breaking through 8 apostles consumed too much precious time. Adele is dying as we speak. I remember Clarice's tearful face when we split up. I told her it was fine if we failed. She claimed she had enough divine power for another loop, but I knew she was lying to protect my conscience. Her physical body is breaking down. Another loop would kill her instantly. I plunge my knife into the dirt next to his head. There is no time to waste on interrogations. This ends right here. I violently tear the wooden containment box from his trembling hands. The ancient artifact is finally secured.
Huff, huff. You fool. You think stealing the necklace stops the grand design. You are too late.
I wipe the sweat from my brow, staring at the humming box. I have the trigger. The apocalypse is cancelled.
The ritual was already initiated. It's still. The dragon will rise. Regardless, you cannot stop the miracle. The holy blue dragon will rise soon. You injured the strongest apostles, so the only way to stop it now is the saint. And then everyone across the world will witness the supreme might of our great god Telos.
I need to catch my breath. You are a sick, twisted fanatic. Now I know what to do. I have to take down Archbishop Verdio and get the necklace away from Akan Island before the dragon awakens. The biggest issue is that no one will remember my actions in the next loop. My efforts will be erased. I must warn her. Adele will have to sacrifice herself again, but nothing will change unless I pass this crucial message to her.
I don't want to die like this, but it looks like the time has come. I was too late. The cycle is resetting once more.
That is all right, Ed. You did your best.
My lungs are failing. Lucy, you must relay this warning. Contact either Adele or Clarice and give them this information.
Hush now. Stop forcing yourself to speak with a shattered chest.
Why aren't you listening to me, Lucy? You have to hurry and tell them.
Number 1, I refuse to do that.
What are you talking about? Why are you refusing my final request?
Because I just have to send this message to the saint and that girl named Adele, right? I can do that myself. You don't just have an enormous amount of mana, Ed. You can bend magic to your will. You can do this too if you practice.
Right. Thank you for always saving me, Lucy. The holy blue dragon has risen once again. Verdio awakened the beast for the glory of his twisted religious order, though I managed to relay the details of their escape routes. I don't know if Adele possesses the strength to turn back time. After losing my memory of all this again, will I be able to come up with a plan and take the necklace away from the island?
I made that promise to the old man, so I am duty-bound to protect this academy from great danger one time. You told me about it. If time has been resetting itself over and over again, I must have rushed to fight against that massive dragon every single time. I came to this academy to keep my final promise, so this might be the moment I have been waiting for my whole life. All that waiting is over, but if time is turned back, stopping the dragon now is meaningless. I want to die in your arms. Just hold me tight. We will forget all of this anyway.
I suppose so. The memory will not return to us no matter what happens next.
Then I might as well say this out loud. These are feelings I never knew how to express before. I feel so lonely without you by my side, so please don't ever disappear from my life, Ed.
I think I can manage that. I will stay with you. The agonizing pain washes over us, but we do nothing to resist the incoming destruction. We don't scream or groan. We focus on each other's warmth as the world burns around us.
Kurg, my throat is burning. I have run out of divine power. I can no longer turn back time or contemplate the future. I failed to stop the beast from resurrecting. As heartbreaking as it was, I was happy to meet Clarice again before the end. I wish I could have sung for her one last time. Running into Ed Rothstaler, on the other hand, was horrible. My resolve crumbled when I briefly felt like I wanted to live. But this suffocating pain reminds me of what I must do. I have to move. I must stop the holy blue dragon from coming back and make sure none of this ever happened. Though I read about why all of this is happening and what Ed planned, his tactical strategy is impossible to execute. First, I need time to convince Ed, since he won't remember anything. Convincing everyone to fight the apostles will take way too long.
Even if we hurry, we won't make it to the chapel before sunset. The time limit is way too strict.
Archbishop Verdio's grand design is already in motion. He has imbued the necklace with his magic.
The sun is past its peak. Once I get through this hallway, I can reach the central chapel. Then I just have to lay down on the sacrificial magic circle and end my miserable life. Ed, what is wrong? Are you all right? Your face is pale.
My head is splitting open. The celestial magic inside my body is reacting to the temporal shift.
Ed, why are you clutching your chest like that? Talk to me.
The holy blessing resisted the sacred magic. That is how you retained all of your memories. And now the celestial power inside my own body is beginning to resist Adele's magic. Ah! The sheer agony is tearing my mind apart. Every single failed timeline is rushing back into my brain. All of the memories and pain of the endless time loops are flooding my consciousness. I am about to pass out. The sensory overload is way too much to handle.
Ed, please stay with us. Do not close your eyes.
We are fighting against the clock. The holy blue dragon will rise any minute now. We must move.
Through the grace of our God, Telos, our religious order will rise to greatness once more. The entire world will bow before our staged miracle. Witness the ultimate power.
We have to get to the chapel and steal Velbrock's tooth necklace before the ritual finishes. I secured the containment box. The artifact is in my hands.
Who are you? Get back here right now. You cannot interfere with the divine mandate.
Do not worry, Archbishop. I will pin the insolent rat to the wall. Get him.
I have to duck. The endless loops we went through so far all started out the exact same way.
Listen to me, Ed. We are trapped in a time loop. I can prove it using your old military tag number.
I don't know who you are, but did you really think you could win against the holy apostles of Telos?
But all this time, I was never fighting this massive war alone. There was always someone at my side who is faster than any carriage and much stronger than me.
What is that massive creature? They brought an elemental spirit into the sacred cathedral.
Someone who would never need any explanation as to what is happening. Someone who is always willing to help.
Let's go, Ed. Grab my hand and jump on.
All right, here is the necklace. It is a brutal battle against time now. We arrived here within an hour, but magic is already flowing through this cursed artifact. If the necklace and the holy blue dragon coexist on Akan Island, it will inevitably awaken. We have to get far enough away from the island for the magic to lose its signal.
What are you idiots waiting for? Shoot them out of the sky before they breach the perimeter. Hurry and stop that boy. Do not let them escape with the sacred artifact.
Taste my point-blank spiritual explosion. That should buy us the critical seconds we need. The aerial acceleration is intense. Watch your grip, Yennecar. I told you to make it out on your own once we got there. You were supposed to escape first. If you get into any more trouble, you will be expelled. I am going to become a fugitive running from the religious order. My home village is in the middle of nowhere. Maybe a lawless area would be safer for me to hide.
You are doing it again. You were suffering alone again, weren't you? I refused to abandon you.
What? How did she know what I was planning in my head?
I can tell by the look on your face. You always try to shoulder every massive burden by yourself. If you are going to get yourself expelled, I will join you. If you become a fugitive, I am running with you. I refuse to let you go through this terrible nightmare alone, Ed. I am staying by your side.
Yennecar, you are too stubborn for your own good. Watch out. The apostles are gaining on us. The 6 supreme apostles of Telos are flying right behind us. Their aerial pursuit speed is terrifying.
Pull your bows. We must ground that elemental spirit before they leave the island's airspace.
Got it. Hold on tight. I am going to initiate evasive maneuvers.
Cough. Stand aside, guards. I will deal with the remaining intruders myself. Saint Clarice, what are you doing here in the middle of this chaos?
Huff, huff. I am here to fulfill my ultimate duty as the saint.
There is something only you can do, Saint. You remember everything that happened in the previous loops.
Me? You want me to handle the political fallout while you secure the artifact? I will do whatever it takes to prevent the holy blue dragon from awakening. Please stop Archbishop Verdio from completing the sacrificial array. His mind is poisoned by fanatical delusion. He is a clever fanatic willing to do anything. He will try to use the religious order to make all of this go away. In order to stop him, I must expose his massive conspiracy to the highest authority. How much longer do you intend to stand there and watch this madness unfold, Holy Emperor? Your Holiness, you must excommunicate Archbishop Verdio at once. His actions are a disgrace to Telos.
Taylor and I are paired up for the combat exercise. I bet Taylor will lose. What was that blur in the sky? We were sitting around in front of Glocked Hall just 10 minutes ago.
Oh no. They fired a massive wind slash. We cannot dodge that incoming projectile.
Eek, the elemental bird is dispersing. We are falling out of the sky.
Ugh. I have to stabilize my descent and grab her before she hits the ground. Yennecar, got you. I wrap the heavy combat rope around my wrist and pull her close.
Dive after them. We must retrieve the necklace at all costs. Do not let them touch the ground.
You will take care of the political aftermath, right? I am trusting you to handle the fallout. Brace yourself. The kinetic impact of this landing is going to shatter our bones.
I trust you, Ed. I will trigger the ultimate trump card to ensure our survival.
What the hell is that massive pillar of light erupting from the forest? The magical density is blinding? This is... The sky above the academy is filled with various winged spirits. It is an absolute swarm. Its physical presence blocked out the sun for all of us below it. What is that monstrous entity? It sprang to life before any other water spirit. It is the ultimate aquatic guardian.
Most of them are low-ranking spirits, but there are way too many of them blocking our path. Ugh, there must be hundreds of them swarming the airspace. We cannot break through their defensive line.
The necklace's magic has faded a bit. I can sense the dangerous resonance dropping. If we keep moving forward, we should be able to put enough distance between us and the island. Just how much magic did you draw out of your core? You are burning up, Yennecar.
I don't know, but I bet I will be bedridden for a very long while.
Ah! Your forehead is boiling hot. You overexerted your magical circuits to summon that massive whale.
Stop it. You are making it worse. I am getting dizzy from the mana drain.
We have no choice but to go after the elementalist. We will clear the way through the swarm. Are you the young student wielding all those chaotic spirits? You are a grave danger to the natural order. I prefer not to take innocent lives, so I regret having to execute you.
I summon my high-ranking fire spirit to block his downward thrust. Defend her, Taken. Get him, Taken. Do not let that fanatical knight take another step toward Yennecar.
What? A fire lizard intercepted my spear? His casting speed is highly unnatural.
Urk. He slipped past my guard. The physical weight of his tackle is crushing my windpipe.
Ha! Yield your pathetic resistance and accept the judgment of Talos.
Takan, please. You have to protect Ed from that lethal strike.
To think that she was able to summon an ultimate spirit while wielding a high-ranking spirit at the same time. Impressive. Your magical reserves are truly monstrous for a mere student. But we, the apostles of Talos, who exercise the will of God, are much stronger. Hand over that necklace at once. Otherwise, both you and the elementalist will bleed out in the dirt.
Number 1. I refuse to surrender the artifact. I know what you fanatics plan to do with it. You are wrong. There are no more time loops to fall back on. My safety net is gone. I no longer have Delheim's hourglass, and I remember dying dozens of agonizing deaths. I cannot throw my life away like that ever again. I refuse to be a sacrificial pawn. So, now that we have left Akan Island, the necklace's magic has decreased. But if we don't put more distance between it and the island, the holy blue dragon will awaken and devour us all. But first, I have to fight against the fastest apostles skilled in swift warfare.
I will convert all my remaining magic power into physical energy through sacred magic, activation of sacrament.
I know his tactical patterns from a past time loop. His instantaneous speed exceeds the speed of sound. Dodging his golden spear is mathematically impossible. I cannot track his movements if I can't see him anyway. I just have to predict his landing zone and strike blindly. I unleash a condensed thermal blast into his flight path. Halt your advance. The one chance I get at a riposte is the very split-second